Su Li unexpectedly traversed into the body of a small-time bandit, becoming the chief of Qingfeng's stronghold and acquiring the most formidable bandit cultivation system. In the realm of Zuling, within the Tianyue kingdom, the imperial family allied with the foremost sect of the realm to attempt to swallow the other major sects, only to find their ambush thwarted. The various sects retaliated fiercely, resulting in decades of conflict. Consequently, the common folk of Tianyue suffered greatly, akin to withered grass, leading to widespread discontent. Numerous bandit factions emerged, claiming the mountains as their own and declaring themselves kings. Have I really traversed? I have reincarnated as a bandit lackey? It would be one thing to become a bandit, but to be thrust into such a chaotic and merciless place. This world allows for cultivation, yet I have reincarnated as a mere bandit, possessing only a larger physique and not a shred of spiritual power, truly a cannon-fodder existence. The memories belonging to this body surged forth, and Su Li took a moment to regain his composure. Gazing at the strange and surreal surroundings, he slapped his face, feeling the sting confirm his reality. Unable to restrain his frustration, he erupted in curses. Great heavens, did I not merely read a cultivation novel and vent my frustrations at the author for their frequent hiatuses? Why did I end up here in such a dramatic manner? If it were a noble or a prominent cultivator, it would be bearable, but to be struck down as a bandit lackey? Damn it! After venting his grievances, Su Li finally calmed down and accepted the reality. The individual whose body he inhabited was also named Su Li, standing at 6 feet tall, possessing a reasonably handsome appearance. Due to the conflict between the imperial family and the sects, the cataclysmic spells had obliterated his homeland. With no options left, the original owner of this body fled to seek a livelihood but was intercepted by the bandits of Qingfeng's stronghold. With no money to his name, the bandits, seeing his robust physique, abducted him. Today marked his first foray into banditry, as he was ordered to assist in a robbery. Ding! Congratulations, Su Li, your soul has traversed into that of a bandit lackey, fulfilling the selection criteria for the chief of the most formidable bandit cultivation system. The strongest bandit cultivation system aims to forge an immensely powerful stronghold. You have received a beginner's gift pack for bandit lackeys, including a comprehensive 5 elements Qi refinement technique package, distribution complete. You have successfully comprehended the Qi refinement techniques, with spirit technique, fire spirit technique, water spirit technique, earth spirit technique, metal spirit technique. Name, Su Li. Identity/status, lowly bandit lackey. Age, 18, comprehensive cultivation level, total spiritual power Qi refinement level 2, indicating the total amount of spiritual power possessed by the host. Comprehensive cultivation talent, lowly cultivation talent / 5 elements pseudo-spiritual root, spiritual roots, metal root 5, wood root 6, water root 4, fire root 2, earth root 4, wood spirit technique, level 10, fire spirit technique, level 10, water spirit technique, level 10, earth spirit technique, level 10, metal spirit technique, level 10. Note: achieving 100 cultivation progress automatically promotes to the second level. Spells, none. Weapons, none. What is this? Is this my system? My golden finger. Su Li was left speechless with excitement upon viewing the screen before him. In his previous life, he was an avid reader of cultivation novels, fully aware of what this represented. Benefits of a traverser. Golden finger. This era belongs to me. Su Li, congratulations. Su Li, you have broken through to the Qi refinement realm and gained a measure of strength. As a bandit, you are born to rob the heavens, the earth, and the very air. All things are fair game. Ding, mission issued. Complete a robbery within 1 day to become a qualified bandit. Mission success, reward of basic 5 element spells. Mission failure, punishment none. Before Su Li could peruse the list of basic spells, distant shouts reached his ears. Su ergo, are you still alive? If you are, give a sign. Third bro, could it be that Su Li has committed some heinous act? Under a clear sky, he could be struck by lightning while relieving himself. Third bro, is Su Li still alive? This lightning seems strange. If Su Li died from it, would he not undergo some transformation? I've heard that last time, at Wanjia village, a farmer was struck and turned into a thunder corpse, leaving no survivors within a 10-mile radius, ultimately requiring the intervention of several cultivators from nearby sects to subdue the corpse. Wang Manzi, don't frighten us. Could Su Li really become a thunder corpse? A dozen bandits from Qingfeng's stronghold chattered nervously about Su Li, cautiously approaching, fearing he had indeed transformed into a fearsome entity. Third bro, I'm still alive. At that moment, Su Li, disheveled from the lightning strike, saw the group approaching and rushed out to declare loudly. Upon confirming Su Li's survival, the bandits collectively sighed in relief. Su ergo, are you truly unscathed? The original Su Li was timid and fearful of death. Having been in Qingfeng's stronghold for a month, he would rather sweep the outhouse than participate in banditry. Today, however, he was summoned by the chief himself. Otherwise, he would have been cast into the forest to be devoured by wild beasts. Reluctantly, the original Su Li had followed Third Bro to partake in the robbery. Yet, halfway through, his fear escalated, and he was overwhelmed by the urge to relieve himself. Su Li nodded. Hee, I'm fine. In fact, I feel much stronger. Look at my biceps. Aren't they particularly impressive? He flexed his arms in demonstration. Humph, Su Li, next time you come out, make sure to relieve yourself beforehand. Third Bro of Qingfeng's stronghold interjected. All right, everyone hurry along. If we miss this opportunity, the chief will hold us accountable. Understood. According to reports from their scouts, a shipment was set to pass through Yanjia town, prompting the chief to dispatch them to seize some goods. Su Li's delay due to his predicament had cost them valuable time. The bandits sprinted with all their might. Shortly after, they reached the ambush site, where a group was escorting carts slowly from a distance. Thankfully, they had not missed this opportunity. Third Bro pointed at a tall and muscular bandit nearby. The towering figure, nearly 6'3", wielded a large blade as he leaped forward. Halt! This road is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind your toll. Those who wish to live, heed my words. I am a brave man of Qingfeng's stronghold, robbing for wealth, not lives. We charge by the head. Should you disobey, do not blame my blade for being merciless. Among the group, a middle-aged man exchanged glances, and in an instant, the others drew weapons from their carts, lunging at the bandits. As events unfolded too swiftly, Third Bro barely had time to react before the towering bandit collapsed in a pool of blood. Brothers, these scoundrels are ungrateful. Chop them down. Third Bro's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he shouted to the bandits behind him. Kill! Kill! More than 10 bandits, armed with their weapons, charged alongside the third leader as bandits. They could not afford to show weakness. Only by establishing a fearsome reputation would they ensure that passing merchants would obediently pay their tributes, thereby securing a more comfortable existence. The Qingfeng stronghold had not been established as long as other mountain lairs, and it was precisely the time to assert dominance. Damn it, this is real murder. Su Li, living on Blue Star, was witnessing such a bloody scene for the first time, his heart filled with trepidation, and his body trembling uncontrollably. A bandit beside him seized his arm and propelled him forward. Soon, the two factions clashed. The opposing forces appeared physically stronger than ordinary farmers, yet they lacked the fierce determination that characterized the bandits. The third leader, robust and imposing, led the charge, dispatching 2 foes with a single stroke. Under his command, the tide of battle swiftly turned in favor of the bandits, leaving Su Li with little opportunity to intervene. Before long, only 2 or 3 adversaries remained standing. That a middle-aged man, visibly shaken, called out respectfully towards the carriage. Lord Yang Dashing, these bandits are too powerful. Please lend us your assistance. As soon as he finished speaking, a vine shot forth from the carriage. With a crash, not only was the long knife shattered by this vine, but the third leader was also impaled, collapsing to the ground. From the carriage emerged a man clad in white. Chapter 2. The Slaying of the Cultivator. This is magic. That guy is a cultivator. The remaining bandits, including Su Li, were taken aback. Was this truly a cultivator of this realm? And what of that vine? What kind of existence was it that could penetrate iron with such ease? It was extraordinarily powerful. Yang Dashing surveyed the bandits with cold disdain. You insignificant bandits dare to rob from the Liu family? You shall all perish. With that, the peculiar vine zipped back into his hand, transforming into a long wooden staff that effortlessly dispatched 2 bewildered bandits in an instant. Witnessing the ease with which the man in white killed, Su Li felt a swell of fear. Could his meager spiritual energy truly contend with such an individual? What he had assumed would be a straightforward task from the system remained unfulfilled, the completion notification still absent. Caught in a dilemma, Yang Dashing had already locked onto Su Li, swinging the wooden vine in his direction. Danger! Su Li's body bristled with fear. Although he had learned the 5 elements Qi refinement technique, achieving the 2nd level of Qi refinement, he had no idea how to mobilize his spiritual energy in such a short time. Block it for me. In the face of life and death, Su Li poured all his strength into a punch directed at Yang Dashing. The latter smirked, dismissing the bandit as merely seeking death by trying to challenge him. Yet, just as he anticipated that this bandit would be impaled by his vine, an overwhelming force surged through his hand, causing the wooden vine to fly from his grasp. The punch, the size of a door, struck him squarely in the chest. In an instant, Yang Dashing felt his insides churn, as if they had been displaced. How is this possible? This power. You are a Qi refinement cultivator. Su Li had no time to respond, for the recent events had thrust him into a life-or-death experience. Seizing the moment, he delivered another punch. this time aimed at Yang Daxing's face. Yang Daxing, horrified, hastily gathered his spiritual energy to protect himself, yet he was still merely a fledgling cultivator, recently taken in by the Liu family and only slightly more adept than Su Li. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to wielding a basic magical artifact, the wooden vine, as a mere club. A soft explosion echoed. Yang Daxing's right hand was rendered useless, blood sprayed from his face as he toppled backward. The second level of Qi refinement. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly ordinary bandit was, in fact, a cultivator of higher rank than himself. Then Su Li witnessed dozens of white and green lights emanating from Yang Daxing's body. It's over. Lord Yang is dead. Lord Yang is dead. Everyone flee. The remaining Liu family lackeys, upon seeing Yang Daxing's demise, wasted no time in fleeing. You have slain a first-level Qi refinement cultivator, earning 100 bandit points. You have discovered 10 low-grade spirit stones. You have discovered a low-level magical artifact, wooden vine. You have discovered a first-grade gathering spirit pill. Ding! You have completed a successful robbery and become a qualified bandit. You have received the reward of basic spells from the 5 elements technique. You have comprehended the basic minor sand technique. You have comprehended the basic minor binding technique. You have comprehended the basic minor fireball technique. You have comprehended the basic minor metal finger technique. You have comprehended the basic minor water technique. As Su Li approached Yang Daxing's body, a flurry of notifications echoed in his mind. He was momentarily bewildered. System: what are bandit points? Upon binding with the strongest bandit cultivation system, the bandit shop will be unlocked, offering a variety of items for purchase using bandit points. Congratulations, Su Li. You have become a qualified bandit. Task issued: become the leader of Qingfeng's stronghold within 1 month. Task rewards: attain recognition from the strongest bandit cultivation system, max level technique, true spirit, and 500 bandit points. Task failure: the strongest bandit cultivation system will automatically disappear. Reading the information on the panel, Su Li shuddered. What was this? To become the leader of Qingfeng's stronghold in a month. If he failed, the system would vanish. Was this a cruel joke? Without the system, his unremarkable talents would only allow him to survive in obscurity. How would he ever dominate this foreign realm? A wise bird chooses its perch. Similarly, the system chooses its worthy master. If you cannot even secure a small stronghold like Qingfeng, how could you hope to cultivate the strongest bandit? Thus, Su Li, please complete the task issued by the system as swiftly as possible. While Su Li was lost in thought, the fleeing bandits had gradually returned, slowly surrounding him. Quick, tell me this is all a farce. It's too absurd. Su Ergo actually killed a Qi cultivator. This is a cultivator. Unbelievable. My heavens. Su Li really killed this cultivator. The bandits, upon rummaging through Yang Daxing's belongings and confirming his death, erupted in excitement. Their gazes towards Su Li transformed entirely. Su Li, are you a cultivator? Only a cultivator could defeat another cultivator in Tianyue Kingdom. This notion was regarded as an undeniable truth by both commoners and cultivators alike. Su Li nodded. To rapidly ascend to the position of leader of Qingfeng's stronghold, he needed to demonstrate greater strength. Thus, he concocted a story. Indeed, before coming to Qingfeng's stronghold, I was already a Qi cultivator. However, due to my practice going awry, my meridians were completely blocked and my spiritual energy dissipated, rendering me an ordinary person. Fortunately, the earlier lightning strike cleared my meridians, restoring me to nearly the second level of Qi refinement. The surrounding bandits gasped, stepping back several paces. The ranks of Qi refiners are not entirely unknown to them. The 3 leaders of the nearby Dawang village are indeed cultivators. The realm of Qi refinement is divided into 9 stages, with the pinnacle being the 9th level and the lowest the 1st. Yang San, one of the 3 leaders of Dawang village, is a first-level Qi refiner. Although he has just broken through and lacks any spells, he, as the formidable leader of the secular martial artists, expended all his strength to confront Yang San. Ultimately, Yang San, drained of spiritual energy, had no choice but to withdraw, thus safeguarding Qingfeng village from being annexed. Now, the sight of Su Li, a second-level Qi refiner, astonished them, particularly Wang Cheng, who had personally captured him and brought him to the mountain. Wang Cheng wore a bitter smile, contemplating that Su Li, whom he had abducted to Qingfeng village to thwart bandits, had now regained his strength. Would he seek vengeance against them? Wang Cheng and his companions were acutely aware of Su Li's thoughts. Had the original owner of this body obtained spiritual power, revenge would not have been out of the question. Yet, the former Su Li had vanished completely into the annals of time.as for him, burdened with the most formidable bandit cultivation system. It seemed that his fate was forever intertwined with that of bandits. Rest assured, although you forcibly took me to Qingfeng village and made me clean the latrines, it truly vexed me. The bandits were taken aback. Su Li continued, however, I was once timid. Only by becoming a bandit did I realize that life could indeed be so carefree. Haha, and I've made friends with you brave brothers. Seeing Su Li smile, the bandits felt a wave of relief wash over them. Now, go quickly and retrieve those carts and oxen. Understood, Su Gu. Due to the skirmish, the Liu family's carts and oxen had scattered some distance away. Following the traces, the bandits quickly recovered 3 ox carts and 1 horse cart. Su Gu. This cart contains grain, and this one too. My cart is also filled with grain. Haha, Su Gu, come quickly and see. We've struck it rich. The bandits appeared exceptionally exhilarated. The sheer quantity of goods they had seized might be the most valuable haul since the establishment of Qingfeng village. Curious, Su Li approached, followed closely by the other bandits. Upon opening the crates in the horse cart, an exquisite fragrance wafted forth. What? This is spiritual material, an entire cart of it. Living spiritual materials? The system prompt informed Su Li of the names of these spiritual materials. Spiritual materials are among the most precious entities in Tianyue country and the entire Tianqi continent. Living spiritual materials, though the lowest tier and not classified, are still worth their weight in gold, especially for a group of bandits who have yet to successfully cultivate. The bandits were elated. Their recent terror of being pursued by cultivators dissipated. They followed Su Li, driving the carts and bringing along the bodies of the 3 leaders and other bandits, marching back to Qingfeng village in a grand procession. Chapter 3. The leader of Qingfeng village, after a lengthy journey of an hour, Su Li, laden with spoils, finally returned to the village of Qingfeng. Along the way, the bandits showered him with flattery, eager to curry favor with the first cultivator of Qingfeng village. Gaining his goodwill would undoubtedly elevate their standing within the village. Hasten to report to the chief and the second in command. We have successfully intercepted a substantial amount of goods. The eyes of the guarding bandits gleamed with excitement at the sight of several carts brimming with treasures, enough provisions to sustain them for months. They promptly dispatched a messenger and opened the gates of Qingfeng village. As Su Li stepped into the village, he was soon met with the cacophony of shouts, groans, and the raucous sounds of gambling emanating from within. Hearing the commotion, the bandits inside swiftly emerged from their wooden huts, some bare-chested, clad only in trousers. Stop! Everyone halt! It has been reported that the third in command has returned from the raid with several carts of goods. We must go out and see. Several carts? Really? No way. Indeed. Just outside the hall. Before long, hundreds of bandits surged out of Qingfeng village, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the horse-drawn and ox-drawn carts. However, their excitement turned to shock upon noticing a cart filled with bodies, among which lay the unmistakable form of the third in command. Although he was not a martial master, the third in command had held his own against the chief for dozens of rounds, demonstrating a significant level of skill. Upon receiving word from the lookout, Chief Niu Meng and second in command Wu Yong emerged, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with arms as thick as a man's thigh and a scruffy beard. Niu Meng exuded a menacing presence. Wang Cheng, what is the meaning of this? Niu Meng's voice was sharp, causing Wang Cheng to tremble and hastily respond. Reporting to the chief, during the raid, we unexpectedly encountered cultivators among them. The third in command and several brothers were tragically slain by that cultivator. A man clad in a long blue robe stepped forward, exuding an air of scholarly demeanor. He was Wu Yong, the cunning strategist of Qingfeng village. If indeed a cultivator was present and the third in command has perished, how is it that you remain unscathed and manage to bring back these carts of goods? Speak. Have you surrendered to those individuals? This must be a ploy to undermine Qingfeng village. Wu Yong quickly discerned the gravity of the situation. The might of cultivators was undeniable. Their encounter would surely leave no survivors. Panic spread among the bandits as they exchanged anxious glances, while the lookout on the tower craned his neck, surveying the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Niu Meng's voice rose in anger. Wang Cheng, is there any truth to what the second in command has said? Wang Cheng, trembling in fear, fell to his knees, pleading, Chief, second in command, spare me. The reason we were able to seize such a bounty from that cultivator is entirely due to brother Su Li. Su Li? The chief and the deputy chief. Wang Dage spoke the truth. Su Li not only killed that cultivator, but is indeed a qi refining master. The remaining bandits chimed in, confirming Wang Cheng's words. Niu Meng and Wu Yong followed Wang Cheng's gaze, looking at Su Li nearby. Could this be the Su Ergu, who would rather clean latrines than venture out to rob? He is a qi refining master? Not only the chief and deputy chief were stunned, but even the other bandits were taken aback. The entire Qingfeng village fell silent. Ha ha ha, if Su Ergu can become a cultivator, then I must be a high-level qi refiner. Ha ha ha. I too believe it is utterly impossible. Just by looking at Su Ergu's pathetic demeanor, he could live 8 more lifetimes and still not succeed. Chief, Deputy Chief, I believe Wang Cheng and the others must have secretly surrendered to the authorities or to those immortal families. They are saying this to deceive us, and come nightfall, They will quietly open the village gate for those people and annihilate our Qingfeng village. Yes, they must be living in fear, betraying us. The surrounding bandits stepped forward, preparing to subdue Wang Cheng and the others. Huh, just you? Having seen enough of the show, Su Li no longer hesitated. Channeling his spiritual energy, he gently shook it, sending the two bandits who approached him flying several yards away. This is spiritual power. Su Li is truly a cultivator. Muscle strength alone cannot exert such tremendous force. As a worldly martial artist, Niu Meng had recently fought against the cultivator Yang San from the Big King village, so he was naturally familiar with such power. He recognized it at a glance. A cultivator. Su Ergu is indeed a cultivator. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Some bandits still did not believe it. After all, they had bullied Su Li in the past. If Su Li truly became a cultivator, how could they continue to survive in Qingfeng village? Clinging to their luck, they attempted to strike again. But, as expected, they were once more knocked down to the ground. Everyone stop. As others attempted to advance, Niu Meng reprimanded them. He approached Su Li and asked, Su Li, have you truly become a qi refining master? Su Li released his spiritual power, equivalent to that of a second-level qi refining master, and said, Chief, it is indeed true. I am a qi refining master. Excellent. Niu Meng exclaimed, turning to announce, let us prepare a grand feast. Tonight, Qingfeng village shall not return until we are inebriated to welcome Su Li. The chief spoke correctly. Let us celebrate Su Li. Wu Yong also stepped forward, smiling, wishing to cover up the previous misunderstanding. With the chief and deputy chief's approval, no bandit dared to act recklessly, and everyone cheered, eager to welcome Su Li into the main hall of Qingfeng village. However, Su Li paused and said, let us not rush into the welcoming feast. Chief, deputy chief, Su Li wishes to ask a question. When Qingfeng village was first established, were the village rules not still valid? Wu Yong's heart sank. He tentatively asked, what does Brother Su refer to? Whoever becomes a cultivator first shall be the chief of Qingfeng village. With a swift motion, the Qingfeng stronghold fell into a profound silence once more. All eyes turned towards Niu Meng, whose expression darkened significantly. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. Indeed, when my brothers and I established Qingfeng stronghold, we set forth the rules. The first among us to attain the status of a cultivator shall become the leader. However, there is an additional stipulation. The leader must also earn the recognition of the other brothers within the stronghold. To become the chief of Qingfeng stronghold is a matter of utmost significance, as it pertains to the very existence of the system. No matter the circumstances, Su Li was determined to claim this position. Yet, he pondered how one might attain the approval of the other brothers. Su Li had resolved that should the chief attempt to obstruct him, he would not hesitate to assert his dominance through strength. Chapter 4. The chief. We ventured into the mountains as outlaws, living with our lives hanging by a thread. The brothers of Qingfeng stronghold only respect the strong, Niu Meng explained. It is quite simple. You must defeat me. Very well, Chief Niu Meng. I hereby formally challenge you. Su Li acknowledged. He understood that Niu Meng, as a worldly martial artist, possessed formidable combat skills and immense strength, yet he felt compelled to fight. Chief, let us not damage our camaraderie. Wu Yong interjected, sensing the tension between them. This duel will only result in losses for Qingfeng stronghold. Rest assured, second chief. I will exercise restraint, Niu Meng declared, before charging fiercely towards Su Li. Only cultivators can vanquish fellow cultivators, and that is contingent upon a cultivator's adept use of spiritual energy and the execution of spells. Yet this young man, who had only recently become a cultivator, dared to provoke him for the position of chief. Such insolence could not be tolerated. Niu Meng was no stranger to combat against cultivators, and he was determined to teach Su Li a lesson. With a powerful strike, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the mighty fist. His towering frame, over 2 meters tall, and his massive fists, imbued with overwhelming power, surged towards Su Li like a formidable bull. Come at me. Su Li did not retreat, but instead countered. Drawing upon his previous experiences in channeling spiritual energy, he skillfully gathered power comparable to that of a second-layer qi refinement practitioner in his right fist and struck towards Niu Meng. Su Li, do not meet him head-on. Wu Yong cautioned. He was acutely aware of the ferocity of Niu Meng's mighty fist, capable of obliterating a beast with a single blow. Even Yang San from the rival stronghold dared not face it directly. Should Su Li be harmed, the hopes of Qingfeng stronghold would be irrevocably dashed. Bang! Alas, fate is capricious. Su Li's fist collided with Niu Meng's in a thunderous clash. The outcome was unexpected. Niu Meng staggered backward for several paces before regaining his balance, while Su Li remained steadfast. Though his internal organs churned violently, he gazed at Su Li in disbelief. Such incredible strength. Su Li, are you not merely a first-layer qi refinement practitioner? When did I ever claim to be merely a cultivator of the first level of qi refinement? Su Li chuckled. Allow me to enlighten you. I am now comparable to a cultivator of the second level of Qi refinement. The second level of Qi refinement. It is widely acknowledged that Qi refinement comprises 9 levels, with each breakthrough resulting in a significant enhancement of spiritual energy. It is no exaggeration to assert that even 2 cultivators of the first level would struggle to overcome a single cultivator of the second level, even without the use of spells. Upon hearing of the second level of Qi refinement, the mountain bandits, aside from a few who had previously bullied Su Li, were filled with excitement. Haha, our Qingfeng stronghold finally has its own Qi refiner, and a second level one at that. Su De Gu is formidable, Su De Gu is magnificent. Observing the bandits' fervor, Su Li seized the moment to address their leader. So, shall we continue the fight? What transpired earlier was merely a momentary advantage against Niu Mang. It hardly qualifies as a victory. Niu Mang rubbed his chest, still feeling the ache. Despite his straightforward and brash nature, he saw no need to provoke further conflict. A second-level Qi refiner was beyond his capability to contend with, yet admitting defeat before so many brothers was a daunting task. Witnessing Niu Mang's discomfort, Wu Yong hurriedly stepped forward. Wu Yong pays respects to the great leader. The other bandits followed suit, respectfully proclaiming, "We pay respects to the great leader." With a sigh, Niu Mang also stated, "Niu Mang pays respects to the great leader." Congratulations, host. You have become the great leader of Qingfeng Stronghold, fulfilling the great leader's task. Successfully recognized by the Supreme Stronghold Cultivation System, you have obtained the ultimate technique, True Spirit, and 500 leader points. Congratulations, host. The Level 1 Leader's Marketplace has been unlocked. You may proceed to explore it. Upon hearing the voice resonating in his mind, Su Li was filled with exhilaration. He had finally attained recognition from this peculiar system, and even his title had changed. The Supreme Stronghold Cultivation System. From this moment forth, Su Li would soar like a dragon in the vast ocean. Brothers of the Mountain Bandits, today I, Su Li, have the honor of becoming the great leader of Qingfeng Stronghold. Here, we are all brothers. I shall wipe the slate clean of past grievances. As long as we unite for the stronghold, I assure you, as long as I, Su Li, have food to eat, no brother shall go hungry. Moreover, rest assured, today will not mark the pinnacle of Qingfeng Stronghold. Rather, it will herald a new beginning. Some bandits, filled with regret, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Su Li's words. Long live the great leader. Long live the great leader. Having just ascended to the role of great leader of Qingfeng Stronghold and received several carts of goods, all but the watchful bandits were celebrating joyously in the stronghold's hall. With the spiritual energy of the second level of Qi refinement nourishing his body, the ordinary wine of Qingfeng Stronghold held no effect on Su Li. After indulging in drink with several mountain bandits, the others finally began to restrain themselves. Seizing an opportunity, Su Li feigned discomfort, claiming he needed to return to his quarters, where he was escorted by Wu Yong and a few brothers. As soon as the person departed, Su Li immediately activated the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Level 1 Great Chief Shop. Ding. Reminder to the host, there is a full-level martial arts spirit available for fusion. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? A full-level martial arts spirit. Although Su Li was uncertain of its exact purpose, the notion of it being at full level assured him that it must possess significant value. He promptly consented to the system's fusion request. Fusion of the full-level martial arts spirit in progress. True to its full-level status, the fusion took a substantial half an hour. At last, Su Li heard the familiar, crisp, mechanical voice of the system. Fusion of the full-level martial arts spirit successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the full-level martial arts spirit. Your current comprehensive cultivation level is Qi Refining Stage 2. You have unlocked the first automated cultivation position for martial arts and the first automated practice position for spells, enabling you to instantly learn any beginner martial arts or spells. Automated martial arts cultivation position consumes spirit stones or energy level elixirs, assisting the host in automatically operating martial arts for cultivation, increasing the speed of cultivation tenfold. Automated spell practice position consumes spirit stones or energy level elixirs, assisting the host in automatically practicing the trajectory of spells, increasing the speed of practice tenfold. Tenfold automatic cultivation, tenfold automatic practice, instant learning of beginner martial arts and spells. Haha, traversing through a novel, full level, it truly does not deceive me. Su Li was ecstatic, and before him appeared an information panel. Name, Su Li, identity, Great Chief of Qingfeng Village, village rank, level 1, chief points, 600, age, 18, comprehensive cultivation, Qi Refining Stage 2. Comprehensive cultivation talent, mediocre cultivation talent with pseudo-spiritual roots in the 5 elements, spiritual roots, metal root 5, wood root 6, water root 4, fire root 2, earth root 4. Martial arts, note, 1 automated cultivation position available with Spirit Technique Level 1-0. Fire Spirit Technique Level 1-0. Water Spirit Technique Level 1-0. Earth Spirit Technique Level 1-0. Metal Spirit Technique Level 1-0. Spells. Note. 1 automated practice position available. Beginner Sand Technique. Entry. Beginner Binding Technique. Entry. Beginner Fireball Technique. Entry. Beginner Metal Finger Technique. Entry. Beginner Water Technique. Entry. Weapon. Wooden Spirit Vine. Beginner Artifact. Special Fusion. Martial Arts Spirit. Full level. The host possesses a first-grade Gathering Spirit Pill and 10 pieces of inferior Spirit Stones. Would you like to use the corresponding Spirit Stones for automated cultivation and practice? Determined. Suli opted to utilize the first-grade Gathering Spirit Pill for the automated cultivation of the Wood Spirit Technique and 3 inferior Spirit Stones for the automated practice of the Beginner Binding Technique. Without any hesitation, he embraced his new journey in this world of cultivation, prioritizing the enhancement of his strength above all else. Regarding the choice of the Wood Spirit Technique and the Minor Binding spell, it is attributed to the singular magical artifact in his possession, the Wood Spirit Vine, which is inherently of the wood attribute. He discovered that harnessing the power of the wood spirit to activate the vine yielded optimal results. Furthermore, the system provided a prompt indicating that the wood spirit vine could be effectively combined with the elementary minor binding spell, amplifying its potency. Following the system's guidance, Suli consumed a spirit gathering pill, clutching a low-grade spirit stone in his hand. With the system's assistance, the immense spiritual energy from the stone surged violently into his body. Technique Auto Training Slot 1. Wood Spirit Technique is currently under automatic cultivation, 01. Current remaining energy can sustain automatic training for 1 day. Anticipated breakthrough to the second layer of this technique. Spell Auto Practice, Slot 1. Elementary Minor Binding Spell is currently under automatic practice, 01. Current remaining energy can sustain automatic training for 1 day. Anticipated proficiency breakthrough to the minor success realm. Suli felt as though he were on the verge of combustion. Yet, after a brief moment, his body returned to its normal state. The pain subsided, and the effects of alcohol dissipated significantly. Observing the newly added system panel, excitement coursed through him as he clicked eagerly. However, upon viewing the meager offerings in the shop, he was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth were these items? Level 1 Elder card, Level 1 Bandit card, with Spirit Technique, Earth Spirit Technique, Elementary Minor Binding Spell, Elementary Minor Sand Technique. The absence of divine techniques or artifacts, which one might expect from other systems, was disheartening. These worthless items were not only scarce, but exorbitantly priced. The Elder card required 500 Bandit points. The Bandit card demanded 100 Bandit points, and he already possessed the elementary techniques and spells. What use could they possibly serve? System, come out here. Host, please remain calm. No individual, no matter how formidable, can last forever. The Supreme Bandit Cultivation System is designed to assist the host in establishing a powerful stronghold. The items within the shop are exclusively prepared for the host's subordinates. Moreover, as the host acquires more abilities, the shop will refresh with a greater variety of items, increasing in strength. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Suli nearly succumbed to despair. To think that the bandit points he had painstakingly earned were solely for the use of those bandits in his stronghold. He felt a deep sense of frustration. From the original memories, he recognized that these bandits were largely hedonistic and lacked discipline. In the event of an assault by officials or cultivator families, they would undoubtedly face annihilation. Even more infuriating was the realization that, despite their affectionate calls for a leader, their loyalty was questionable. If he were to cultivate them, would they not ultimately betray him? However, upon observing the notes regarding the Elder and Bandit training cards, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Level 1 Bandit training card, an exclusive item for the Chief Bandit, applicable to subordinates with a loyalty rating above 80. Upon usage, the Bandit's spiritual absorption talent doubles. Once loyalty reaches 100, 1 chief point can be spent to lock in this status. After locking in, a Level 1 Bandit attribute panel is automatically generated. The host can view it at any time, granting the host absolute power over life and death. Level 1 Elder Training Card, an exclusive item for the Chief Bandit, applicable to subordinates with a loyalty rating above 80. Upon usage, the Bandit's spiritual absorption talent quadruples. Once loyalty reaches 100, 1 chief point can be spent to lock in this status. After locking in, a Level 1 Elder attribute panel is automatically generated. The host can view it at any time, granting the host absolute power over life and death. Lock in at 100 loyalty. Absolute power over life and death. Finally, I am no longer toiling in vain for these fellows. A smile crept across Suli's lips. Chapter 5. Level 1 Elder card. Having finally become the host of the most powerful Chief Bandit system, Suli explored its functionalities until the early hours of the morning, eventually drifting into a hazy slumber. Though he had become a Chi cultivator, his time in this new state was brief. His spiritual energy had yet to thoroughly nourish his body, leaving him rather vulnerable to fatigue, just like an ordinary person. The following noon, Su Li was slowly awakened by a commotion outside his door. Upon opening it, he found Niu Meng and Wu Yong standing there. Rather than feeling irritated at the disturbance, he felt a surge of excitement. After a night of research, he had uncovered yet another feature of the most powerful chief bandit system, investigation. By expending one chief point, he could investigate others, discerning their realm, age, spiritual roots, special talents, and all other pertinent information. However, two prerequisites were necessary. First, the subjects must be his subordinates. Second, the individuals being investigated must be entirely open and defenseless. Boss Niu, Boss Wu, you have arrived at just the right moment. I have acquired a secret technique that can determine whether you possess spiritual roots and your potential for cultivation. Although Niu Meng and Wu Yong initially sought Su Li for a matter of importance, they could not suppress their excitement upon hearing the word cultivation, despite their previous status as leaders of Qingfeng village. Then we shall trouble the chief bandit. Not at all. Boss Niu shall go first. Su Li gestured for Niu Meng to sit down. Do not harbor any defenses. Relax. He then placed his hand atop Niu Meng's head with an air of solemnity. Beep. Consuming one chief point. Investigation in progress. The system's notification resonated. Soon, lines of text began to materialize within Su Li's mind. Niu Meng identity. Bandit of Qingfeng village loyalty. 81 realm. None. Mortal martial master. Capable of unleashing strength comparable to a Qi layer 1 cultivator. Spiritual root. Earth spiritual root. 28 spiritual body. Ordinary earth spiritual body remarks. In his youth, prolonged high-intensity physical training resulted in his spiritual root being obstructed by muscle, rendering him incapable of cultivating qi to generate spiritual energy. To Su Li's astonishment, Niu Meng was indeed an earth spiritual body. Su Li gazed in astonishment at the information before him, then turned to observe the robust figure of Niu Meng, whose muscular physique indeed suggested the possibility of obstructing the spiritual veins. Niu Meng, I inquire, did you not begin practicing the Niu family's martial arts from a young age? Niu Meng looked at Su Li with curiosity and nodded. How did the chief know? Su Li continued. Did you not also once practice the qi refinement technique? Niu Meng was further taken aback. The Niu family, once a prestigious lineage in the secular martial arts world, had never lacked wealth or reputation. His father had once expended great resources to invite a celestial master from the mountain gates to guide him in his initiation. Alas, after several years, he had failed to manifest any spiritual energy, and the master departed in disappointment. How do you know, chief? Su Li explained, your internal spiritual veins are severely obstructed, and there are unmistakable signs of spiritual energy impact. Such matters cannot elude my notice. Wu Yong felt a surge of joy. He had inquired about Su Li from Wang Cheng and others the previous day and learned that this newly appointed chief was not merely a novice in qi refinement, but rather someone who had sustained injuries in the past, becoming an ordinary person, only to regain his former prowess after being struck by a bolt of lightning. Chief, can Niu's injuries be remedied? Niu Meng, being a close confidant, was well aware that he had once been detected to possess a spiritual root by the celestial master, which was quite remarkable. Otherwise, the master would not have spent years teaching him. Su Li furrowed his brow and summoned the system. System. Is there a solution to Niu Meng's predicament? Host. The level 1 elder card available in the chief's marketplace possesses the capability to unblock meridians and enhance cultivation talent. Niu Meng, with a loyalty rating of 81, meets the eligibility criteria for use. The level 1 elder card required a hefty expenditure of 500 chief points. Su Li felt a pang in his heart. He had barely warmed up to his position and was already compelled to spend such a trivial injury. The chief could not only remedy, but could also assist Niu Meng in cultivating spiritual power. The original Su Li had been Tu Na Vi in Qingfeng village, and he needed to reverse that perception. Otherwise, the nearly 100 inhabitants of Qingfeng village would not be easily swayed. He must seize significant benefits to rapidly accumulate prestige. Niu Meng's eyes sparkled with hope. Chief, is this truly the case? Years ago, the Niu family had incurred the wrath of an immortal family, resulting in their annihilation. Despite reporting to the authorities, no official had intervened to punish the villains. They even aided the culprits in leading him into a trap. Had it not been for his cunning and the strength of a martial master, he would have long since been a mere corpse in a grave. He yearned for vengeance. Yet, a qi refiner was no match for a martial master. Therefore, the ability to cultivate immortality had become Niu Meng's lifelong aspiration. Su Li nodded. Niu Meng suddenly knelt before him, as if clutching at a lifeline, and implored, Chief, I beseech you to act. The sight of a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face, was exceedingly awkward. Ding, Niu Meng's loyalty is soaring. Observing the burly man before him, Su Li exchanged for a level 1 elder card. After all, it was intended for his band of mountain bandits. It mattered not to whom it was given. System. Level 1 Elder Card, designated for use by Niu Mang. The generation of the Elder Card is underway, automatically detecting the host bandit, Niu Mang's spiritual root talent, successfully creating an exclusive cultivation technique. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Qi Refinement Technique, Earth Technique, exclusive to Niu Mang. Within the marketplace, the Elder Card has evolved to produce personalized cultivation techniques tailored to the user, facilitating swifter advancement in their training. Compared to ordinary techniques, these exclusive methods significantly surpass those of practitioners of the same realm. The system is a closely guarded secret, and the host wishes to keep it confidential. Su Li pretended to enter the inner chamber, and in the next moment, a scroll of Qi Refinement Technique materialized in his hand. Niu Mang. This is a scroll of the Earth Technique, which my family fortuitously acquired during their own training. It resonates deeply with you. Take it and practice diligently, and soon you shall cultivate spiritual energy and become a Qi refiner. Niu Mang cautiously accepted the Earth Technique, feeling a twinge of anxiety within. After all, despite previous guidance from immortal masters, he had yet to succeed in refining Qi. Should Niu Mang be fortunate enough to become a practitioner, he would undoubtedly brave any danger for the sake of the chief. Observing Niu Mang's loyalty soar to 90, Su Li mused that the investment of 500 points for the chief was well worth it. Nearby, Wu Yong felt a surge of ambition. If Su Li had a means to assist Niu Mang in his cultivation, what about him? Noticing the hopeful glimmer in Wu Yong's eyes, Su Li spent another point to examine his situation. Alas, the minuscule chance did not favor Wu Yong. Wu Yong identity. Bandit of Qingfeng Village loyalty. 80 spiritual root. Hidden spiritual root cultivation level. None. What is a hidden spiritual root? Niu Mang inquired. Wu Yong, having been a steward's assistant in his 20s and having interacted with numerous Qi refiners, had heard of such things. Though the notion of possessing a hidden spiritual root left him somewhat disheartened, he explained to Niu Mang, in the Great Moon Kingdom, true spiritual root bearers are 1 in 10,000, yet those with hidden spiritual roots number no more than 4 or 5,000. However, a hidden spiritual root is not considered a genuine spiritual root, making the path to becoming a Qi refiner exceedingly arduous. Su Li interjected. While it is true that hidden spiritual roots cannot directly cultivate techniques, it is not entirely impossible. With certain opportunities, a hidden spiritual root can indeed transform into a true spiritual root. Wu Yong, filled with determination, asked, Chief, what exactly do you mean by opportunities? Chapter 6. The Great King Village Living Spiritual Materials. Su Li articulated, indeed. Even the prolonged use of living spiritual materials does not guarantee that a hidden spiritual root will evolve into a true spiritual root. It also requires a measure of fortune. After utilizing living spiritual materials, a hidden spiritual root may generate a spiritual root known as an acquired spiritual root. However, acquired spiritual roots pale in comparison to innate spiritual roots. Many who possess acquired spiritual roots remain trapped in the Qi refinement stage for their entire lives, unable to break through. Wu Yong's eyes dimmed slightly. He had heard of living spiritual materials, but lamented their difficulty. Each use costs over 100 spirit stones, with a success rate of less than 20%. Witnessing Wu Yong's despondency, Su Li continued, Wu Yong, fret not too much. Our family's strength has yet to reach its zenith. Perhaps in the near future, I may assist you in cultivating a spiritual root. Su Li did not exaggerate. For among the several carts of goods intercepted yesterday, the system had indicated that one cart contained materials for nurturing spiritual beings. However, the method of utilization required further investigation. Thank you, Chief Xia. Wu Yong expressed his gratitude. If Niu Mang could cultivate spiritual power akin to that of the chief, it would greatly substantiate the likelihood of his promise to help him develop a spiritual root. Su Li inquired, by the way, you two chiefs, in your haste to find me, is there something pressing? It was only then that Niu Mang and Wu Yong recalled their urgent matter. Chief, to the northeast of our Qingfeng village lies a bandit stronghold known as Dawangzhai. This Dawangzhai has long harbored intentions of annexation. Recently, Yang San, the third chief of Dawangzhai, came to our door to provoke us, demanding a protection fee, or else threatening to annihilate us. Fortunately, Chief Niu temporarily repelled Yang San with his martial prowess. However, I fear Dawangzhai will not relent, so we must prepare accordingly. Su Li harbored some recollections of Dawangzhai from the original host's memories, sensing its intent to devour Qingfeng village. Especially after Yang San became a cultivator, his ambitions became ever more apparent. Just as Su Li was about to speak, a crisp mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! How can the illustrious Qingfeng village tolerate provocations from such petty bandit strongholds? Quest alert. Eliminate Dawangzhai within 1 month. Quest rewards. Blueprint for a level 1 spiritual pool and level 1 reconnaissance. Quest failure. Automatic cultivation techniques and spell practice slots will be unusable for 6 months. Level 1 Spiritual Pool. Upon successful construction according to the blueprint, it is highly likely to enhance the cultivation of those with latent spiritual roots and accelerate the gestation process. Level 1 Reconnaissance. An advanced version of the reconnaissance skill. Useful for discerning the types of invisible spiritual roots among the bandits under the host's command, thereby determining the optimal methods for fostering acquired spiritual roots. Haha. Level 1 Reconnaissance. Level 1 Spiritual Pool. Truly a stroke of divine assistance. Su Li's face glowed with delight. Initially troubled by the development of Qingfeng Village, given the rarity of those with spiritual roots, he felt that he alone could not deter the authorities should they decide to suppress bandits. However, the situation had transformed. With the Level 1 Reconnaissance and Level 1 Spiritual Pool, as long as they eradicated Duangzhai, a bright future awaited Qingfeng Village. Chief! Niu Meng and Wu Yong gazed at Su Li, who was laughing for no apparent reason, feeling a chill run down their spines. Could it be that the chief was a fool? Su Li then snapped back to reality, cleared his throat, and declared, "Humph. Duangzhai has gone too far. This time, we shall ensure they pay dearly. Now, tell me the specifics regarding Duangzhai." Yes. Wu Yong nodded and continued. The Doang village is situated over 40 miles from our Qingfeng village. It has existed on the Bailey Ridge for more than 5 years, but its true rise only began 2 years ago. Initially, Doang village, like Qingfeng village, had no cultivators, and even the Xiaoxuanfeng mountain bandits had united with other bandit factions to threaten its gates. The annihilation of Doang village seemed imminent. Yet it was during this critical juncture that a cultivator unexpectedly emerged from within, not only repelling the attacks of the other bandits, but also decisively slaying the cultivators from the Xiaoxuanfeng mountain bandits, subsequently absorbing their forces. It is said that this individual was the second in command of Doang village, known as Yang Er. However, Yang Er seemingly chose not to further trouble the surrounding bandit factions and soon vanished from sight. Later, news arose that the chief of Doang village, Yang Da, had become a qi refining master. Moreover, just last month, Yang Sen also cultivated his spiritual energy and attained the status of a qi refining master. Presently, Doang village boasts 3 qi refining masters. Among them, Yang San is the weakest, having just broken through, while the chief Niu is adept in the Niu family's martial arts, which may afford him some resistance. Following him is Yang Da, presumably at the second level of qi refinement. The most formidable is the enigmatic Yang Er, whose true strength remains elusive. However, based on his prowess 2 years ago when he effortlessly dispatched a second-level qi refining cultivator from Xiaoxuanfeng, it can be inferred that he is at least at the early or even late stages of the third level of qi refinement. Furthermore, Doang village is supported by over 100 robust bandits, and the fortitude of their stronghold is far superior to that of Qingfeng village. Even in the entirety of Bailey Ridge, they rank among the top 3. Chief, this is the information we currently possess. Su Li scrutinized Wu Yong, recognizing him as the mastermind of Qingfeng village, who had meticulously gathered intelligence on the enemy's situation. Doang village indeed presents a formidable challenge. Wu Yong, you have done well. Continue to dispatch scouts to investigate Doang village. The moment there are any updates, especially concerning those 3 cultivators, report to me immediately. Understood. With that, Wu Yong took his leave. Niu Meng, return swiftly to comprehend the martial techniques. This will bolster our confidence when facing Doang village. Understood, Chief. Niu, there is one more matter. How many spirit stones do we currently possess in Qingfeng village? The Tianyue kingdom has been in turmoil for an extended period, and its currency has long ceased to be hard currency. Particularly in territories governed by several major sects, it has become a no-man's land, where ordinary farmers, common landlords, and wealthy merchants regard spirit stones as essential commodities. Consequently, bandits occasionally manage to seize some spirit stones. Reporting to the chief, our village currently holds over 60 inferior spirit stones in the treasury, and the brothers possess varying amounts as well, conservatively estimating. The total should not be less than 150. 150. This revelation astonished Su Li. Niu, I am in the process of restoring my strength and require a substantial quantity of spirit stones. Can you arrange to borrow the spirit stones from our brothers? I assure you that I will return them double. As the sole qi refining master of Qingfeng village, your strength equates to the strength of our village. I will speak to them. They will undoubtedly lend their spirit stones. Please wait a moment. Chief, I shall return shortly. After Niu Meng finished speaking, he hurriedly rushed towards the residences of the other bandits. An hour later, a total of 160 low-grade spirit stones, along with a mixed essence elixir, specifically a first-grade gathering spirit pill, was delivered into Su Li's hands. In the King's stronghold, use the minor earth fall technique for me. With a commanding shout, the ground, which had been solid just a moment ago, suddenly caved in. Haha, thanks to your guidance, Brother Yang Air, I have finally mastered the minor earthfall technique. In the Qingfeng stronghold, Niu Mang declared, you wait for me. I will ensure your defeat. You shall neither live nor die. The practitioner of the spell was Yang San. Ever since his defeat at Qingfeng stronghold, he had finally acquired a technique of the earth attribute. Yang Air nodded, saying, indeed, Brother San, your talent is extraordinary. In just half a month, you have managed to cast this technique. I believe it won't be long before you reach the intra-level realm. At that time, even against an average second-layer Qi refiner, you will have the strength to contend. Haha, I will not disappoint your expectations, Brother Yang Air. Yang San's heart was ablaze with fervor. The technique he had learned was not merely an ordinary single-attribute spell, but one that resonated remarkably with his earth-water attribute, allowing him to unleash even greater power. Seemingly sensing Yang San's thoughts, Yang Air warned, Brother San, Brother Yang Da is currently in seclusion. It would be best not to stir up trouble until he emerges. I understand, brother, Yang San replied, though he had already made up his mind. He could not wait a moment longer for revenge against Qingfeng stronghold. Chapter 7. Breakthrough. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The wood spirit technique has automatically cultivated for a day, successfully breaking through to the second layer of Qi refinement. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The minor binding technique has automatically practiced for a day and has reached the minor achievement realm. Continuing cultivation of the wood spirit technique, consuming 20 low-grade spirit stones. Automatic cultivation in progress. Continuing cultivation of the minor binding technique, consuming 6 low-grade spirit stones. Automatic cultivation in progress. In the deep of night, Suli exhaled a breath of turbid air. Having just broken through with the wood spirit technique, he felt a warm surge of power coursing through him. With the minor binding technique reaching minor achievement, not only had his understanding of the spell deepened, but his bodily memory of executing the technique had also reached a remarkable level of coherence. Minor binding technique, manifest for me. With a gentle command from Su Li, it felt as though he had executed it countless times. Spirit energy surged forth, intertwining with the wooden spirit vine in his hand. The vine seemed to come alive, shooting out with a whistle, and astonishingly pierced through the door. This power, it seemed, far exceeded that displayed by the cultivator from that day. Su Li felt immense joy. Having traversed into this foreign realm, his anxieties about his weak abilities gradually dissipated, replaced by the overwhelming spirit energy surrounding him and the vine in his grasp. The following day, as dawn broke, Su Li stepped out of the courtyard, prepared to thoroughly inspect Qingfeng Zhai. Although the original owner had spent some time in Qingfeng Zhai, his reluctance to engage in banditry had rendered the mountain thieves somewhat wary of him, restricting his access to many areas of the stronghold. Contrary to Su Li's memories from his previous life, Qingfeng Zhai was not situated atop a gentle hill, but rather nestled halfway up Qingfeng Mountain, with its main compound ingeniously constructed in the recessed section of the mountainside, making it a formidable fortress. It was said that Wu Yong, the resourceful fellow, had climbed numerous peaks before settling on this location. As Su Li continued his walk, he arrived at the main hall of Qingfeng Zhai, a spacious structure entirely constructed of wood, featuring a table that spanned at least 10 meters in length. This hall served as the venue for significant gatherings of the bandits, and in the absence of pressing matters, it became a place for merriment and gambling. With a creak, Su Li pushed open the door, revealing a dozen bandits sprawled haphazardly inside. He shook his head, accustomed to such scenes. During Wu Yong's tenure as the second-in-command, he had proposed reforms for Qingfeng Zhai, only to be met with resistance from the majority of the bandits. Most had turned to banditry out of desperation, fully aware that their lives hung by a thread. The dangers of their profession were ever present, with the threat of death looming from rival bandits, cultivation families, government officials, and even passing disciples on missions. The bandits had no reputation to speak of once the dust settled between the Tianyue kingdom and the sects, regardless of which side emerged victorious. They would become targets for eradication. Greetings, Chief. As Su Li ventured further, he encountered rudimentary dwellings made of wood and thatch, far less opulent than the chief's residence. Some early risers, tasked with preparing breakfast, greeted him without much reverence. Most were either forcibly taken to the mountain or were relatives of bandits. Bandits were universally reviled, and their existence was precarious. They had been compelled onto this path of no return, which naturally reflected in their demeanor, even towards the chief. Su Li nodded in acknowledgement. Choosing not to linger, he contemplated how, now that he had assumed the role of chief of Qingfeng Zhai, equipped with the most formidable bandit development system, he could initiate change within the stronghold. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the stronghold's gate. While the interior may have appeared modest, the entrance was impressively constructed, featuring towering walls and sturdy arrow towers flanking both sides. Chief, why are you up so early today? Approaching him was Wu Yong, who had just completed his morning patrol. Addressing Su Li with utmost respect, Since the establishment of Qingfeng, he had consistently inspected the entrance at dawn and dusk, unwavering in his commitment. Even the guards of the myriad bandit strongholds united in protest against the chief bandit, expressing their disbelief that merely guarding a dilapidated stronghold would serve any purpose. They questioned how, even in the presence of officials, a stronghold devoid of cultivators could possibly withstand any assault. Such efforts seemed utterly futile. Yet, regardless of the mounting pressure and whatever Niu Meng had to say, Wu Yong remained steadfast in his commitment to guard duty. Should no one else take on the responsibility, he would ascend the Arrow Tower himself, remaining there until he collapsed from exhaustion. It was only then that the chief and the third-in-command established a policy for round-the-clock vigilance at the stronghold's gate. Su Li, with a smile, declared, "Now that I am the chief of Qingfeng Stronghold, I must take responsibility for all my brothers here. The gate is vital for the security of the entire stronghold. Hence my visit to inspect the guards." Wu Yong felt a surge of emotion. Su Li's dedication to the stronghold far surpassed that of Niu Meng. "Rest assured, Chief. I shall personally oversee the gate and guarantee that no issues will arise." As Wu Yong's loyalty soared to 90 on the system panel, Su Li was momentarily taken aback. This was likely the only bandit in Qingfeng Stronghold, aside from Niu Meng, whose loyalty had reached such heights. "I naturally have complete confidence in the gate, but what about inside the stronghold?" Wu Yong asked. "Speak plainly, if you have something to say," Su Li urged. "The brothers in the stronghold are too disorganized and lack combat effectiveness. It would not take much for another bandit group to defeat us. Thus, I wish to reform the stronghold and train our soldiers to fortify our strength. What suggestions do you have, Wu Yong?" Wu Yong shook his head. This notion had crossed his mind since the inception of Qingfeng Stronghold. Unfortunately, banditry was akin to gambling with one's life. The daily routine of drinking, gambling, and robbing women was exhausting, and the idea of training seemed absurd. "Chief, it is a daunting task." Su Li smiled faintly. "What if I could devise a means for those with hidden spiritual roots to awaken their powers and become qi refiners? Would that be acceptable?" Wu Yong's eyes widened in astonishment. He was not merely a rustic bandit. Prior to ascending the mountain, he had served as a scribe for the officials. However, after offending a family of cultivators, his entire family had been slaughtered, leaving him no choice but to flee to the mountains. Though he had only a rudimentary understanding of cultivation, he was aware that those with spiritual roots were exceedingly rare, while those with hidden spiritual roots were somewhat more common. Especially since Su Li had only recently helped him identify his own hidden roots. Initially, he thought Su Li was jesting, but observing the earnestness in his expression, it was clear that there was a glimmer of hope. Wu Yong's breath quickened. Becoming a qi refiner was synonymous with immense power and longevity. Each breakthrough in cultivation expanded one's physical limits and extended one's lifespan. Who would wish to perish if they had the chance to live? "Chief, if this is indeed the case, surely more than 80% of the brothers will rally to your call." Su Li continued, "Moreover, I intend for Niu Meng to teach the brothers the Niu family's martial arts, to strengthen their physiques and enhance their capabilities. Qi refiners are not invincible, particularly those in the early stages of cultivation, as their spiritual energy is limited. Even if they can cast spells, they can only do so a few times before exhausting their reserves. The energy-depleted Qi practitioners are not vastly different from ordinary individuals. At most, they possess slightly more resilience due to the prolonged nurturing of their bodies by spiritual energy, yet they are not impervious to blades or bullets. Therefore, if half of the bandits in the stronghold could match the strength of Niu Meng, they would easily withstand several early-stage Qi practitioners. However, it is inconceivable. The Niu family's martial arts are a treasured family legacy, passed down internally and never shared externally. Niu's head of the family would never impart such knowledge." Wu Yong immediately dismissed the notion. Su Li countered, stating, "There is nothing impossible in this world. What if Niu's head of the family were to become a Qi practitioner?" Wu Yong suddenly realized, indeed, once he becomes a Qi practitioner, the significance of the family martial arts diminishes considerably. If that were the case, Qingfeng Stronghold could thrive. He gazed at Wu Yong, his eyes filled with newfound admiration. How had he not perceived this man's ambitions earlier? Su Li pressed on, declaring, "Wu, I wish to establish a troop camp within the stronghold, selecting the elite with latent spiritual roots among our ranks. Niu Meng would conduct martial training while you oversee the operations. We would regularly train the bandits, and once the stronghold becomes prosperous, we could procure materials to nurture their spiritual roots, distributing techniques to assist them in becoming Qi practitioners, forming the backbone of Qingfeng Stronghold and strengthening our community. What do you think? Qingfeng Stronghold could truly flourish. It could indeed prosper." Wu Yong, overwhelmed with excitement, knelt down, exclaiming, "I, Wu Yong, pledge to follow our esteemed leader through fire and water without hesitation." Su Li nodded, pleased to have made a promising start. "Excellent, Wu. Gather everyone in the stronghold's main hall this afternoon. I will assess their spiritual roots and announce the establishment of the troop camp. Understood. Wu Yong's eyes sparkled with determination as he began his preparations. Having served as a government scribe for several years and being well-read, he was not one to settle for mediocrity. Rather, he harbored grand ambitions. If he was to be a bandit, he aimed to be the strongest among them, instilling fear in others merely by the mention of their stronghold's name. For the past 2 years, however, due to Niu Mang's inaction and the overall decline of his fellow bandits, his lofty aspirations had been severely battered, teetering on the brink of dissolution. Then Su Li appeared, reigniting the flame of hope within him. Chapter 8. Establishing the troop camp. Su Li remained unaware of Wu Yong's ambitions. After all, he too had been reluctantly thrust into the role of a bandit. Who could have predicted his bewildering arrival in this world, bound to this absurd strongest stronghold development system? Given a choice, he would have preferred to linger within the ranks of the esteemed sects, gradually rising through the ranks as a minor practitioner. But the system would not permit such a course. Should he abandon this dark path, the system would likely sever its ties with him at once. How then could he survive in this tumultuous realm of cultivation? Thus, the stronghold must be established. If Qingfeng Stronghold could muster hundreds of practitioners, conjuring a storm of fireballs and countless vines, even those at the peak of Qi refinement or in the spiritual foundation realm would surely find themselves in disarray. After a midday meal, the bandits of Qingfeng Stronghold began to make their way to the stronghold's main hall one by one. Alas, one must ponder the erratic behavior of the newly appointed leader, convening meetings that merely squander our precious time. As the adage goes, a new official brings forth a fiery zeal, and this leader is no exception. Yet, in the sweltering heat of summer, why should his flames concern us? How absurd. You, who know illiterate as you are, I would much prefer to indulge in leisurely games of cards, for we would surely appreciate him more in such a scenario. Humph. Just yesterday, this leader allowed Niu Dongjia to seize the spiritual stones for his own gain, and today he summons us here, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. Indeed, though he holds the title of leader and is a practitioner of Qi refinement, should he provoke our ire, we shall unite against him and install a new chief. Su Li furrowed his brow, having overheard the various disparaging remarks from the bandits before he even set foot inside. Clearly, his reputation was far from stellar, and the loyalty of these individuals was alarmingly tenuous, threatening to oust him at the slightest provocation. However, having just broken through to the second tier of the wood spirit technique and having achieved a minor mastery of the entanglement technique, coupled with a rudimentary magical artifact, the wood spirit vine, he was unafraid to make an example of those who dared to challenge him. Silence, everyone! Wu Yong bellowed with all his might. Yet his influence paled in comparison to that of Niu Mang, yielding little effect. The chief has arrived, despite Wu Yong having a few loyal supporters. When Su Li approached the grand hall, the noise persisted, resembling a bustling marketplace. With a resounding thud, Su Li's fist, imbued with spiritual energy, struck the grand table, creating a gaping hole. Upon hearing this, the bandits finally ceased their clamoring. Wu Yong, please continue. Su, the formidable leader, commanded with unwavering authority. Wu Yong nodded, seemingly as if he had never before encountered Su Li. According to the chief's vision for the development of Qingfeng village, he intended to select 50 individuals from among them to form a battalion, personally trained by Niu Mang, to better safeguard our village. What nonsense is this about forming a battalion? We are bandits, are we not? Why should we adopt the practices of officials? The dissent was palpable. Absolutely not. We bandits seek freedom, not to be soldiers. If you wish to be one, by all means, but I shall not. Voices of opposition echoed vehemently, clearly expressing distaste for the very notion of military organization. Pray tell, what kind of training does this battalion entail? Training in the heat of summer and the cold of winter. No indulgence in wine or pleasures, strict obedience to orders. Wu Yong had barely finished when some bandits could no longer contain themselves. To hell with that. As a bandit, I seek freedom, not to be shackled by such regulations. You might as well kill me. Brothers, let us depart. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, rose abruptly, leading his subordinates to make their exit. The entirety of Qingfeng village, comprising nearly 100 individuals, was not a unified front, but rather a collection of disparate factions. For instance, this formidable figure, commonly referred to as Black Head, is one of the leaders. Were it not for Niu Mang's prowess as a martial artist, his immense strength would have been unable to subdue them. If a different chief were to take charge, would it mean we must relinquish our stronghold in Qingfeng? Brothers, let us march forth. We shall not endure this indignity. We shall seize what is rightfully ours. Humph, to openly defy the leader and disregard the clan's rules. What punishment is warranted? According to our regulations, the penalty is 10 lashes. Su Li scoffed coldly, and with a swift motion, he unleashed the wooden vine, which instantly ensnared the hefty Black Head, weighing over 200 pounds. With a gentle tug, Black Head was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, Su Li's wooden vine morphed into a long whip, striking Black Head with merciless precision. As a rudimentary magical artifact, the wooden vine was far beyond the capacity of a mere mortal like Black Head to withstand. Soon, his skin was torn and bloodied. In excruciating pain, Black Head pleaded for mercy, crying out, "Chief, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please, spare me." Su Li showed no mercy. After 10 lashes, Black Head had succumbed to unconsciousness. This scene left everyone in the hall utterly astonished. No one dared to step forward, not even Black Head's subordinates, who remained silent. What a formidable new chief. How ruthless he is. Is this the method of a chi refining master? Furthermore, that vine is terrifying. Could it truly be the legendary magical artifact? In Su Li's previous encounter with Niu Mang, he had barely revealed his terrifying prowess, leaving no indication of his true strength. Yet today, a mere vine had effortlessly toppled Black Head, who had put up no resistance whatsoever. This was indeed their true chief. Some bandits immediately submitted, while others were gripped by fear, and some bore fierce expressions but dared not act further. Almost all eyes were fixated on Su Li. Very well. Those who violate the clan's rules have been punished. Wu, please continue. Wu, having regained his composure, spoke up. The clan soldiers will be personally selected and registered by the chief. Those who demonstrate exceptional merit in the future, upon the chief's assessment, may utilize mystical materials provided by the clan to nurture their spiritual roots. Those with extraordinary talent will receive direct guidance from the chief in their cultivation. What? Did I hear correctly? Are you saying we can cultivate? Exclaimed a tall bandit. Us, mere mountain thieves, can cultivate? Surely, this is a deception. I have heard that becoming an immortal requires spiritual roots, which are exceedingly rare. How could we possibly cultivate? Wu, is this true? Are you not deceiving us? Are you merely painting a picture of false hope? Many bandits expressed their disbelief. Su Li, witnessing the excitement, voiced his thoughts. Those with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. 1 in 10,000. However, for those with hidden spiritual roots, the ratio is 1 in 2. Although hidden spiritual roots cannot directly cultivate techniques, I assure you, as your chief, that if you contribute sufficiently to our village, you will have the opportunity to utilize the spiritual materials here to nurture your bodies. There is a significant chance that you could transform your hidden roots into cultivable spiritual roots. Is this truly the case? Came a voice, filled with curiosity. Oh, now I understand. I can attest to the truth of the chief's words. I once worked as a laborer for those immortal families, where I witnessed children who initially lacked spiritual roots eventually become cultivators, transforming into chi refiners. Indeed, the chief and this brother speak wisely. As long as the right methods are employed, we mortals can also pursue immortality. The enduring legacy of immortal families is precisely due to such methods, is it not? Wu Yong immediately echoed. We are fortunate to have Su, the great chief, as the leader of our Qingfeng village. Immortal families, do they not possess a certain essence? The opportunity lies before us. By joining the village militia and earning merit, we could potentially become cultivators. The crowd stirred with anticipation. I wholeheartedly support the establishment of the militia. From this day forth, I, Niu Mang, vow to follow the great chief unto death. Following the voice, they turned to see Niu Mang, the head of the Niu family. I have met with the great chief, Niu Mang declared. Su Li inquired, have you succeeded? Niu Mang nodded. I have fulfilled my mission. Haha, splendid. At last, our Qingfeng village has its second cultivator. Su Li expressed his satisfaction as he regarded Niu Mang. The reason for his contentment was simple. Niu Mang's loyalty had astonishingly reached 100. According to the system's indication, a loyalty level of 100 signifies that as long as Su Li does not slaughter the other's parents or seize their spouse, they shall never betray him. And the system had generated Niu Mang's information panel. Turning to the assembly, Niu Mang proclaimed, let me share this with everyone. It is indeed the great chief's intervention that has allowed me to become a chi refiner. With that, he struck the ground with his fist, creating a significant crater in the stone-paved floor. Such power. The head of the Niu family has truly become a cultivator. The onlookers gasped. Although Niu Mang had always possessed great strength, he had never reached such heights. Remembering Wu Yong's earlier remarks, the mountain bandits felt a fire ignite within them, their eyes gleaming with ambition as they surged toward Wu Yong and Su Li. I, Wang Dagan, wish to enlist in the militia. I, Luo Long, also wish to join. Immortal families, do they not possess a certain essence? And I. Chapter 9. Exclusive Technique. Earth shatter upon learning of Niu Mang's ascension to a chi refiner, the mountain bandits of Qingfeng village. From the elderly of 60 to the children of 7, rushed to enlist. The recruitment for the militia proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Reporting to the great chief, as per your instructions, I have completed the information for everyone in Qingfeng village. Wu Yong produced a lengthy scroll and announced, among these individuals, There are 42 without hidden spiritual roots and 54 with hidden spiritual roots, alongside 2 who possess spiritual roots, totaling 98 individuals. After careful selection, 39 individuals with hidden spiritual roots meet the criteria for the Bandit camp, and an additional 11 robust individuals have been chosen from those without hidden spiritual roots to join the Bandit camp. The camp has been organized, and Niu Danjia is currently conducting the first night training. Haha, as expected of my strategist at Qingfeng camp, your efficiency is indeed commendable. Suli nodded. Having spent 98 points of bandit value, he finally completed the reconnaissance of all the bandits at Qingfeng camp. The outcome was neither particularly good nor bad. At least there were 2 with innate spiritual roots. One of these individuals, named Wang Cheng, was 20 years old and had accompanied Su Li on a robbery. The other was an orphan, nameless, but due to his exceptional talent in herding cattle and sheep with a bell, everyone called him Ding Dang. At 13, Ding Dang was at the prime age for cultivation and possessed commendable innate spiritual roots, with ordinary roots in earth, wood, and fire, among which his fire root had reached 25, almost rivaling that of Niu Mang. Wu Yong continued, Great Chieftain, should we extend special care to Wang Cheng and Ding Dang? Suli replied, No need. If they cannot endure the training at the bandit camp, even if they become cultivators, their achievements will be negligible. You may take your leave and train the bandits alongside Niu Mang. Within 5 days, I expect to see a transformed group of bandits. They must at least adhere to orders. Understood. After Wu Yong departed, Suli promptly examined the system. He had received a series of notifications in the afternoon, but had not had the opportunity to review them due to his focus on reconnaissance. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your bandit Niu Mang has successfully broken through to the first level of Qi refinement after using a level 1 Elder card. Loyalty detected at 100. Niu Mang's exclusive skill, Earth Strike, has been refreshed in the shop. Earth Strike, Niu Mang's exclusive skill, a non-ranked Earth attribute technique that briefly harnesses the power of the Earth for attack. The higher the realm, the stronger the Earth's force that can be summoned. Shop price, 1 chieftain point. System, can you function as a proper system? Even my bandit has received an exclusive skill, while I have not. Where does that leave my dignity as the great chieftain? Unfortunately, the system remained silent. Fortunately, he still possessed the fully leveled technique, True Spirit, which could automatically cultivate and practice spells, so he was disinclined to dwell on it further. After careful contemplation, Suli decided to use his final chieftain point to purchase Niu Mang's exclusive skill, for he was a person of complete loyalty. The stronger Niu Mang became, the more advantageous it would be for him. The following day, during his inspection of the bandit camp, Suli presented the exclusive skill scroll, Earth Strike, to Niu Mang. As soon as Niu Mang grasped the scroll and opened it, a familiar sensation surged within him, akin to the reunion with a long-lost relative. Though Niu Mang has attended school for a few years, he remains a rough individual, incapable of uttering refined words. Great leader, I assure you, I shall never betray you. Suli gestured for Niu Mang to compose himself, presenting several inferior spirit stones as he spoke. Although training the camp soldiers is arduous, you have ascended to the ranks of a cultivator. With spiritual energy nourishing your body, you need not rely on sleep for recuperation as ordinary individuals do. Meditation will restore your vitality. The practice of cultivation must never be abandoned. Niu Mang replied, Great leader, haha, old Niu comprehends. Having reached his 30s, he had grown accustomed to referring to himself as old Niu. Suli then inquired, How effective is Wu Yong's training? Wu Yong responded, reporting to the great leader. According to the standing orders you provided, cross-country charges and the foundational stance of the Niu family's martial arts. Initially, many camp soldiers were resistant. However, thanks to the esteemed reputation of the great leader over the past 2 years, the soldiers have persevered. Nevertheless, if training continues at this pace, Suli interrupted. As for you 2 leaders, I shall not concern myself with anything else, but those newly initiated into the camp must undergo rigorous training for half a month. Understood. Though Wu Yong was unfamiliar with this new training method, he had indeed observed significant changes among the bandits, particularly in discipline. Thus, 3 days passed. Under Niu Mang's rigorous drills and Wu Yong's strict demands, the bandits in the camp were undergoing the most crucial transformation of their lives. Meanwhile, Su Li's own progress had not stagnated. He had broken through to the 3rd layer of the wood spirit technique, and the minor entanglement technique had successfully reached its perfected state. In pursuit of diversifying his magical prowess, Su Li chose not to continue his automatic cultivation of the wood spirit technique or the minor entanglement technique. Instead, he focused his resources on the fire spirit technique and the minor fireball technique. The resources required to advance from the 3rd to the 4th layer of the wood spirit technique were substantial and time-consuming. Moreover, Su Li had felt that the minor fireball displayed the greatest might when casting other basic spells. Most importantly, Casting the minor fireball was as striking as witnessing Naruto unleash his Rasengan in the animated series. One midday, a flustered bandit attendant rushed in, exclaiming, "Great leader, trouble, trouble." Suli asked, "What has occurred?" The attendant replied, "Great leader, Yang San from the Great Wang stronghold has come with his men to our Qingfeng stronghold. And they are now outside the gate, challenging us. How fortuitous. While there are paths to heaven, he chooses to tread into hell." Suli had originally intended to wait until the training of the camp soldiers yielded results before launching an assault on the Great Wang stronghold to fulfill the task issued by the system. Yet, it appeared that Yang San had delivered himself directly to their doorstep. "Have you informed Neo and Wu?" The attendant nodded. "Messengers have been dispatched. They should be on their way back." Given that Qingfeng stronghold was situated on a mountainside, its terrain was narrow and unsuitable for training. Thus, Niu Meng had utilized the entirety of Qingfeng Mountain as the training ground during the day. "Excellent. Notify everyone to follow me to the stockade to confront the enemy." Suli led the bandits to the stockade entrance just as Niu Meng was returning with his men from the outer gate. Encountering Yang San and his crew from the Great King Stockade. "Oh, isn't this the notorious Niu Meng? What brings you here? Are you personally engaging in robbery now?" TSK, such a large entourage. "Have you received a substantial order?" Yang San provocatively remarked. Niu Meng retorted defiantly. "It seems someone has not yet learned their lesson and is itching for another round." At the foot of the stockade gate, the two groups of bandits stood face to face. In terms of numbers, the Great King Stockade had sent out no fewer than 70 men. Their presence slightly more formidable than that of the stockade soldiers. Chapter 10. Slaying Yang San. Niu Meng, you seek your own demise. Yang San's eyes blazed with fury. A profound humiliation for him. "Dare you face me in battle once more?" Niu Meng raised his gaze to Suli atop the stockade wall. The earth trembled beneath him, as if it had been prepared specifically for him. He felt he could defeat Yang San, yet feared provoking the Great King Stockade to mount an assault, jeopardizing the flourishing Qingfeng Stockade. After all, Yang San was a seasoned Qi practitioner, and his brother Yang Er was renowned for his prowess. Suli nodded subtly to Niu Meng. Encouraged by Su Li's gesture, Niu Meng exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Why would I hesitate? Today, I shall teach you how to spell death, and I will claim your Qingfeng Stockade." Yang San had long coveted Qingfeng Stockade, and if he could eliminate Niu Meng with his spells, seizing the stockade would be a mere formality. Meanwhile, Suli instructed the bandits within the stockade, relay the command. Once Niu Meng slays Yang San, all bandits, regardless of age or gender, must grab their weapons and charge forth. Leave no one from the Great King Stockade alive. Understood. Outside Qingfeng Stockade, both groups of bandits had cleared a significant space. After all, neither side was composed of ordinary men. A brawl could bring dire consequences. Yang San, adept at subtle tactics, raised his middle finger at Niu Meng and jeered, "Come here, Niu Meng." A provocation? Niu Meng charged forward without a hint of fear, fists raised. Yang San laughed heartily, believing his scheme to have succeeded. Niu Meng, you've fallen for my trap. Little soft earth technique." As Yang San's words echoed, the ground around Niu Meng suddenly softened, transforming from solid earth to yielding muck within a 1-meter radius. Niu Meng barely had time to react before he found himself half submerged. You've fallen victim to my little soft earth technique. Let us see how this old bull remains arrogant." Yang San cackled with glee. "Is this sorcery? Yang San possesses such a peculiar spell? This is disastrous. Great leader, you must act quickly, or Niu Meng may be in peril." The bandits atop the stockade wall panicked at the sight of Niu Meng ensnared. Su Lid Dao exclaimed, "What is the hurry? Now is not the time to act. Quickly descend and command everyone to arm themselves. Even if it's just a kitchen knife or a wooden stick, they must come prepared. When I give the order to charge, we must unleash the full might of Qingfeng stronghold." Understood. In the distance, Niu Meng remained unperturbed, calmly observing Yang San. Had it not been for the esteemed Su, the leader of the stronghold, and had he not ascended to the rank of Qi refinement, he might have indeed fallen to Yang San. But now, he sneered, "Do you think a mere trivial technique can ensnare me?" With a thunderous shout, Niu Meng's body, which had begun to sink, suddenly came to an abrupt halt. He then unleashed a powerful punch against the ground, effortlessly propelling himself skyward, charging directly towards Yang San. "Prepare to meet your end." The sheer force was overwhelming. "How is it possible that you, too, have become a Qi refiner?" In Yang San's eyes, Niu Meng appeared as a frenzied wild bull, instilling great terror within him. Trembling, he reached into his robe and withdrew a green talisman. "Niu Meng, do you think victory is assured? I will ensure your demise." Fireball Detonation Talisman, a small fireball technique sealed within a talisman by a talisman master, which, upon activation, explodes into a ball of spiritual fire, possessing immense destructive power, equivalent to half the strength of a direct release of the small fireball technique. Niu Meng had only recently broken through to qi refinement, having cultivated his spiritual energy for mere days. He was utterly incapable of withstanding the explosive force of the fireball talisman. In an instant, Su Li leaped down, brandishing the wooden spiritual vine that whipped through the air. Little binding technique. Meet your end. The fully developed little binding technique, combined with the power of the wooden spiritual vine, had grown to the size of an adult S-arm, capable of splitting into two based on the spiritual energy Su Li infused. That aura. There is another cultivator. Yang Sen panicked, sensing the imminent danger approaching from behind. Before the talisman could even take flight, the incoming wooden spiritual vine pierced through his body. No, it's impossible. As the fireball talisman detonated, Yang San was engulfed by flames. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain the Qi Refinement Level 1 Bandit Yang San of Dawang Stronghold, earning 100 Stronghold Leader Points. Simultaneously, Su Li witnessed a green beam of light and several white beams erupting from Yang San's body. Transmit my command. All brothers of Qingfeng Stronghold, charge forth. Kill. Kill. Upon hearing Su Li's command, the men within Qingfeng Stronghold flung open the gates, and dozens emerged wielding various weapons such as hoes and large knives. Outside the stronghold, Wu Yong rallied all the bandit soldiers to charge. The two waves of men surged forward like a torrential flood against the mountain bandits of Dawang Stronghold. The third master is dead. The third master is dead. What should we do? What should we do? It's over. How can this be happening? Though the 10 or so bandits of Dawang Stronghold wielded sharp weapons, the death of Yang San, the Qi refiner, sent them into disarray. Meanwhile, Su Li and Niu Meng were the first to plunge into the ranks of the mountain bandits. Wooden spiritual vine, split. The technique of minor entanglement, grant me death. Su Li once again unleashed the perfected minor entanglement technique. Two tendrils shot forth with a fierce whistle. The mountain bandits of the Great King's lair had yet to react when 4 or 5 of them were pierced through their bodies by the tendrils, dying instantly. Meanwhile, Niu Meng charged into the midst of the bandits, delivering a punch to each one, striking down his foes with relentless fury. Kill, kill, kill. The bandits of the Great King's lair were well-fed and robust, while those of the Clear Wind lair appeared thin and gaunt. In times past, even the execution of Yang Sen would have deterred them from charging forward, for in the face of bladed weapons, a single misstep could spell doom. Yet now, they found themselves compelled to engage in battle. The soldiers of the lair were taught that those who hesitated in the heat of combat would be cut down. Initially skeptical, they had come to trust their leader after days of rigorous training. One side surged with indomitable vigor, while the other's morale plummeted. Though the mountain bandits of the Great King's lair were strong and well-armed, their defeat was as swift as a landslide. Upon contact, the bandits of the Great King's lair faltered and began to flee in disarray. Spare those who surrender. Su Li commanded, dispatching 2 more bandits with a single strike. Cast down your weapons. Spare those who surrender. Cast down your weapons. Spare those who surrender. The entire assembly of the Clear Wind lair echoed his words, their voices resonating like thunder. The bandits of the Great King's lair, unaccustomed to such a display, hastily discarded their weapons, raising their hands in surrender. Do not kill me. I surrender. Do not kill me. I surrender. The soldiers continued their pursuit of the fleeing bandits, while others rounded up the captives to escort them back to the lair. Su Li summoned the wood spirit vines to ensnare 2 bandits attempting to escape, declaring loudly, yes. The bandits of Clear Wind lair responded with palpable excitement, their faces illuminated with joy. They had truly triumphed, overcoming the formidable Great King's lair. Chapter 11. Night Assault on the Great King's lair. This battle marked Su Li's inaugural conflict as the lair leader, concluding in merely half an hour, though the pursuit of the fleeing bandits extended for 2 hours. Within the hall of the Clear Wind lair, numerous individuals stood along both sides of the long table. Wu Yong, please report on the results of this battle. Wu Yong and Niu Meng had already returned, leading the soldiers in pursuit of the escaping bandits. Wu Yong stepped forward, stating, report to the lair leader. In this battle we have slain the 3rd chief of the Great King's lair, Yang San, along with 33 of his robust bandits, capturing 30 prisoners and seizing over 60 superior weapons. We suffered 7 injuries, but none perished in battle. His excitement grew as he spoke, a resounding victory with a ratio of 10-1, and excluding Su Li and Niu Meng. The combat prowess of the Great King's lair had far surpassed that of the Clear Wind lair. Such an achievement, he mused, would be unprecedented even in the annals of officialdom. Under your guidance, we have taken the initiative to blockade the road leading to the Great King's stronghold. Those who attempted to flee are heading in the opposite direction, making it unlikely for them to return to the stronghold anytime soon. Excellent. Su Li rejoiced, for this would facilitate the next phase of combat. Convey my orders. Ensure the brothers in the stronghold are well fed and refrain from alcohol, as we have operations to execute tonight. Understood. Niu Mang was still processing the information, yet Wu Yong had already grasped Su Li's intent. A night raid on the Great King's stronghold. Haha, the Qingfeng stronghold is finally poised for ascendance. Wu Yong was given specific instructions. Su Li then returned to his quarters. After the previous battle, he had expended nearly all of his spiritual energy, leaving him weaker than Niu Mang, unable even to pursue the fleeing bandits. Alas, his cultivation was still insufficient. With a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement and the 1st layer of 4 other disciplines, his overall combat prowess was at the late stage of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Although the conversion of other attributes' spiritual energy into wood attribute energy was halved, he still possessed the strength of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Remarkably, after casting the minor entanglement technique 4 times, his energy was depleted. It seemed he must conserve his spells in the future. Otherwise, running out of energy and being slain by a horde of ordinary bandits would be quite the embarrassment. However, Niu Mang, who practiced the earth technique, could draw strength from the ground with his feet planted firmly, and with his specialized skill, Earth Strike. He had actually slain even more bandits than Su Li. He sat cross-legged, retrieving a mottled green pill from his pocket, a first-grade recovery pill obtained from Yang San, which would hasten the restoration of his spiritual energy. With a hard battle awaiting him that night, he needed to restore his energy to peak condition. That night, amidst the wild mountains and forests, rustlings emerged from the grass. Soon after, dozens of figures darted swiftly through the shadows. Great Chief, we are less than 3 miles from the Great King's stronghold, called out the foremost figure. Another raised a hand and commanded, relay my orders. All bandits should slow their pace and proceed quietly. Understood. At this command, the group of figures abruptly slowed, their footsteps muffled to a whisper. These individuals were the bandits of Qingfeng stronghold. An hour prior, under Su Li's leadership, they had galloped towards the Great King's stronghold. Finally, as night fell, they arrived at the stronghold's outskirts. Soon, they stood before the gates of the Great King's stronghold. The layout of the Great King's stronghold bore resemblance to that of Qingfeng stronghold, though it was situated on a gentle plain. While this made for comfortable living, it also rendered the stronghold vulnerable to sudden assaults that could penetrate its defenses. Wu Yong approached Su Li and said, Great Chief, there was only a single bandit manning the arrow tower, who was dozing off. The entrance is now under our control. Niu Mang was left in a state of bewilderment upon hearing Wu Yong's words, his expression one of utter disbelief. The entrance to the formidable Wang Zhai had been so easily seized? Behold, this underscores the significance of guarding the gate. Su Li nodded in satisfaction. Issuing his command, relay my orders. First assault the Wang Zhai's main hall and the residential quarters within. Show no mercy to any resistance. Execute them on sight. Prior to our arrival, Wu Yong had extracted vital information regarding the layout of Wang Zhai from the surrendering mountain bandits. Much like Qingfeng Zhai, dozens of bandits could be found daily reveling in the hall, indulging in drink, merriment, and gambling. The central area, characterized by its flat terrain, housed the core bandits of Wang Zhai. If we can capture these 2 locations, along with the majority of Wang Zhai's able-bodied young bandits who had already been subdued or slain during the day, this battle would ensure a resounding victory. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with only the Wang Zhai main hall illuminated. Su Li and Niu Mang, accompanied by 20 of their men, charged towards the hall. Although news of Yang San's death and the capture of the remaining bandits had yet to reach Wang Zhai, Yang San had earned a notorious reputation as the indulgent third-in-command, often descending the mountain on missions. The bandits of Wang Zhai had grown accustomed to this, so their raucous laughter, clinking glasses, and shouts echoed unabated. Upon witnessing this scene, Niu Mang and the brothers from the camp could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Had Wang Zhai launched a sneak attack like this, Qingfeng Zhai would likely have perished long ago. Strike now. Taking advantage of the opportune moment, Su Li wasted no time in issuing the command. Understood. Su Li led the charge, leaping into the hall, his wooden vine whip slicing through the air as he swiftly dispatched the 2 strongest bandits on the spot. Niu Mang and his 20 men followed suit, brandishing their blades as they surged into the hall. The bandits, caught off guard, were unprepared for the onslaught and fell to the ground in droves. Enemy attack. We are under siege. The revelers at Wang Zhai finally realized the peril they were in. However, the hall was devoid of weapons, leaving them to fight barehanded or defend themselves with benches. With a thunderous strike, Niu Mang swung his fist, shattering the bench that a bandit had attempted to use as a shield. The bandit was sent flying, blood spraying forth as he fell lifelessly to the ground. Any further resistance will be met with death. My goodness, he is too powerful. A cultivator, he is a cultivator. Panic ensued among the remaining bandits. It's over, it's over. We surrender, we surrender. Please, do not kill us. The remaining 20 or so bandits hastily discarded their weapons, crouching on the ground in submission. The battle in the hall unfolded swiftly and concluded just as quickly. To Su Li's astonishment, he had secured victory with the mere casting of a single spell. Relay my command, bind their hands and feet, leave a few of our men to guard them, and execute anyone who resists. The rest, follow me. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Yong had also led several dozen bandits into the heart of Wang Zhai's encampment, where they found themselves amidst clusters of 3 to 5 bandits in each dwelling. In some quarters, there were 7 or 8 individuals per room, while those of higher status among the bandits enjoyed solitary accommodations. The guards stormed into the premises, executing any bandit who dared to touch a weapon on the spot. Those attempting to flee were also swiftly dispatched. The air was filled with agonizing cries and desperate pleas for mercy. Fortunately, thanks to Wu Yong's meticulous planning, the guards, after sacrificing 3 brothers and slaying over 20 bandits, ultimately secured the encampment. They bound the able-bodied bandits together. Chapter 12. The execution of Yang Dashang. Su Li achieved his objective at the main hall of the bandit stronghold, while Wu Yong succeeded at the encampment. The forces soon converged. What was the situation? The chief reported, aside from an unexpected incident at one of the residential quarters, where a few brothers faced defeat. Reinforcements quickly arrived. We have slain over a dozen able-bodied bandits and captured nearly 20. The encampment is entirely under our control. Wu Yong furrowed his brow. The occurrence of such a rare incident was indeed troublesome. Su Li nodded, noting that the casualties were still within manageable limits. Have we discerned the whereabouts of Yangda and Yang Er? He was more concerned about these 2 cultivators than the entire bandit stronghold. As long as these 2 remained at large, the subdued bandits might rise against them once more, a scenario he wished to avoid. Wu Yong replied, we have learned that Yangda is currently in seclusion in the rear quarters and has yet to emerge. As for Yang Er, it is said he roams the surrounding forests. Aside from Yangda and Yang San, no one knows his location. Although they had caught the main stronghold off guard and secured the able-bodied bandits, approximately 200 other bandits remained, making it imperative to act swiftly in their extermination. Su Li declared, no matter, we shall first eliminate Yangda and then consider Yang Er. All guards, arm yourselves with spears and follow me into battle. Charge! Charge! Over 30 guards trailed Su Li, rushing toward the rear of the stronghold. They spared no mercy for the bandits they encountered along the way. The bandits of the stronghold were terrified, their cries for help resounding like thunder. Within the rear quarters, a solitary building housed several bandits desperately seeking aid. This was the residence of the chief bandit, Yangda. Regrettably, despite Su Li and his men arriving at the doorstep, there was no sign of life within. It is said that when a chi-refining cultivator is on the verge of breaking through a realm, they often enter a deep state of meditation. Thus, Yangda must be at such a critical juncture, otherwise he would not neglect to oversee the situation. Wu Yong, possessing a modicum of knowledge about cultivators, exclaimed in delight, ah, truly, heaven is aiding our Qingfeng village. Niu Meng laughed heartily, great chief, let us swiftly storm inside. Charge! Initially hesitant, Su Li, encouraged by Wu Yong's words, was the first to rush in. However, to their astonishment, Yangda's residence was completely deserted. Not here. Impossible. The chief of the stronghold. It is said that cultivators possess secluded chambers for their meditative practices. I firmly assert that Yangda resides within this very estate, perhaps even in a hidden underground chamber. Wu Yong analyzed. Su Li nodded. Search thoroughly. Leave no corner unchecked. Understood. Dozens of stronghold soldiers began to rummage through every inch of the place. Suddenly, with a creak, one of the soldiers inadvertently stepped on a stone slab in the corner. To their astonishment, a massive stone shifted aside, releasing a refreshing breeze, revealing a subterranean passage wide enough for a person to enter. Chief, I have found it. There is a secret passage. Su Li, Wu Yong, and the others immediately gathered around, especially Su Li, who sensed the aura emanating from the secret chamber, concluding that Yangda was most likely within. Haha, little ding-dang. You have made a significant contribution this time. Niu Meng, follow me into the passage. Others remain vigilant for any other exits and report back immediately if you discover anything. Wu Yong stepped forward. Chief, should we send a few brothers ahead to scout the way? Su Li raised a hand, cautioning that Yangda was no ordinary foe. His cultivation was formidable, and sending others in would likely lead to their demise, potentially alerting the enemy. Wu Yong, do not worry. I can handle this myself. With that, he was the first to step into the passage, followed closely by Niu Meng, wielding his massive iron hammer. The mouth of the passage was narrow, but it opened up after several meters of traversing the cramped tunnel. Little thief, how dare you invade my stronghold? You seek death. Suddenly, a shadow hurtled from the depths of the passage, brandishing a long sword aimed at Su Li. Watch out. Niu Meng, seeing the shadow approach, did not hesitate and immediately shielded Su Li with his iron hammer. With a resounding crash, Niu Meng's hammer shattered upon impact. You dare to challenge the edge of my Qing Gang sword with mere mortal weapons? You shall all perish. The shadow lunged again, the long sword infused with profound spiritual energy. An unstoppable force directed at Niu Meng. Niu Meng retreated, realizing, this is a magical weapon. Su Li promptly drew forth the wood spirit vine, channeling his spiritual energy into it as it surged forth. Little binding technique, break for me. The wood spirit vine split into two, resembling twin dragons striking at the shadow's face. Clang. The shadow was compelled to abandon its offensive to parry the wood spirit vine. However, to Su Li's astonishment, the once ferocious shadow coughed up a mouthful of blood after several exchanges. The shadow, now desperate, fled without a second thought. Su Li sought to pursue, but unexpectedly, the shadow turned and retaliated, their spiritual energies colliding, causing Su Li to stagger back a step. The shadow, even more disheveled, fled towards the exit of the passage. Damn it, I will remember you. Once I recover, I shall exact vengeance upon you all. This shadow was none other than Yongda, the leader of the stronghold, who was in deep meditation in his secret chamber. Unbeknownst to him, the chamber had been breached, leading to a catastrophic interruption of his progress and leaving him severely wounded. His strength diminished to a mere fraction. Cursed be it, Yongda is not merely at the second layer of qi refinement, but has astonishingly ascended to the third layer. And now, during this retreat, he has broken through to the fourth layer. Su Li had presumed that with his own late-stage third layer of qi refinement prowess, he could easily overpower Yongda, only to find himself utterly taken aback. Niu Meng, block him. Do not let him escape. Humph, Yongda. Where do you think you are running? Prepare to receive one of my punches. As Yongda approached, Niu Meng swiftly planted his feet on the ground, channeling his spiritual energy to deliver a punch. Earthquake strike. How dare a mere first layer of qi refinement attempt to obstruct me? Die. Though Yongda had suffered a backlash from his failed mid-stage breakthrough, he was no ordinary foe to provoke. The proximity rendered him incapable of casting any spells in time, leaving him with no choice but to unleash his own third layer of qi refinement energy in a counterstrike. With a resounding impact, both fists collided, sending a wave of immense power through the air, causing Niu Meng to stagger back 3 steps. However, Yongda fared no better. He too was forced to retreat several steps, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth, his body swaying unsteadily. How is this possible? What kind of technique is this? Well done, Niu Meng. Today shall mark your end. Yongda? Seizing the opportunity, Su Li also surged forward. Chapter 13. The Execution of Yongda. Damn it. You have all pushed me to this point. You shall all perish together. Yongda glared fiercely, madness glimmering in his eyes. He produced a green talisman from his bosom, ready to ignite it. This is a first-tier fireball explosive talisman. Niu Meng, quickly get away. Su Li cursed inwardly, deeming Yongda insane. In such close quarters, should the talisman be activated, they would all meet their demise. Yet, a full second passed, and the anticipated explosion never came. Su Li looked up, only to find Yongda's figure had vanished. After years of being the formidable leader, he was indeed no trivial character. We have been deceived. Quick, pursue him. Death is out of the question. Suicide is even less likely. Do not be fooled by Yongda's earlier act of mutual destruction. Throughout his years as a mountain bandit, he has always adhered to the philosophy that living, even in disgrace, is preferable to a noble death. With a leap, Yongda felt as though he had narrowly escaped from death itself. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out. Feeling an ill omen, he glanced down to find a spear piercing through his chest. Turning his head, he was astonished to see a mere child, still wet behind the ears. How can I, Yongda, fall to such a wretched brat? Yongda attempted to swing his sword, but consciousness fled him, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Once a revered leader, on the verge of entering the mid-stage of qi refinement, he met his tragic fate due to a failed breakthrough, compounded by the fierce battle against Su Li and Niu Meng, resulting in serious injury. As he dashed out of the secret passage, he had not anticipated a small foe lurking in the corner, without the ability to shield himself with spiritual energy. He met his demise at the hands of a mere mountain bandit. Soon after, Su Li and Niu Meng emerged, gazing down at the lifeless Yongda. Lost in a daze. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your subordinate, Little Ding Dang, has slain the 4th layer qi refining bandit, Yongda, and has earned 350 bandit points. Little Ding Dang did the killing? Yongda, who had outsmarted them, was actually defeated by Little Ding Dang. The vicissitudes of life are truly unpredictable. Haha, Little Ding Dang, continuously achieving merit, shall undoubtedly receive a bounteous reward upon our return. You killed my elder brother, and you wish to return? From a distance, a man in white soared through the air, and before the several bandit soldiers nearby could react, they were mercilessly slain on the spot. The art of aerial maneuvering? Be cautious, great chief. He is a mid-stage qi refining expert. Wu Yong had once encountered such formidable beings while serving as an advisor to the officials. Upon entering the mid-stage of qi refining, a A cultivator's spiritual power surges, allowing them to practice the secret art of aerial movement. Yang Er, unexpectedly a mid-stage chi refiner. How careless of me, Su Li thought to himself, realizing he had been too hasty. First, it was Yang Da, and now Yang Er. Indeed, one should never underestimate any bandit based on hearsay. Issue my command. All bandit soldiers, assemble and confront the enemy. He was yet unaware of the tactics possessed by a mid-stage chi refiner. The only strategy now was to deplete the opponent's spiritual power and then deliver a decisive blow. Valiant, valiant, valiant. Nearly 30 bandit soldiers, armed with long spears, stood resolutely beside Su Li. Although fear lingered, the strict discipline of the bandit camp compelled them to muster their courage for battle, shouting their battle cries, which diminished their trepidation significantly. Humph, do you think sheer numbers make you formidable? Today, you shall learn what it means to be a mid-stage chi refiner. Yang Er, oblivious to the impending danger, muttered some obscure incantations. Intermediate spell, falling stones. Arise. Suddenly, a massive stone in the courtyard was lifted into the air, transforming into hundreds of fist-sized stones before everyone's eyes. Fall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of stones plummeted down. Little entangling technique obstruct them. The wooden spirit vine in Su Li's hand shot forth, splitting into two, intertwining above the bandit soldiers' heads to form a complex web of vines. The stones struck the web, creating a cacophony of thuds, capable of both offense and defense. The great little entangling technique. Quite the genius. However, for having slain my elder brother, he must pay the price. Break. With no restraint in his mid-fourth layer chi power, he unleashed the falling stones technique once more. Boom. The gap in cultivation and spell level was significant. The little entangling technique was shattered. Su Li coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, at the moment the technique was broken, Su Li erupted with spiritual power, sending the massive stone flying. Yet still, some smaller stones fell into the bandit camp, striking 7 or 8 soldiers who collapsed into pools of blood, wailing in agony. What of a mid-stage chi refiner? You've injured my brothers of Qingfeng camp. You shall pay the price. Avenge our brothers. Avenge our brothers. The soldiers of the encampment, heed the command, hurl your long spears. Niu Meng, filled with rage, recognized that these were brothers bound by life and death. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, the soldiers did not falter. Instead, they erupted with an astonishing momentum, as more than 20 sharp spears flew towards Yang Er. Yang Er unleashed 2 intermediate spells in quick succession, his spiritual energy waning. Faced with such onslaughts, blocking them was utterly impossible. Without a moment's hesitation, he descended to the ground to evade the attack. A formidable punch. The earth trembled with a mighty blow. While in the air, he found it difficult to counterattack, but upon landing, even as a cultivator in the mid-chi refining stage, he was determined to break through his opponent. Having just dispelled his flight technique, there was no opportunity to dodge further. Yang Er had no choice but to endure this strike. To his astonishment, the strength of his adversary exceeded his expectations. Blood surged within him, and a sweet taste rose in his throat, which he forcefully suppressed. Damn this wretch. Injured. Yang Er dared not engage further, striving to distance himself from Niu Meng and unleash his spells to obliterate him. Su Li, witnessing this, bore through his pain, swiftly conjuring a fireball in his hand and casting it towards Yang Er. The minor fireball technique. Entangled by Niu Meng, Yang Er suddenly sensed a perilous aura and turned to see a fist-sized flame hurtling towards him. It ignited upon contact with his body. Cursed be it. This is a nearly perfected minor fireball technique. Where did this fellow come from? Typically, a common cultivator requires a year or more to master a basic spell. Achieving a minor completion relies heavily on fortune and enlightenment. As for great completion, one must possess extraordinary talent. Yet, this cultivator before him astonishingly wielded both the nearly perfected minor entanglement technique and the impending minor fireball technique. Such a practitioner is exceedingly rare, even among esteemed cultivation families, let alone among bandits. The spell conjured a fireball of spiritual energy, far more potent than ordinary flames. It bore the capability to scorch internal organs. Yang Er, in agony, summoned his spiritual energy to defend while rolling on the ground to mitigate the flame's burn. Being a mid-chi refining cultivator, he extinguished the fire within mere moments. At that moment, Yang Er was no longer the calm figure he once was. He was battered and torn. I will slay you all. Chapter 14. The Demise of the King's Camp. Oh, is that so? Alas, you have lost that opportunity. Yang Er focused his gaze, only to discover Su Li had somehow appeared beside him. He attempted to strike, but was horrified to find his legs ensnared in the sand. The minor sand technique. How could this be? When did I fall victim to this spell? Fear gripped Yang Er. While other early chi refining cultivators might manage a single spell, this fellow astonishingly wielded 3 in succession. Haha, what you cannot anticipate lies ahead. The minor soft water technique. in the midst of consecutive battles. Even though Su Li's total spiritual energy was comparable to that of a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner, it was nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of activating his magical artifact or executing the advanced small entanglement technique. He was compelled to resort to 2 elementary spells instead. Upon encountering the minor sand technique and the minor soft water technique, an immediate reaction ensued. The sand became increasingly muddy and binding. Before long, Yang Er found himself half-submerged. Now is the time, Niu Mang. Su Li, nearly drained of his spiritual energy, observed Yang Er's fierce struggle. If he hesitated for even a moment longer, Yang Er would undoubtedly break free. Earth technique. Earth strike. Niu Mang summoned all his strength and spiritual energy, delivering a fierce blow to Yang Er's face. Yang Er had no means to evade. With a resounding crash, blood splattered. Yang Er was dead. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your subordinate, Elder Niu Mang, has slain Yang Er, a Qi refinement level 4 bandit from the Great King Stronghold, earning 400 bandit points. Detected that Niu Mang has engaged in consecutive battles, unleashing his potential. His exclusive spell, Earth Strike, has successfully reached the minor achievement realm. Hearing the uplifting notification in his mind, Su Li turned to Niu Mang. Indeed, Niu Mang was in a state of enlightenment. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes, radiating an exhilarating brilliance. System, why has this occurred? Su Li pondered. The spells of this world were not as simplistic as those depicted in Xianxia novels, where enlightenment leads to mastery. The proficiency of spells was entirely dependent on practice and innate talent. How could Niu Mang, having only mastered Earthstrike for a day or two, ascend to the minor achievement realm? This speed was astonishing, comparable to his own accelerated training methods. Host, due to Earthstrike being Niu Mang's exclusive spell, there exists a probability under certain conditions for such a phenomenon to occur, resulting in a rapid elevation of the spell's realm. Has Earthstrike broken through? Niu Mang nodded, realizing that Su Li was indeed his benefactor. He never imagined he would have a day to slay a Qi refinement practitioner. Su Li continued. The 3 cultivators of the Great King's Stronghold have been eliminated by us. Most of the young bandits of Qingzhuang Mountain have either been vanquished or subdued by our Qingfeng Stronghold. The situation at the Great King's Stronghold is settled. You should find a place to rest. Understood. Niu Mang accepted without hesitation. After several fierce battles, he was nearly at his limit. Had it not been for his lingering consciousness, he would have already collapsed. Su Li then summoned Wu Yong, instructing him, Wu, I and Elder Niu have exhausted ourselves in this battle. The task of clearing the Great King's Stronghold is entrusted to you. Ensure the brothers remain vigilant at the Stronghold's entrance. If manpower is insufficient, send someone back to Qingfeng Stronghold to bring reinforcements. We must not allow other bandits to exploit our vulnerabilities. By tomorrow morning, I expect to see the Great King's Stronghold pacified. Su Li's condition was not much better than Niu Mang's. One foot was already in the Qi refinement level 4 realm, while the other had long since entered it, leaving him on the brink of collapse. After this ordeal, he knew he needed to plan meticulously, avoiding any further recklessness. After speaking, Su Li made his way to a room, sitting cross-legged to adjust his body and restore his spiritual energy. Upon receiving the order, Wu Yong promptly began organizing efforts to address the aftermath of the battle at the King's Stronghold. He still felt somewhat dazed, just a few days prior. He was worried about the survival of Qingfeng Stronghold, yet today it had astonishingly wiped out the King's Stronghold. That morning, Su Li slowly awakened to a series of notification sounds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the level 1 side quest. Elimination of the King's Stronghold. Reward 1. Blueprint for a level 1 spirit pool, successfully issued. The host may retrieve it by simply reciting the incantation. Reward 2. Upgrade to level 1 exploration. Level 1 spirit pool. Upon successful construction according to the blueprint, it has a high probability of enhancing the nurturing of spiritual roots in the hidden spiritual root bearers and accelerating their growth. Level 1 exploration. An advanced version of the exploration skill. It can be used to glimpse the types of invisible spiritual roots possessed by the host bandits, thus determining the optimal nurturing method for acquired spiritual roots. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your fireball technique has successfully advanced to the minor achievement stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your Qi refining technique, Fire Spirit Formula, has reached the 2nd tier. Your comprehensive cultivation level has reached the 4th layer of Qi refining, triggering the effects of the full level technique, True Spirit 2. You have successfully unlocked a 2nd automatic cultivation slot for your technique. You can now instantaneously learn any intermediate spell. You have gained full level perception of the essence of the elementary technique fusion. Name, Su Li. Status, Chief of Qingfeng Stronghold level, 1 chief points. 850 age. 18 comprehensive cultivation level. 4th layer of Qi refining comprehensive cultivation talent. 5th level pseudo-spiritual root of non-mainstream cultivation, spiritual roots, metal 5. Wood 6, Water 4, Fire 2, Earth 4. Techniques. Note: 12 automatic cultivation slots available. Wood Spirit Formula Level 3, 0. Fire Spirit Formula Level 2, 0. Water Spirit Formula Level 1, 0. Earth Spirit Formula Level 1, 0. Metal Spirit Formula Level 1, 0. Spells. Note: 1 automatic practice slot available. Elementary Sand Technique, Entry. Elementary Binding Technique, Major Achievement. Elementary Fireball Technique, Minor Achievement. Elementary Metal Finger Technique, Entry. Elementary Soft Water Technique, Entry. Weapon: Wooden Spirit Vine. Elementary Magical Artifact, Special Fusion. Technique: True Spirit. Max Level, Special Ability. Full level perception of the essence of the elementary technique fusion. Hearing the completion of the task brought joy to Su Li. It appeared that Wu Yong indeed possessed considerable skill, managing to pacify the king's stronghold so swiftly without his or Niu Mang's assistance. System: what does this full-level perception of the essence of the elementary technique fusion mean? In the realm of cultivation, even the most adept scroll makers can only produce singular attribute spell scrolls, such as the minor fireball technique or the minor binding technique, all of which pertain to singular attributes. Conversely, multi-attribute spells can only be created through fusion. For instance, the technique employed by Yang San, the minor earthfall spell, is a blend of the earth attribute and the water attribute. Multi-attribute spells are more suited for cultivators with multiple spiritual roots, possessing greater power. Moreover, if the host possesses a foundational technique that harmonizes with the true essence of fusion, and through diligent practice, there exists a probability of becoming a divine-level fusion master of the foundational technique. The precise effects, however, necessitate the host's utilization of the fusion furnace for practical application. Chapter 15. A significant harvest. Reporting to the chief of the stronghold, I have preliminarily managed all affairs pertaining to the great king's stronghold. Wu Yong has instructed me that once the chief rises, I should escort him to the stronghold hall. Upon hearing movement from within, Xiao Dingdang respectfully spoke from outside the door. He had been on guard outside for an entire night. The slaying of Yangda from the great king's stronghold did not intimidate this 13 or 14-year-old herdsman. Rather, it filled him with excitement. Su Li opened the door, gazing at the young lad who barely reached his shoulder, and inquired, "Xiao Dingdang, how old are you this year?" "Chief, I am 13 and a half. Do you regret being a mountain bandit?" Xiao Dingdang shook his head, stating, "I do not regret it. As an orphan, tending cattle for wealthy households from dawn till dusk, I barely had enough to eat. Following the big brothers up the mountain, I can now have my fill. I am quite content. Do you wish to become a cultivator, like our chief?" Xiao Dingdang's eyes widened. Although he was but a herdsman, he understood that cultivators symbolize status, wealth, and endless provisions. He vigorously nodded. "Chief, I do." Observing Xiao Dingdang's loyalty surge to over 90, Su Li felt immense satisfaction. Yet another promising candidate with 100% loyalty. Let us proceed to the stronghold hall. Yes, the stronghold hall of the great king had long been tidied up by Wu Yong's subordinates. It was filled with various items scavenged from all corners of the stronghold, an assortment of meats, grains, armaments, and even some spiritual materials. The chief has arrived. Wu Yong's attendant possessed keen eyesight. The moment Su Li appeared, he announced loudly. The bustling stronghold soldiers within the hall immediately ceased their activities, standing in formation in the center of the hall. "Greetings, Chief." The unified chorus of voices brought great satisfaction to Su Li. This was his first contingent of stronghold soldiers. Though their current strength was modest, under the training of Wu Yong and Niu Mang, their discipline had already reached a level comparable to that of those nurtured by cultivation families. Well done. This complete victory over the great king's stronghold is attributed to the efforts of each and every one of you. Rest assured, once Wu Yong has compiled the statistics, we shall reward your contributions accordingly. The families of the fallen soldiers will also receive compensation. Those who exhibit exceptional contributions shall be rewarded with the art of qi cultivation or even gifted with a spiritual root. For those brothers who do not wish to tread the path of cultivation, substantial rewards will also be bestowed. The prospect of such rewards ignited fervor among nearly all the members of the band. Long live the great chief. Long live the Qingfeng village. Su Li raised his hands in a gesture of moderation and declared, "All right, everyone, return to your respective tasks. Just endure for a few more days. And upon our return to Qingfeng village, we shall host a grand celebration." With a unified response, the band members dispersed. Su Li then accompanied Wu Yong into the hall of the village. "Wu Yong, what is the total amount of resources we have acquired?" As mountain bandits, they lacked the vast assets and abundant cultivation resources found in many immortal clans. Su Li aspired to forge a formidable bandit group, and resources were paramount. Wu Yong replied, "Reporting to the chief, based on our overnight tally, we have seized approximately 4,000 pounds of various meats, over a dozen live poultry, 20,000 pounds of grain, more than 300 pieces of armor, various spiritual materials amounting to 2 carts, and 340 low-grade spirit stones. Additionally, to avoid damaging critical items, we refrained from raiding the residences of Yangda, Yang'er, and Yangsan. The possessions belonging to Yangda and Yang'er have been collected and secured within Yangda's secret passage. The extraction of over 300 low-grade spirit stones from these ordinary bandits is more than double the entire assets of Qingfeng village. I surmise that the 3 Yangs will not be lacking either. A wave of delight washed over Su Li. Indeed, a horse thrives on night grass, and a man prospers through unexpected fortune. What is the status of the bandits from the Great King's village? The growth of a bandit group inherently relies on manpower, and if he could enlist the bandits of the Great King's village, it would be most advantageous. Wu Yong shook his head and said, including those detained in Qingfeng village, we have captured over 300 bandits from the Great King's village, of which more than 70 are of able-bodied youth. There are over 40 children under the age of 12, with the remainder being elderly and women. As the Great King's village has just fallen, these individuals harbor significant hostility towards Qingfeng village. Integrating them into our ranks may prove challenging in the short term. However, rest assured, Great Chief, given time, I am confident that I can facilitate the gradual assimilation of 80% of the bandits into Qingfeng village. Su Li nodded in approval. Well done. Now, lead me to the residences of the 3 Yangs. Yes. Wu Yong then guided Su Li to Yangsan's residence. Upon pushing open the door, Su Li immediately made his way to a corner of the room. The system is designed such that any items belonging to individuals slain by Su Li or his subordinates emit a beam of light, visible only to him, commensurate with the item's quality. Green indicates good quality, while white is secondary. Wu Yong opened a cabinet and pried open the wooden panel beneath. To his astonishment, it contained over 100 spirit stones, along with an item encased in a box. Upon opening the box, he discovered a plump pill, the aura of its spiritual energy exuding an enticing fragrance. A sudden shock coursed through him. The chief of the bandits was indeed a remarkable figure. The harvest was commendable, 1 low-grade gathering spirit pill and 150 low-grade spirit stones. The king's lair was truly a testament to the wealth of seasoned bandits. Brimming with riches, Su Li, thoroughly satisfied, instructed Wu Yong to send for the spirit stones, which were then piled in the main hall of the lair, while he discreetly tucked the gathering spirit pill into his pocket. Subsequently, Wu Yong escorted Su Li to Yang Da's underground secret chamber. The chamber was laden with over 700 or 800 spirit stones and, as before, contained medicinal pills neatly packed in boxes. There were 6 first-grade gathering spirit pills, 3 first-grade recovery pills, several unused spell scrolls, gathering grass, and dragon's beard flowers, along with dozens of high-grade spiritual materials, valued at no less than 600 low-grade spirit stones. At this point, Su Li could no longer maintain his composure. He had anticipated that the leaders of the king's lair might possess considerable wealth, but he had not expected such an abundance. Chief, what is this? Wu Yong, noticing Su Li's elation, produced an item to add to the excitement. Su Li gazed at the small pouch-like object in Wu Yong's hand, his eyes widening in astonishment, for he realized that the system had indicated the item's color was blue. This marked the first time Su Li had encountered a blue item since his arrival in this realm. According to the system, white denoted ordinary items. Green corresponded to first-tier items used by Qi refinement practitioners, while blue should signify those of the spiritual foundation realm. Chapter 16, Boundary Barrier. Chief, this item is utilized by high-tier Qi refiners and above, known as a storage bag. Although this storage bag is currently palm-sized, it harbors boundless potential. Unfortunately, this item requires spiritual consciousness for activation. I have only heard of it, but have never had the chance to use it, Wu Yong explained. Su Li accepted the pouch, and immediately, relevant information regarding the item appeared before him. Storage bag, pseudo-spiritual grade artifact, spatial item, containing a half space for storage, requiring spiritual consciousness for retrieval or storage of items. Note, due to the owner of this storage bag, Yang'er, having been slain by the bandits under the host's command, the residual imprint lacks subsequent energy supply, rendering it extremely weak. It can be easily broken with a gentle touch of spiritual consciousness for recognition. When Su Li's fire spirit technique reached the 2nd layer, his overall cultivation attained the 4th layer of Qi refinement. The quantitative change in his spiritual power triggered a qualitative transformation, allowing him to initially condense his spiritual consciousness. He focused intently, striving to solidify this consciousness, and soon, a faint yet discernible perception enveloped his mind. This sensation was extraordinary, even without using his eyes. He could sense all objects within a 2-meter radius. Spiritual consciousness power. Break for me. With a crisp sound emanating from the storage bag, the next moment, a small furnace unexpectedly materialized in the chamber. He lifted the lid of the small furnace. Inside lay hundreds of low-grade spirit stones, numerous spirit materials, 3 first-grade spirit gathering pills, and 1 first-grade spirit recovery pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for erasing the spiritual mark left by Yang Air, successfully imprinting his own mark on the storage bag. The storage bag has been unlocked. Spiritual awareness. Great Chief, have you already reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement? Wu Yong exclaimed as if he had seen a ghost. Well, one might say so. Su Li did not deny it. The stronger his power, the greater his deterrence. And the more firmly he could govern Qingfeng Village. Haha, with Great Chief Su, the rise of Qingfeng Village is imminent. Wu Yong felt increasingly validated in his earlier judgment alongside Niu Meng that Su Li was indeed the right choice. Now that the King's village has been annihilated by them, soon the name of Qingfeng Village would echo across 100 miles, even 500 miles. Having achieved such heights as bandits, what more could one desire? Su Li seemed oblivious to Wu Yong's words and instead began to circle the small furnace in the secret chamber. This small furnace stood about half a meter tall, shaped like a pentagon, with each side featuring a bizarre beast head with mouths agape, adorned with intricate patterns. Elementary technique, fusion furnace. Intermediate magical artifact. After inputting the 5 elements original technique and 5 elements spirit stones, there is a certain probability of fusing dual or multiple attribute spells under the control of a technique fusion master. An elementary technique fusion furnace. How extraordinary. Haha, truly a serendipitous find without any effort. Su Li laughed heartily at the explanation that materialized in his mind regarding the small furnace. Wu Yong, however, was utterly perplexed. The great chief had not displayed such joy upon discovering the storage bag. Could such a small furnace be of such value? Could it be an alchemy furnace? Yet, even smaller alchemy furnaces typically stood 2 meters tall, and this certainly did not resemble one. Although Wu Yong had encountered many high-level cultivators while serving as a secretary for the officials, technique fusion masters, even the most rudimentary ones, were exceptionally rare. Coupled with his own lack of focus on this aspect as he was not a cultivator, he naturally had no understanding of the technique fusion furnace. Wu Yong, please have someone transport this small furnace to my residence. Be sure to handle it with care, lest it be damaged. As Su Li awkwardly employed his spiritual awareness to place the pills, the elementary magical artifact, Qinggang sword, spirit materials, spell scrolls, and attribute spirit stones into the storage bag, he spoke to Wu Yong. And collect all these spirit stones into the treasury. Without my permission, no one is to use them. Understood. After obtaining what he desired in the secret chamber, Su Li and Wu Yong proceeded to Yang Heir's residence located on the back mountain of the King's village. Unfortunately, even with the aid of the system, Su Li found no items of value. However, he did become increasingly curious about Yang Heir's identity. The elementary technique fusion furnace, the storage bag, and those peculiar spirit stones. One could not deduce that Yang Heir was merely a bandit in this humble 100-mile range. According to the information obtained by Wu Yong from the interrogation of the bandits at the King's Peak stronghold, Yang Heir made a sudden appearance 3 years ago. Initially, he went unnoticed until 2 years ago when he gained notoriety by slaying a cultivator from the Little Whirlwind stronghold. Nevertheless, what does it matter if Yang Heir has connections? The deed is done. Can one truly regret taking a life? The priority now is to enhance both his own abilities and those of the Qingfeng stronghold. After Wu Yong inspected the current state of the King's Peak stronghold, Su Li finally returned to his temporary residence. He now possessed 2 automatic cultivation slots for techniques and 1 for spells. For his spell, he chose the Little Fireball technique, which boasts considerable power. After breaking through to a minor level in the morning, it also exhibited explosive effects and had a wide coverage area. More importantly, the energy consumption of the Little Fireball technique is relatively low. He expended 5 low-grade spirit stones to continue his practice, estimating that it would take approximately 2 days to reach a major level. In terms of cultivation techniques, resources are plentiful, so he prioritized the primary technique. The wood spirit formula, spending a substantial 5 first-grade gathering spirit pills on it. The estimated training duration for the wood spirit formula is 5 days, with an expectation to break through to the 4th layer. However, when he prepared to select the fire spirit formula for automatic cultivation, the system issued a prompt. Note, the fire spirit formula is currently at the 2nd layer. The host's fire spirit root value is 2. Having reached the limit for automatic cultivation, please use a spirit root qualification card to increase the fire spirit root value to continue cultivation. What? Encountering a barrier at just the 2nd layer? Su Li felt quite taken aback. After all, his total spirit root value had reached 21, with an average above 4. Host. The emergence of a barrier is determined by both the average spirit root value and the individual spirit root values in a dual manner. Is there a way to enhance it? How can one obtain a spirit root qualification card? If this is the case, his gold, wood, and water spirit roots would only be able to cultivate to the 4th layer at most, limiting his overall cultivation to no more than the 6th layer of Qi refinement. This left Suli feeling quite anxious. Spirit Root qualification cards cannot currently be actively obtained. They can only be passively acquired. How can one passively acquire them? Chapter 17. Air Control Technique and Sword Control Technique. The bandits under the hostess command, upon using a first-level Elder card and above, will automatically receive one first-level qualification card after becoming cultivators. Upon breaking through to the Spirit Foundation realm, they will receive 2 second-level qualification cards, and so forth. Additionally, the Stronghold S Merchant Shop will automatically refresh 10 corresponding level qualification cards. Note: the Spirit Root qualification cards refreshed in the Merchant Shop cannot be used by the host, but can only be utilized by the bandits under the hostess command. First-level Spirit Root qualification. When used, it can randomly increase a single attribute Spirit Root value by 1 to 3, with a maximum value of 10. Upon reading the system's explanation, Suli could not help but smile wryly. He refreshes 1 card, while the Stronghold S Merchant Shop refreshes 10. Yet he is unable to utilize them. Truly, this system for cultivating the strongest bandits seems to be using him as mere labor. It seems imperative to prioritize the cultivation of the disciples of Qing Feng Zhai, due to the limitations imposed by the spiritual root values. Suli had no choice but to utilize a first-grade gathering spirit pill for the automatic cultivation of the water spirit technique. He had savored the benefits of mixed attribute spells, which were capable of ensnaring practitioners at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Before he could ascend to the rank of a novice technique fusion master, it was natural for the water spirit technique to occupy a secondary position. Having arranged for automatic training and cultivation, Suli retrieved several spell scrolls from his storage bag. Skyward Technique. Learnable, an intermediate supportive spell that consumes spiritual energy, allows for short-distance flight, reaching a state of perfection in mere moments, enabling leaps of several miles. Sword Control Technique. Learnable, an intermediate spell combining object manipulation and sword control. Upon mastering this spell, one can conduct sword attacks, capable of taking lives from 100 meters away at full mastery. Rockfall Technique. Learnable, an intermediate earth attribute spell combining object control and stone strike. Prior to achieving full mastery, it requires medium stones to amplify spiritual energy attacks, and after reaching full mastery, one can utilize spiritual energy to form spirit stones for attacks, with higher realms offering greater attack options and lethality. Learning. Suli would certainly not let such opportunities slip by. One can never possess too many skills. Moreover, these are intermediate spells, undoubtedly more potent than beginner spells. Although they demand an immense amount of spiritual energy, given his current reserves, he might only be able to cast them a few times. Yet, they could serve as decisive maneuvers in battle, particularly with the sword control technique. Suli believed that mastering it to a minor level, supplemented by the basic magical tool, the Qinggang sword, might even allow him to contend with practitioners at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Before long, an unusual sensation enveloped Suli. He gradually opened his eyes, seemingly enlightened. Sword Control Technique. Arise. An almost imperceptible force of attraction instantly formed between Suli and the Qinggang sword. The sword, resting on the table, began to levitate as if it were an extension of Suli's own hand, responding to his thoughts. Truly miraculous. Suli then attempted to maneuver the Qinggang sword, guiding it forward and backward, ascending and descending. It must be said that mastering this technique was simply exhilarating. All spells learned became foundational upon mastery. The degree of control he exhibited surpassed even that of Yang Da's sword mastery. However, the consumption of spiritual energy was quite apparent. Within a minute, he felt his reserves depleting. Break for me, Suli commanded, and the Qinggang sword soared forth with a whoosh. With a gentle strike, it shattered a large stone in the courtyard into fragments. A proficient technique indeed. Given his current spiritual energy, a full force strike would likely leave him significantly weakened. After a brief recovery, he experimented with the Skyward Technique and the Rockfall Technique, both proving quite impressive. The Skyward Technique, in particular, allowed him to experience the sensation of flight. However, in comparison to the Sword Control Technique, these two spells still fell short. Thus, Suli decided to first cultivate the swordsmanship to perfection before contemplating other techniques. The automatic practice of swordsmanship to the consummate state requires 30 low-grade spirit stones, with an anticipated duration of 10 days. Confirming his practice, Suli, after several days of utilizing the spell training location, discerned a general pattern. Typically, for elementary spells, progressing from initiation to perfection necessitates 9 low-grade spirit stones, taking approximately 3 to 4 days. In contrast, intermediate spells demand 30 low-grade spirit stones and a duration of 10 days, which is thrice that of elementary spells. He meticulously recorded these data in a small notebook for future reference. Before he realized it, the time had drifted into the late hours of the night. Exhausted from depleting his spiritual energy multiple times, Suli succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. 20 miles east of the Great King's stronghold lies another bandit lair known as Wolf Stronghold. The strength of Wolf Stronghold is comparable to that of the Great King's stronghold, both sharing a long-standing position as the second most powerful in the 100-mile Ridge. Particularly notable is the leader of Wolf Stronghold, who is said to have participated in the Great Ridge Battle, a genuine mid-stage chi refinement practitioner. The day following the annihilation of the Great King's stronghold by Qingfeng Stronghold, the news reached Wolf Stronghold. Reporting to the Wolf King, the chief relayed that they had obtained confirmed intelligence. The Great King's stronghold was ambushed last night by Qingfeng Stronghold, resulting in the deaths of most of their able-bodied bandits, and all 3 leaders of the Great King's stronghold had been slain. In the hall of Wolf Stronghold, a man with a wolf-like visage rose from the chief's seat and began pacing back and forth. Qingfeng Stronghold. When did this bandit lair emerge in the 100-mile Ridge? A slender man approached and replied, reporting to the chief. Qingfeng Stronghold was established only in the past 2 years, led by an ordinary martial artist. I refrained from informing you as you were preoccupied with your cultivation breakthrough. Skinny Monkey, no practitioners? Skinny Monkey responded, according to reports from a few days ago, indeed none were present. However, the news received today indicated that there were fluctuations in battle magic emanating from the Great King's stronghold, suggesting that there might be practitioners involved. Barely had Skinny Monkey finished speaking when a towering man, covered in black fur, stood up and exclaimed, "Ha ha, brother, regardless of whether they have practitioners. I've heard that Qingfeng Stronghold managed to destroy the Great King's stronghold primarily through ambush tactics, and that Yangda suffered internal injuries from a failed breakthrough, thus allowing Qingfeng to succeed. However, it seems both sides sustained heavy losses. Why not let me lead our brothers to annihilate Qingfeng Stronghold? From that day forth, the southern 100-mile Ridge shall belong solely to us. By assimilating them, we might even rival Black Tiger Stronghold. Once you achieve a breakthrough to the late Chi refinement stage, we can then eradicate Black Tiger Stronghold, establishing the 100-mile Ridge as our dominion, perhaps even extending to the 500-mile Ridge." The black-furred man grew increasingly animated. A glint of ferocity flickered in the eyes of the Wolf King. For when Black Tiger Stronghold unified the northern 100-mile Ridge, he harbored ambitions to unify the southern part as well. Regrettably, at that time, a practitioner from the Great King's Stronghold had suddenly emerged and struck down a practitioner from the Little Whirlwind Stronghold, instilling in him a sense of caution. However, at present, it is indeed an extraordinary opportunity. Slim Monkey, continue to send people to investigate the strength of Qingfeng Village. We must also reach out to the surrounding smaller strongholds. Although our Wolf Village possesses the capacity to consume Qingfeng Village, the Black Tiger Village is eyeing us with great intent. We must not incur excessive losses, lest the Black Tiger Village reaps the benefits. Agreed. Chapter 18. Rewards days later. Aside from leaving a dozen guards at the main stronghold, Suli led the remaining bandits, detaining the top 10 bandits from the main stronghold and transporting numerous carts of goods back to Qingfeng Village. It must be noted that Wu Yang's capabilities exceeded Su Li's expectations. Upon learning that Su Li intended to construct a life pool, he resolved the issues with the surrendering bandits in less than 3 days. Every year, new bandit strongholds arise in the 100-li Ridge, while others are devoured by more powerful bands. Generally, the fate of surrendering bandits is not particularly favorable. Women are often treated as spoils of war, gifted to the victorious bandits, while men face either execution or are burdened with heavy labor until they perish from exhaustion. As for the elderly and children, their fate is often more straightforward, as they are discreetly dealt with. After all, as the saying goes, one must eradicate the roots to ensure no resurgence. However, Su Li, who had only recently arrived in this foreign world, found such realities difficult to accept. He urged Wu Yong to minimize bloodshed, prioritizing subjugation instead. Thus, Wu Yong, leveraging the construction of new buildings, offered the surrendering bandits a chance for redemption. Those who performed well could shed their identities as surrendering bandits and integrate into Qingfeng Village as one of its own. Whether old, weak, women, or children, all were overjoyed, kneeling in gratitude for Qingfeng Village's mercy. Many carpenters, craftsmen, and blacksmiths eagerly volunteered, vowing to put forth their utmost effort in constructing the life pool. Better to live in hardship than to die. No one wishes for death. Upon receiving Wu Yang's report, Su Li also came to inspect the surrendering bandits. The strategy of winning hearts proved effective. Aside from a few bandits harboring negative loyalty due to personal losses, the loyalty of the others exceeded 10, indicating a burgeoning goodwill towards him and Qingfeng Village, if not loyalty, at least an end to hostilities. With the inclusion of these surrendering bandits, the life pool, designed according to the blueprints, quickly began to take shape. Within the hall of Qingfeng Village, Su Li stood and raised his cup, prompting Wu Yong, Niu Mang, and dozens of other bandits to rise as well. I, Su Li, at the age of 18, am fortunate to receive your esteemed support as the leader of this stronghold. From this moment forth, I vow to strengthen Qingfeng Village. No stronghold shall dare provoke us, no immortal family shall dare offend us, and no official sect shall dare to extinguish us. I understand this path will be long and arduous, but brothers, you have truly surprised me. In a single night, we obliterated the main stronghold, vanquished its 3 foremost cultivators, and seized countless resources. Come, brothers, let us toast to this victory. Cheers. The soldiers of the camp raised their cups and downed their drinks in unison, voicing their sentiments. This battle was solely reliant on the valiant prowess of our esteemed leader. Were it not for our chief, I never would have dared to dream of not only vanquishing the great king's stronghold, but even setting foot through its gates unscathed. Indeed, without our leader, we would not have had the audacity to confront the cultivators, nor would we have realized that our attacks could indeed wound them. The soldiers of Qingfeng camp previously harbored a sense of trepidation towards the cultivators, viewing them as the epitome of strength. However, ever since witnessing Xiaodingdang's decisive shot that felled Yangda, their fear has dissipated. They are now emboldened and ready for battle. Su Li chuckled and remarked, "Look, cultivators are not as invincible as you once imagined. As long as you diligently train under the guidance of Niu Dongjia, each of you will become a martial master. Not to mention a mere qi refining practitioner. Even if 10 were to come, we could reduce them to mere pulp." Laughter erupted among the ranks in response to Su Li's words. Wu Yong, sensing the mood of the camp, interjected, "Allow me a moment to speak. Just days ago, our great chief has reached the mid-stage of qi refining and has developed spiritual awareness. In the entirety of Beilagang, he can be regarded as a master." What? Our chief has already attained mastery in qi refining's mid-stage? What does that signify? It simply means he is extraordinarily powerful. No wonder we were able to easily conquer the great king's stronghold. Our chief is truly formidable. I, Xiangzi, shall follow him for life. The soldiers became increasingly exhilarated. The greater Su Li's strength, the stronger Qingfeng camp became. Especially after the recent victory over the great king's stronghold, they could finally walk with their heads held high within Beilagang. Su Li observed the rising loyalty among the soldiers displayed on his panel, finally experiencing the sensation of one man triumphing over 1,000. The atmosphere within the camp surged to its zenith, and Wu Yong once again filled his cup, declaring, "Come, let us all raise a toast. To the glory of our great chief, long live the Qingfeng camp. To the glory of our great chief, long live the Qingfeng camp. To the glory of our great chief, long live the Qingfeng camp." After 3 rounds of toasts, the spirits of the soldiers were lifted to unprecedented heights. Moreover, amidst the clinking of cups, their loyalty surged dramatically. Out of 80, nearly 20 reached a loyalty of 80 or above, while Xiaodingdang, Wang Cheng, and others exceeded 90. It was certainly worthwhile for him to concur with Wu Yong on organizing this banquet. With loyalty on the rise and the spirit pool nearing completion, it seems that the first-level bandit card must be prioritized. After the feast, he approached Wu Yong and tentatively drafted the reward measures for the recent victory over the great king's stronghold. At dawn the following day, the soldiers, under the leadership of Niu Mang, were already lined up in perfect order outside the gates of Qingfeng camp. Even after a night of revelry, not a single one was absent. Su Li gave a thumbs up to Niu Mang. A commendable discipline among the bandits has been firmly established, and as long as it is perpetuated, who would dare to challenge the integrity of Qingfeng's stronghold? Wu Yong ascended the makeshift platform and addressed all the bandits. "In the battle against the great king's stronghold, my brothers of Qingfeng's stronghold successfully eliminated over 120 enemies, captured more than 170 foes, seized approximately 4,000 pounds of meat, a dozen live poultry, 20,000 pounds of grain, over 300 pieces of armor, and a substantial quantity of spiritual stones and materials. According to the regulations of Qingfeng's stronghold, rewards are mandatory for merit, and penalties are obligatory for transgressions. For this battle, the rewards are as follows. Little Ding Dang, a young bandit in the camp, despite his tender age, displayed remarkable valor by slaying the formidable leader Yang Day of the great king's stronghold. His contributions were significant, and thus he is awarded a volume of qi refinement techniques. To be personally guided by the great leader, all eyes converged upon the slender figure of Little Ding Dang. Overcome with emotion, he stepped forth from the ranks to accept the scroll of qi refinement techniques from Wu Yong, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, great leader, for this honor. I vow to serve you unwaveringly, even in the face of fire and water." Beep. Level 1 bandit card bound to Little Ding Dang. Loyalty reaches 100. Becoming a devoted servant of the host. At that moment, the system prominently displayed Little Ding Dong's information panel in the subordinate section. Su Li nodded in satisfaction. The qi refinement scroll he bestowed upon Little Ding Dang was indeed a fusion of the level 1 bandit card. "Well done, Little Ding Dang. Keep up the good work, train diligently, and strive to achieve even greater feats for the stronghold. Yes. Chapter 19. The Rewards. Niu Mang, a martial arts instructor in the bandit camp, bravely advanced and eliminated over 20 bandits from the Great King's stronghold, also taking down Yang Air. His valor was commendable, earning him a first-grade spirit-gathering pill and 10 lower-grade spiritual stones. Wang Cheng, a bandit in the camp, amidst the offensive against the Great King's stronghold, faced with setbacks from other bandits, resolutely charged forth, confronting 4 bandits alone. Despite sustaining several wounds, he staunched the tide of defeat, collaborating with others to turn the battle around, thus preventing greater casualties. His contributions were notable, and he was awarded a volume of Qi refinement techniques. Under the personal guidance of the great leader, with the assistance of Niu Mang, Wang Cheng, bandaged and supported, ascended the platform. Presenting the awards in front of all bandits was an unprecedented method of recognition, remarkably unique. Even the Tianyue Kingdom had never conferred such honors upon ordinary soldiers. This caused both Wang Cheng and Niu Mang to feel a surge of excitement. Thank you, great leader, for this honor. Niu Mang and Wang Cheng pledged to serve you unwaveringly, even in the face of fire and water. Su Li personally presented the award, and as he handed the Qi refinement scroll to Wang Cheng, the latter's loyalty astonishingly soared from over 90 to 100. Well, Wang Cheng, are your injuries manageable? Great leader, they are mere scratches. I shall be ready to fight alongside you in a couple of days. Wang Cheng, standing at 1.70 meters, unexpectedly mustered the strength to rise before the towering Niu Mang, who stood over 2 meters. Strive diligently to become a cultivator soon, and achieve even greater merits for Qingfeng's stronghold. Yes. After Wang Cheng and Niu Mang descended from the platform, Wu Yong once again recounted the names of 7 warriors, including his own, who were among the esteemed ranks of those who had valiantly fought to eradicate the notorious bandit lair. They were granted access to the spirit pool, a privilege bestowed until their latent spiritual roots manifested. The reason for the number 8 was that, together with the spiritual materials seized from the bandit lair, resources were only sufficient for 8 individuals. Su Li had underestimated the value of the hidden spiritual roots. Even a single one required 100 spirit stones. Not to mention the costs associated with the spirit pool and the first-level exploration. Without the correct method to harness the spirit, the consumption would only multiply. It was no wonder that even among the families of cultivators, the number of adept practitioners was scarce. When the 8 ascended the stage, Su Li personally conferred honors upon them, an opportunity to significantly boost loyalty that he would not squander. Long live the great chieftain. Long live Qingfeng Zhai. The 8 were filled with excitement. After years of being bandits, they felt a sense of glory they had never known. Their loyalty soared, akin to Wang Cheng's. Nearing the threshold of 80, Su Li continued to speak, announcing a reward of 100 pounds of grain and 100 pounds of meat for all bandit warriors. While he was unaware of the circumstances of bandits in other regions, he knew that those of Qingfeng Zhai were primarily villagers who had been driven to desperation, forced to take up arms and become outlaws. Thus, grain and meat held greater value for them than spirit stones. Long live the great chieftain. Long live the great chieftain. For the sake of Qingfeng Zhai, we risk our lives. The bandits who received the rewards, along with their families at the walls of the stronghold, erupted in cheers. Su Li continued, furthermore, to ensure the prosperous future of Qingfeng Zhai, I hereby abolish the title of chieftain and replace it with that of elder. Niu Mang stepped forward to accept the decree. Niu Mang is here. The transition from chieftain to elder had been previously discussed and agreed upon by both him and Wu Yong. Thus, there was little resistance. Niu Mang was appointed as the martial elder of Qingfeng Zhai, to lead all bandit warriors and oversee their training. Understood. Wu Yong then stepped forward to receive his title. I appoint Wu Yong as the elder of affairs for Qingfeng Zhai, responsible for all matters of rewards and punishments, as well as the management of supplies and logistics. Understood. Following the conferrals, the rewarded bandits were filled with exhilaration. Additionally, in accordance with Su Li's wishes, substantial amounts of grain and meat were allocated as compensation to the families of those who had perished in battle. Although Qingfeng Zhai provided communal meals, they were limited to 2 per day, merely sufficient to stave off hunger. Most bandits had resorted to clandestine cooking arrangements, a well-known practice among them. This act further elevated Su Li's reputation. It was known that previously, even those who had met their end during failed raids received only meager compensation. This time, it was 100-fold more. The bandits understood that they would eventually face death, yet with such a mighty chieftain, they felt their demise was justified. From that day forth, Qingfeng Zhai underwent a subtle, yet profound transformation. That night, during his routine inspection of the stockade, Wu Yong did not return to his residence, but instead made his way directly to Su Li's courtyard. Elder Wu, the door is open. Please come in. Recently, with the continuous breakthroughs in several Qi cultivation techniques, Su Li not only advanced his overall cultivation to the 5th level of qi refinement, but also experienced significant progress in his spiritual perception. At present, he could extend his spiritual awareness to perceive objects within a radius of 2 zhang. Wu Yong was taken aback. He knew that Su Li could utilize a storage bag, indicating that he had awakened his spiritual awareness, yet the distance from the gate to the house was at least 5 meters. How could he detect his arrival? Upon entering the room, Su Li was engaged in the fusion of techniques using the primary technique fusion furnace obtained from Yang Air. After several days of experimentation, coupled with the maximum comprehension of the primary technique fusion, his proficiency in technique fusion had advanced remarkably. Having never encountered a technique fusion master, Su Li found it difficult to assess his own level. However, he had successfully fused 3 times, achieving perfection in at least 2 of those instances. You arrive at such a late hour, Elder Wu. You must have something to discuss. Please speak plainly. The young yet remarkably composed leader of the stockade was becoming increasingly enigmatic to him. Reporting to the great leader, as per your instructions. The scouts sent to investigate the surrounding stockades have returned. What is the situation? The news is not optimistic. Initially, everything seemed fine, but for reasons unknown, starting yesterday, several smaller stockades, including Huangping Stockade and Mengshan Stockade, have begun mobilizing bandits and have even purchased a substantial amount of armor from below the mountain. Wu Yong continued, moreover. To the west of Qingfeng Stockade, the Wolf Stockade, which holds a status akin to that of the Great King Stockade, also appears to be stirring, incessantly dispatching bandits to relay messages to these smaller stockades. Great leader, we must remain vigilant. Su Li nodded. In truth, he had contemplated these issues long before dispatching troops to eliminate the Great King Stockade. However, Wu Yong speculated that the Wolf Stockade would not dare to take action, as there was a formidable entity, the Black Tiger Stockade, looming over Bailey Ridge. Should the Wolf Stockade suffer significant losses, the Black Tiger Stockade would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Yet, the circumstances had changed. It seemed that the Wolf Stockade was preparing to incite the surrounding smaller stockades to encircle Qingfeng Stockade, positioning themselves as opportunistic bystanders. Elder Wu, do you have any countermeasures? Chapter 20. Expanding the stockade's troops. Wu Yong replied, reporting to the great leader, following the battle with the Great King Stockade. Our troop strength has dwindled to fewer than 40 bandits. Even if we were to stretch our resources and call upon the brethren within the stockade, we would only reach a little over 60 men. I have calculated the available bandits from other stockades. Even if the Wolf Stockade remains inactive, the number of bandits besieging Qingfeng Stockade could soar to 300. This does not account for their Qi refiner combatants. And relying solely on our 60 bandits would be utterly insufficient to withstand the onslaught. Moreover, we must guard against a surprise attack from the Wolf Stockade. The outcome of this battle hinges on 3 factors. 3 factors, taking into account Su Li's comparable strength to that of a 5th level Qi refiner. Without Su Li, our chances of victory would be negligible. Therefore, great leader, I propose we enlist the surrendered bandits from the Great King Stockade to bolster the strength of Qingfeng Stockade. The results from the initial investigation revealed that the loyalty of those traitorous bandits was alarmingly low, with some even displaying negative values, indicating a considerable potential threat. Su Li pondered for a moment and then spoke. Elder Wu, you must exercise caution. Wu Yong posed a singular question to the chief. Are you prepared to execute these traitors, or will you offer them clemency? Should hostilities ensue, allowing these treacherous bandits to remain within the stronghold would not only be a source of unease for him, but also for the soldiers, many of whom had families residing within Qingfeng stronghold. Taking various considerations into account, Chief Su felt compelled to eliminate these traitorous bandits. Su Li replied, it would be ideal to subdue them. Our numbers at Qingfeng stronghold are still too few. To advance, we naturally require a greater quantity of bandits. Wu Yong, exuding confidence, responded, rest assured, Chief. In just one day, I will not only assist you in dealing with the traitors from Dawang stronghold, but will also provide Qingfeng stronghold with an additional capable soldier. The following morning, with the cooperation of the stronghold soldiers, all the traitorous bandits from Dawang stronghold were gathered in an open area outside the gates, crouching with their heads clasped. The scene mirrored that of their previous assault on Xiaoxuanfeng stronghold, instantly stirring agitation among the bandits. Wu Yong stood atop a hastily constructed platform, addressing the gathered traitors with a booming voice. Bandits of Dawang stronghold, you may be perplexed as to why you have been brought here after diligently constructing our buildings. A robust young bandit interjected. Humph, what do you intend to do? Was it not agreed that once we aided in your construction, we would be set free? Now that the buildings are nearly complete, does Qingfeng stronghold intend to betray us and eradicate the bandits of Dawang stronghold? Humph. So all bandits are of the same ilk. Do you truly believe us to be easy prey? Brothers, let us fight back. Come on, Qingfeng stronghold's rabble. Your grandfather will rise again after 18 years. Humph. Can a swarm of ants truly overturn the heavens? Niulong, towering at nearly 2 meters, appeared exceptionally imposing with the added strength from his earth-based martial arts. At his command, all the soldiers raised their long spears, advancing towards the traitorous bandits of Dawang's stronghold. The sharp weapons were merely a few feet away, and should they dare to make a move, this ground would undoubtedly become their grave. The young bandits immediately faltered, realizing they were unarmed, clad in mere grass garments, and faced with the presence of formidable cultivators who had already slain several of their own. Resistance would surely lead to their demise. Observing the intimidation wrought by Niulong, Wu Yong continued, "It is not that Qingfeng's stronghold lacks integrity. Rather, several smaller strongholds have united with the intent to assault us. Given the strength of Qingfeng's stronghold, eliminating those petty minions poses no challenge. However, should you attempt to rebel while our valiant men engage those bandits, Qingfeng's stronghold would be left defenseless, allowing you to slaughter us at will." As Wu Yong spoke, he gestured towards the elderly and women and children of Qingfeng's stronghold nearby. Although these bandits possessed little knowledge, they could discern basic principles of advantage and disadvantage. Upon hearing Wu Yong's words, the bandits of Qingfeng's stronghold, who had initially sympathized with the traitors from Dawang's stronghold, immediately glared with anger. Even the guards longed to take immediate action and eliminate the traitors. The notion that other bandit strongholds would attack Qingfeng's stronghold? Such a formidable place. Would those smaller strongholds dare to launch an assault? The traitors from Dawang's stronghold, upon reflection, indeed recognized the logic in this. Were they in the same position, they would undoubtedly seek to eradicate such a threat. Thus, they implored the leader, "Might you allow us to descend the mountain? That way, none would pose a threat to you." "Indeed, good sir, have mercy and spare us. I have a 70-year-old mother and children aged 6 or 7. Humph. It is easy to speak lightly. To let you descend the mountain would be to heed the words of Niomang. Given your earlier display, should you be released, you would likely join those other bandits and besiege Qingfeng's stronghold. We are not so foolish. What do you plan to do then? Will you kill us? Humph, go ahead. Truly, you are a band of untrustworthy scoundrels. Had I known, I would have fought you then instead of aiding you in constructing buildings. What folly it was to assist you. Come on." The traitors from Dawang's stronghold grew agitated once more. At that moment, Wu Yong's voice resonated. "If you wish to live, it is not impossible. As long as the able-bodied bandits among you join our guard battalion, training alongside our soldiers, united against the enemy. In this way, even if the elderly and children remain in Qingfeng's stronghold, they would not pose any threat to us. What say you? Will you fight for Qingfeng's stronghold?" Their adversaries had just annihilated Dawang's stronghold and slain their brethren. Just a few days later, to join the guards of Qingfeng's stronghold and fight for it, they felt a twinge of reluctance, for most among them were loyal and principled bandits. "Couldn't you go? Little Pug must survive. Who's you two? Otherwise, mother and father. Our entire family will perish here. Father, I do not want to die." It was the families of the able-bodied bandits who began to waver. Wu Yong continued, "Moreover, should you slay the invading bandits in battle, you will truly be able to join the guard battalion, becoming esteemed citizens of Qingfeng's stronghold, sharing in the glory and sustenance. Most importantly, as formal guards, should your contributions be substantial enough, there exists the opportunity to cultivate spiritual roots and ascend to become lofty chi refiners." Chi refiners? Is this true? Can ordinary folk like us truly become chi refiners? Such nonsense. Humph, a group of ignorant bandits. A family of cultivators, who dares to question? I am but a chi refiner raised by the great leader. The great leader possesses immense powers. Otherwise, do you think your formidable Dawang stronghold would have fallen? Niomang bellowed. At this moment, Su Li leaped down from the fortress wall, astonishing all, including the soldiers stationed there. Chapter 21. The first level of the mountain stronghold, Task 2. Aerial flight. This is aerial flight. The chieftain of Qingfeng's stronghold truly possesses the strength of a mid-stage chi refiner, akin to Master Yang. Previously, there had been some doubts, with speculation that the chieftains may have been ambushed or poisoned by a traitor, leading to the downfall of several leaders. However, it now appears they indeed possess such power. Su Li spoke. As Elder Wu has stated, once you join my stronghold's military, you shall face the enemy outside our walls. When your contributions to our stronghold are sufficient, I shall surely find a way to mold your spiritual roots, enabling you to become chi refiners. At this moment, the initially hesitant young men displayed gleaming determination in their eyes. Chi refiner. This grand and distant term, even as a mere possibility, was enough to inspire them to strive with all their might. If there were to be champions in Blue Star, then chi refiners stood as their equivalent. Among all pursuits, the path of chi refining reigns supreme. "I will do it," shouted one. "I will do it," echoed another, and soon, every robust bandit from the Great King's stronghold stood up, expressing their willingness to join the military of the stronghold. Su Li observed as the loyalty of these former bandits gradually increased. Although it only reached a maximum of 50 or 60, it was sufficient for his needs. He glanced at Wu Yong, then at Niu Meng, feeling a surge of emotion within. Initially, Su Li believed that establishing a stronghold would be an arduous journey, yet unexpectedly, the small Qingfeng stronghold had provided him with two exceptional talents: Wu Yong, a strategist in warfare and a stabilizer of prosperity, and Niu Meng, who, though appearing somewhat reckless, excelled in military training. He possessed the keen insight to seize opportunities on the battlefield and effectively commanded the soldiers to secure victory. Were it not for these two, Su Li feared he would have exhausted his creativity in this endeavor. In the following days, the bandits from the Great King's stronghold trained alongside the soldiers. However, within merely 2 days of training, many bandits could not endure the rigorous regimen. Accustomed to a carefree life, they found such torment intolerable. Consequently, several bandits sought to withdraw. Yet, the military of the stronghold was not a place one could enter or exit at will. Niu Meng, in a fit of rage, personally dealt with the deserters, administering dozens of lashes as punishment. The weight of his blows echoed throughout the afternoon, accompanied by the anguished cries of the bandits. As deserters, they would receive no medical attention nor food within the stronghold. By the following night, these bandits were begging for mercy, and it was only after Elder Wu interceded that Niu Meng finally spared them. Thus, the bandits of the Great King's stronghold, despite their reluctance, could only grit their teeth and endure, daring not to entertain thoughts of desertion. In the grand estate of the chieftain of Qingfeng stronghold, Su Li sat cross-legged, facing a fusion furnace designed for the integration of intermediate magical tools and basic techniques. He casually cast aside 5 elemental spirit stones. These elemental spirit stones are birthed under exceptional circumstances, each embodying a singular elemental attribute from the 5 elements. For instance, the Earth Spirit Stone contains pure Earth elemental energy. When wielded by a practitioner of the Earth elemental technique, not only does their cultivation speed increase, but the energy they generate also carries a hint of Earth attribute, enhancing the potency of their Earth-based spells. Consequently, stones such as the Earth Spirit Stone have been known to fetch prices as high as 3 low-grade spirit stones, often with demand exceeding supply. Su Li summoned the elemental energies from the stones, allowing them to flow gradually into the primary technique fusion furnace. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and released his spiritual awareness. Bolstered by the maximum level of perception from the primary technique fusion intent, he could effortlessly observe the elemental energies from the 5 types of spirit stones merging swiftly. At the moment of their initial fusion, Su Li promptly retrieved 5 scrolls of the 5 elements Qi refinement technique, exchanged from the system, and cast them into the fusion furnace. Instantly, the furnace erupted in a dazzling display of green, red, gold, and blue lights. The entire structure began to tremble violently. Seeing this, Su Li hurriedly placed an additional spirit stone at each elemental entrance. Under his keen perception, the 5 technique scrolls slowly began to merge. However, the furnace shook even more violently, on the verge of an explosion. Was it still insufficient? It appeared that the 5 elements technique was indeed extraordinary, overwhelming the primary technique fusion furnace with its fusion force. With a sigh, Su Li opened the furnace, and the tumult subsided, revealing only a few damaged scrolls, clearly rendered unusable. Through this period of experimentation and practice, Su Li had successfully merged techniques of 2 and 3 attributes, such as the Firewood Dual Spirit technique bestowed upon Wang Chang, and the Earthwood Fire Triple Spirit technique of Ding Dang, all crafted by Su Li himself. He also had a high probability of merging 4 attribute techniques, yet his attempts at 5 attribute fusion had ended in failure on 2 occasions. Each failure resulted in substantial losses of elemental spirit stones and clan leader points. The 850 clan leader points obtained from vanquishing the Yang brothers of the Great King's clan were nearly depleted. With my maximum level perception of the primary technique fusion intent, the number of failures was not insignificant. The role of a technique fusionist is indeed a more financially draining pursuit than that of an alchemist. It is no wonder that Wu Yong, as the advisor of Tiannan City, had encountered alchemists but not technique fusionists. He sighed. The pursuit of merging the 5 elements techniques was not for his own benefit. His 5 Qi refinement techniques had already been solidified, rendering him unable to cultivate the 5 elements techniques even if they were available. His endeavor was for Wu Yong. Based on the results of his first-level investigation, he had gleaned valuable insights. Wu Yong's hidden spiritual root, much like his own, is considered the most inferior of the pseudo-5 elements spiritual roots. Should he practice the ordinary single attribute techniques, his potential would be limited. Only the 5 elements spiritual techniques might enable Wu Yong to progress further. It seems that the situation in Beilagang has been determined, and he must visit the nearby immortal cultivation market to seek out 5 elements spiritual techniques, or perhaps a more advanced technique fusion furnace. Just as Su Li was putting away the technique fusion furnace, a familiar system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Detection of bandits preparing to besiege Qingfeng Village. Level 1 Bandit Hideout Side Quest 2 has been issued. Defend Qingfeng Village and eliminate the invading foes. Quest Reward. Blueprint for a Level 1 Cultivation Hall. Quest Failure. Automatic cultivation techniques and spell practice slots shall be unusable for 1 year. Level 1 Cultivation Hall. Upon successful construction according to the blueprint. By placing spirit stones in designated locations, 20 cultivation slots can be created, increasing with the level of the cultivation hall. Cultivators practicing in these slots will accelerate their acquisition of spiritual energy and reduce the difficulty of minor realm breakthroughs. Chapter 22. The defense of Qingfeng Village 1. As the system's voice faded, Wu Yong's voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Chief, a grave matter has arisen. Su Li stepped out of the courtyard and opened the gate, asking, what has happened to cause you such alarm? Wu Yong hurriedly replied, Chief, the scouts I dispatched from the nearby villages have returned. They report that Huangping Village, Mengshan Village, and Lulin Village have led their young bandits toward Qingfeng Mountain. They are likely already at the foot of the mountain. Su Li was taken aback. Could it be that the system possesses reconnaissance capabilities, predicting events in advance? How many foes are there, and what is their strength? Wu Yong responded, the 3 villages combined have approximately 300 young bandits. And both Huangping's Huangping and Mengshan's Mengshan are said to be experts at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Additionally, Lin Feng from Lulin Village is at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. They are well prepared for battle, clad in cloth or armor, displaying formidable combat prowess. Our available bandit troops number only 104, and we must allocate some to watch over the surrendered bandits from Dawang Village, which adds considerable pressure. Although most of Dawang Village's young bandits have joined our ranks, around 230 bandits remain in Qingfeng Village, which we must guard against. Most concerning are the forces from Wolf Village. The scouts sent to gather intelligence have yet to return, but I suspect the Wolf Village bandits are already on the move. Su Li nodded. We must remain vigilant against the Wolf Village bandits. However, before they arrive, we must take down these smaller bands. Otherwise, if we become embroiled in chaos, our manpower will be insufficient, and the elderly, women, and children within the village may suffer. I would rather forego a victory achieved through such means. You must immediately inform Niu Mang to lead the bandit troops and assemble them outside the village gate, preparing for an offensive. An offensive? Wu Yong was taken aback. Qingfeng Village is easily defensible but difficult to attack. What nonsense is this about taking the initiative? Offense is indeed the best defense. I must consume this band of mountain thieves before the people from Wolf Village arrive. With that, Su Li unleashed his entire aura. Wu Yong, still an ordinary man, was nearly swept away by the wind generated by this surge of spiritual energy. My heavens, great leader, have you broken through again? Wu Yong asked in astonishment. Su Li replied with a smile. Indeed, I have regained some strength. I now possess the prowess comparable to that of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Rest assured and proceed with your arrangements. The reason I speak of recovery rather than breakthrough is that transitioning from the 2nd to the 6th layer of Qi refinement in merely half a month is truly terrifying. Previously, his fabricated identity had served him well. Indeed, at 18, achieving the 6th layer of Qi refinement. How formidable must he have been before his injuries? Late-stage Qi refinement. Or perhaps on the cusp of the Spirit Foundation. He was likely not much weaker than those esteemed cultivators or the direct descendants of the celestial sections. Wu Yong, feeling exhilarated, retreated, envisioning the rise of Qingfeng Village at the 100-mile ridge and even the 500-mile ridge. Meanwhile, at Huangping Village, Mengshan Village, and Lulin Village, over 300 individuals had gathered at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. Haha, Chief Huang, Chief Lin, long time no see. A robust man with a tiger-like back approached on horseback. This man was Mengshan of Mengshan Village, also known as the Wild Man. Although he was a 3rd-layer Qi refinement practitioner, in battle, he displayed no semblance of a cultivator, engaging entirely in close combat. Once he set his sights on an opponent, it often became a fight to the death, earning him considerable renown in the 100-mile ridge. Haha, Chief Meng, it has indeed been a while. Huangping of Huangping Village. Standing at roughly 1.60 meters, with a dark complexion and a somewhat frail appearance, commanded respect in this region. Underestimating him could lead to dire consequences, especially for one who could lead a village. Chief Huang, Chief Meng, it is truly an immense honor for me, Lin, to stand with you both at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain and fight side by side today. The strength of Lulin Village is modest, and I have heard that the soldiers of Qingfeng Village are formidable, with their chief being a master comparable to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Should we find ourselves in distress, I implore both chiefs for your support. Lin Feng, recognizing his inferiority to the two, adopted a more humble demeanor. Mengshan responded, well said. Qingfeng village is easy to defend but difficult to attack. We are all under the command of the Wolf King and shall stand united. The Wolf King's promises to their 3 major villages were immensely tempting. After this battle, their band of thieves would not only maintain their original structure, but also acquire all the spoils from Qingfeng village. Most importantly, they would forge an alliance with Wolf Village, jointly unifying the area south of the 100-mile ridge and eventually confront the Black Tiger village, establishing an unparalleled dominion over the 100-mile ridge, thus enabling an advance into the 500-mile ridge, a veritable paradise for bandits spanning a vast expanse. Huang Ping interjected, however, before proceeding. Should we not temporarily elect a chief among the 3 villages to prevent discord and disarray during our offensive? I concur. I also agree. Mengshan and Linfeng nodded in agreement. However, who would assume the leadership of the 3 strongholds, and how should the selection be made? Huang Ping, seemingly pondering, decided against any consideration of Linfeng, as the overall strength of the bandit stronghold was remarkably feeble, and he himself was merely at the 2nd level of qi refinement. Only Mengshan remained silent. Instead, a towering figure beside him, wielding a long halberd and mounted on a striking red steed, stepped forward and proclaimed, "My adoptive father commands 100 robust young men and is himself a master of the 3rd level of qi refinement. Thus, the leader of the 3 strongholds should undoubtedly be my adoptive father." Mengshan nodded, affirming the wisdom of having nurtured a son to serve in a time of need. "Haha, esteemed guests, this is my son, Ellie. I beg your pardon for the spectacle." Ellie, standing at 2 meters tall and brandishing a long halberd, exhibited an imposing presence that instilled fear even among the ordinary bandits who merely gazed upon him. Yet Huang Ping, being a cultivator, discerned at a glance that Ellie was merely an ordinary martial artist, not a true practitioner of the arts. He then turned his attention to a white-robed bandit nearby. This white-robed bandit, armed with a spear, deftly swept it through the air, producing a screeching sound that seemed to slice through the surrounding atmosphere. I Zhao Yun, the elite brother of Huang Ping's stronghold, number in the hundreds and am clad in armor. How could the leader of our band not be the rightful ruler of the 3 strongholds? His spear was pointed directly at Ellie. Zhao Yun hailed from a renowned family of spear practitioners, yet misfortune had befallen them during the conflicts with the mountain sects of Tianyue Kingdom. As their clan was part of Tianyue, they suffered significant losses, and after the war, the immortal practitioners assailed their home. Although the Zhao family excelled in spear techniques, they were no match for those cultivators. With only himself surviving, he fled for his life, cornered by the practitioners, and leaped into a cliff, being swept away by the currents, barely clinging to life until Huang Ping rescued him. Thus, he had remained by Huang Ping's side for these past years. Ellie pointed his long halberd into the distance and declared, "Who dares to challenge me to battle?" Zhao Yun lightly urged his white steed forward, replying, "I am Zhao Yun, under the command of Lord Huang. What is there to fear?" Chapter 23. The Defense of Qingfeng Stronghold Part 2. Linfeng of Green Forest Stronghold observed the escalating tension between the 2 bandits. He discerned that both were favored by their respective leaders. Should a conflict arise resulting in casualties, how could their collaboration possibly continue? Thus, he hurriedly interjected, "Lord Huang. Lord Meng, it is not imperative to select a leader for the 3 strongholds. With our 300 individuals upon this vast Qingfeng mountain, we can certainly mount a unified offensive." Huang Ping and Mengshan nodded in agreement, endorsing Lin Feng's suggestion. Without delay, they resolved to lead their respective forces up the mountain to eradicate Qingfeng's stronghold and eliminate that Su Li wretch. Excellent. The 3 strongholds, comprising over 300 warriors, marched forth in a grand procession toward the mountain. Ellie, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Adoptive father, that white-clad rogue, my 3 thrusts could easily pierce him from horseback. Why then, must we acquiesce to them?" Montan remarked, "Ellie, you are still too young. Even if you manage to defeat that bandit in white, Huang Ping's prowess is not beneath mine, and he will naturally not heed my commands. Thus, it would be wiser to heed Lin Feng's counsel, allowing both parties a graceful retreat." Ellie was taken aback. "What? Huang Ping is actually on par with my adoptive father?" He had once been the son of a humble farmer from the foothills who unexpectedly acquired the 3-dragon war halberd technique. Upon practicing this technique, it seemed as though it was tailor-made for him. His skills in halberd combat advanced remarkably, and in just 2 years, he reached the realm of a martial master. No one in the surrounding villages could match him. However, upon encountering Montan, he was easily subdued, only then realizing that this world harbored another kind of formidable warrior known as an energy refining master. From that moment on, he departed from his insular village, took Montan as his adoptive father, and followed closely in his wake. Hearing that Huang Ping was also so formidable, he involuntarily trembled, lost in thought. Montan, observing Ellie's demeanor, said, "My son, there is no need for sorrow. After this battle, I shall take you to the market to assess your spiritual roots and purchase energy refining techniques. You are still young, with exceptional halberd skills. Your future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass mine. Upon hearing Manchan's words, Ellie felt a surge of excitement. Thank you, adoptive father. I, Ellie, shall not hesitate to brave fire and water for you. Manchan laughed heartily. Ah, with a son such as you. How can I worry about the trivialities of the Qingfeng stronghold? Brave men of Manchan, follow me into battle. Charge. Kill. Huang Ping and Lin Feng, witnessing Manchan's stronghold's movements, likewise commanded their forces to surge toward Qingfeng stronghold. Should they capture Qingfeng, their own stronghold would welcome a new opportunity for development. At the entrance of Qingfeng stronghold, Su Li stood resolutely, perched upon the stronghold's wall. Just yesterday, he had finally broken through to the 4th level of both the water spirit technique and the gold spirit technique, elevating his overall cultivation to the 6th level of energy refinement. Name, Su Li. Position, Chief of Qingfeng Village. Village rank, Level 1, Chief points, 200, Age, 18, Overall cultivation, Qi refining Level 6, Overall cultivation talent, mediocre. 5 elements, pseudo-spiritual root, roots, metal root 5, wood root 6, water root 4, fire root 2, earth root 4. Cultivation techniques, note, 12 automatic cultivation slots available with spirit technique level 4, barrier reached, fire spirit technique level 2, barrier reached, water spirit technique level 4, barrier reached, earth spirit technique level 4, barrier reached, metal spirit technique level 4, barrier reached. Spells, beginner minor sand technique, small success. Beginner minor entanglement technique, great success. Beginner minor fireball technique, small success. Beginner minor metal finger technique, small success. Beginner minor soft water technique, small success. Intermediate sword control technique, great success. Intermediate air control technique, small success. Intermediate falling stone technique, small success. Weapons, wooden spirit vine, beginner magical artifact. Qinggang sword, beginner magical artifact. Special fusion, true spirit of cultivation technique, max level. Special ability, full level perception of primary fusion of true intent, gazing at the splendid panel, which had improved immeasurably since half a month ago. He felt an overwhelming confidence for the impending battle. Shortly thereafter, over 100 village soldiers stood orderly outside the village gates. Through this period of rigorous training, coupled with the discipline enforced upon the rebellious bandits, the defectors from Dawang village had begun to integrate into the soldier ranks, adhering to commands with diligence. Although their combat prowess fell slightly short of the seasoned veterans in the main camp, they had nonetheless become significantly stronger. Particularly in team combat, their formidable presence was astonishing. Meanwhile, Niomang stood before the formation, his spiritual energy resonating with greater intensity, evidently having refined a grade 1 gathering spirit pill and broken through to the 2nd layer. Niomang identity, Bandit of Qingfeng village age, 30 binding, level 1 elder card loyalty, 100 realm, Qi refining level 2, exclusive technique earth technique level 2, spiritual root, earth root 28, ordinary earth body, spells, earth strike, exclusive spell small success. Mighty fist, mediocre spell, martial master technique. We welcome the chief. All the village soldiers exclaimed in unison, their voices echoing throughout Qingfeng village. Su Li, observing the strict military discipline of the soldiers, nodded in approval and declared, the enemy is now at the foot of our mountain. With a decisive step forward, he soared into the air, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. They seek to take our lives, to slay our kin, to abduct our wives and children, to seize our provisions. What do you propose we do? Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, it was a matter of either their demise or his. The bloodlust evident in the eyes of both the defectors from Dawang village and the soldiers of Qingfeng village, combined with Su Li's aerial stance, incited a frenzy among them. With such formidable strength emanating from the chief, what enemy could possibly withstand defeat? Very well, after this battle, all the inhabitants of Wangjai shall be absolved of their identities as surrenderers, provided they dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to King Feng's High. As your chieftain, I shall regard you as my own kin, and should you exhibit remarkable performance in the future, you shall likewise have the opportunity to become a cultivator of Qi. Long live the chieftain. Long live King Feng's High. The warriors of the encampment echoed in unison. Slay, slay, charge towards King Feng's High. Annihilate the young men of Qingshuang mountain bandits. All the women shall belong to us. Slay. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of battle cries erupted from the direction of Qingfeng mountain sect. Evidently the bandits from the 3 encampments were ascending the mountain. Su Li's expression shifted, and he commanded, Niomang, heed my orders. Lead 50 of our warriors down the mountain from the flank and lie in ambush at the slopes, waiting for the enemy to falter. At that moment, strike forth. If they do not surrender, let none escape. Niomang, already a practitioner at the 2nd layer of Qi, with his specialized techniques and unique earth strike, would not be easily outmatched even against those at the third layer of Qi. Understood. Niumang departed with the warriors. Wu Yong, respond. Present. I command you to lead the remaining warriors at the entrance, utilizing rolling stones and logs to deplete the enemy's fighting strength. Upon my signal, everyone shall charge forth with weapons drawn. Wu Yong acknowledged the order. Chapter 24. The defense of King Feng's High 3. The modest clearing at the encampment entrance was already piled high with stones and timber, while a few sturdy children and elders collaborated with the warriors in combat. Su Li summoned the elder Zhang, responsible for the logistics of King Feng's High, instructing him to notify everyone in the encampment that upon his command, they must seize any available items and rush to the mountain's waist, shouting encouragement. 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. The battle cries of the three bandit encampments grew increasingly imminent, their figures discernible even in the bright moonlight below. Over 300 bandits ascended in unison, as if the mountains themselves were alive with their presence. The warriors of the encampment were already few in number, and with 50 led away by Niumang, they numbered less than 100, rendering them somewhat overshadowed by the bandits below. Despite their training, the warriors remained relatively composed. However, the accompanying villagers began to exhibit signs of trepidation, some trembling slightly, while the younger ones broke into wails and fled back to the encampment, seeking refuge in their mother's arms. Ultimately, they were forcibly brought back by Su Li's men. From the elderly of 60 to the children of 5. All were summoned to the walls and the entrance, gazing down at the bandits charging towards them like wolves upon their prey. Wu Yong bellowed at the entrance of King Feng's High. Escape? Can you escape for a moment, or for a lifetime? Once you ascend the mountain and become bandits, this mark shall forever remain. Even if you descend the mountain, should the officials discover you, it would still be a death sentence. As bandits, our enemies include the officials, the families of cultivators, sects, rival bandits, and indeed any cultivator who possesses their so-called sense of justice. Your continued existence is safeguarded by the valiant warriors of my Qingfeng stronghold, who dedicate their lives to your protection. Fix your gaze upon me. From this moment forth, whenever war arises, regardless of age or gender, every citizen shall take up arms. At the command of the chief, even those wielding pots and pans must charge forth. Wu Yong's voice resonated with authority, causing some children to burst into tears. Chief, many among them are the elderly and the young. Is this not a cruel course of action? Su Li inquired. What constitutes cruelty? Is it not more merciless to wait until the enemy's blade is at their throats? Yet, upon observing the trembling villagers behind him, Su Li's heart softened. Very well. When the time comes to engage, you need only lead them at the entrance to bolster morale. There is no need for a genuine charge. Understood. Wu Yong sighed with relief. He feared that if Su Li were to truly command these individuals to charge, they would likely falter before even reaching the enemy, triggering a chain reaction that could undermine the warriors' morale, which would spell disaster. In that brief moment, the bandits from Huangping Stronghold, Mengshan Stronghold, and Lovlun Stronghold had surged to within 50 meters of their position. All warriors, heed my command. Prepare the boulders and timber. Release. With a thunderous roar, 3 boulders, each nearly a yard in diameter, cascaded down the mountainside as the warriors cleared the obstacles in their path. Smaller trees were shattered in their wake, and some even soared into the air upon striking smaller stones. Timber technique. Block it. Upon sighting a boulder hurtling towards them, the Mengshan bandits hastily summoned their spiritual energy to shield themselves with several nearby dead trees. With a loud crash, the boulder met this unexpected barrier, its speed gradually diminishing. Unfortunately, the Mengshan's power was limited, and their timber technique was only rudimentary. The boulder threatened to breach the wooden blockade. Father, allow me to lend my strength. Lu Li leapt onto the stones, his long spear plunging deep into the boulder. Rise, he bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead and hands. And in an astonishing display of strength, he heaved the boulder upward, sending it soaring over the heads of the Mengshan bandits and rolling down towards Qingfeng Mountain. Bravo! My son Lu Li, the Mengshan leader rejoiced. Warriors, the fiercest assault from Qingfeng's stronghold has passed. Follow me to the mountain and annihilate them. Kill! Kill! Standing at the entrance of Qingfeng stronghold, Su Li observed a single figure with a spear effortlessly lifting a boulder that weighed thousands of pounds. And it appeared that this individual emitted no signs of spiritual energy. How could this be? Is Archimedes truly not deceiving me? Wu Yong, who is this person? Upon witnessing the disciples wielding a pole to pry the massive stone, Wu Yong was taken aback and responded, the elder is none other than Mengshan, the chieftain of Mengshan stronghold. A year ago, he returned from his travels with an adopted son named Lu Li, who is rumored to possess extraordinary skills in pole techniques. Although he is not a chi refiner, he is undeniably a genuine martial master. This was the first time Wu Yong had encountered such strength, and he was astounded. Martial master? Su Li expressed interest, as this was his first hearing of a martial master beyond Niu Mang. It appeared that this individual's sheer physical prowess likely surpassed that of Niu Mang. Merely a bunch of brutes. Huang Ping, observing the giant stone being dislodged, scoffed. Watch how effortlessly I dismantle it. Huang Ping retrieved an item from his bosom, approximately a foot in length, channeling his spiritual energy into it. In the next moment, the object transformed into a vine several zhang long. Minor binding technique. Bind for me. The lengthy vines, animated by Huang Ping's command, ensnared several large trees, forming a vast net just before the giant stone plummeted. The initial grade magical artifact, with Spirit Vine, astonished Su Li. This mountain bandit surprisingly possessed a similar artifact. However, judging by its appearance, the opponent's minor binding technique was merely rudimentary. If faced with Su Li, he would be easily overpowered. Huang Ping, the chieftain of Huangshan Stronghold, though diminutive in stature, was known for his ruthlessness, likely unmatched in the entirety of Beilagang. Last year, the bandits from Huangshan Stronghold raided a village at the foot of the mountain. When the villagers summoned the officials, several bandits perished. Yet Huang Ping personally led the remaining bandits down the mountain to annihilate the entire village. Su Li furrowed his brow. Despite being the chieftain of Qingfeng Stronghold, he could never commit such atrocities. The massive stone was halted by the minor binding technique, with the surrounding trees nearly uprooted by the tremendous force, yet ultimately standing firm. Chieftain is formidable. Huang Ping Stronghold is invincible. Huang Ping's spell effortlessly intercepted the giant stone, allowing the bandits of Huang Ping Stronghold to escape unscathed, their morale soaring to new heights. As the wood spirit vine was retracted, the colossal stone thundered down Qingfeng Mountain. In comparison to Huang Ping Stronghold and Mengshan Stronghold, the bandits of Elin Stronghold found themselves in dire straits. Although Lin Feng was also a cultivator, his cultivation was merely at the second level of qi refinement, specializing in fire-based spells, rendering him incapable of withstanding the giant stone. The unstoppable boulder crushed over a dozen bandits in its path. Chapter 25. The Defense of Qingfeng Stronghold. Damn those bandits of Qingfeng Stronghold. Brothers, follow me up the mountain and annihilate them to avenge our fallen comrades. Charge. The three massive stones were originally pushed to the entrance of Qingfeng Stronghold with the combined strength of the entire stronghold. Wu Yong, witnessing over 300 bandits sustain minimal losses as they bypassed his stone formation, felt a tinge of disappointment. Elder Wu, there is no need for despair. They are cultivators. Your accomplishments are commendable. Moreover, this maneuver had revealed the extent of their cultivation. Su Li offered a faint smile, his mind already concocting a strategy to confront the impending battle. With renewed vigor, he urged his comrades to prepare for the forthcoming skirmish. Wu Yong, shaking off the lingering gloom, felt the flames of battle rekindle within his eyes. 70 meters, 60 meters, 50 meters. The silhouettes of the defenders of Qingfeng village became discernible beneath the moonlight. Release the rolling logs. A row of 2-meter-long, 1-foot-thick wooden trunks, meticulously prepared, were pushed down by the village warriors. The trees on Qingfeng Mountain posed a potential hindrance, as excessively long logs could be obstructed. Wu Yong had previously determined that logs of 2 meters inflicted the most devastating damage. The defense of Qingfeng village had been rehearsed in his mind numerous times. Rolling logs. Everyone disperse. Ah, help. My leg. Save me, it hurts. A full 50 rolling logs cascaded downward. The cultivators Huang Ping, Meng Shan, Lin Feng, and the martial masters El Li and Zhao Yun all sprang into action, yet the sheer quantity of logs was overwhelming. They managed to block only a handful, while the rest surged into the ranks of the bandits behind them, resulting in significant casualties. Damn it, why have they prepared so many logs? One among them pondered. And those boulders, could they have anticipated our assault? Impossible. We only decided to attack Qingfeng village a few days ago. There's no way they could have been ready. The village chief, we underestimated Qingfeng village. The leaders of the three major bandit clans observed the loss of at least a quarter of their men, their hearts aching, and their eyes ablaze with fury. Particularly, Huang Ping was incensed. He had never suffered such a setback. Brave men of Huang Ping village, Qingfeng village lies within our grasp. Charge up the mountain and annihilate their able-bodied men. Their women, wealth, and provisions shall be ours. Brothers of Mengshan village, you are the strongest. Storm the heights, leaving not a trace behind. Charge. Kill. The first to breach Qingfeng village shall be rewarded with 1,000 jin of meat and 10 women. At last, they endured the onslaught of the rolling logs. Now, it was their moment to exact vengeance upon Qingfeng village. The remaining bandits, undeterred by the surrounding carnage, were invigorated by their leaders, rushing forward with fervor, weapons in hand. 30 meters, 20 meters. The distance dwindled. Cast down all the rubble. Wu Yong commanded with calm precision. At this proximity, Even children aged 12 or 13 could hurl stones that would injure the approaching bandits. Hundreds of stones rained down. However, given that the bandits were clad in armor, although there were some casualties, only about 30 lost their fighting capability, far fewer than the devastation wreaked by the logs. Brothers, arm yourselves. Slay these scoundrels. Those who dare to offend Qingfeng village shall face our wrath. The two factions of bandits were now merely 10 meters apart, their weapons glinting ominously in the dim light. Returning to the stockade is no longer feasible. The only path left is to engage in battle. Charge forth. Let us fight for the Qingfeng stockade. Soon, the two factions clashed in close combat. The first line of over 30 spear-wielding soldiers in the stockade moved in unison, their formidable presence striking fear as they thrust forward. More than a dozen bandits fell before they could reach the stockade entrance, forever leaving their lives behind. Subsequently, the blade squad of the stockade surged forth, plunging into the fray. Thus began the chaotic melee between the 150 bandits from the three stockades and the soldiers of Qingfeng. Mengshan led the charge, using the giant wood technique to sweep away several stockade soldiers. Lu Li followed closely behind, each swing of his long spear claiming the life of a soldier. Oh, my son Lu Li truly lives up to his name. If you manage to slay 20 robust bandits in this assault, I shall take you to the Immortal Workshop Market tomorrow to assess your spiritual roots. No sooner had Mengshan spoken than a figure quietly appeared beside him. Your words are excessive. Allow me to commence. Great achievement, sword technique. Perish. A flash of sword light howled through the air, and before Mengshan could react, his throat was severed. You are not at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Mengshan fell heavily, his body rolling down the mountain. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying Mengshan, the 3rd level Qi refinement leader of the Mengshan stockade, earning 300 bandit points. Level 1 stockade side quest 2. Encircle Qingfeng stockade, current completion rate, 13. Huh. I never claimed to be at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Now, Su Li possesses all 4 Qi refinement techniques at the 4th level, 1 technique at the 2nd level, resulting in an overall cultivation of the 6th level, complemented by the artifact, the Qinggang sword, and the great achievement, sword technique. Mengshan was merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Having ambushed and executed him in a single strike was entirely within expectations. Adoptive father, Lu Li cried out. Although Mengshan was not a virtuous man, he had treated him exceptionally well. He yearned for vengeance, yet his body trembled, possibly due to Su Li's overwhelming presence. And he found himself unable to thrust his spear against Su Li, who stood so near. Mengshan had actually perished, with but a single sword strike. That sword light. How formidable. Countless gazes converged upon Su Li in unison. Minor binding technique. Seizing the moment while Su Li dispatched Mengshan, Huang Ping activated the wood spirit vine, aiming to ensnare Su Li. To compare my minor binding technique with yours is to show off in front of a master. Allow me to demonstrate the true might of the minor binding technique. Su Li scoffed, and his beginner level wood spirit vine extended to 5 zhong, rushing forth. Instantly, it entwined with Huang Ping's wood spirit vine, resembling 2 great serpents coiling together. Break free. Huang Ping once more channeled his spiritual energy into his wood spirit vine, striving to escape the binding. Alas, regardless of how fiercely he exerted his wood spirit vine, it remained firmly ensnared by Su Li's. Be still, Su Li proclaimed, and his wood spirit vine suddenly expanded to the size of a barrel. With a sudden creak, it seemed as if the very lifeblood of the Huang Ping wood spirit vine had been severed. In the next instant, the vine reverted to its original state and was collected by Su Li. Blood gushed forth from Huang Ping, the leader of Huangping village, who staggered a few steps before being steadied by Zhao Yun, whose reflexes were swift. Run. The leader of Qingfeng village is undoubtedly more formidable than a mere 4th-layer Qi cultivator. We have fallen into a trap. At that moment, Wu Yong led over 300 villagers from Qingfeng village, brandishing more than 100 torches and an assortment of weapons, charging forth. Chapter 26. Defending Qingfeng village kill. Annihilate them all. The voices were cacophonous yet resounding, and coupled with the obscured vision of the night, one could only perceive the multitude of torches surging forward. Witnessing this, the remaining bandits from the 3 villages were gripped by fear, their fighting spirit extinguished. Brothers of Huangping village, heed my command, retreat. Brothers of Levian village, heed my command, retreat. Upon hearing the order to withdraw, the bandits dared not linger, some even casting aside their weapons and armor to flee more swiftly. Su Li's earlier strike had become a haunting specter within Lu Li's mind. Seeing the surrounding bandits retreat, he dashed down the mountain without a moment's hesitation. Still attempting to flee? Little Earth technique. A basic spell surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, the once firm ground beneath Lu Li's feet turned soft, causing him to sink halfway into the earth. Seize him. I shall deal with him upon my return. Several village soldiers surged forward, placing their spears and swords at his neck. Do not move. Reluctant yet fearful, Lu Li had no choice but to cast down his weapon and surrender. With Lu Li captured, Su Li soared into the air, pursuing the fleeing bandits from the 3 villages. Wu Yong, concerned for Su Li's safety, hurriedly gathered the village soldiers and followed suit. Along the path of escape, Lin Feng was utterly bewildered. Over 300 young men from his mountain village had not even reached the gates of Qingfeng village before they had been routed. Most dire of all, the leader of Qingfeng village, a figure of immense strength, was hot on his heels. Lin Feng, you run so swiftly, where do you intend to go? Though propelled by his own legs and supported by spiritual energy, enabling him to move with the grace of a swallow and leap between trees, he was no match for Su Li's adept aerial technique. In mere minutes, Su Li had closed the distance. Lin Feng was struck with terror and immediately knelt before Su Li, exclaiming, Su village leader, I was blind to the great mountain, and I have offended Qingfeng village. I beseech you, allow me to make amends. I shall come bearing substantial gifts to atone. Regrettably, sincerity was absent from his plea. Su Li hurled a small fireball, which Lin Feng of Levian village could not withstand. He cried out in agony, reduced to ashes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain Lin Feng, the second layer Qi leader of Levian village, and earned 200 bandit points. Level 1 Bandit Side Quest 2, Defend Qingfeng village. Current completion rate, 23. Since the exploration has been upgraded to level 1, it has significantly enhanced its capabilities. Not only can one observe the loyalty of the mountain bandits within their faction, but also the enmity and affection directed towards them by those of lesser cultivation. A crimson hue envelopes Lin Feng's head, indicating a profound animosity, likely exceeding 50. Such individuals are not only difficult to subdue, but may also turn against you when the moment is critical. The mountain bandits fleeing from the hillside, witnessing their leader's demise, had some loyal and fearless souls who charged forward, only to meet their end at the hands of Su Li's Qinggang sword. Those who move shall perish. Su Li stood suspended in the air, wielding his sword like a deity of death. Dozens of bandits were paralyzed with fear, immobilized, and were subsequently captured by Wu Yong and his troops. The mission to defend Qingfeng village now remained with the last group from Huangping village. After a brief exchange, Su Li pursued once more. Wu Yong, after confiscating the weapons of the surrendered bandits, left a dozen soldiers to escort them up the mountain, while he followed with 20 to 30 troops. Although their chief, Su Li, was immensely powerful, he remained but one man, and there were still 50 or 60 fleeing bandits below. Meanwhile, Niu Mang and his soldiers, having descended from the side of the mountain, successfully avoided the 3 factions of bandits and circled to the slope, awaiting the fleeing rabble. Elder Niu, there are fewer than 100 soldiers on the mountain, and I just saw that the attacking bandits number over 300. Some soldiers expressed their concerns, worried for their loved ones above. Slap! Before the soldier could finish, Niu Mang's hand struck him. You foolish child, what nonsense are you spouting? Our chief, Elder Wu, and the defensive provisions we prepared are on the mountain. Even if we fail, our chief shall not. As soon as Niu Mang's words fell, a thunderous sound echoed from above. It was the rumbling of rocks tumbling down. Stay put on either side of Qingfeng village. Do not move until these waves have passed. Then we shall ambush. Understood. As the rocks cascaded down, more scattered logs followed suit. At that moment, a cacophony of battle cries resonated from the mountain. Clearly, combat had commenced above. The soldiers felt a twinge of anxiety, and even Niu Mang began to share their apprehension. After all, this was genuine warfare, and victory was never guaranteed. As the deafening shouts of battle erupted, numerous torches illuminated the mountainside, and Niu Mang understood this was the fervor instigated by the villagers. After a while, the scouts sent out finally returned. Elder Niu, Elder Lu, our chief has achieved a resounding victory. The enemy's routing forces are fleeing toward us, and will likely arrive shortly. Haha, I said our Qingfeng village would surely triumph. Niu Mang's anxious heart finally found peace. He commanded, brothers, this rabble has invaded our Qingfeng village. Let us remain vigilant and ensure not a single one escapes. Understood. Dozens of soldiers, armed with long spears and sabers, prepared themselves for the impending confrontation. Is that a shadow? Could it be the reinforcements from the bandit faction? Before them stood the infamous bandits. Were they from Meng Mountain or Green Forest Village? As the defeated robbers gradually approached, their pace inevitably slowed. No one responded to their queries, and it was only when they drew within 20 meters that Niu Mang suddenly bellowed, Kill! 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 Led by Niu Mang, dozens of village soldiers charged forth in unison. The beleaguered bandits were caught off guard, and in a brief encounter, a score of them were slain. The remaining robbers either surrendered on the spot or were driven back up the mountain. Leave behind a dozen brothers to confiscate their weapons. The rest, continue the pursuit. With ambushers below and pursuers above, the escape routes for the bandits from the 3 villages grew increasingly constrained, their numbers dwindling. Zhao Zhu Master, at the end of your rope. Will you surrender or not? Su Li, who had executed Lin Feng, once again caught up with the bandits from Huangping village. Thanks to Niu Mang's ambush on the mountainside, the fleeing robbers were thwarted. Only Huangping remained among the 3 cultivators. At this moment, the 30-odd remaining bandits from both Huangping and the other 2 villages encircled Huangping tightly. Zhao Yun approached Huangping and said, "Village master, when they launch their attack, I will hold off the leader of Qingfeng village. Take the opportunity to escape." Zhao Yun, a martial artist with exceptional marksmanship, might indeed be able to block Su Li. As long as Su Li was delayed, who could stand against Huangping, now at the 3rd level of qi refinement? Upon hearing this, Huangping, filled with excitement, replied, "Excellent. I entrust this to you, brother Zhao Yun. If you manage to return, the position of second-in-command of Huangping village shall be yours." Chapter 27. Subduing Zhao Yun's stubborn fools, advance. Seeing that persuasion had failed, Su Li commanded his soldiers to attack. "Brothers, since we are destined for death, let us charge forth." Huangping rallied the remaining bandits to fight valiantly. Meanwhile, he chose a spot where the enemy was fewer and dashed out. Still hoping to escape, Su Li would not allow Huangping to flee and immediately pursued him. "Huang village master, Zhao Yun owes you a life, and it is now due." Zhao Yun brandished his gun, utilizing the branches of the surrounding trees to propel himself forward. The gun's tip glinting menacingly in the moonlight. Danger! Su Li felt a chill run down his spine. The shot from an ordinary person had alerted him to peril. He dared not continue chasing Huangping and halted, raising his Qing Gang sword defensively before him. Clang! Su Li retreated several steps, regaining his composure as he exclaimed, "Who dares to ambush this village leader?" The moonlit phoenix gun was an exclusive technique from the Zhao family, concentrating all one's energy into a single shot, emphasizing precision and lethality. It was this very technique that had enabled him to slay a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator and break free from those encircling the Zhao family. At this moment, Zhao Yun was panting heavily, barely managing to remain standing. The exertion from the recent battle had drained him of nearly all his strength. How disheartening! He had been thwarted by his opponent. Fortunately, the leader of Huang Zhai had successfully escaped. "Huangping Zhai Zhao Yun, come forth, let us engage once more." Zhao Yun brandished his spear, devoid of the earlier ferocity. A lethal strike, outwardly strong, yet inwardly weak. Su Li had anticipated that his adversary might unleash another formidable attack. But little did he know that Zhao Yun had reached his limit. With a swift motion, he cast a minor binding spell, entrapping Zhao Yun. "Kill me then," Zhao Yun implored. Su Li, perplexed, responded, "With your capabilities, had I not overlooked you earlier, you might have broken free from the encirclement. Why surrender?" Zhao Yun's prowess piqued Su Li's interest, especially since this opponent bore him no ill will. Zhao Yun replied, "A life saved deserves a debt of gratitude." Su Li chuckled. "Is that for a leader who would not return the favor? Do you deem it worthwhile?" Zhao Yun fell silent. Truth be told, had it not been for Huangping's intervention, he would have thought little of that man. The mountain bandits preyed upon the weak and mercilessly slaughtered the innocent. Entire villages wiped out without a second thought. Su Li felt a stirring within him. At such a critical juncture, one willing to sacrifice themselves for their leader, though an adversary, garnered his genuine admiration. "Follow me, and I shall spare your life." Zhao Yun, once a bandit, vowed that he would never become a second. The Zhao family had once been esteemed, holding considerable respect among officials. His previous association with the Meng mountain bandits had been born of necessity, but upon learning of their brutal ways and repaying Huangping's life-saving grace, he had no desire to serve as a pawn of the tiger any longer. Indeed, resilient and unyielding, a talent worth nurturing. The more Su Li observed Zhao Yun, the more he contemplated how to persuade him to join his cause, when suddenly, a familiar and melodious notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your subordinate, Elder Niu Mang, has successfully captured the leader of Huangping Zhai. Level 1 Mountain Bandit Side Quest 2. Protect Qingfeng Zhai. Task completed. Congratulations, host. New architectural blueprint for Level 1 Cultivation Hall acquired. Level 1 Cultivation Hall. Upon successful construction following the blueprint, place spiritual stones in the designated area to create 20 cultivation spots, increasing with the level of the hall. Cultivators utilizing these spots will expedite their acquisition of spiritual energy and reduce the difficulty of minor breakthroughs. Make your move. Zhao Yun shut his eyes. Su Li smiled faintly. Zhao Yun, do you truly believe Huangping could escape? Who is that approaching? Zhao Yun opened his eyes, following Su Li's gaze. A group of bandits was escorting an individual toward them. Hurry up, or I shall sever your right hand. Niu Mang barked. Huangping was consumed by rage. Yet the iron chains binding him and the excruciating pain in his bloodied left arm rendered him incapable of summoning even a modicum of spiritual energy. The despicable and shameless rogue dared to launch a surprise attack on the chief of this stronghold. After narrowly escaping, Huang Ping believed he had eluded death, only to encounter Niu Mang and his men, who were lying in wait to ambush the isolated traitor. Recognizing Huang Ping, Niu Mang concealed himself, and when Huang Ping passed by, he unleashed his earth spirit technique in a flash, delivering a crushing blow to Huang Ping's chest. Wounded and disoriented, Huang Ping was soon beset by other soldiers, who severed his left hand. Zhao Yun, the chief of the mountain stronghold, was taken aback. It seemed they were all destined to meet their demise here. Upon seeing Zhao Yun, who had also been captured, Huang Ping was left speechless. Su Li stepped forward, his Qinggang sword poised at Huang Ping's throat. Zhao Yun, if you do not surrender, I shall slay your chief. Huang Ping forced himself to regain composure, exclaiming with righteous indignation, Alas, Zhao Yun, you possess great talent. Following me will lead to naught. Su, you are right. Align yourself with him and let me go. Niu Mang was bewildered. Wu Yong was astonished. Even Su Li and Zhao Yun were taken aback. They had anticipated Huang Ping would deliver a fierce retort. Yet this was an unexpected twist. For a moment, Su Li was left speechless. Huang Ping's words left Zhao Yun feeling utterly awkward, prompting him to ask, Su, if I were to surrender, would you spare Huang Ping? This time, he directly addressed Huang Ping by name. Su Li replied, Of course. Do you truly honor your word? This chief certainly does. Very well. I, Zhao Yun, shall submit to you today, and I hope the esteemed chief will show mercy and spare Huang Ping. Zhao Yun spoke with his head bowed. Su Li observed Zhao Yun, noting the color atop his head shift from white to green, indicating an increase in Zhao Yun's favor towards him. His surrender was genuine. Niu Mang, release the chief. Understood. Niu Mang was reluctant to comply. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Huang Ping's stronghold was not far, and with Huang Ping dead, the annexation of Huang Ping's stronghold by Qing Feng would be inevitable. Yet, Su Li's unwavering gaze instilled a sense of apprehension in him. Thank you, Chief Su, for your mercy. Huang Ping, enduring the pain, dashed into the forest without looking back. Once Huang Ping's figure vanished from sight, Zhao Yun let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, great chief. It is nothing. I shall honor my promise. Su Li commanded, Niu Mang, lead the soldiers to secure the battlefield and escort the traitors back to Qing Feng. Zhao Yun, you have exerted considerable energy. Come with me to rest. Understood. Chapter 28. The perception of innate firearm weapons having narrowly escaped, Huang Ping stumbled through the forest. Suddenly, he spotted several torches flickering ahead. Before he could react, an adversary's sword descended upon his head. He was filled with a desire to unleash a torrent of curses, truly resembling a tiger fallen into the plains, bullied by mere dogs. How could he possibly meet his demise at the hands of a band of common mountain robbers? Lo and behold, is that not the renowned leader of Huangping village, Master Huang? How has he come to be in such a state? Huangping lifted his head, squinting to discern the figure approaching. It was none other than Haimao, the third in command of the wolf village. Haimao, joy surged within Huangping. He realized he had allies. Kill! Kill! He shouted, grateful to Master Huang for luring the mountain bandits into the trap. Just as Huangping uttered those three words, a volley of fire arrows suddenly rained down from the distance, landing amidst the gathering of the wolf village bandits. Instantly, cries of agony and pleas for help filled the air. As the vanguard, Haimao had previously vowed to personally capture Qingfeng village, but to his astonishment, before he could ascend the mountain, they were ambushed. Witnessing the flames engulfing the surroundings and the loss of several brothers, he seethed with rage. Damn it, Huangping. You conspired with Qingfeng village to ambush me. I shall not let you live. A blade descended from the heavens, offering Huangping no time to explain. Coupled with Huangping's prior injuries that rendered him incapable of summoning his spiritual energy, Haimao easily severed Huangping's head. Relay my orders. Do not panic. Follow closely behind me. And charge forward. Kill. Kill. Report, Elder Wu. Huangping, by mere fortune, was not slain by my village's arrows, but was instead decapitated by the bandits of Wolf Village. Now, they are charging towards us. In the forest, those lying in ambush against the Wolf Village were none other than the soldiers of Qingfeng Village. Excellent. Wu nodded. Heed my command. All soldiers shall retreat in an orderly fashion back to the village. Understood. By the time Haimao led the Wolf Village bandits in their charge, Wu had already guided his soldiers up the mountain, taking advantage of their familiarity with the terrain. Damn the bandits of Qingfeng Village. Today, I shall eradicate every last one of you. Haimao's fury reached its peak. Even before encountering the enemy, he had already lost several brothers. Nevertheless, he dared not pursue further. The darkness of night and his unfamiliarity with Qingfeng Mountain posed a significant risk of ambush, much like before. Upon returning to join the main force led by the Wolf King, he gazed upon Huangping's lifeless body and, in a fit of rage, stabbed it several times, momentarily alleviating his pin-up animosity. In Qingfeng Village, the lights blazed brightly. even though this time they had the assistance of boulders, rolling logs, and the formidable Su Li, who had swiftly vanquished Mengshan, leading Qingfeng village to triumph against overwhelming odds. The casualties among the soldiers were substantial. 19 had perished on the spot. 23 were severely wounded and rendered combat ineffective, and several others sustained minor injuries, significantly diminishing their fighting capacity in the short term. The villagers were diligently assisting the barefoot doctors within the village, administering basic treatment to these soldiers and some surrendering bandits. Su Li surveyed the injured and could not help but shake his head. The medical skills of Qingfeng Village's barefoot doctors were still quite rudimentary. While they might manage simple ailments, when faced with the extensive injuries of large-scale battles, they fell woefully short. Many brothers, who could have been saved, ultimately did not survive. Each soldier in the camp is a precious asset. Losing one means losing a valuable life, which pains Su Li deeply. It seems that an opportunity must be sought to bring a skilled physician from the foothills back. Upon returning to the stronghold, Wu Yong immediately sought out Su Li and whispered, "Great Chief, the matter concerning Huang Ping has been resolved. You would never guess who the perpetrator was. Was it not your faction?" Su Li inquired, puzzled. Despite having promised Zhao Yun, Su Li could never allow Huang Ping to escape. Huang Ping's stronghold had existed in by Li Gang for over a decade, even longer than that of the Wang Zhai. Besides the 100 robust mountain bandits dispatched this time, there were also over 100 able-bodied men and nearly 500 other villagers. Allowing him to go free would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains, making it increasingly difficult to annex Huang Ping's stronghold. And who knows how many lives of his soldiers might be lost in the process, a scenario that Su Li and Wu Yong could not permit. Thus, Su Li discreetly instructed Wu Yong to lead the soldiers on this mission. Wu Yong nodded and said enigmatically, "According to the chief's intention, we had originally planned to pursue Huang Ping and eliminate him, then investigate the situation at Wolf Stronghold. However, unexpectedly, Huang Ping fled with remarkable speed. And by the time we caught up, the people from Wolf Stronghold had already discovered him. Left with no choice, I devised a ruse to make them believe Huang Ping was our spy, and then ordered dozens of our soldiers to launch a volley of fire arrows. The Wolf Stronghold's men were caught off guard, resulting in the deaths of over 10 bandits. Although the fire arrows did not kill Huang Ping, the leader of Wolf Stronghold, in a fit of rage, struck him down with his blade. Su Li felt a mix of joy and shock. He was astonished by the swiftness of the Wolf Stronghold's arrival, which was utterly unexpected. A cold sweat trickled down his back, realizing that had the battle with the mountain bandits of the third stronghold lingered for another hour, the outcome might have been uncertain. As for Huang Ping's affair, it must not be allowed to leak out. Understood, replied Wu Yong. Even the soldiers who accompanied me were only told we were investigating the situation at Wolf Stronghold. Wu Yong then asked, "Great Chief, may I dare to inquire what exceptional talent Zhao Yun possesses that warrants such painstaking efforts on your part to subdue him?" Su Li smiled mysteriously. "You will come to know in due time. Zhao Yun's potential will undoubtedly surpass that of Niu Mang." If he had hesitated to assert this before, having secured Zhao Yun, he realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. Zhao Yun identity, Bandit of Qingfeng Stronghold age, 23 loyalty, 58 realm, none, mortal martial artist, root, conflicting fire root 22, ordinary fire spirit body, the fire root and innate weapon perception conflict within Zhao Yun's body, preventing normal coexistence. The issue can be perfectly resolved using a first-tier bandit card. Special skill, Moonlit Phoenix Cry Spear, can be spiritualized, special. Innate weapon perception, the term spiritualized refers to the possibility that once Zhao Yun becomes a cultivator, he may have a chance to elevate the Moonlit Phoenix Cry Spear technique to a level of magical prowess. What truly captivated Su Li was Zhao Yun's innate perception of firearms. According to the system's elucidation, this signifies that Zhao Yun's marksmanship may evolve into a gun intent akin to the sword intent found among cultivators. Of course, this hinges on Zhao Yun's own fortune. Wu Yong was even more astonished, for he was well aware of Niu Mang's extraordinary gifts, an innate earth spirit body, a rarity among 10,000. Su Li paid no heed to Wu Yong's astonishment and instead inquired, "What is the situation with the Wolf Stronghold?" Chapter 29. Level 1 Stronghold Mission 3. According to the reports from our scouts and the intelligence we gathered earlier, the Wolf Stronghold has mobilized its entire force, deploying no fewer than 300 robust bandits, with 4 cultivators led by the seasoned Wolf King, a formidable figure in the mid-stage of Qi refinement. We must tread cautiously. Wu Yong furrowed his brow. Had it not been for the impending assault by those 3 strongholds, he would have felt assured, given the boulders and logs prepared at Qingfeng Stronghold. However, apart from the reassurance brought by Su Li's prowess, their chances of victory appeared bleak. Beep. Detection indicates that the Wolf Stronghold is about to attack Qingfeng Stronghold. Level 1 Stronghold Side Mission 3 has been issued. Engage proactively to eliminate the Wolf Stronghold and unify the region south of the Hundredly Ridge. Mission Reward: Level 1 Stronghold New Construction, Training Ground for Stronghold Soldiers. Level 1 Daily Missions activated. Mission Failure: Automatic cultivation techniques and spell practice slots will be unavailable for 2 years. Level 1 Training Ground: Upon successful construction according to the blueprint, soldiers under the host's command will train within, with doubled training intensity and feedback, enhancing overall cohesion and collaboration among the soldiers. Level 1 Daily Missions activated. As the most formidable stronghold cultivation system, the ability to raid is pivotal in determining a stronghold's strength. Daily raiding tasks 5 times, each yielding 50 stronghold points, with rewards increasing as the stronghold level rises. Su Li gazed at the sudden mission, a surge of exasperation threatening to escape his lips. Previously, victory was all that mattered, regardless of the means. Yet this time they demanded a proactive assault. If it were a lesser stronghold like the Green Forest Stronghold, it might be manageable. However, this was the Wolf Stronghold, rivaling the Great King Stronghold. 300 seasoned bandits, 1 seasoned cultivator in the mid-stage of chi refinement, and 3 in the early stages. Moreover, their soldiers had just endured a grueling battle. Not only were their combat-ready forces fewer than 100, but they were also in a state of exhaustion. How could they possibly prevail? It was utterly absurd. Wu Yong seemed to sense Su Li's trepidation and offered words of comfort. Great leader, although we have just fought and our soldiers are weary, the Wolf Stronghold has journeyed a great distance and is equally fatigued. If we leverage the terrain of Qingfeng Stronghold, we can engage them in a series of ambushes. With your valor, victory is not out of reach. Su Li shook his head. No, Elder Wu, if I were to initiate an offensive, what chances do we truly have? Wu Yong was greatly alarmed and quickly cautioned Su Li, Great Chieftain, one must not indulge in momentary bravado. Our Qingfeng Stronghold has already subdued over 300 villagers and soldiers from the Great King Stronghold. Now, having decisively defeated the mountain bandits from the 3 strongholds, we have captured more than 100 young men. Yet, our own villagers and soldiers number less than 200. Should we take the initiative to attack and show even the slightest sign of defeat, the internal chaos instigated by these surrendered bandits would surely ensue. This is crucial to the completion of our secondary mission. We cannot afford to turn the impossible into reality. Su Li, unwavering, replied, I have resolved to take the initiative. Elder Wu, what we must contemplate now is how to secure victory. Do not speak of anything else. Observing the determination in Su Li's eyes, Wu Yong sighed. His chieftain possessed profound cultivation, remarkable youthfulness, and grand vision. Yet, once he had made up his mind, no force could sway him. Wu Yong could only say, if there is no other way, we must rely on the surrendered bandits to fight for us. However, utilizing recently surrendered bandits in battle was a grave taboo. Should they turn against us in combat, it could result in total defeat. But Great Chieftain, his subordinate interjected, we have just slain nearly 200 bandits from their stronghold. Among them, there could very well be relatives or brothers of these men, and we even executed their chieftain on the spot. Convincing them to fight for us will be an arduous task. Su Li seemed to contemplate something and smiled. Elder Wu, it is not impossible to have them fight for us. I merely need to subdue 2 individuals. Which 2 individuals? Wu Yong inquired, a figure surfacing in his mind. Zhao Yun from Huangping Stronghold, and the other is Lu Li from Mengshan Stronghold. Su Li replied nonchalantly. In the hall of Qingfeng Stronghold, due to Wu Yong's concern that housing hundreds of surrendered bandits outside would be unmanageable, they were relocated here. Several dozen soldiers were stationed around to prevent any escape. Brother Lu, what do you think Qingfeng Stronghold will do with us? Will they execute us? Should we revolt and avenge our chieftain from Mengshan? Humph, revolt? That is easier said than done. We are unarmed and lack strength, and with you shackled in heavy chains, those soldiers are unlike other bandits. They rotate their posts without pause, clearly well trained. I fear that the moment we make a move, their spears and swords will come crashing down upon us. I have a mother who is 60 years old and blind. Without me, she cannot survive, so I must live. My son has just turned 10. I heard that Qingfeng Stronghold treats even the elderly and infirm bandits from the Great King Stronghold with kindness. If we sincerely surrender, I believe we can survive. I also oppose any revolt. The 100-odd surrendered bandits were divided into 3 distinct areas. The largest area housed the Mengshan bandits, as their chieftain was slain in an instant by Su Li, and Lu Li was captured. The other bandits had little effective means of resistance and were easily defeated by the soldiers of Qingfeng Stronghold, resulting in the capture of over 60 men. Lu Li was bound to a wooden pillar, his gaze blank, still unable to recover from the shocking scene of his chieftain's demise. As formidable as the 3rd-tier chi refinement master, the adoptive father was slain by a single sword strike. Just how powerful could that be? Observing that Lu Li remained unresponsive, the bandits who harbored thoughts of rebellion and escape fell silent. With a creak, the door to the stronghold opened. We pay our respects to the great leader and Elder Wu, the guards announced in unison. Su Li nodded and inquired, "What is the situation with the bandits from the third stronghold?" The surrendered bandits are quite subdued and have not exhibited any extreme behavior. Upon hearing this, all the surrendered bandits turned their gazes towards Su Li. This was their first clear view of the great leader of Qingfeng stronghold, and they were taken aback by his youth. Even Lu Li seemed to revive, fixating his stare on Su Li. Su Li approached the surrendered bandits from the third stronghold. Although Wu Yong attempted to intervene, Su Li gestured for him to remain calm. If a cultivator of his caliber, having reached the 6th tier of Qi refinement, were to be vanquished by this group of surrendered bandits, then his position as great leader would indeed be in vain. He stepped into the midst of nearly 100 surrendered bandits and declared, "Since ancient times, victors have been kings while the vanquished are deemed bandits. According to the customs of Balagang, it would be perfectly reasonable for me to eradicate you all." Upon hearing this, some surrendered bandits turned pale. For Su Li spoke the truth. They had previously slain many surrendered bandits while breaching his stronghold. Others, seeing that the door of the stronghold was now open, contemplated causing chaos and seizing the opportunity to escape amidst the turmoil. However, before they could rise, a sharp crack echoed as Su Li's wooden spirit vine swept them to the ground. Chapter 30. Capturing Lu Li. I know that many of you harbor resentment. Your surrender to Qingfeng stronghold is merely a temporary measure. Given the chance, you would undoubtedly rise in rebellion, and the inhabitants of Qingfeng stronghold would become the souls beneath your blades, just like those few. Su Li pointed to the few surrendered bandits who had shown signs of treachery. "Allow me to enlighten you. The soldiers of Wolf Stronghold have already arrived at the foot of Qingfeng Stronghold, led personally by the Wolf King along with 300 elite fighters. Your opportunity has arrived." Within the stronghold, nearly 100 surrendered bandits displayed varied expressions. Some doubted the veracity of Su Li's claims, while others calculated. Many among them were aware that the impending assault on Qingfeng Stronghold was orchestrated by Wolf Stronghold. A portion of the surrendered bandits had capitulated for this very reason, anticipating the attack from Wolf Stronghold, knowing that Qingfeng Stronghold's defenses would be significantly weakened. This would be their chance to escape, even possibly inflicting a heavy blow to Qingfeng Stronghold to avenge their prior humiliation. Huh. But do you truly believe I would grant you such an opportunity? Before I confront Wolf Stronghold, I shall eliminate you all. Su Li's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with spiritual power, piercing the hearts of all surrendered bandits and sending shivers down their spines. Several surrendered bandits near the door exchanged glances. Seizing the moment when the guards were distracted by Su Li, they suddenly leaped towards the door in a desperate rush. Seeking death, the Qinggang sword whistled forth, appearing as a radiant shadow in the eyes of the onlookers. By the time they turned their gaze again, 4 or 5 mountain bandits had already fallen to the ground. Remarkable. This is overwhelmingly powerful. With this single strike, the leader of the Mengshan stronghold was vanquished. It's over. There is no escape. Su Li's might rendered all the surrendering bandits ashen-faced. LV Li lifted his head to look at Su Li and slowly spoke. "Leader Su, might you grant us a path to survival?" He wished to live, and more so, to avoid dying for Mengshan. "Indeed, Leader Su, grant us a chance to live. I am willing to join Qingfeng stronghold, never to betray for life." "I too am willing to join Qingfeng stronghold." The other surrendering bandits echoed fervently. As they witnessed the crimson above their heads gradually fade, it was replaced by a hue of white, signifying a transformation from hostility to fear, or perhaps submission. Seeing his aims achieved, Su Li once again wielded the Qinggang sword. With a resounding crash, this time no bandits fell. Rather, the chains binding LV Li shattered. LV Li. To speak frankly, Mengshan has been the most aggressive among the 3 strongholds in attacking Qingfeng. Had it not been for my admiration of your formidable prowess, I would have long since eliminated many of your comrades who opposed Qingfeng. Now, I am willing to offer you this opportunity. If you can subdue all the bandits of Mengshan, I shall assess your spiritual roots and assist in your cultivation, enabling you to become a Qi refiner. Ding Dang, Wang Cheng. Enter. As Su Li's voice fell, Ding Dang and Wang Cheng stepped inside. "We pay our respects to the great leader." Su Li commanded, "Demonstrate your spiritual power." Understood. The two, one tall and one short, awkwardly directed their fists towards the wooden table. With a resounding crash, the thick wooden table was punctured with 2 significant holes. LV Li's gaze sharpened. While he could also shatter the wooden table, he would never do so in such a manner, especially as these two had not even fully exerted their strength. This is spiritual power. They are both Qi refiners. Wu Yong observed the astonishment of the crowd and stepped forward to declare, "I trust you are aware that just half a month ago, our Qingfeng stronghold had not a single Qi refiner. However, since Leader Su assumed command, not only have these two before you become Qi refiners, but even Elder Niu Mang has attained the 2nd level of Qi refinement. The reason is simple. Our great leader possesses the ability to assess spiritual roots and inscribe cultivation techniques. Furthermore, he can select suitable techniques based on one's spiritual roots, allowing what would typically take a year or even several years to comprehend to be grasped in mere days, stepping into the realm of chi refinement. By the way, I almost forgot to mention that our great leader is also versed in the techniques of spiritual roots from those immortal families. As long as you possess hidden spiritual roots, there exists the potential to become a cultivator in our Qing Feng stronghold. As Wu Yang's words fell, they unleashed a cataclysmic wave of astonishment. The term hidden spiritual roots, while grandiose, nonetheless encompasses individuals of significant standing among these surrendered bandits. Their channels of information surpass those of ordinary mountain thieves by a considerable margin. Indeed, some bandits have previously utilized the spiritual stones they amassed to detect hidden spiritual roots within the markets of cultivation, seeking out obscure remedies and relying on the spoils of their plundered materials, hoping to fortuitously form innate spiritual roots. Alas, their endeavors ultimately culminated in failure. Li's heart stirred as he noted that his loyalty rating had astonishingly soared to 82 in Su Li's system display. Kneeling before Su Li, Li declared, "Surrendered bandit Li is willing to serve the great leader, vowing eternal allegiance without betrayal." Indeed, Su Li was now able to access Li's information panel. Li identity, bandit of Qing Feng stronghold age, 24 loyalty, 82, unique trait, repetitive, realm, none, mortal martial artist, spiritual root, gold spiritual root 25, ordinary gold spiritual body, special skill, 3-gun battle dragon spear, can be spiritualized, special, postnatal perception of spear-type weapons. Brute strength, development level, 10. Repetitive. Individuals with this trait are exceedingly influenced by the strength of their leader. The stronger the leader, the higher the loyalty, and vice versa. When loyalty drops to 0, rebellion is highly likely. What a remarkable talent. He possesses an ordinary gold spiritual body and a unique brute strength. The repetitive trait, however, as the chief of this stronghold endowed with a powerful cultivation system, I shall grant you a stronghold soldier card, locking your loyalty at 100. Let us see how you dare to rebel. Su Li harbored no fear of Li's potential rebellion. After all, he was the master of the most formidable mountain stronghold cultivation system, capable of monitoring loyalty levels and preemptively addressing any decline to 0. Nevertheless, the repetitive trait indeed unsettled him somewhat. Very well, Li, I accept your submission, and I can assist in testing your spiritual roots. Furthermore, I can impart chi cultivation techniques to aid you in becoming a practitioner. But there is a condition. Li's eyes sparkled with fervor as he gazed at Su Li. What condition? Speak freely, great leader. As long as Li can fulfill it, I would not hesitate to traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire. He increasingly felt that his decision to submit to Su Li was the most pivotal choice of his life. After 2 years in Meng Mountain stronghold and being adopted as a son of Meng Mountain, he realized that Meng Mountain had consistently employed various excuses to evade him. He understood that Meng Mountain feared him, wary of his potential to supplant the great leader after he became a practitioner. Chapter 31. Strategizing for the surrendered bandits. I shall grant you half an hour, merely half an hour. After that, I expect to see a group of bandits absolutely loyal to you, Su Li proclaimed, surveying all the surrendered bandits of Meng Mountain with firm resolve. Understood, Li responded, turning away with a glimmer of murderous intent. He extended his hand toward a nearby stronghold soldier to borrow the long spear in their possession. At Su Li's gesture, the soldier dutifully handed the weapon to Li. Su Li possessed a cultivation level equivalent to the 6th layer of chi refinement. Even in the face of Li's rebellion, he was confident he could eliminate him in the shortest possible time. Li brandished a spear and thrust it forward. A middle-aged man in his 40s from the Mengshan stronghold had no time to react and fell dead on the spot. Li, what are you doing? You shameless scoundrel. The spear in Li's hand showed no signs of hesitation. 2 or 3 more traitorous members of Mengshan collapsed to the ground. Li, how could you betray the trust of the Mengshan leader, who took you from the wilderness and adopted you as his son, you ungrateful wretch? With those words, Li's spear mercilessly pierced the chest of the man who had spoken. Wiping the blood from the tip of his spear, he turned and declared, all of Mengshan's loyalists have been eradicated. The Mengshan stronghold has fallen. There is no one left to threaten your families in the stronghold. In this battle, as long as we fight bravely and achieve merit, I believe that after Su, the leader, conquers Mengshan, he will not trouble your families. The traitors in the hall were intimidated by Li's ruthlessness. However, upon hearing his words and observing closely, they realized that Li had only slain Mengshan's confidants or those in high positions within the stronghold. With such individuals gone, they were hesitant to fully pledge their loyalty to the Qing Feng stronghold, let alone fight wholeheartedly for it. Their families remained in Mengshan, and should word of this massacre spread, The consequences would be dire. They feared retaliation. Yet now, all those who could threaten them had been killed on the spot. One by one, over 40 Mengshan traders stood up. If there was a chance to live, who would choose death? Li tossed the spear to a stronghold soldier and knelt on one knee, stating, "The Mengshan traders have been fully integrated and are ready to fight for the great leader." "Excellent, Li. I indeed did not misjudge you," Su Li replied, quite pleased. He then addressed the Mengshan traders. "You should count yourselves fortunate to have encountered Li. I, as your leader, promise that if you achieve merit for the Qingfeng stronghold, you will be absolved of your traitorous identities. Those who excel in merit will have their family's traitorous status lifted, and I shall personally assess their spiritual roots and assist in their cultivation. Now, take them out to retrieve the weapons and armor from Yomang and prepare for battle." "Understood. Li will not disappoint the great leader." Li led the Mengshan traders, leaving the remaining traders in awe. They were leaving just like that? They wouldn't have to die? Many of them, in a moment of daze, felt a sense of relief and were ready to surrender to the Qingfeng stronghold as soon as Su Li spoke. The sentiment remained. If there was a chance to live, no one would choose death, even those who had long walked the edge of the blade. However, what they did not anticipate was, Su Li shook his head and commanded, "The remaining bandits who lack sincerity in surrendering to Qingfeng stronghold, as the decisive battle with Wolf stronghold approaches, shall be executed." He turned to leave. This left the dozens of surrendered bandits in a state of terror. "Damn it, why don't you even ask? How can you claim we are insincere? Try to subdue us. We can easily be won over," they pleaded. "Su, great leader, please spare us. We are willing to serve Qingfeng stronghold. We are eager to fight for Qingfeng stronghold." The surrendered soldiers screamed, but Su Li remained unmoved, slowly walking out of the stronghold's great hall. At that moment, a throng of soldiers clad in armor and wielding spears and sabers rushed in. The great hall's door began to close slowly, instilling in them a chilling sense that once the door shut, death would await them. Just then, a soldier from Huangping stronghold spoke up. "Our martial master, Zhao Yun, seems to have surrendered to the leader of Qingfeng stronghold, who appears to hold him in high regard." The remaining surrendered bandits, including some from the Green Forest stronghold, realized that Su Li had spared Huangping in order to win over Zhao Yun, which underscored Zhao Yun's significance in Su Li's eyes. Brother Zhao Yun, save us!" They all shouted in unison. Their cries echoed throughout Qingfeng stronghold. Zhao Yun, who was recuperating nearby, heard their desperate calls. Panic surged within him, and he rushed toward the great hall. By now, the soldiers had raised their weapons. Stop! Elder Wu, I implore you to halt." Elder Wu shook his head and replied, "Humph, this is the command of the great leader. Brother Zhao Yun, you must understand your position. You are now a bandit of Qingfeng stronghold, not Huangping." The surrendered bandits seemed to grasp at a lifeline. Brother Zhao Yun, we are willing to submit to Qingfeng stronghold and to fight against Wolf stronghold alongside you. You must save us." Zhao Yun, in urgency, implored Elder Wu. "Might you wait just a moment? I will go find great leader Su at once." Wu Yong responded, "Considering your earnest desire to join Qingfeng stronghold, I shall wait for a quarter of an hour." Upon hearing Wu Yong's promise, both Zhao Yun and the remaining surrendered bandits breathed a sigh of relief. They watched Zhao Yun depart, their eyes filled with hope. He must succeed. I do not wish to die." Within the confines of the great leader's residence, Su Li had already consumed a revitalizing pill. According to reports from scouts dispatched by Wu Yong, Wolf stronghold had launched 2 tentative assaults. Unfamiliar with the terrain, they were fiercely repelled by the ambush set by the stronghold soldiers, suffering considerable losses. Now, they remained stationary at the foot of the mountain, likely awaiting dawn to mount another attack. Su Li intended to utilize this time to restore his spiritual energy to its zenith. Knock, knock, knock. Subordinate Zhao Yun requests an audience with the great leader. Upon realizing it was Zhao Yun, Su Li permitted him to enter the room and spoke directly. "Zhao Yun, I am aware that your visit concerns the traitors within our stronghold. However, are you cognizant that there are 300 robust bandits from the Wolf stronghold at the foot of the mountain, accompanied by their leader? If we do not address the treachery within Qingfeng stronghold, and should they harbor thoughts of rebellion, how shall we ensure the safety of our domain?" Zhao Yun immediately knelt and replied, "Great leader, Huangping stronghold is backed by the towering mountains and faces the plains. The brothers within are skilled horsemen, and they have concealed over 100 steeds in a hidden gorge for this assault. There lies a vast expanse of flat land beneath Qingfeng mountain, ideal for cavalry combat. If I lead our brethren to the gorge to retrieve the horses, we can lay an ambush, and when the moment is ripe, we shall charge forth and surely vanquish the Wolf stronghold." Chapter 32. Strategizing against the traitors in the stronghold. Su Li was somewhat taken aback at the mention of horses. Having perused the history of Blue Star Huaxia, he understood how formidable cavalry could be during the era of cold weapons. If Zhao Yun's assertions held true, the likelihood of overcoming the wolf stronghold would increase significantly. Zhao Yun, you must understand that these individuals have only recently surrendered to Qingfeng. How can you assure me they will fight for our cause? With unwavering determination, Zhao Yun declared, I vow to establish a decree for the stronghold. Should I fail to subdue them and dismantle the wolf stronghold, I shall present my head. Very well, Zhao Yun, I shall place my trust in you once more. Su Li handed him a wooden token, stating, this is the decree of Qingfeng stronghold. To possess this token is akin to standing before me. Take this with you, and Wu Yong will surely believe you. Hurry, lest you squander time. Understood. Zhao Yun rose. Su Li, observing Zhao Yun's retreating figure, added, I must share some unfortunate news. The leader of Huangping stronghold was slain by the wolf stronghold while attempting to escape. Zhao Yun paused momentarily. Su Li continued, every word is true. Once you capture the wolf stronghold, you may inquire further. Thank you, great leader. Zhao Yun responded, after this battle, I shall not fail you. He dashed towards the stronghold. Su Li then checked Zhao Yun's loyalty panel, which had already reached a commendable 80. Another promising general. Zhao Yun, you shall soon realize that aligning with me today is the wisest choice of your life. With Su Li's token in hand, Zhao Yun arrived at the stronghold and successfully rescued the traders from Huangping, despite there being around 20 more traders from the Green Forest stronghold pleading desperately for mercy. Zhao Yun, moved by compassion, ultimately decided to take them in as well. Before long, Wu Yong arrived at Su Li's residence. Su Li inquired, what news do you bring? Wu Yong's face was etched with disbelief. If circumstances permitted, he would have liked to delve deeper into Su Li's abilities. At merely 18 years of age, Su Li possessed not only formidable strength, but also remarkable intelligence. The matter of the traders in the stronghold had yet to be addressed by Wu Yong. Yet, Su Li had effectively resolved it with but a single visit. The chieftain, El Li, is currently consolidating the defectors from Mengshan village, and it is anticipated that by morning, a formidable fighting force will be established. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun has descended the mountain with over 60 defectors from the village. However, I must inquire, chieftain, why do you place your trust in these two individuals? Particularly Zhao Yun? He has already led troops away from Qingfeng village. Should they choose not to return, or, worse, turn against us, Qingfeng village would be in peril. Su Li chuckled, for he could not reveal to Wu Yong that he possessed a system, nor that Zhao Yun's loyalty had reached over 80, under normal circumstances. Betrayal was unlikely. Elder Wu, rest assured, I have my strategies. You should prepare for tomorrow's battle, regardless of the approach you take. I want the decisive battleground situated at the flat terrain at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. As time passed slowly, the first rays of morning sunlight illuminated the land. The black-haired wolves of the wolf village could no longer remain still. Brother, the day has dawned. The bandits of Qingfeng village have nowhere to hide. In just 1 hour, I can seize Qingfeng village. The wolf king gazed towards Qingfeng Mountain, his eyes sparkling with intent to discern the situation within the village. Initially, with the alliance of the three villages, even if they could not breach Qingfeng village, a mutual destruction seemed inevitable. Yet, to their astonishment, before they could reach Qingfeng village, the battle had already concluded. Over 300 robust mountain bandits and several cultivators were not mere swine, so how could they have been defeated so swiftly? Moreover, they still had the strength to ambush them from within the mountains. After several attempts to assault the mountain, they had yet to see the walls of Qingfeng village, suffering the loss of more than 30 valiant brothers. The bandits of the wolf village, propelled by their previous charge, were unfamiliar with Qingfeng Mountain. Reluctantly, the wolf king commanded a delay in their assault until dawn. The initial skirmish had been a significant setback. The lean monkey voiced his concern. Wolf king, we have traveled a great distance. It is unwise to engage in a protracted battle. If we allow them to integrate the defectors from the three villages, our chances of victory will diminish greatly, and our casualties will be even more severe. An elderly cultivator, standing nearby with a head of white hair, added, Wolf King, if that is the case, I request permission to lead 50 brothers to scout the mountain. This elder was a venerable figure in the wolf village. Having been there since its inception, an unexpected opportunity had granted him the path of cultivation. Yet his innate talent had kept him confined to the second level of chi refinement. The Wolf King nodded in agreement. Very well, old man. Led 50 brothers up the mountain, while we follow closely behind. Let us strive to capture Qingfeng village within the hour. The Wolf King is invincible. The wolf village shall surely triumph. The commotion from the wolf village did not escape the scouts that Wu Yong had stationed on Qingfeng Mountain. The news of the impending assault quickly reached Qingfeng village. Within the chieftain's residence, Su Li opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Not only had his spiritual power returned to its zenith, but it also seemed that his cultivation had surpassed previous limits. Indeed, yesterday, Xiao Dingdang and Wang Cheng had become cultivators, and Su Li had successfully acquired 2 level 1 aptitude cards. However, Fortune had not favored him entirely. Both cards had only increased the fire affinity by 1 and the earth affinity by 1. Currently, his spiritual root values are as follows: metal root 5, wood root 6, water root 4, fire root 3, earth root 5, totaling 23, with an average value of 46, increasing every 5. Fortunately, the fire root can continue to cultivate. With the consumption of a first-grade gathering spirit pill, his proficiency in the fire technique has significantly improved. Su Li ascended to the top of the stockade wall, where Niu Mang and El Li each commanded a soldier standing at the forefront, with a combined total of over 160 men. Wu Yong, proceed according to the plan. Understood. Wu Yong turned to the soldiers, stating, according to the intelligence received, the wolf band below is advancing in 2 formations against our stockade. The front team consists of approximately 50 men, serving as scouts for a probing attack, while the rear team comprises around 220 men, serving as the main assault force, separated by nearly 100 meters. El Li, I request you to lead your contingent and lie in ambush 50 meters south of the stockade entrance. Elder Niu, you shall command half of the soldiers to conceal themselves 50 meters north of the entrance. Once our stockade soldiers have depleted their arrows, they will initiate an offensive. At that moment, you must charge forth to eliminate this band of mountain thieves before the main force arrives. Then we shall converge and repel the main force of the wolf band, driving them down the mountain. Understood. Su Li nodded at Wu Yong, impressed with the arrangements. He stepped off the wall, standing in midair, proclaiming, after this battle, merit will be rewarded. Whether soldier or surrendered thief, as long as their contributions are remarkable, this chief will grant them the opportunity to become a chi refiner. A resounding cheer erupted among the troops, fueled by Su Li's formidable presence. Even El Li was swept up in the fervor, joining the chorus. The great chief is invincible. Qingfeng Stockade shall surely triumph. The great chief is invincible. Qingfeng Stockade shall surely triumph. Let us depart. Chapter 33. Annihilation of the Wolf Band. The aged cultivator of the Wolf Band led 50 elite warriors up the mountain. They formed small squads of 10, dispersed across 4 locations, while he personally commanded a team positioned centrally to oversee their advance. This arrangement ensured that any squad encountering an ambush could be swiftly detected and responded to. Before long, they approached within 100 meters of the stockade entrance, where some sparse soldiers on the mountain could be distinctly observed. No ambush. Could it be that they intend to engage the wolf band in a desperate battle at the entrance? The old cultivator dispatched a message back, allowing the Wolf King to ascend the mountain with peace of mind. Advance with caution, beware of rolling logs and falling stones. After observing for a minute without any discoveries, he ordered the young and strong of the wolf band to continue their advance. At the entrance of Qingfeng Stockade, Wu Yong and Su Li surveyed the movements of the wolf band below from their elevated position. The actions of the forward team were laid bare before them. It seems this forward team possesses considerable skill. They are seasoned mountain bandits. Great Chief, given their formation, it is doubtful we could eliminate many of them with a full assault. Moreover, the main force led by the Wolf King is merely 100 meters behind. As soon as we move, they will be able to provide immediate support. Su Li nodded and remarked, what of it? The Qingfeng Mountain is not the site for our decisive battle with them. Let us bring forth their vanguard and eliminate as many of these bandits as possible. Understood. The elderly monk from the Wolf Village advanced with the bandits another 50 meters, now a mere 50 meters from the entrance of Qingfeng Village. At this proximity, typical arrows would possess a considerable lethality from above, yet the opposing force seemed to harbor no immediate intent to attack. As they pressed forward another 10 meters, the soldiers of Qingfeng Village became distinctly visible, numbering around 60. The old monk's gaze sharpened as he commanded, heed my orders, array yourselves in a single line, and charge up the mountain with me. Annihilate the bandits of Qingfeng Village. Kill. Slay. Over 50 robust bandits from the Wolf Village surged forward, brandishing their weapons with fervor. Draw your arrows. Release. At this moment, the distance between both parties was a mere 30 meters. The boulders and wooden logs used in the previous night's assault had been exhausted, compelling Wu Yong to instruct his soldiers to unleash their arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After 2 or 3 volleys, over 20 bandits from the Wolf Village fell. Now, the distance between the two factions shrank to merely a dozen meters. Wu Yong ordered all soldiers to discard their longbows in favor of long spears and sabers. Those who dare to infringe upon Qingfeng Village shall be exterminated. Charge. Slay. The soldiers rushed forth. The old monk, wielding a great saber, proclaimed loudly, brothers, the entrance to Qingfeng Village lies before us. Press forward. If we can hold our ground for a mere quarter of an hour, the Wolf King will come to our aid. Charge. Charge. The morale on both sides surged to its zenith. Upon contact, numerous lives were lost in a pool of blood. The old monk swiftly claimed the lives of 2 soldiers with his blade, but just as he prepared to strike again, he suddenly heard cries of battle from both flanks. Brothers, charge. If we defeat the wolf village, not only will we survive, but we may also become cultivators. Kill. Annihilate these wretches. Let them know the might of Qingfeng village. Following the command, Li and Niu Mang led their respective teams to surge from the sides. As both groups of bandits clashed, the situation swiftly tilted in favor of one side. Disaster. We are ambushed. The old monk's heart sank, an ominous feeling washing over him. He glanced back at the main force of the wolf village, realizing it would take at least a quarter of an hour for them to arrive. Yet they would not last that long. He had initially believed Qingfeng village would rely on its walls for defense, never anticipating the audacity of the enemy to strike first, catching him completely off guard. In light of this precarious situation, the only course of action was to draw back. All of you, heed my command. Retreat towards the southern entrance of Qingfeng village. Faced with the sudden onslaught from both sides, he observed that the bandits to the north of Qingfeng Mountain were not only well-trained but also brimming with fighting spirit. A dozen bandits rallied around the old monk, charging towards their southern entrance. Truly, the seasoned bandits exhibited remarkable decisiveness in such a critical moment. Suli could not help but nod. If they were truly successful in their ploy, the Wolf King would lead a significant force from the Wolf Stronghold to encircle them completely. However, it was a grave underestimate to think that such a small number of people could hold back the hundreds of warriors from the Qingfeng Stronghold. Suli took flight, soaring through the air until he stood before the old mountain bandits. With a triumphant laugh, he ascended to the entrance of the Qingfeng Stronghold. A bloodied bandit from the Wolf Stronghold, having just slain a traitor from the Mengshan Stronghold, was the first to reach the gate. Yet, before he could utter a word, a sharp, long sword whistled through the air, effortlessly slicing through his throat, causing blood to gush forth. Following that, 2 initial-stage magical wooden vines darted out, piercing through 7 or 8 robust bandits surrounding him. The old cultivator of the Wolf Stronghold, witnessing this scene, was filled with dread as he exclaimed, "Skyflight technique. Sword control technique, Qi refinement mid-stage. You must be the grand leader of the Qingfeng Stronghold." Suli replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, you possess keen insight." Realizing he wanted to flee, the old cultivator sensed that the figure before him was certainly no mere Qi refinement 4th layer practitioner. He was at least 5th layer, if not 6th layer, and he knew he could not withstand even a single strike. Lightness technique. The old cultivator muttered obscure incantations, gathering spiritual energy at his feet, preparing to escape. He had refrained from casting spells until this moment, solely for the sake of his life. Still think you can run? Qinggang sword, vanquish my foes. A surge of spiritual energy flowed into the Qinggang sword, causing its blade to quiver slightly. In the next instant, it transformed into a streak of light, piercing toward the old cultivator of the Wolf Stronghold. My fate is sealed. The old cultivator felt the ominous presence behind him, his spirits plummeting. Stop! A ferocious voice echoed from within the Qingfeng mountain, and a figure, nearly 10 feet tall, charged forward. Surrounding stronghold soldiers attempted to intervene, but were swiftly dispatched. The brute, Niu Mang, utilized a powerful ground strike, momentarily halting the advancing figure, though he was quickly repelled. Regrettably, it was during this fleeting moment that the Qinggang sword had already penetrated the body of the old cultivator, returning to Su Li's grasp. Chapter 34. Annihilation of the Wolf Stronghold Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain a Qi refinement 2nd layer cultivator from the Wolf Stronghold, earning 200 stronghold points. The old cultivator crumpled to the ground, providing a boon of 200 stronghold points for the development of Qingfeng Stronghold, along with several streams of white light and a green glow emanating from his corpse. However, Suli did not approach to collect them immediately, as a dangerous aura was already approaching. With a howl, a towering figure lunged at Suli. Minor binding technique, ensnare him. The fully mastered minor binding technique required no incantation from Suli. 2 several-meter-long vines surged forth, intercepting the figure. The speed of the figure slowed as the vines entangled it, revealing its true form. It was a creature with the body of a man and the head of a wolf. Grand Leader, be cautious. This is the Wolf King, the Grand Leader of the Wolf Stronghold, transformed into a wolf-like state, possessing strength comparable to a peak 1st stage ferocious beast. Wu Yong loudly reminded at the mountain pass. Is this the Wolf King? Su Li was astonished, not because of the Wolf King's formidable strength, but because this was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre creature in this realm. Just the previous night, Wu Yong had recounted some information about the Wolf Stronghold to him, including details about the Wolf King and the Tiger King of the Black Tiger Stronghold. Legend has it that both the Wolf King and the Black Tiger King were descendants of mountain bandits from the Baikong Ridge. During a robbery with the bandits, they unexpectedly fell into a valley. However, they managed to survive amidst the tangled branches, and in their desperation, each found a can of water to drink. Days later, they were rescued, quickly rising to become the youngest cultivators in their respective strongholds, and they acquired a unique ability, Wolf transformation and tiger transformation. The Wolf King howled, and a 1-foot-long claw materialized on his hand, slicing through the air and severing the vines before him. Remarkably, he was able to break free from the advanced entanglement technique. Suli was somewhat taken aback, but he swiftly adapted. Minor earth technique. Minor water technique. He cast the 2 spells beneath the Wolf King's feet, disregarding the consumption of his spiritual energy. If the Wolf King managed to escape, his formidable stature could inflict widespread devastation upon the stronghold soldiers. The Wolf King's body instantly sank halfway into the ground as he howled, but alas, the fusion of the 2 spells rendered them increasingly adhesive. At that moment, over 200 of the main bandits from the Wolf stronghold charged towards the battlefield, less than 50 meters away on the hillside. Suli's plans were thoroughly disrupted by the Wolf King. He commanded, Niu Mang, Lu Li, Wu Yong, you 3 quickly lead the other brothers to assault the main force of the Wolf stronghold. Remember, you must drive them off Qingfeng Mountain. Understood, the 3 replied. Su Li's battle with the Wolf King had far surpassed their capabilities, and surrounding the Wolf King would only hinder Su Li's progress. Thus, they promptly gathered their men 30 meters below the stronghold's entrance, forming an attacking line. Xiao Dingdang, Wang Cheng, Elder Wu, although you possess great wisdom, your physical prowess is somewhat lacking compared to the stronghold soldiers. You 2 must ensure his safety. Understood. Xiao Dingdang and Wang Cheng quickly complied. Charge. Annihilate the bandits of Qingfeng's stronghold. The women and treasures within will be ours. Break into Qingfeng's stronghold, and we shall indulge for 3 days. Kill. Upon witnessing the transformed Wolf King, who did not behave as anticipated by rescuing the old cultivator and rampaging through the Qingfeng stronghold, inflicting substantial damage on the bandits, it became evident that the leader of Qingfeng's stronghold had ensnared him with a spell. This was alarming news. They needed to rush to assist the Wolf King in breaking free. The voice of the dark-haired bandit echoed throughout half the mountain. The bandits of the Wolf stronghold were exceedingly exhilarated. The last indulgence had been the previous year. Those days were cherished memories. Brothers, the time to establish our stronghold's glory has come. The recent encounter with the Wolf King left Lu Li feeling a lingering trepidation. However, witnessing the formidable Wolf King easily ensnared by Su Li only solidified his resolve to ally with Qingfeng Zhai. Yet, some of the defectors from Mengshan Zhai, upon seeing the throng of robust bandits from the Wolf Zhai surging forth, were struck with fear at the sight of their superior armaments and sought to flee. Lu Li, noticing their cowardice, swiftly dispatched 2 bandits with a single thrust of his spear. On the battlefield, it is a matter of either your demise or mine. Those who dare to abandon their comrades in the heat of battle shall face no mercy. Kill. The remaining bandits, aware of Lu Li's ferocity, quailed at the thought of retreat and were compelled to charge alongside him against the Wolf Zhai bandits. With long spears in the front and broadswords in the rear, they pressed forward. Niu Mang, with methodical precision, directed his men to form a cohesive formation of spears and swords, launching a synchronized assault against the incoming Wolf Zhai bandits. The clash was immediate and violent, as both sides soon became embroiled in a chaotic melee. Lu Li was the first to plunge into the ranks of the Wolf Zhai bandits, confronting these ordinary foes as if a celestial being descended from the heavens. Each swing of his long spear claimed the lives of 2 or 3 bandits. However, the defectors from Mengshan Zhai fared poorly. Having followed Lu Li too eagerly, and now found themselves deeply embedded within the enemy ranks, besieged on all sides. In stark contrast, Niu Mang's forces operated with far greater ease. Their regular training allowed for seamless cooperation, striking a balance between offense and defense. And each wave of their assault consistently claimed the lives of 7 or 8 Wolf Zhai bandits, sweeping through the enemy without a single obstacle. Even when some Wolf Zhai bandits breached their formation, they were swiftly vanquished by the broadsword-wielding soldiers at the rear, allowing the formation to quickly restore and continue their onslaught. Haimeo and Shouho also took note of the situation, withdrawing the main forces of the Wolf Zhai from their encirclement of Lu Li and directing them to assault Niu Mang and his troops. Second in command, these bandits appear exceptional. They are capable of organized offense and defense even on this hillside. We must dismantle their formation first. I know, Haimeo retorted impatiently, then seized a massive tree over 10 meters tall, sweeping it toward Niu Mang's troops. Having consumed a special crystal given by the Wolf King, Haimeo's spiritual power transformed into a unique force, rendering him unable to cast spells but endowing him with immense strength, a strength that eclipsed that of 8 or 9 ordinary bandits combined. Die. The surrounding Wolf Zhai bandits, seeing Haimeo charge, hastily evaded his path. As the massive tree swung toward the formation of soldiers, Niu Mang leaped forth, positioning himself in front of his men, ready to counter the blow. Small success, Earth Strike. Break for me. With a resounding crash, the tree splintered, sending Niu Mang stumbling back 3 steps. In contrast, Haimao, hindered by the terrain, retreated 5 steps. Damn it, who are you? He could scarcely recall anyone in Qing Fengzhai, aside from the chief, who could rival his strength. Qing Fengzhai Niumang, prepare to meet your end. Niumang seized 2 hefty hammers from the side and hurled them towards Haimao. You shameless wretch. Although Haimao possessed immense strength, he dared not confront the massive iron hammers that resembled boulders, retreating repeatedly in search of a more suitable weapon. Second in command. Do not concern yourself with him, shatter their formation. The thin monkey urged Haimao anxiously, but alas, Haimao was too preoccupied with Niumang's assault to respond. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the stockade had already claimed the lives of several bandits. In desperation, the thin monkey took it upon himself to lead dozens of bandits from the wolf stockade to encircle their foes. What a splendid opportunity. Wu Yong observed that the thin monkey and Haimao had both departed, leaving only around 50 bandits in the center. He decisively charged forward with his soldiers. Chapter 35. The annihilation of the wolf stockade. Xiao Dingdang and Wang Cheng had both reached the first layer of qi refinement. Although they were still somewhat inexperienced in wielding spiritual energy, their hands, empowered by it, became remarkably steady and strong, equating to nearly half the prowess of a martial master. Aware that they could not halt Wu Yong's advance, they closely followed him, ensuring his safety. The soldiers led by Wu Yong comprised the first batch of troops from Qingfeng Stockade and defectors from the Great King Stockade. All meticulously trained by Niumang for some time. The discipline and coordination among the soldiers had significantly improved. They used spear-wielding soldiers to forge a path, with those armed with sabers positioned centrally and on the flanks. Before long, they penetrated deep into the heart of the Wolf Stockade's territory. The Wolf Stockade was filled with robust bandits who fiercely resisted Wu Yong's advance. Initially, the two sides remained locked in a stalemate. But after the loss of a dozen bandits, the morale of the Wolf Stockade began to crumble, while Wu Yong's troops surged forth with indomitable spirit. The bandits from Qingfeng Stockade are too formidable. I do not wish to die, as bandits continued to fall around him. And with no cultivators from the Wolf Stockade to maintain order, the first deserter emerged, casting down his weapon and frantically fleeing down the mountain. Soon after, as if contagion had spread, a second and then a third followed suit. Seeing this, Wu Yong intensified his assault, instructing the saber-wielding soldiers to charge alongside the spear soldiers, creating an illusion of overwhelming numbers. In no time, the front lines of the Wolf Stockade were breached, their ranks forcibly severed. Continue to encircle them. The bandits of the Wolf Stockade outnumbered them significantly, and, bolstered by superior physical conditioning and equipment, posed a formidable challenge. Although Wu Yong's forces had managed to divide the enemy, victory was far from assured, especially as the defectors from Mengshan Stockade, led by El Li, suffered heavy casualties and were forced to retreat. Therefore, once the soldiers established a foothold amidst the Wolf Stockade bandits, Wu Yong commanded them to split into 2 groups to encircle the flanks. In the direction of the stockade's entrance, the Wolf King, transformed into a fearsome creature, remained ensnared by Su Li's binding spells. Yet the Wolf King, now transformed, bore a rugged hide and formidable strength. In its frenzied state, each swipe of its claws cleaved through the surrounding rocks. Su Li dared not approach too closely, resorting instead to casting spells from a distance. The wooden vine he had summoned was severed by the Wolf King and rendered temporarily ineffectual, leaving him with but a single usable strand. Channeling his spiritual energy, he wielded the elongated vine, striking the Wolf King's form. However, it seemed akin to a mere tickle, inflicting minimal damage and only inciting the beast's fury further. It pounded the ground with wild abandon. Su Li's minor earth and water spells grew increasingly feeble. Reluctantly, he unleashed the wooden vine, ensnaring the Wolf King to enhance the binding force. The Wolf King's defenses were extraordinarily resilient. Perhaps only by summoning the Qinggang's sword and exhausting his entire spiritual energy could he hope to inflict any harm upon this creature. Yet, after such an act, he would be unable to restrain the Wolf King, and the unpredictability was too great to gamble on. Fortunately, Wu Yong and the others lived up to expectations, subduing the bandits of the Wolf Den without his assistance. Seeing this, he settled into a meditative posture, consuming a recovery elixir obtained from the Great King's stronghold, striving to restore his depleted energy to confront the Wolf King in peak condition. The battle atop Qingfeng Mountain raged on. Meanwhile, a dozen miles away, the sound of galloping hooves thundered, sending beasts fleeing through the forest and birds scattering into the sky. Brother Zhao Yun, are we truly to assist in the assault on the Wolf Den? One of them queried. We have ventured forth. The sky is vast and open. Shouldn't we enjoy our freedom instead? Another chimed in. Indeed, Brother Zhao Yun, I too find no necessity to return. Though the chief of Qingfeng village possesses formidable skills, the world is vast. I cannot believe we would encounter him again. The defectors from Huangping village, having descended from the mountains last night, located their horse pasture. This morning, under Zhao Yun's leadership, dozens rode swiftly towards Qingfeng Mountain. Yes, our chief remains. We possess the ability to return, yet to betray would be indefensible, especially with our families still in Mengping village. One argued, if Brother Zhao Yun fears an assault from Qingfeng village, Huangping village has ample cavalry. At worst, we can engage in guerrilla warfare with them across the plains for months. Many defectors, particularly those from Green Forest village, harbored thoughts of departure. However, deterred by Huangping village's numbers and the formidable Zhao Yun, they had remained thus far. Zhao Yun halted his horse, spear in hand, and turned to speak. I must inform you that the chief of Huangping village was slain yesterday. What? The chief of Huangping village is dead? Came the shocked response. Cursed be it. Surely Qingfeng village has betrayed their word, feigning the chief's release while secretly orchestrating his assassination. I shall not share this world with Qingfeng village. As the defector finished speaking, Zhao Yun's spear pierced his comrade, for the latter's treachery against Qingfeng village was too pronounced, serving as a fitting deterrent for the others. It was the wolf den that killed the chief of Huangping village. Do not use this to incite discontent among the ranks. Zhao Yun articulated with clarity and conviction. Brothers from Huangping stronghold and LLN stronghold, lend me your ears. In times past, when the strongholds thrived south of the 100-mile ridge, you could have retreated to your respective lairs, perhaps finding a path to survival. However, today marks the decisive battle between the Wolf stronghold and the Qingfeng stronghold. Whichever bandit emerges victorious will undoubtedly seek to unify all south of the 100-mile ridge. Reflect upon this. Would you prefer to serve as subjugated bandits, or will you join me in battle today, earning your place as esteemed contributors to the Qingfeng stronghold's dominion over the region? It is widely known that Qingfeng stronghold treats the captives of the Great King's stronghold with honor. Consider how the Wolf stronghold would behave. As Zhao Yun spoke, he swiftly executed a robust bandit before the eyes of the trembling onlookers, who were momentarily taken aback. Yet, as his words continued, a solemn silence fell upon them. The notorious reputation of the Wolf stronghold is well established. Those who dare to assault their stronghold are met with 3 days and nights of unrelenting madness, with rampant violence and atrocities. I have already submitted once, and I do not wish to do so again. Brother Zhao Yun, I shall follow you. The Wolf stronghold's treatment of outsiders is utterly merciless. Brother Zhao Yun, I shall stand by you. I too shall follow you. After a brief interval, a significant majority of the bandits made their decision, while a few remained hesitant. Zhao Yun, if we yield to the Qingfeng stronghold and attack the Wolf stronghold, will they truly spare us? Zhao Yun responded. The esteemed Lord Su has promised me that if we achieve a resounding victory in this battle, we shall be permitted to shed our identities as bandits and be treated as equals among the populace of the Qingfeng stronghold. Moreover, those who excel will have the opportunity to become qi refiners. Then let us proceed. I too shall fight, and by vanquishing those wretched scoundrels of the Wolf stronghold, I will have avenged Lord Huangping. Encouraged by Zhao Yun's assurances, the remaining bandits expressed their fervor. Zhao Yun proclaimed with a booming voice, "Very well, brothers. Let us march into battle together. Let Lord Su witness our strength." At last, Zhao Yun secured the allegiance of the bandits, and a throng of dozens surged forth towards the base of Qingfeng Mountain. Chapter 36. The Fall of the Wolf Stronghold on Qingfeng Mountain. The chaos of battle between the Wolf and Qingfeng strongholds had raged for over an hour, with casualties on both sides. The Wolf stronghold's bandits, having been divided by Wu Yong, were unable to support one another, compounded by the fact that the previously invincible Wolf King was trapped at the stronghold's entrance. Unable to extricate himself, the morale of the Wolf stronghold began to waver, with desertions occurring sporadically. In sharp contrast, the Qingfeng stronghold surged forward with indomitable spirit, particularly the troops led by Wu Yong and Niu Meng, who swept through their foes with unrelenting force. Even the formidable cultivators, Haimeo and Shouhou, could not turn the tide of battle. Second in command, the Wolf King is trapped, and we find ourselves entrenched in a bitter struggle, while the Qingfeng soldiers are emboldened. Shouhou and Haimeo launched a combined assault on Niu Meng, yet Niu Meng's spiritual energy exceeded their expectations, seemingly boundless, outmatching theirs by a significant margin, showing no signs of fatigue. Moreover, look at the entrance. Haimeo glanced upward. At the entrance of Qingfeng village, an astonishing number of hundreds stood, some wielding hoes, others brandishing kitchen knives, eager yet hesitant to initiate an assault, perhaps paralyzed by fear. Humph, mere elderly, women, and children, do they dare? The lean monkey sighed and spoke, second in command. It's not merely a question of courage. Rather, our wolf village is in disarray, with deserters already emerging. If we continue this battle, it is quite likely that our entire force will be annihilated here. Haimeo surveyed the surroundings, disbelief etched on his face. The warriors of Wolf Village were robust and capable, easily handling these frail mountain bandits 2-1. Yet, at this moment, their fighting spirit had diminished, retreating under a barrage of passive defense. It cannot be. It cannot be. We still have the Wolf King, the village chief. He turned his gaze toward the Wolf King at the entrance, who, while not severely injured, was ensnared by the chief of Qingfeng village and unable to extricate himself anytime soon. As several more bandits from Wolf village fell, the lean monkey implored, second in command, "Summon the Wolf King back and order a retreat. Losing is not dreadful, as long as we can return alive, with the foundation of Wolf village. We can surely besiege Qingfeng village once more." Though Haimeo harbored resentment, the grim reality that they could not capture Qingfeng village had set in. Reluctantly, he commanded, "Brothers of Wolf village, heed my call, gather around me, and withdraw from Qingfeng mountain." Understood. The over 100 bandits engaged in battle breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the retreat order. The hopeless fight had drained them, and the command felt like a long-awaited liberation as they surged toward Haimeo. "Kill them. Do not let these mountain bandits escape. For those who slay many from Wolf village, I, Ellie, shall personally commend you to Chief Su." Finally freed from the encirclement of 7 or 8 bandits, Ellie took a deep breath, wielding his long spear as he led the defectors from Mengshan village in pursuit. Kill, kill. Pursuing fleeing bandits was the forte of Mengshan village, and they surged forward with even greater vigor than before. Wu Yong wished to caution Ellie against pursuing too recklessly, which could lead to heavy casualties. However, in the blink of an eye, Ellie and the defectors had already covered several dozen meters. "Wu Yong, what shall we do?" "Elder Nyo, we shall pursue as well. But do not press too hard. The village chief still has a backup plan. The bandits from Wolf King village are no more than grasshoppers after the autumn harvest. They cannot survive." Niu Meng nodded. "Soldiers of the village, follow me in an orderly pursuit." Understood. The soldiers responded in unison, forming ranks as they descended, slaying the fleeing bandits from Wolf village along the way. As Haimeo descended the mountain, he noticed Li and the bandits pursuing them, a fierce intent to kill radiating from him. "Humph, daring to chase after us. Do they truly believe Wolf village is at their mercy? Today, I shall teach you a lesson." With a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, Haimeo produced a blood-red object resembling a horn, channeling his spiritual energy into it and blowing forcefully. A howl echoed throughout the valley, reverberating like a wolf's cry. The Wolf King, originally trapped at the village entrance, heard the haunting howl and responded with a piercing cry of his own, his eyes turning a fierce crimson as his form swelled with renewed vigor. Suli, sensing the impending danger, hastily summoned his spiritual energy, wielding his sword to confront the Wolf King. A sharp crack echoed as the Qinggang's sword was repelled, and even the last remnant of the wooden spirit vine shattered under the force. With another resounding howl, the Wolf King's body surged with visible veins, and he struck the ground with a fist, creating a deep crater. This unleashed a surge that shattered Su Li's minor earth and water spells. The Wolf King leaped forth, charging at Su Li with alarming speed. With no time to evade, Su Li was sent flying several meters, his insides churning violently, yet fortified by his chi cultivation. He did not succumb to incapacitation. He quickly employed his aerial technique to dodge. If the Wolf King had previously been at the pinnacle of the first tier, he now emanated the presence of a second-tier entity. As Su Li pondered why the Wolf King had not unleashed this power sooner, the Wolf King abruptly abandoned him, turning to sprint down the mountain, heading towards the direction of the black-haired wolf den, where the bandits led by Lu Li were situated. Su Li shouted a warning, "Be careful," yet the speed of the Wolf King was overwhelming. By the time Lu Li reacted, the Wolf King was merely a few meters away from them. "Scatter, everyone, scatter." The bandits of Mengshan turned to see the enormous Wolf King lunging toward them. In mere moments, chaos ensued, with limbs flailing and blood splattering. Over 20 of the Mengshan bandits fell, surpassing their previous losses from battle. After crashing into the crowd, the Wolf King gradually shrank, eventually reverting to his original form, weakly collapsing into the arms of the black-haired one. "How is it? Did Qingfeng village fall?" he murmured weakly. Gazing at the feeble Wolf King, the black-haired one felt a surge of guilt, tears welling in his eyes. "Brother, I'm sorry, we have been defeated." "Defeated? How could we be defeated?" The Wolf King coughed heavily, his body feeling as though it had been hollowed out. Even a 7 or 8-year-old child could pose a threat to him now. "Wolf King, second in command. It's too late, we must retreat," the thin monkey urged. Recognizing the urgency, the black-haired one carefully laid the Wolf King upon his back, channeling his energy to execute a light body technique as he hastened down the mountain. The Wolf King's rampage had instilled such fear that no soldier from Qingfeng village dared to advance, and the villagers of the Wolf Den followed suit, fleeing in a frenzy. Wu Yong, seizing the moment, exclaimed, "The Wolf King is weakened, everyone charge." Slaying the Wolf King grants the chance to become a chi cultivator. Attack. The soldiers, still rattled from the earlier encounter, found courage in Wu Yong's words and began their pursuit. Chapter 37. The might of the bandits. The repercussions of the Wolf King's actions lingered, causing the soldiers of Qingfeng village to hesitate for a long while before daring to follow. As the black-haired rogue and his band of mountain bandits distanced themselves from their pursuers by over 200 meters, they successfully entered the gentle slopes at the base of Qingfeng Mountain. Yet, before the black-haired thin monkey could catch his breath, the earth suddenly trembled. What was happening? Could it be a landslide? The bandits from the wolf stronghold were momentarily bewildered. In the next instant, shadows surged in the distance, followed by a cacophony of battle cries. Brothers, the moment to establish our stronghold has finally arrived. Follow me, Zhao. As we charge into the wolf stronghold and slay the Wolf King. Annihilate them. Charge. Dozens of horses galloped towards the wolf stronghold bandits. The bandits from the wolf stronghold, like those from Qingfeng, were accustomed to forest combat and seldom encountered mounted warfare. Confronted with such a formidable display, the more timid among them trembled in fear. Frozen in place. Scatter. Everyone scatter. The thin monkey shouted. The bandits from the wolf stronghold were merely ordinary men. How could they withstand the onslaught of mounted bandits? With remarkable equestrian skills, the bandits from Huangping stronghold quickly plunged into the ranks of the wolf stronghold bandits. Blades flashed, and with each strike, they claimed the lives of over 40 of their foes. Flee into the forest. Flee into the forest. The thin monkey yanked a bandit from his mount and dispatched him swiftly. However, upon glancing back, he realized they had already lost nearly half their numbers in that single charge. Zhao Yun continued to command the pursuit. How could the speed of foot soldiers compare to that of horses? Before the wolf stronghold bandits could retreat into the forest, they were relentlessly pursued and cut down beneath the hooves of the horses. If the robust bandits of the wolf stronghold had been at their peak, they might have held their ground for a while. However, after enduring a prolonged battle with the soldiers of Qingfeng stronghold, their armor lay in tatters, and their stamina was depleted, rendering them incapable of mounting an effective defense. Stricken with terror, some bandits immediately discarded their weapons and surrendered. Seeing over 100 of his strong bandits either dead or surrendering, men he had helped the Wolf King to recruit, Blackhair felt his heart twist with anguish, wishing fervently to slay these mounted marauders. Fortunately, the thin monkey restrained him. Second in command, no. The outcome is already determined. As long as the Wolf King remains alive, there is still a chance for our stronghold to rise again. Blackhair, gazing at the motionless Wolf King, steeled himself and forsook all the bandits of the wolf stronghold, fleeing desperately. Where do you think you're going? Take this. Niu Meng hurled his massive iron hammer with all his might. The projectile sailed through the air for dozens of yards, landing perilously close to Blackhair. Had he not evaded in time, he would have been gravely injured. The Wolf King is over there. The Wolf King is over there. Kill the Wolf King, and this stronghold's glory will surely be mine. Haha, it will definitely be mine. Charge. The cavalry led by Zhao Yun also took note of the commotion, their eyes gleaming as if they had spotted an unparalleled beauty. Dozens of bandits spurred their horses forward. If they succeeded in slaying the Wolf King, they would have tales to boast of for a lifetime. Damn it, Qingfeng stronghold Blackhair will not rest until we settle this. After delivering a crushing blow that felled a horse, the chaos continued. The once proud Blackfur had become increasingly disheveled. The thin monkey was also scattered, besieged by a dozen marauding riders, teetering on the brink of collapse. After a fierce battle, having slain 4 or 5 of the brigands, Blackfur finally stumbled into the forest in a state of utter disarray. After running several hundred meters, just as he paused to catch his breath, a sharp longsword suddenly emerged from the thicket, plunging deep into his chest. With wide eyes, Blackfur gazed in disbelief at the figure before him, whose stature barely reached his chest before he succumbed to his fate. Beep, congratulations to the host's subordinate, the bandit Zidingdang, for slaying the Qi Refinement Level 3 practitioner Blackfur of the Wolf Den, earning 300 bandit points. Beep, congratulations to the host's subordinate, the bandit Zidingdang, for slaying the Qi Refinement Level 6 practitioner Wolf King of the Wolf Den, earning 600 bandit points. Beep, Level 1 bandit task 3. Completion, 12. Just as Su Li had managed to suppress his injuries and arrived at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, he heard the system's notification. He could not help but feel elated, wondering if perhaps Zidingdang had become a harbinger of death, consistently encountering such fortuitous opportunities. Shortly thereafter, Zidingdang, having dispatched the Wolf King and Blackfur, arrived with the assistance of the, successfully dragging their corpses before Su Li. A series of radiant lights illuminated the bodies. Among them, 2 beams shone particularly brightly in Su Li's eyes, dazzlingly purple. Report to the chief of the stronghold. The Wolf King and Blackfur of the Wolf Den have both been slain by Zidingdang, Wu Yong announced. Su Li turned to Zidingdang, his face alight with admiration. Huh. Zidingdang, splendid work. the Wolf King, Black Fur, and the formidable Yangda of the Great King Stronghold. Xiaodingdang is indeed our greatest benefactor at Qingfeng Stronghold. Once we pacify the northern regions of Beilagang, there shall be ample rewards. This gathering included all the significant figures of Qingfeng Stronghold. Receiving such public commendation, Xiaodingdang felt a tinge of embarrassment. Wu Yong prompted, Xiaodingdang, why are you still standing there? Quickly express your gratitude to the chief. Xiaodingdang regained his composure, exclaiming with excitement. Thank you, chief. Xiaodingdang vows to serve Qingfeng Stronghold loyally, never to betray your benevolence. Su Li then summoned Niu Mang, Zhao Yun, and the disheveled El Li, stating, now that Qingfeng Stronghold has triumphed over the Wolf Den, it is an opportune moment to unify the southern territories of Beilagang. Niu Mang, respond. Niu Mang at your service. Gather 100 of our strongest bandits and lead the charge to the Wolf Den. Capture it within 3 days. Niu Mang acknowledges. Zhao Yun respond. Zhao Yun at your service. Command your cavalry to assist Qingfeng Stronghold in reclaiming Huangping Stronghold and El Lindong Stronghold. Are you willing? A complex expression flickered in Zhao Yun's eyes. Su Li's demeanor darkened. Humph. Zhao Yun, I understand your reluctance stemming from Huangping Stronghold. But you must realize that the unification of the southern regions of Beilagang is an inevitable tide. Should you refuse, I shall assign Niu Mang or even El Li to undertake this task, and if there are casualties among the 2 strongholds, the responsibility shall not fall upon me. The former bandits of Huangping and El Lindong strongholds behind Zhao Yun began to feel a sense of unease. Su Li spoke the truth. In comparison to Niu Mang and El Li, they were more inclined to send Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun stated, Great Chieftain, it is I who am overly persistent. I am willing to subjugate the 2 strongholds for you. Su Li replied, very well, I shall grant you 3 days. Should you fail to conquer the 2 strongholds, I shall have to consider other candidates. Rest assured, within 3 days, I shall present the 2 strongholds. Zhao Yun then withdrew. Su Li subsequently summoned El Li. Unlike Zhao Yun, El Li readily accepted the task of subduing Mengshan Stronghold, asserting that he would accomplish it in merely 2 days. Chapter 38. The Heart of the Wolf King and the Blood Moon Sentinel. Niu Mang, Zhao Yun, and El Li swiftly advanced towards their destination, each leading their respective bandits. Niu Mang was particularly eager. The Wolf Stronghold was situated in the heart of the mountain range, not far from the Black Tiger Stronghold. If news of the Wolf King's defeat and demise reached the Black Tiger Stronghold prematurely, the bandits there would not easily relinquish the chance to assimilate the Wolf Stronghold. Thus, Niu Mang had to consider the possibility of a direct confrontation with the bandits of Black Tiger Stronghold. Wu Yong, unable to shake his concerns, sought Su Li's counsel before following closely behind with Xiaodingdang and Wang Cheng. He also informed Zhao Yun that should he pacify the 2 strongholds, he could proceed to offer support. As for El Li, both Su Li and Wu Yong excluded him from their considerations. Having been assaulted by the Wolf King twice and engaged in battle with the Wolf Stronghold bandits, the number of capable fighters among them scarcely exceeded a dozen. Although El Li boasted of subjugating Mengshan Stronghold within 2 days, Wu Yong did not anticipate any assistance from him. The outcome of the battle was now decided. The residents of Qingfeng Stronghold were elated, pouring out of their stronghold to assist the soldiers in collecting the spoils of war from Qingfeng Mountain. The equipment used by the Wolf Stronghold bandits was of superior quality, cleanable and reparable for future use. Su Li felt a sense of satisfaction with this group of residents. In the past, they would only venture out when compelled by the soldiers, yet this time, they emerged unbidden, armed and ready. Although no one initiated an attack, the sheer numbers of hundreds contributed to the retreat of the Wolf Stronghold from Qingfeng Mountain. The corpses of the Wolf King, He Mao, and the old practitioner had been moved, per Su Li's request, to a residence on the mountain. After attending to the various post-battle matters, Su Li entered this abode. Despite the earlier commotion and the numerous beams of light that had erupted, the villagers managed to scavenge only a handful of low-grade spirit stones and 2 elementary spell scrolls from the bodies of the old practitioner and He Mao. The most striking of the 2 purple beams had yielded nothing even after a thorough search of their bodies. Su Li felt it inappropriate to examine the corpses in front of so many villagers, as it would tarnish his reputation as the esteemed chieftain. Thus, he sought a more compelling pretext to intimidate the remaining members of the Wolf Stronghold and had the 3 bodies transported up the mountain. Following the indications of the beams of light, the purple hues emanated from the abdomens of the Wolf King and He Mao. Since nothing was found externally, it was evident that something lay within. Without hesitation, Su Li wielded his Qinggang sword and struck twice. Suddenly, the chests of the 2 individuals were opened, revealing 2 gaping wounds. A round, blood-red orb and a jade-like whistle, both the size of a thumb, rolled out from the bellies of the Wolf King and the Black Fur. It was Su Li's first experience with such a gruesome sight. He stifled a wave of nausea and instructed his subordinates to retrieve and cleanse the 2 items. Before long, they were presented to Su Li. He was immediately captivated by their exquisite craftsmanship and profound spiritual essence. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a purple item, equivalent to the spiritual tear heart of the Wolf King. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a purple item, equivalent to the spiritual tear blood moon whistle. Heart of the Wolf King. Formed from the essence of a high-tier Wolf King's blood. It is a product of the Wolf King's consumption, solidified in conjunction with the blood of the ascending Wolf King. Consuming this item and merging with it allows one to transform into a wolf-headed human, significantly enhancing one's power. The higher the degree of fusion, the more complete the transformation. After the wolf transformation dissipates, one will experience a period of weakness, rendering them immobile. The greater the wolf transformation's level, the more intense the weakness. Note 1. After consuming the heart of the Wolf King, one must ingest wolf blood every 3 days. The essence of wolf blood aids in the advancement of the heart of the Wolf King. Current tier, primary level 1, complete. Note 2. A person who has fused with the heart of the Wolf King will act according to the last objective before awakening. Devoid of control during the wolf transformation. Blood Moon Whistle. Crafted from the essence of the Blood Moon, which accompanies the Wolf King. The sound of the whistle can command wolf packs and enhance the clarity of the wolf transformation. The higher the quality, the more potent the effects. Heart of the Wolf King, Blood Moon Whistle. Suli murmured upon reading the system's explanation. No wonder the Wolf King attacked him alone after transforming. While the Black Fur was able to summon the Wolf King back with just a single whistle. Suli felt a surge of desire for these items. After all, he had witnessed the formidable power of the transformed Wolf King. As a practitioner at the 6th level of Qi refinement, he had struggled for half an hour to contend with the Wolf King, ultimately resorting to the earth-water fusion technique to temporarily restrain him. When Black Fur blew the Blood Moon Whistle, the Wolf King became immensely powerful. Suli estimated its strength to be at least comparable to that of an 8th level Qi refinement practitioner. It was no wonder these items were classified as purple by the system. If utilized correctly, they could serve as a trump card for Qingfeng Village. The fleeting thought of merging with the heart of the Wolf King crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. After all, he had the system. And reaching the 8th or even 9th level of Qi refinement would not take long. Moreover, the need to consume wolf blood after merging with the heart of the Wolf King, along with the ensuing weakness akin to that of the Wolf King, was something he could never accept. After placing the 2 items into his storage bag, Suli ordered the villagers to dispose of the 3 corpses. He then returned to his residence to continue recuperating from the internal injuries inflicted by the Wolf King's assault. In the aftermath of the battle at Qingfeng Mountain, news of Qingfeng Village's resounding defeat of the Wolf Tribe and the slaying of the Wolf King spread throughout the Hundredly Ridge. Villages such as Wangjai and Huangpingshai, once dominant south of Hundredly Ridge, fell one after another, while smaller hamlets, some with merely a dozen or a few dozen inhabitants, were gripped by fear. They are aware that the tumultuous region south of Beilagang is on the brink of transformation, with a formidable stronghold, comparable to Heihuzhai, poised to emerge. Some have chosen to immediately ally themselves with Qingfengzhai, while others have fled northward, seeking refuge with Heihuzhai. However, the majority remain in a state of anticipation, reluctant to abandon the places they have long called home, awaiting the stance of Heihuzhai. Within the halls of Heihuzhai, word has reached the higher echelons regarding the complete annihilation of the Wolf King and his 300 robust mountain bandits. Second in command, what are we waiting for? This is the perfect moment to seize Wolf Zhai, and subsequently, using it as a springboard to launch an assault on Qingfengzhai. The unification of Beilagang is within our grasp, exclaimed one of the bandits. Indeed, second in command, please give the order. The 200 brothers in our stronghold are armored and ready. We need merely a day. No, a single night. The second in command of Heihuzhai felt a stirring within him. Yet he recalled the words of caution imparted by the Black Tiger King before his retreat into seclusion, to refrain from rash actions. Old calculator, what is your perspective on this matter? He inquired of the elder with graying whiskers. The elder stepped forward and spoke. Last year, during the support of the internal conflict at Wabeilagang, our elite forces were reduced by half. It is said that the leader of Qingfengzhai dispatched the chief of Mengshanzhai with a single sword stroke. He is a cultivator of the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Moreover, the ability to trap the Wolf King suggests that the leader of Qingfengzhai possesses at least the 5th level of Qi refinement, if not more. Should we strike now and be defeated by Qingfengzhai, Heihuzhai would be left in disarray, and when the Black Tiger King emerges from his retreat, we would have much to answer for. It would be prudent for Heihuzhai to recuperate, and when the Black Tiger King returns, we can assuredly engage in a decisive battle for Beilagang. As the name of the Black Tiger King was mentioned, a mixture of reverence and resentment flickered in the eyes of some. During the battle at Wabeilagang, they could have retreated unscathed like the Wolf King. However, the Black Tiger King, in pursuit of a first-grade mirror-breaking pill, chose to sacrifice over 300 strong brothers, many of whom were their kin. Yet, regarding the Black Tiger King's return and the unification of Balagang, there remains no doubt. That first-grade mirror-breaking pill would undoubtedly facilitate the Black Tiger King's ascension to the 8th level of Qi refinement. The second-in-command nodded outwardly, but after Old Calculator departed, he gathered the remaining brothers. Second-in-command, I have gathered information. Qing Fengzhai has dispatched only 100 bandits. And among those besieging Wolf Zhai, we did not observe the leader of Qing Fengzhai. The second-in-command nodded, asking, what is the stance of Wolf Zhai? Reporting to the second-in-command, Wolf Zhai has conveyed that if we drive away the bandits from Qing Fengzhai, they are willing to offer us the century-old Earth Spirit Mushroom obtained from Wabalagang and pledge their allegiance to Heihuzhai. Upon hearing the mention of the Earth Spirit Mushroom, the second-in-command felt a surge of excitement. In such a short span, it had indeed not been utilized by the Wolf King nor seized by Qing Fengzhai. Securing this item would surely facilitate his breakthrough to the 5th level of Earth Spirit cultivation. Order the 200 warriors to depart the stronghold at midnight, targeting Wolf Zhai. The distance between Wolf's Nest and Black Tiger's Nest spans several dozen miles, requiring a swift march of merely 2 hours. Adding the time needed to repel the bandits from Clearwind Village, the round trip would coincide perfectly with dawn's first light, allowing a return to Black Tiger's Nest. Over at Wolf's Nest, Wu Yong and Niu Mang have led the soldiers of Clearwind Village in besieging the stronghold for 2 days. Wolf's Nest, being a grand fort south of the 100-mile ridge and having been established for over a decade, still boasts more than 100 ordinary young bandits despite losing 300 capable fighters. With walls towering over 20 meters, their repeated assaults have yielded little success. In desperation, Wu Yong sent word, hoping for the chieftain to come personally. However, Su Li was in a critical recovery phase, so the two were instructed to continue the siege for another 2 days. News arrived from the sentries at Black Tiger's Nest, reporting that a large contingent of bandits had emerged at dawn and was heading their way. Discounting the time taken by the sentries to relay the message, it was estimated that the bandits from Black Tiger's Nest would reach Wolf's Nest in half an hour. Niu Mang was taken aback. Managing Wolf's Nest had already strained their resources, and now the formidable force from Black Tiger's Nest threatened to thwart their efforts. What could Wu Yong possibly do? Realizing that Wolf's Nest's resistance stemmed from this very circumstance, Wu Yong chuckled. Fear not, Elder Niu. Perhaps we need not wait for the chieftain after all. We may yet subdue Wolf's Nest and deliver a crushing blow to Black Tiger's Nest. Niu Mang, puzzled, looked at Wu Yong and asked, do you already have a plan? Wu Yong replied, Elder Niu, simply follow my lead when the time comes. Half an hour later, the bandits from Black Tiger's Nest arrived near Wolf's Nest, only to fall into an ambush set by the several dozen soldiers led by Niu Mang, suffering casualties of over a dozen. However, the bandits were commanded by the second-in-command, a 4th-level Qi practitioner who employed earth wall techniques to effectively deflect the arrows of the besieging soldiers. Reluctantly, Niu Mang had to withdraw his troops, using the familiar terrain to create a strategic retreat. As darkness enveloped the scene, even the second-in-command from Black Tiger's Nest could not ascertain the number of foes. Refraining from launching an all-out assault and instead advancing cautiously, keeping a tight grip on Niu Mang and his men. As dawn gradually broke, the second-in-command finally discerned that there were only about 40 to 50 bandits on the opposing side. With renewed vigor, he took the lead, rallying the bandits of Black Tiger's Nest to pursue rapidly. Brothers, ahead lies a vast expanse of open ground. Their arrows are nearly spent, and there is no escape. Follow me into the fray and eliminate these bandits. Kill, annihilate them to avenge our fallen brothers. Under the command of the second-in-command, 170 or so bandits from Black Tiger's Nest surged towards Niu Mang and his soldiers. All soldiers were ordered to retreat toward the open ground ahead. Faced with the relentless charge of so many bandits, a sense of trepidation gripped their hearts, and they cursed Wu Yong 1,000 times in their minds. The open ground loomed ahead. Once they stepped onto it, there would be no turning back, and they could not leverage the terrain to fend off their attackers. These brigands have been meticulously trained by him, and many have begun to grasp the true essence of his esteemed martial arts. With further training, it would be no challenge for them to become half-masters of the craft. Wu Yong, should any misfortune befall these brigands, you shall pay dearly. Under Niu Mang's command, the brigands retreated in an orderly fashion towards the flatlands. The end of the road. The second-in-command of the Black Tiger's stronghold laughed heartily as he performed light-footed maneuvers, swiftly approaching the soldiers of the Qingfeng stronghold. A wall of earth erupted before them, significantly hindering their escape. Let us see where you flee. Brothers of the Black Tiger stronghold, attack. Taking advantage of this moment, the mountain bandits of the Black Tiger stronghold surged forward. Brother Zhao Yun, it is your moment to shine. Zhao Yun had successfully subdued the Huangping and Lulin strongholds the previous day. After receiving word from Wu Yong about the impending siege on the Wolf stronghold, He hastened his forces to join the fray, but darkness and treacherous mountain paths delayed their arrival until the late hours of the night. However, he received news of a change in Wu Yong's plans, preparing to strike hard against the Black Tiger stronghold. Brothers, the time to establish our stronghold's merit has arrived. Charge with me. Drive. Kill. Kill. The flatland chosen by Wu Yong was neither too large nor too small, just adequate for concealing Zhao Yun and his troops' mounts. Suddenly, a swarm of dark figures appeared in their line of sight. The ground trembled, accompanied by deafening cries of battle that captured the attention of all the bandits of the Black Tiger stronghold. As the dark figures grew larger, they realized it was a band of mounted brigands. From deep within the mountains emerged a throng of horsemen, brandishing their weapons as they advanced. Whoosh, 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 a volley of arrows was unleashed. Several of the Black Tiger stronghold's bandits fell. The second-in-command of the Black Tiger stronghold was taken aback by the ferocity of the cavalry charge. Earth wall technique. A wall of earth rose up, sending several riders flying. Yet Zhao Yun led dozens of horsemen. The second-in-command of the Black Tiger stronghold, having exhausted his magical energy from repeated spells, found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. Zhao Yun and his men plunged into the heart of the Black Tiger stronghold's ranks, and carnage ensued. Fall back. In a single charge, they dispatched numerous bandits. While the enemy's casualties remained minimal, the second-in-command of the Black Tiger stronghold hastily commanded a retreat. Black Tiger stronghold cultivators, where do you think you're running? Taste my stone. From within the brigands' camp, a towering figure, dark as night, saw the Black Tiger stronghold's bandits attempting to flee. He lifted a massive stone weighing several dozen pounds, spun it around twice, and hurled it towards the second-in-command of the Black Tiger stronghold from 50 meters away. The stone struck, blocking the path of the second-in-command. At that moment, Zhao Yun had already caught up, thrusting his spear forward. The moonlit phoenix spear. The second-in-command of the Black Tiger stronghold felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing the taste of death from an ordinary man's strike. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a nearby bandit and shielded himself with the figure. The sharp spear pierced the bandit, its tip slicing through the arm of the second-in-command of the Black Tiger gang, blood gushing forth. This strike was indeed terrifying. Not daring to linger for an instant longer, he forcibly summoned his entire spiritual energy, employing the art of lightness, and fled as if flying. Wu Yong led the remaining gang members to charge out once more, slaying dozens of Black Tiger bandits. Chapter 40, Level 1 Mountain Stronghold Mission 3 completed. News of the Black Tiger gang's defeat, leaving behind hundreds of bandit corpses, reached the Wolf Gang. The last hope of the Wolf Gang was extinguished, and with Zhao Yun and others arriving to offer support, their might grew considerably. After a fierce internal struggle among the remaining Wolf Gang members, resulting in dozens of casualties, the gates of the stronghold finally opened. The surrendering civilians and young men of the Wolf Gang lay prostrate at the entrance, awaiting judgment from the Qingfeng Gang. Having been bandits themselves, they too wished to survive. Consequently, many civilians unreservedly divulged the locations of all hidden supplies within the Wolf Gang's underground chambers. They even presented the century-old soiled ginseng intended for the Black Tiger Gang to Wu Yong. Thus, the Wolf Gang was annihilated by the Qingfeng Gang, expunged from the records of the Hundredly Ridge. In less than 5 days, all small bandit factions south of the Hundredly Ridge opted to submit to the Qingfeng Gang, heralding the rise of a new and formidable stronghold. Ding! Congratulations, host, on annihilating the largest stronghold south of the Hundredly Ridge and completing the unification of the southern region. Level 1 Mountain Stronghold Side Mission 3 completed. Reward 1. Construction of a Level 1 Gang Soldier Training Ground. Reward 2. Level 1 Daily Mission unlocked. Level 1 Gang Soldier Training Ground. Upon successful construction according to the blueprint, the soldiers under the host's command will train within, with training intensity doubled and effectiveness feedback also doubled, enhancing the overall efficacy of the gang's soldiers. Level 1 Daily Mission unlocked. As the premier mountain stronghold cultivation system, the ability to raid is crucial for assessing the strength of a stronghold. Complete daily raiding missions 5 times, earning 50 stronghold points per completion, with rewards increasing as the stronghold level rises. Upon hearing the system notification, Suli finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had initially thought that defeating the Wolf Gang, Huangping Gang, and a few other major strongholds would suffice to complete the mission. However, it appeared that all small factions, even those with merely a dozen members, also needed to be subdued. Fortunately, these minor strongholds showed wisdom and chose to surrender. Wu Yong stepped forward and reporting to the great stronghold master, the Wolf Gang, Huangping Gang, Mengshan Gang, and Lulin Gang have all been captured by our Qingfeng Gang. The other small factions south of the Hundredly Ridge have also merged into our ranks, leaving no other bandit forces in that region. Suli inquired, "What are the casualty figures from the soldier camp?" Wu Yong responded, "Great stronghold master, in the series of battles, Our Qingfeng gang has slain a total of 260 enemies, with 43 casualties among our ranks, and 32 severely wounded. Our losses exceed half, and the remaining soldiers number less than 90. In consideration of Zhao Yun and Lu Li present, he refrained from disclosing the number of captives taken. The casualties exceeded half. It is often said that blades and firearms are indiscriminate, and mountain bandits seldom live long. Yet, upon hearing such a figure, one cannot help but feel a tremor of dread. Su Li inquired, "What of our gains this time?" Wu Yong replied, "The area south of Beilagang is now entirely under the dominion of our Qingfeng stronghold. We have acquired over 500 sets of armor, among which more than 300 are of exceptional quality. Additionally, we secured 20,000 pounds of meat, 40,000 pounds of grain, over 100 horses, and more than 500 cattle and sheep. We also obtained over 8,000 spirit stones, more than 20 various medicinal pills for elementary spells, 2 intermediate spells, 2 magical artifacts, and a century-old soil Ganoderma. The intermediate spells include the thunder summoning technique and the sturdy earth technique. The former necessitates advanced chi refinement and the use of thunder-striking wood for cultivation. The sturdy earth technique resembles the earth wall technique, enabling the practitioner to condense spiritual energy and summon a resilient mound from the ground, with its size and sturdiness varying based on mastery. Su Li has already mastered this technique, and it is available for exchange in the Stronghold's marketplace, albeit at a rather steep price of 200 stronghold points. As for the 2 magical artifacts, one resembles a massive iron hammer akin to that used by Niu Meng, weighing a formidable 300 pounds and requiring substantial spiritual energy for activation. The other is a longbow, confiscated from Huangping's stronghold. However, this bow proved ineffective with ordinary arrows, snapping before it could release a shot. A bow without arrows is akin to a wasted effort, which explains why Huangping did not utilize it. The final item is the century-old soil Ganoderma, which the Wolf Stronghold intended to offer as a token of allegiance to the Black Tiger Stronghold, claimed to have been sourced from the depths of Beilagang. The Wolf King was slain by Su Li before he could make use of it. Within the hall, a dozen individuals contemplated the spoils gathered from the southern region of Beilagang by Qingfeng's stronghold, anticipating a substantial bounty. However, none could have predicted such an abundance, particularly the final few items, many of which were unfamiliar even to those present. "Convey my orders. At dawn tomorrow, all able-bodied mountain bandits shall gather in formation at the stronghold entrance, along with all villagers and surrendered individuals, to witness the rewards bestowed upon those who have rendered meritorious service." Understood. Niu Meng and the others gradually took their leave. Su Li retained Wu Yong for a discussion regarding the rewards and the establishment of new systems. Following the unification of the southern region of Beilagang, Qingfeng Stronghold's populace had surged to 2,000. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. Should management continue as it had in the past, numerous issues would undoubtedly arise. Given the necessity of establishing a brand new stronghold system, even Wu Yong felt a sense of trepidation. "Great Chief, is it too hasty for just the 2 of us to deliberate on this matter?" Although the stronghold is populated by many rustic villagers, some of whom may not be literate, there are also numerous elderly individuals with white hair, rich in experience, who might offer valuable suggestions. "Certainly not." Su Li gestured towards the hall's entrance and called out, "Hu Feng, come forth." Wu Yong focused his gaze and was taken aback, for the person before him was none other than the last of the 4 great cultivators of the Wolf Stronghold, the emaciated monkey. Observing Wu Yong's astonishment, the explanation followed. Hu Feng, in his youth, was a mundane schoolteacher who, by chance, stumbled upon a method of cultivating qi and unexpectedly became a cultivator. During a military campaign by the Tianyue Kingdom, his parents, refusing to comply with the forced requisition of food, were killed on the spot. In his fury, Hu Feng avenged them by slaying a dozen soldiers and subsequently fled to the 100 Miles Mountain, becoming a bandit. Now, Hu Feng had fully pledged allegiance to our Qingfeng stronghold and had been assisting you in establishing its systems over the past few months. Reformed bandit Hu Feng pays respects to the great chief and Elder Wu. Hu Feng said respectfully, "Elder Wu, the ambush on the Black Wind stronghold a few days ago truly opened my eyes." Wu Yong's expression betrayed no joy. He vividly recalled that battle, during which this individual had slain many of their brothers. "Great Chief, this may not be wise to trust this person so readily. What if he betrays our Qingfeng stronghold?" It was evident that Wu Yong remained skeptical of Hu Feng's loyalty. Yet, Su Li could not disclose that his investigation had revealed Hu Feng's loyalty rating at 90, comparable to his own. Chapter 41. The new regulations of the stronghold. Before Su Li could speak, Hu Feng interjected, "Elder Wu, it is precisely because my loyalty has been duly considered that the great chief has assigned me to your command. Should there be any signs of disloyalty, you are welcome to report to the great chief." "Are you implying that Elder Wu fears me, a cultivator, may bring harm upon you?" Wu Yong retorted. How could I be afraid? Even if you are a cultivator, should you attempt to kill me, could you truly escape Qingfeng's stronghold? He asserted that as long as the great chief was safe, he had no concerns about Hu Feng. Then is Elder Wu fearful that my abilities in managing the stronghold surpass yours, threatening your position? One could not deny that Hu Feng possessed certain skills. He had managed to bring order to the disarrayed wolf stronghold amidst escalating internal conflicts, at least until the Wolf King's demise. Absurd. How could I, as an elder, worry about a mere reformed bandit? Wu Yong, despite years as a bandit, retained the pride of a seasoned strategist. Great Chief, I can accept this man, but I have a request. What request? Speak freely. Wu Yong stated that currently, with only these two capable individuals available, he wished to avoid any conflicts between them that could hinder the development of Qingfeng's stronghold. Hu Feng must never bypass me to meet the great chief alone. He feared that Hu Feng might plot against Su Li. Su Li shook his head. Ultimately, Wu Yong still harbored doubts about his trustworthiness. He would soon ascend to the ranks of high-level Qi cultivators, and even given the opportunity, a mere early-stage cultivator would struggle to harm him. Elder Wu, I grant this request. Now, shall we begin discussing the new construction of our Qingfeng stronghold? The task is formidable, and both of you must prepare for an all-nighter. Understood. Thus, the three engaged in an intense discussion. Long before Wu Yong and the others set out to the three strongholds, Su Li had already drafted numerous comprehensive frameworks for establishing a new power, drawing upon the vast knowledge he had accumulated from the Blue Star. The two were no fools. The more they listened to Su Li, the more astonished they became, struggling to believe that a mere 18-year-old could possess such profound insights and understanding. After an entire night of deliberation among the three, they finally outlined the preliminary construction regulations for Qingfeng's stronghold before dawn. Elder Wu, what do you think of Hu Feng's abilities? Su Li inquired with a smile. Wu Yong nodded, acknowledging that although Hu Feng was a traitor, his skills might indeed rival their own. Hu Feng respectfully remarked, today's extensive discussion has made me realize that the great stronghold master's talents far exceed our own. With a great stronghold master like you, Qingfeng's stronghold will surely thrive in the days to come. Wu Yong added, it is a fortune for Qingfeng's stronghold to have such a talented great stronghold master. Haha, you two need not flatter me. I am well aware of my own modest abilities. Su Li replied, raising his hands in a gesture of humility. Everyone in the stronghold is awaiting us. Let us proceed to the entrance. Understood. The three of them made their way to the stronghold's entrance, where Niu Mang and the others had already assembled the young and strong bandits, particularly in the barracks, although their numbers were barely 100. Their imposing presence and discipline overshadowed all the other bandits present. Even the other villagers who had surrendered to Qingfeng's stronghold couldn't help but give a thumbs up, declaring that the great stronghold master of Qingfeng was indeed formidable. In their eyes, it was perhaps these well-trained soldiers that would enable Qingfeng's stronghold to become the dominant force south of Bailey Ridge. Salute to the great stronghold master. As Su Li appeared at the stronghold wall, over 2,000 voices rose in unison, shaking the heavens. Su Li proclaimed, my friends, I have gained your allegiance to unify all south of Qingfeng's stronghold. However, I can assure you that the entire region south of Bailey Ridge, even extending to the 500-mile area, is not the final destination for Qingfeng's stronghold. My aspiration is to establish the greatest stronghold in the world, allowing everyone to live honorably upon this land. From this day forth, whether they be self-righteous cultivators or elite soldiers from Tianyuan Nation, none shall dare to oppress Qingfeng's stronghold. Those who offend Qingfeng's stronghold shall face certain demise, regardless of their strength. Su Li's voice, imbued with his robust spiritual energy, resonated as if it were echoing in the ears of each of the 2,000 present, leaving them profoundly moved. Even Wu Yong, Hu Feng, Niu Mang, Zhao Yun, and others felt their blood surge with fervor, eager to follow Su Li into battle against Bailey Ridge, allowing Qingfeng's stronghold to make its mark throughout the entire Tianyuan Nation. Those who offend Qingfeng's stronghold shall face certain demise. Those who offend Qingfeng's stronghold shall face certain demise. Those who offend Qingfeng's stronghold shall face certain demise. Su Li observed the stronghold's core and continued, a nation cannot stand without law, and a stronghold cannot be established without rules. Therefore, Qingfeng's stronghold has enacted new regulations, which all must adhere to, otherwise, severe penalties will follow. Following this, at Su Li's behest, Wu Yong stepped onto the stronghold wall and declared loudly, new regulations of Qingfeng's stronghold. The inhabitants of the village are classified into 4 distinct ranks: the village slaves, the surrendered bandits, the ordinary villagers, and the first-class villagers. The village slaves, who stubbornly resist, are captured, and their lives belong entirely to the Qingfeng village. Any act of defiance results in death, and those who engage in battle must be expelled. However, those who demonstrate valor in combat may be elevated to the rank of surrendered bandit. Exceptional achievements in battle allow their direct relatives to ascend to the same status. Surrendered bandits, who voluntarily yield to the village, may join the military camp. Those who engage in combat are expected to fight valiantly, and those who perform admirably may be promoted to ordinary villagers, enjoying the corresponding privileges. Outstanding individuals with spiritual roots may receive rewards in the form of martial arts techniques, and their direct relatives may also be elevated to ordinary villagers. Ordinary villagers who pass assessments may enter elite training camps, undergoing rigorous training to demonstrate their bravery in battle. Accumulating sufficient achievements may lead them to be promoted to first-class villagers. Those with exceptional accomplishments and spiritual roots may be rewarded with martial techniques, while those with concealed roots may have the opportunity to enter the spirit pool, with their direct relatives also ascending to first-class status. Village slaves receive 1 meal a day, their sustenance determined by their efforts. Surrendered bandits receive 2 meals daily, with additional food available for those who work longer hours. Ordinary villagers have access to the village store for storing items and may have private cooking facilities, allowing them to cook freely. First-class villagers are provided with residences by Qingfeng Village, and their living conditions are protected from interference unless they violate village rules. They are also allowed personal storage and cooking facilities. As Wu Yong recited the village regulations, the villagers of Qingfeng Village erupted in excitement. At last, the chief displayed some conscience. Had they all been treated like the surrendered bandits, the sacrifices of their fallen comrades would have been in vain. Conversely, those bandits from the Wolf Village, who still intended to resist Qingfeng Village, were undoubtedly village slaves. Their faces turned ashen at the thought of rebellion. Yet, upon witnessing the formidable strength of Qingfeng Village, they fell into silence. The village slaves might still cling to life, but attempting to flee would be futile. The village was heavily guarded with both visible and hidden sentries. It was likely that they would be struck down by arrows before escaping even 100 meters. Chapter 42. The new village regulations take shape. Regulation 5 states that any individual who leaves the village to rob must return with spoils. When encountering the elderly, weak, or disabled, they may substitute clothing or even hair. Many were puzzled by this rule, as it was common in many villages for robbers to return with something. However, the notion of robbing clothing or hair was unheard of. If one encountered such unprofitable targets, it would be better to refrain from robbery altogether. Why exert such effort? Su Li included this provision in the regulations due to the stipulations of daily tasks, which required successful thefts to count as completed tasks, with 5 attempts allotted daily. If no items were stolen, the task was deemed a failure. Su Li felt compelled to enforce this for the sake of the 200 points for the village chief. The new regulations of Qingfeng Village elicited mixed reactions. Some welcomed the changes, while others opposed them. Regardless, to ensure the village's strength, the regulations must be enforced. Otherwise, no one would fight for Qingfeng Village. Upon concluding the announcement, Su Li grasped Wu Yong and soared into the air above the village walls. Amidst the astonishment of over 2,000 newly arrived villagers at Qingfeng's High, a grand battle platform was established at the entrance of the village. Under the guidance of Wu Yong, this platform was constructed into a spacious area of around 20 square meters, elevated over a meter above the ground, with more than 10 steps leading down to the earth. Standing atop the platform, Su Li could clearly observe every young man below. The invincible village chief commanded respect. Qingfeng's High was an unstoppable force. The villagers gazed at Su Li with eyes filled with admiration and reverence. A powerful leader is an exalted presence, capable of guiding them toward a brighter future. At Su Li's gesture, Wu Yong stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Qingfeng's High has always rewarded merit and punished transgressions. All villagers, step forward to receive your orders." Under the leadership of Niu Meng, dozens of villagers advanced in unison. The weapons of the villagers pointed forward, ready to conquer the Great King Village. Subdue the allied bandits of the 3 villages, seize the Wolf Village, and lay ambushes on the Black Tiger Village, with remarkable achievements. According to the village chief's decree, all villagers from Qingfeng's High and their immediate family members were to be elevated from ordinary villagers to first-class villagers, each receiving a reward of 200 pounds of meat and grain. The families of the deceased would receive double that amount. 25 individuals with hidden spiritual roots were granted a place in the spirit pool, while those without such roots would see their offspring with spiritual roots awarded a cultivation technique. For those who had surrendered from the Great King Village and had meritorious service, both they and their immediate family members would be exempt from their status as surrenderers, officially integrating into Qingfeng's High as ordinary villagers, receiving 50 pounds of meat and grain, with the families of the deceased also receiving double. Zhang San, Yang Jie, and Luo Yongcheng, having demonstrated exceptional merit, were additionally granted places in the spirit pool. Long live the village chief. Long live Qingfeng's High. All villagers knelt partially on the ground, voicing their fervent support. Upon hearing that Qingfeng's High would bestow basic cultivation techniques as rewards, All the surrendered bandits were filled with excitement. Villages such as the Great King Village, Wolf Village, and Huangping Village, even if they possessed cultivation techniques, kept them hidden, let alone presenting them as rewards for ordinary bandits, who would hardly even have the chance to glimpse them. Over the past few days, thousands of surrendered bandits had integrated into King Feng's High, learning a well-known saying among mountain bandits. In the realm of cultivation, is there any distinction among clans? The spirit pool offered a pathway for ordinary bandits to become cultivators. After all, cultivators are exalted beings. As the villagers accepted their certificates as first-class and ordinary villagers, the hearts of the surrendered young men surged with emotion. The certificates for ordinary villagers were crafted from copper, while those for first-class villagers were made of silver, each inscribed with the words King Feng's High and adorned with a long ribbon. Su, the village chief, personally draped these certificates around their necks. The villagers had previously been mere farmers or hunters, driven to banditry by the oppression of the Tianyue kingdom, seeking only a morsel of food. Before Su Li ascended to the position of the chief of the stronghold, they spent their days like other mountain bandits, numbing themselves with indulgence in wine and gambling, for they knew not when the Tianyue kingdom might send troops to eradicate them, and their demise was merely a matter of time. However, the circumstances had transformed. They gazed upon Su Li, who personally bore the insignia of the first-class stronghold citizen, amidst the watchful eyes of thousands below the battle platform. At that moment, they felt a profound sense of purpose in their existence. In contrast, the sweat shed during training and the wounds endured on the battlefield seemed trivial. We, once the chief of the stronghold, shall dedicate ourselves to Qingfeng's stronghold, never retreating. The voices of the bandits echoed throughout the Qingfeng stronghold. Haha, look, that is my son, that is my husband, that is my father. In this atmosphere of fervor, the relatives of the bandits were overwhelmed with emotion, sharing the pride of their kin with those around them, some even with tears glistening in their eyes. They recalled the time when those bandits first became mountain thieves. Due to the Tianyue kingdom's collective punishment policy, their families had no choice but to ascend the mountains, becoming thieves themselves. Even before Su Li became the chief, the stronghold was rife with daily beatings and scoldings. Yet now, all grievances had evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of pride. After the awards were conferred, Wu Yong proclaimed loudly once more, Zhao Yun of Huangping stronghold and Lu Li of Mengshan stronghold, leading a host of surrendered soldiers, faced the valiant warriors of Wolf stronghold, disregarding life and death, fighting bravely. In particular, Zhao Yun led his cavalry to first vanquish the elite of Wolf stronghold and then defeat the reinforcements from Black Tiger stronghold, achieving remarkable merit. By the command of the chief, Zhao Yun, Lu Li, and all those who participated in the battles against Wolf stronghold and Black Tiger stronghold shall be absolved of their status as surrendered bandits and become ordinary citizens of Qingfeng stronghold, each receiving a reward of 50 jin of meat and 50 jin of grain. Thank you, chief. We shall strive valiantly for Qingfeng stronghold and regain our merit. Zhao Yun and the surrendered bandits echoed in unison. In the battle to seize the mountain, many bandits had indeed inflicted harm upon the soldiers of Qingfeng stronghold. Although they did not ascend the platform to receive rewards like the soldiers, the news of their elevation to ordinary soldiers alleviated a heavy burden from their hearts. Fortunately, Chief Su had not burned bridges after crossing them. He was a wise leader to whom they could pledge their allegiance. Not to mention the generous rewards of 50 jin of meat and 50 jin of grain, which were indeed quite substantial. Su Li observed the loyalty of these surrendered bandits soaring to an impressive 60, surpassing even some of the original citizens of Qingfeng stronghold. And he could not help but nod in satisfaction. Wu Yong continued from the battle platform. The group awards have concluded. Next is the individual commendation. Chapter 43. The spell practice elixir in the bandit camp. The bandit Ding Dang had slain the leader of Wolf King stronghold, the Wolf King himself, and the second in command, Black Fur, earning the primary merit in this battle. He was awarded a scroll of the elementary spell Fireball, a scroll of the elementary spell Binding, 2 spirit gathering pills of the first grade, 30 low-grade spirit stones, and a gold merit medal. What is this? Qingfeng stronghold actually rewards spell scrolls and spirit gathering pills. Such a treasure. 30 low-grade spirit stones. My heavens, this is enough to sustain my family for a lifetime. The bandits were all in an uproar. Their previous battles waged for their stronghold were fraught with peril. Life and death hung in the balance, and survival often rewarded them with mere scraps. In stark contrast, the rewards from the Qingfeng stronghold were truly celestial. Upon the battle platform, Su Li adorned Little Ding Dang with the merit badge. Tears welled in Little Ding Dong's eyes, spilling forth in an instant. Great Chief, Little Ding Dang has nothing to say. In this lifetime, wherever you lead me, I shall never stray. Su Li gently ruffled the hair of the child who barely reached his chest and said, Little Ding Dang, you mustn't cry. You are the foremost hero of our Qingfeng stronghold. If you weep, What will the others think? Little Ding Dang tiptoed quietly, peeking over Su Li's shoulder. This sight evoked hearty laughter from all the stronghold's inhabitants. Hastily wiping away his tears, Little Ding Dang declared, "Great Chief, I shall no longer cry. I have made contributions to Qingfeng Stronghold, and I am its great hero." This was merely an interlude. Wu Yong, witnessing Little Ding Dang descend from the battle platform, boisterously proclaimed, "Elder Niu Mang, the camp leader, has diligently trained the soldiers, significantly enhancing the combat prowess of Qingfeng Stronghold. With strict military discipline, he has led the charge multiple times, slaying over 30 enemies, earning great merit. His rewards include a scroll of the junior spell Small Earth Technique, a century-old Earth Ganoderma, 10 low-grade spirit stones, and a gold merit badge. The century-old Earth Ganoderma, indeed. Others might be puzzled by its worth, but for the bandits of the Wolf Stronghold, its value was all too clear. The century-old Earth Ganoderma was a top-tier spiritual material, a treasure of immeasurable worth for those in the Qi refinement realm, treasured even by their former leader, the Wolf King. It had even been used to entice the Black Tiger Stronghold for aid, underscoring its significance. Yet, incredibly, Su Li chose to bestow such a treasure upon his loyal soldiers instead of keeping it for himself. Elder Wu Yong, overseeing preparations for battle at Qingfeng Stronghold, defended against the allied bandits from 3 strongholds, repelled the Wolf Stronghold's assault, and thwarted the Black Tiger Stronghold's support. His achievements were remarkable, earning him the reward of the Junior Spell Small Binding Technique, a first-grade spirit gathering pill, 30 low-grade spirit stones, a personal transmission of skills from the Great Chief, and a gold merit badge. The bandits were nearly numb to the extravagance of Qingfeng Stronghold. Regret washed over them. If heaven were to grant them another chance, they would undoubtedly surrender to Qingfeng Stronghold at the first opportunity, perhaps even securing a place for themselves on that stage. What does the Great Chief's personal transmission of skills signify? No one knows. The Great Chief's profound cultivation must entail something extraordinary. Speaking of this transmission, it was something Su Li had only recently discovered. After mastering the art of minor entanglement through diligent practice, the primary chief's marketplace unexpectedly refreshed its stock with the minor entanglement spell cultivation elixir, priced at 200 chief points. This potion significantly enhances the user's bodily memory of casting the minor entanglement technique, thereby deepening their comprehension of it. As is widely acknowledged, advancing in spellcraft is often more arduous than improving one's Qi refinement skills. This elixir is exceedingly formidable, should word of it spread. It might attract the attention of a certain ancient demon, leading to dire consequences for Qingfeng Village. Thus, he resolved to conceal this information through the method of transmission. Zhao Yun and Lu Li led the charge against the rebels, graciously rewarded with a Qi refinement technique and 10 low-grade spirit stones, along with gold chief merit medals, 1 each for Zhao Yun and Lu Li, among a total of 17 individuals receiving such honors. Zhao Yun and Lu Li had previously received accolades within the original village, but this particular reward was unprecedented. As they approached the arena, their hearts swelled with excitement and trepidation. They gazed at Su Li, at the merit medals adorning their chests, and at the villagers below, who looked up at them with admiration. In that moment, they finally understood why those who ascended the platform were moved to tears. This overwhelming sense of glory was intoxicating. The conferral of honors completed, the following day, Su Li convened with Wu Yong and Hu Feng to deliberate on the intricacies of the village's hierarchical system. They unanimously endorsed Wu Yong's proposal for a merit system. A young village slave entering the death squad could earn 50 merit points for defeating an enemy. Once accumulating 500 points, they could assume the identity of a rebel. Upon reaching 1,000 points, their immediate family could also gain rebel status. Likewise, a young village slave could earn 0.5 merit points for a day's labor in constructing various edifices for Qingfeng Village, while the elderly, women, and children over 10 would receive half the merit points of a young village slave for their daily toil. This merit system similarly applied to rebels and ordinary villagers, with first-tier villagers able to advance solely through merit. Merit points could be exchanged for various supplies within Qingfeng Village. Wu Yong appointed a dedicated individual to oversee the tallying of merit points, with severe penalties for any misconduct or tampering. It must be said that human nature is inherently self-interested. Upon the introduction of the merit system, it garnered widespread approval, including that of the village slaves. Soon, a vibrant mountain village was set into motion. With the merit system in place, both slaves and villagers worked diligently, as their efforts would be reflected in their merit records. Thus, every few days, the spirit pool was completed. Following Su Li's investment of dozens of spirit stones to activate it, the first-tier spirit pool began its operation. Comprising 3 spirit pools, each tailored to the specific attributes of the mountain bandit's hidden spiritual roots, Su Li placed suitable spiritual materials within. The spirit pool required a 7-day immersion. Wu Yong was assigned to the first group of participants. During this week, Zhao Yun and Lu Li surprised him by both breaking through to the first layer of qi refinement, becoming cultivators. The loyalty of the two individuals has surged, with Zhao Yun reaching a remarkable score of 97, while Lu Li has attained a commendable 90. Additionally, Su Li has been rewarded for the successful ascension of these two to the ranks of cultivators, receiving 2 primary grade spiritual root qualification cards. Chapter 44. The value of spiritual roots breaks through once again. Beep. Congratulations, host, for using a primary grade spiritual root qualification card. Your fire's spiritual root value has increased by 2. Beep. Congratulations, host, for using a primary grade spiritual root qualification card. Your water spiritual root value has increased by 1. Thus, Su Li's values for the 5 elemental spiritual roots are as follows: Gold spiritual root 5, Wood spiritual root 6, Water spiritual root 5, Fire spiritual root 5, Earth spiritual root 5, totaling 26. Your Qi refining techniques, Wood technique, Fire technique, Water technique, Earth technique, and Gold technique, have all successfully surpassed their cultivation limits. The current techniques are now sufficiently equipped for automatic cultivation. Su Li once again beheld several qi refining techniques displaying their cultivable status. At present, he still has 14 first-grade gathering spirit pills remaining after the rewards. He promptly arranged for the wood technique and earth technique to commence automatic cultivation. However, he was secretly astonished by the quantity consumed. To advance a single qi refining technique from the 3rd level to the 4th, he had only required 4 first-grade gathering spirit pills, or 40 low-grade spiritual stones. Yet, astonishingly, the leap from the 4th level to the 5th necessitated 6 first-grade gathering spirit pills, equivalent to 60 low-grade spiritual stones worth of spiritual energy. By this calculation, to elevate all 5 techniques to the 5th level would demand 300 low-grade spiritual stones, and the 6th and 7th levels would likely require an astronomical sum. Su Li sighed. Indeed, the resources required for cultivation are exceedingly vast. If it were still the previous Qingfeng village, the supply for the entire village would pose a significant challenge, let alone his own cultivation needs. It seems that to advance, he must acquire more spiritual stones. After 7 days, the 3 individuals who entered the spirit pool finally emerged. Under Su Li's scrutiny, it was confirmed that all 3 possessed acquired spiritual roots. Acquired spiritual roots signify poor aptitude and slow advancement, and unsurprisingly, all 3 had spiritual root values of merely 10 or less, classified as mixed spiritual roots. Notably, Wu Yong, akin to Su Li, bore the most inferior type of 5-element pseudo-spiritual root. However, his values were somewhat superior, ranging from a minimum of 6 to a maximum of 9, with a total value of 38. This revelation left Su Li feeling quite disheartened. After all this effort, it turned out he was the jester, possessing the worst spiritual root aptitude. Fortunately, with the system at his disposal, this transmigrator found solace in the last vestige of hope. The news of Wu Yong and the others acquiring spiritual roots spread like wildfire, sweeping through all of Qingfeng village within just an afternoon. The over 2,000 villagers erupted in excitement, especially those new arrivals who had recently joined the village. At the village entrance, the banners of the immortal families fluttered in the wind, echoing the truth of their existence. Ordinary people can indeed become cultivators. This is genuine. My son, the village is currently recruiting soldiers. Seeing as you are not so young anymore, why not give it a try? Mother, I am but 12 years old. Is it not too early for me? Not too early. Only by becoming a bandit soldier and acquiring merits can one gain the opportunity to access the pool of vitality. My mother has heard that the earlier one embarks on the path of cultivation, the better. If my son becomes a practitioner, my mother would awaken with a smile, even in her dreams. However, dear mother, I have heard that war brings death, and I am afraid. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman kicked the young man to the ground. How many strongholds have we traversed? Which of them is as good as Qingfeng stronghold? Your grandfather perished as a bandit. Your father met the same fate, and as a little bandit. Do you think that fear will spare you from death? Get out. If you do not become a bandit soldier today, do not return. The young man rose, weeping as he ran towards the bandit camp. The middle-aged woman watched the departing figure with a heavy heart, tears streaming down her face. My child, do not blame your mother for being harsh. We have been bandit slaves for so many years, and it was not easy for us to enter Qingfeng stronghold as surrendered bandits. I do not wish for you to spend your life as a bandit slave until you die in battle. My child, you must strive to succeed. Due to Qingfeng stronghold recently subduing several strongholds, the number of bandit soldiers has surpassed 300, and they have not enforced mandatory conscription on the villagers. Thus, many men aged 10 to 40 still remain unaligned within Qingfeng stronghold. The news of Wu Yong's emergence of spiritual roots continues to spread. Similar scenarios unfold repeatedly in Qingfeng stronghold. Not only are the families of hundreds of surrendered bandits pressuring their children and husbands to join the death squad, But even among the bandit slaves, there is a push to enlist their offspring. In less than 3 days, the number of recruits for the 3 main camps has exceeded 400. Su Li, upon hearing Wu Yong's report, perceives the loyalty of these surrendered bandits and slaves as valuable, thus permitting Niu Meng to expand the 3 main camps once more. The new recruits should number around 200, with a focus on selecting younger individuals, as nurturing spiritual roots and cultivating qi techniques is invariably more effective at a younger age. To this end, Su Li issued a decree. Surrendered bandits and above may spend 100 bandit points for a spiritual root assessment. Those identified with spiritual roots will be prioritized for selection into the bandit soldier camp, and as their merits accumulate, they may be rewarded with qi cultivation techniques. With this decree, Qingfeng's stronghold witnessed a new wave of enthusiasm for earning bandit points, as long as one is able to lift something. Whether an elderly man of 60 or a child of 10, all flock to Wu Yong to receive various tasks. The primary cultivation hall and training grounds are rapidly being constructed. Within just a few days, they have taken shape. That night, within the residence of the great stronghold leader, Wu Yong, with a hint of anger on his face, spoke, "Great leader, even if I were to choose the most inferior cultivation technique, I would not wish for you to venture into the realm of cultivation markets. The nearest cultivation market is over 200 miles from Qingfeng stronghold, necessitating the passage through several large towns, such as the Lu family of cultivators, who are renowned within a 100-mile radius, boasting dozens of practitioners, with the current family head being a formidable late-stage qi practitioner. Moreover, those cultivation markets are decidedly unfriendly towards us mountain bandits. Should your identity be discovered, you would undoubtedly face the wrath of many. If any misfortune were to befall you, the precarious position you have secured in this region would be at great risk of collapse, not to mention the predatory Black Tiger stronghold. Even the current Clearwind stronghold comprises numerous small bandit factions. The most credible figure among them is Su Li. Should he perish, neither he nor Niu Meng would be able to command respect. At this juncture, Hu Feng stepped forward. Over the past 10 days, Wu Yong had come to fully comprehend his prowess. During the 7 days Hu Feng spent in the spirit pool, the frail figure had managed to bring the entire Clearwind stronghold into meticulous order, surpassing even Wu Yong's previous efforts. Talent, after all, is universally applicable, and as a result, Wu Yong's demeanor towards Hu Feng softened considerably, no longer as confrontational as before. Indeed, Elder Wu Yong speaks wisely. I once accompanied the Wolf King to a cultivation market, where we encountered no fewer than 10 advanced qi refiners, many of whom possessed profound legacies. Even the rogue cultivators far surpassed us in techniques and magical artifacts. At that time, both the Wolf King and I entered with great trepidation, fearful of our identities being exposed and facing an onslaught. Chapter 45. Journey to the Market. You need not worry about your chief, Su Li proclaimed, releasing the spiritual energy enveloping his being. In an instant, the force nearly toppled the 2 companions. This aura was pure might. Your spiritual energy has reached a formidable state. Chief, you have broken through to the late stage of qi refinement, Wu Yong exclaimed in astonishment. Though not a cultivator himself, being a scholar from the great city, he had encountered many advanced practitioners and promptly inquired. The term spiritual energy forming might refers to the potent presence released by those at the late stage of qi refinement and beyond. Prior to this stage, while one could project their spiritual energy, it felt merely like a push, a raw force. In contrast, spiritual might carries an additional weight, a form of oppressive pressure. Hu Feng, standing nearby, was equally astonished. As a cultivator at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, the pressure from Su Li's spiritual energy struck him directly, akin to facing a primordial beast, leaving him overwhelmed. Su Li nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have recently secluded myself for cultivation, and my strength has been restored somewhat. I now stand at the level comparable to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Just yesterday, his wood and earth spirit techniques had both ascended to the 5th layer, elevating his overall cultivation to the 7th layer of qi refinement, and he had acquired a 3rd automatic practice position for his spells. Most significantly, his primary cultivation method had successfully merged with the advanced perception of mid-level techniques. He felt confident that once he reached the market and procured a high-level technique fusion furnace, he would undoubtedly succeed in harmonizing the 5 elements technique. Both men inhaled sharply, their expressions a medley of disbelief and awe. Hu Feng, having heard the tale of Su Li from some villagers, couldn't help but inquire, "Great chief, what was your cultivation level prior to your injury?" Wu Yong was equally astonished, remarking that it was inconceivable. In just over a month, Su Li had progressed from the 2nd to the 7th level of qi refinement. It seemed that the great chief was still merely 18 years of age. An 18-year-old at the 7th level of qi refinement surpassed even the prodigies of renowned immortal clans. And when compared to the imperial lineage of the Tianyue kingdom, he was likely on par, if not superior. Could it be that the great chief was a descendant of some eminent immortal figure? After all, he could effortlessly bestow a century-old soil ginseng. Might he possess the legendary portable treasures as well? Su Li chuckled, sidestepping their inquiries, and said, "There is no need for you to concern yourselves with that. As long as you both remain loyal to me and to Qingfeng Village, I assure you that I will not treat you unfairly. I guarantee that the realms you can achieve by following me will far exceed your expectations." Hu Feng found it difficult to ascertain whether Su Li was indeed a wise leader, yet the mere fact that he could distribute first-grade gathering spirit pills, various magical scrolls, and even 100-year-old soil ginseng to his subordinates was already a stark contrast to the Wolf King, who hoarded his resources, unwilling to share even a handful of first-grade gathering spirit pills or 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, Su Li's youth and magnanimity filled Hu Feng's old eyes with a glimmer of hope. Together with Wu Yong, he declared, "We are willing to serve the great chief in Qingfeng Village." Su Li then asked, "So, do you still wish to obstruct my path?" Wu Yong sighed. "The great chief's intention to journey to the immortal cultivation market is clear. My subordinates cannot hinder you. However, I kindly request that you take a few more companions along." He continued, "I have already investigated. Zhao Yun and Lu Li have only recently become bandits and have not yet been recorded by the Tianyue Kingdom's official records. They can accompany you. In the Tianyue Kingdom, there exists a unique profession known as spirit seekers. They possess the ability to probe the surrounding area and can recreate scenes from individuals' memories, depicting the people they have encountered. This serves as a specialized method for tracking down criminals. With a spirit sensing device, they can simulate and compare even the most cunning disguises, yielding results with ease. This is precisely why bandits and outlaws are hesitant to venture into the gathering zones of immortal cultivators. They risk encountering someone equipped with a spirit-sensing device, leading to their capture and subsequent bounty by the Tianyue Kingdom. Hu Feng nodded in agreement, saying, "I too recommend that the great chief take the two along." Both Zhao Yun and Lu Li had already reached the level of Qi refiners, complemented by their martial skills in spear and halberd techniques, enabling them to put up a fight against Qi refiners of the third level, thereby serving as considerable support. Given their resolute determination, Su Li had no choice but to take them along. On the following morning, after briefing Wu Yong, Hu Feng, and Niu Meng on various matters, Su Li descended the mountain with Zhao Yun and Lu Li. Recently, Su Li's spiritual power had surged significantly. He initially contemplated traveling by sword over the 200 miles, which would ordinarily take no more than a day. However, due to Zhao Yun and Lu Li's insufficient cultivation levels, they had no choice but to ride horses for the journey. As they emerged from Beilagang, Su Li beheld the vast expanse of the plains before him, where the three riders appeared diminutive against the boundless backdrop. With exuberance, he proclaimed, "Zhao Yun, it seems your cavalry requires further training. The Qingfeng stronghold aspires not only to expand northward beyond Beilagang, but also to leave its mark upon this expansive plain." The rationale behind Huangping's stronghold's focus on cavalry training lay in its strategic location at the confluence of Beilagang and the vast plains. The cavalry's prowess was significantly curtailed by the terrain of Beilagang, limiting their effectiveness to a mere fraction. However, on this plain, 50 cavalrymen could contend with 300 robust mountain bandits. Zhao Yun felt a surge of pride, knowing that the martial skills of their steeds were formidable. Previously, the Zhao clan had trained an elite cavalry unit for the Tianyue Kingdom, but they met a formidable opponent at the onset of battle, a powerful being of the Spirit Foundation realm, resulting in their complete annihilation. The Lord of Tianyue City's wrath led to the Zhao family's decline into a third-rate martial arts lineage. Should the chief desire a cavalry unit, Zhao Yun vowed to lend his utmost efforts to cultivate an elite cavalry for Qingfeng's stronghold. "Very well, upon our return, I shall instruct Wu Yong to assist you wholeheartedly. Do not hesitate to express your needs." At that moment, as the trio galloped across the plains, in a luxurious estate in Lu family town, two disheveled individuals knelt in the main hall, barely clinging to life. Suddenly, a bystander seized one of the individuals by the hair and yanked him up fiercely. Had Su Li been present, he would have been astounded, for these were indeed the very individuals who had fled after the Qingfeng stronghold's ambush. "Humph, did you truly believe that hiding would spare you from the Lu family's pursuit?" After thorough verification, a Lu family member tossed a bag containing several low-grade spirit stones. The captors rejoiced as they departed from the Lu residence, having received their reward. "Spare us, Brother Hu. Spare us." Lu Hu inquired. "Now, tell me what transpired." "Brother Hu, we shall speak the truth," they pleaded. "A month ago, while transporting spiritual materials from the Wang family, we were ambushed by bandits as we passed through Qingfeng Gang. The cultivator Yang Dasheng was slain on the spot, and all the goods were pillaged. Yang Dasheng was a newly emerging cultivator from the nearby town. To attract him, the Lu family had invested a spirit-gathering pill and several low-grade spirit stones, coupled with the valuable materials on the cart, totaling several hundred spirit stones. Thus, the Lu family was willing to expend significant resources to capture these individuals. Lu, who scoffed, "Humph, Qingfeng stronghold. I recall it as a recently established bandit lair, seemingly devoid of cultivators. Do they dare to impede the Lu family's possessions?" The young lackeys trembled in fear, repeatedly bowing as they recounted the events of that day, pleading for Lu family's mercy. Alas, they had crossed paths with the Lu family and, more significantly, with Lu Hu. After Lu Hu dealt with the individuals, he traversed through a series of pavilions and arrived at a secluded thatched cottage. Bowing slightly, he announced, "Patriarch, I have ascertained that Yang Dashing is deceased, and the goods have fallen into the hands of Qingfeng Zhai. To my knowledge, it is highly probable that a cultivator has emerged within Qingfeng Zhai." A deep voice resonated from within the cottage. "What of a cultivator? Those who offend the Lu family shall find only death. Even the Black Tiger Zhai cannot escape such a fate. Proceed with the strength of your men. Should there be any dissenters within 500 li, eliminate them as well." Understood. Chapter 46. Datong Market. The journey was relatively smooth, but upon passing through Lu family town, Su Li noticed several cultivators accompanied by hundreds of retainers loitering across the plains. Not wishing to provoke any trouble, he opted to take a detour with his companions. After 2 days of relentless travel, the trio finally arrived at the cultivation market, only to be informed that it was not open to the public except for 2 days each month around the middle of the lunar cycle. During those days, cultivators from various regions would gradually arrive to conduct trade. Fortunately, Su Li's fortune held. Just a mile or two away from the cultivation market was an inn, where they waited for 2 days until the market finally opened. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the desolate land, streets and buildings seemed to spring forth from the ground. The previous desolation transformed into a bustling scene. Su Li stood outside the cultivation market, observing that apart from the sign of Datong Market ahead, everything else had undergone a remarkable transformation. This was the cultivation market, truly wondrous. Zhao Yun and Lu Li were also visiting the market for the first time. Zhao Yun, hailing from a family of martial artists, had not seen it before but had heard tales of the market's marvels. Lu Li, however, was a simple farmer's son from a remote area, unaccustomed to such extraordinary sights, and was nearly frozen in place by awe. Their arrival quickly caught the attention of a child of about 10 who approached them and respectfully said, "Esteemed sirs, is this your first visit to the cultivation market? I am known as Little Ling Tong from Datong Market. You may call me Sure To. I am quite knowledgeable about the market and can guide you for just 2 low-grade spirit stones." Su Li, sensing the child's eagerness, nodded, causing Zhao Yun, who had initially intended to address him as the village chief, to swallow his words. Zhao Yun retrieved 2 low-grade spirit stones from his pocket and handed them to Sure To. The child was overjoyed, relieved to have arrived early, lest he miss this opportunity. "Esteemed sirs, please follow me. Entering the market requires a fee of 1 low-grade spirit stone per person." Without hesitation, Su Li and his companions complied, and under Shida's guidance, they smoothly entered Datong Market. "Sure To, how is it that this place, which was barren yesterday, has transformed into such a flourishing market today? How did these buildings come to be?" As Stone walked and spoke, he remarked, "Esteemed sirs, the edifices of the Datong Market have always been here, but due to the concealment of the formation, it appears as mere wasteland from the outside. A concealment technique, an illusion?" Su Li was somewhat taken aback. After all, the area of Datong Market spanned at least several tens of thousands of square meters. Such a formidable illusion would be required. Stone chuckled, saying, "My lord, this is not an illusion, but rather a formation, specifically a second-tier formation. Under normal circumstances, even a peak chi refinement master would fail to detect the existence of the market without a landmark to guide them." As Su Li understood, a second-tier formation could only be arranged by a second-tier formation master, a profession in the realm of cultivation as rare as that of a fusion master or an alchemist. Moreover, a second-tier formation seemed to equate to the presence of a formidable spirit foundation realm expert. Su Li silently vowed to establish such a formation for Qingfeng village in the future. Before long, under Stone's guidance, the 3 of them arrived within the heart of Datong Market. Stone cautioned, "I must remind you, esteemed sirs, that the owner of this market is a master of the spirit foundation realm. Fighting is strictly prohibited within the market. Offenders may be expelled or, in severe cases, have their cultivation foundations destroyed." The spirit foundation realm. This was the first time Su Li had heard of such a cultivation level. Initially, he had assumed that only high-level chi refiners, or perhaps peak chi refiners, resided within the market. The presence of a spirit foundation realm cultivator suggested that they must proceed with utmost caution, ensuring their identities remained concealed. Spirit dew flowers. Premium spirit dew flowers. Alchemists, come and take a look. These are superb materials for concocting gathering spirit pills. Essence gold. Essence gold. Freshly refined essence gold. 10 low-grade spirit stones for 1 tael. Clear eye water. Clear eye water. Those practicing the clear eye technique, take heed. A little goes a long way in revealing malevolent entities. For those engaged in weapon forging, alchemy, or talisman crafting, come and see. Elemental spirit cores of all 5 attributes are available for merely 100 low-grade spirit stones each. What a bargain. Long spirit sword. A freshly arrived intermediate magical weapon, exceptionally sharp and lethal, for only 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. The abundance of spiritual materials, objects, and cores left Zhao Yun and Lu Li in a state of ecstatic exhilaration, akin to Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Su Li, however, maintained a stoic expression, though a tempest of emotions churned within him. Empowered by his first-level detection technique, he could clearly perceive the grade of the items lining the streets. Rare blue items, typically scarce across the various mountain strongholds, seemed as common as cabbage here, and the presence of several purple items exuding spiritual essence captivated him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What if they were to rob this market? Wouldn't Qingfeng Village soar to new heights? He shook his head in horror, quickly dismissing such reckless notions. In this cultivation market, where experts abounded, particularly the owner of the Spirit Foundation realm, he would likely be crushed with a mere slap. As Shirtu observed the individuals before him, he refrained from displaying any hint of derision. This was a fundamental quality of his profession. He cautiously inquired, "Esteemed sirs, have you come to the Datong market in search of any particular items?" Despite his tender age of barely a decade, Shirtu exhibited a maturity that surpassed that of many adults. To accumulate spirit stones for his cultivation, he had ventured from home at the age of 8, traversing hundreds of kilometers to this marketplace, where he had worked for several years. Although he earned merely 2 low-grade spirit stones for guiding, he was quite familiar with several stall owners, and should he accompany cultivators in their purchases, he could secure a substantial share. Suli asked, "Shirtu, do you know where within this market one might procure the blood of an ascended wolf king?" The mention of ascended wolf king blood made Shirtu furrow his brow. Such a rarity was indeed difficult to encounter. Even after years in the Datong market, he had only heard of it a few times, the last being 2 years prior. "Esteemed sir, I do know of several stalls selling ordinary ferocious wolf blood, but ascended wolf king blood is exceedingly rare. Is there none to be found?" Su Li's disappointment was palpable, as the fusion of the wolf king's heart, which was separated from the creature, required the blood of an ascended wolf king. It was one of his primary objectives for this visit. "If you were set on acquiring ascended wolf king blood, I suggest you try Wanbao Tower," Shirtu proposed after some thought. Wanbao Tower was renowned in the cultivation community, boasting numerous branches across various markets, and its formidable reputation suggested they might just have what was sought. Excellent. Su Li nodded in agreement, and under Shitu's guidance, they arrived at a grand 5-story establishment. The name Wanbao Tower gleaming resplendently on its sign, with a steady stream of spiritual energy emanating from within. Newly ascended cultivators Zhao Yun and El Li stood beneath its imposing faade, both feeling a significant pressure. Indeed, it was worthy of its status as a major establishment in the cultivation realm. Even the signboard was a mid-grade magical artifact. Su Li marveled as he entered the store alongside Shirtu. Shopkeeper, I have brought esteemed guests." The wares of Wanbao Tower were assuredly of exceptional quality, featuring high-value spiritual items. Thus, the store was not overly crowded with cultivators. Upon seeing Shirtu, the shopkeeper bore a hint of disdain. Who was this mere boy, not even at the chi refinement stage, to bring in any notable guests? Yet, in the interest of business, his demeanor remained courteous. "Honored friends, are you here to buy or sell?" Su Li replied, "We wish to buy. Might there be any ascended wolf king blood available in Wanbao Tower?" The shopkeeper responded, "Indeed, we have such an item. However, be advised that ascended wolf king blood carries the bloodline of the wolf king, exerting innate pressure over ordinary ferocious wolves. We do possess a portion of first-tier wolf king blood, though the price may be somewhat steep." He himself was a cultivator at the 4th layer of chi refinement, while Zhao Yun and El Li were still at the 1st layer, mere recent breakthroughs. The only one of comparable strength was Su Li, yet it appeared that his aura did not significantly surpass that of the shopkeeper. For a loose cultivator of this tier, presenting 100 low-grade spirit stones would be considered a defeat. On the surface, Su Li's highest cultivation technique merely reached the 5th level, and coupled with his 5-element spiritual root, he indeed did not appear to be significantly stronger than the shopkeeper. However, he was indifferent to the shopkeeper's perception of him. What mattered was that he had acquired the essence of the Wolf King's blood, which would elevate the Qingfeng camp by one mid-level chi refinement practitioner, a tremendous boon. "May I have a glimpse, esteemed shopkeeper?" The shopkeeper ascended to the 2nd floor and soon returned with a delicate purple box. The aura emanating from it was clearly extraordinary, likely worth at least 10 low-grade spirit stones. Upon opening the box, Su Li discovered a small vial adorned with blue flowers. As he gently removed the cork, a surge of violent spiritual energy enveloped the entire space, causing both LV Li and Zhao Yun to stand on high alert. At that moment, the heart of the Wolf King within Su Li responded fervently, and he rejoiced, for it was indeed the authentic blood of the Wolf King at the entry level. As the shopkeeper replaced the cork, tranquility returned. Su Li felt a pang of regret. The purple item was surely not inexpensive. Esteemed shopkeeper, how many spirit stones for this item? I wish to procure it. The shopkeeper replied, 800 low-grade spirit stones, not a single coin less. The price of 800 low-grade spirit stones left even the nearby stone astounded, far exceeding his expectations. On this excursion down the mountain, with only a half-size storage bag capable of holding about 1,000 spirit stones, and combined with the 1,200 carried by Zhao Yun and LV Li, purchasing this tier of Wolf King's blood would leave Su Li with merely 400 spirit stones. For a high-grade artifact fusion furnace, it was utterly insufficient. After much contemplation, Su Li resolved to make the purchase. If necessary, he would sell his intermediate artifact fusion furnace. I shall take this Wolf King's blood. Chapter 47. News of the high-level artifact fusion furnace. Before the shopkeeper could react, Su Li retrieved his storage bag, and soon 800 low-grade spirit stones piled onto the counter. Shopkeeper, please verify. The storage bag, clearly marked, caught the shopkeeper's attention. Those storage bags were auxiliary items. As spatial artifacts, they were invaluable, with even the most basic ones fetching over 1,000 spirit stones. Ordinary cultivators, even those at the advanced chi refinement stage, would seldom indulge in such luxuries, particularly one with a specialized marking, typically possessed only by prominent families or certain cultivation sections. The identities of the individuals before him were evidently remarkable. After a brief examination, the shopkeeper's demeanor softened considerably. 800 low-grade spirit stones, my friend. This tier of Wolf King's blood is now yours. Su Li accepted the purple box and placed it into his storage bag, inquiring, Shopkeeper, might you have any high-level artifact fusion furnaces available? An artifact fusion furnace? Could it be that you are an artifact fusion master? Upon hearing Su Li's words, the shopkeeper's attitude shifted to one of utmost respect. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners endowed with a single spiritual root are exceedingly rare. Consequently, multi-attribute techniques and spells are highly coveted. Who among us would not yearn for bespoke refining techniques and spells? Su Li nodded in agreement. The shopkeeper promptly led the trio to a private room on the second floor, where he prepared exquisite spiritual tea. Upon tasting the tea, Su Li and his companions felt a refreshing sensation enveloping their bodies, particularly for Zhao Yun and El Li. A single sip was akin to a day's worth of arduous cultivation. What a splendid tea. Esteemed friends, this is the Clear Spirit Tea, exclusively provided by our Wanbao Tower. Not only does it enhance one's cultivation, but it also calms the mind and body, preventing one from straying into madness during their practice, the shopkeeper explained earnestly. Among the top 10 spiritual teas of the Tianyue Kingdom, Wanbao Tower's Clear Spirit Tea ranks within the top 5. Su Li mused. It seems that such delightful items exist in the cultivation world, and these practitioners truly know how to indulge. It appears that once Qing Feng Zhai grows stronger, we must ensure such luxuries are acquired. Thank you for the tea, esteemed shopkeeper. Might I inquire about the advanced technique fusion furnace you mentioned? What is its value? Su Li asked. The shopkeeper replied. An advanced technique fusion furnace is priced at no less than 5,000 lower-grade spiritual stones. Unfortunately, we do not currently have one in stock. However, should you truly desire it, I can send a message to arrange for one to be delivered here, which would take approximately 6 days. Su Li and his companions nearly choked on the tea at the mention of 5,000 lower-grade spiritual stones. Come now, why is the advanced technique fusion furnace so exorbitantly priced? Dear friend, are you aware that the average price of advanced spiritual artifacts has been around 4,000 in recent years? The advanced technique fusion furnace is a specialized artifact, requiring a more intricate crafting process and select materials. Often, even a skilled master craftsman may take a month to forge one. Moreover, the error rate is slightly higher than that of ordinary advanced artifacts, hence the price of 5,000 reflects the current market value. Even if one were to pawn a mid-tier technique fusion furnace and sell all the techniques available for exchange, the total would still fall significantly short of 5,000 spiritual stones. Su Li lamented, realizing he should have packed more valuable spiritual items in his storage bag instead of merely spiritual stones. With a dry cough, he said, what a pity. I truly need the advanced technique fusion furnace now. If Wanbao Tower does not have it, I shall have to seek elsewhere. Wait a moment, esteemed friends. The shopkeeper interjected quickly. If you are a technique fusion master, you might consider turning left upon exiting and visiting the Qiqing Gate. It is said that the son of Song Yuan, the master of Qiqing Gate, has recently been identified as possessing multi-spiritual roots at the tender age of 5. The elders of Qiqing Gate are currently inviting various technique fusion masters to participate in a grand competition for the fusion of techniques. with the reward being an advanced technique fusion furnace. Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper. Su Li exclaimed with newfound excitement. Multi-attribute refining techniques. Wouldn't that be akin to a gift? After leaving Wanbao Tower, Su Li and his companions followed Shirtu to the location of Chicheng Gate. Shirtu, could you tell us more about this Chicheng Gate? The stone nodded and remarked, esteemed sirs, the Seven Qing Gates Mountain Gate is located at the Seven Qing Mountain Sect, a prominent cultivation sect situated 1,000 miles to the west. Within its ranks, there are several individuals at the Spirit Foundation stage and over 100 Qi refinement disciples. It is said that the Grand Elder of the Seven Qing Mountain is a formidable presence, being a half-step into the Spirit Sea realm. Even the Lord of Tiannan City must show respect to the Seven Qing Gate. Rumors have circulated for over half a month that the Seven Qing Gate intends to come to the Datong market in search of a technique fusion master to combine a multi-attribute Qi refinement technique. I believe that within the pavilion where the Seven Qing Gate resides today, there must be a considerable number of technique fusion masters present. If you were to emerge victorious, your reputation would undoubtedly echo for hundreds of miles in this domain. In less than a moment, Su Li and his companions arrived at the location of the Seven Qing Gate, which was indeed a splendid courtyard of the Fu family. Make way, everyone. Step aside. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed from above, followed by the cry of a bird soaring through the sky. A palpable sense of pressure enveloped them as Su Li looked up to see a massive bird, approximately 10 feet in size, descending towards them, with several figures perched upon it. Its sharp talons were aimed directly at them. A ferocious bird. Danger. Su Li quickly shoved his companions aside, and with two broken primary magical artifacts, the wood spirit vines, he unleashed them, ensnaring the ferocious bird's feet tightly. The bird lost its balance, stumbling and flapping its wings, sending the figures above it crashing to the ground, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Who is this? Do they wish to court death? A man clad in a blue ornate robe emerged from the mist, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Beside him, the stone recognized the fierce bird as a first-tier azure bird and paled in fright, urgently signaling Su Li and the others to flee. Esteemed sirs, we must depart swiftly. This creature belongs to the Wei family, and the figure atop it is undoubtedly Wei Li, the eldest son of the Wei family. Wei Li is notoriously arrogant and feared in this market. Just last time, a wandering cultivator was killed in the streets for refusing to sell goods at his desired price. Such audacity! Did you not mention that fighting is prohibited in the market? How does Wei Li dare to act so brazenly? Is the market lord not intervening? Alas! Esteemed sirs, the market lord has ties with the Wei family head, and being a wandering cultivator, he often turns a blind eye. We must leave at once. It's too late. The man in the ornate robe and his companions encircled Su Li and the others. Uncle Rong, eliminate these wretched individuals. Su Li's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, while Zhao Yun and Lu Li gripped their weapons tightly, one at the 6th level of Qi refinement. For at the early stage of Qi refinement, and Wei Li himself appearing to be at the 4th level of Qi refinement, close to mastery of the sword control technique, Su Li was confident he could take down the 6th level cultivator in a single strike and make his escape. But Zhao Yun and Lu Li's cultivation levels were too low and would undoubtedly become entangled. The only viable strategy was to capture Wei Li and use him as a hostage. Chapter 48, Seven Qing Gate, as Wei Rong and his few attendants prepared to mobilize their spiritual energy and take action. A man clad in a flowing azure robe emerged from the pavilion. With a gentle wave of his hand, a wave of spiritual force surged forth, causing both parties to stumble back several paces. A peak Qi refinement expert. How audacious you are to engage in combat here. I am Wei Li, the eldest son of the Wei family of cultivators. And who might you be? Do not presume that a high-level Qi refinement practitioner is formidable. My father is a half-step Spirit Foundation cultivator. If you provoke me, you will regret it. Now be gone. Wei Li advanced, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. The lord of this market, whom he referred to as uncle, was akin to a minor prince within the Datong market. Regardless of his high-level Qi refinement status, he must show proper respect. Observing the attire of the newcomer, Wei Rong's eyes brimmed with tears of urgency. This was the garb of the Seven Azure sect, a sect so esteemed that even the royal family of Tianyue would pay them heed. Surely, his young master had lost his senses. Noticing the surging spiritual power surrounding the man in azure, he immediately spoke with utmost respect. I am Wei Rong of the Wei family, and this is my young master Wei Li, here to seek the integration of techniques for your esteemed sect's young master. I kindly request that you show mercy, esteemed senior. The man in azure paid no heed to his words, and, with a single gesture, sent Wei Li crashing to the ground. Humph. What of the son of the Wei family? Even if your father were here, he would not dare to be as arrogant as you. Today, considering your status as a technique integrator, I shall teach you a lesson. Should you dare to act like this again, I shall not be lenient. Now, hurry and retreat. Fortunately, due to his protective artifacts, Wei Li sustained no serious injury, though his eyes reflected a flicker of fear, evidently shaken by the earlier blow. Wei Rong hastily administered a pill to Wei Li and assisted him into the courtyard. Su Li sensed a powerful presence approaching within the market, but it soon dissipated. He surmised it must be the market lord who sensed Wei Li's peril and attempted to intervene, only to discover the presence of the Seven Azure sect and retreat in dismay. The Seven Azure sect, indeed. In the face of absolute strength, rules are of no consequence. The man in azure turned to Su Li, noticing his ethereal aura, clearly indicative of a practitioner with mediocre spiritual roots. At the 5th level of Qi refinement, he was barely noteworthy. However, Su Li's age surprised him, prompting him to inquire, "Who are you?" Due to Su Li practicing 5 different Qi refinement techniques, even the man in azure could only discern the realm he had demonstrated through the minor entanglement technique. Su Li replied respectfully, "I am Su Fong, a junior who has heard of your sect's need for multi-attribute techniques, and I have come today to offer my services. You too are a technique integrator? Excellent. Very well. Follow me." The man in azure, upon learning that Su Li was also a technique integrator, softened his demeanor significantly. Su Li turned to his 2 companions, instructing, "You need not accompany me further. This is my artifact, the wood spirit vine, which has suffered some damage. Please find a shop to have it repaired, and then return to the inn to await my return." Although Zhao Yun and El Li possessed commendable martial skills, their realms were still too low. In circumstances like the recent ones, they could offer little assistance and might even become a burden. Ashamed, Zhao Yun and El Li resolved to train diligently upon their return, having been tasked with protecting the chief, only to find themselves in need of protection instead. Su Li followed the man in green through the pavilion, arriving at a courtyard. The man instructed, "Wait here. Soon, someone will come to assess you." Su Li surveyed his surroundings and noticed that over a dozen individuals had already set up their fusion furnaces, preparing to warm up. Nearby, Wei Li glared at him with palpable malice, evidently harboring all the resentment from the earlier encounter with the man in green towards Su Li. "Oh, you've taken note of that, have you? The Wei family, is it? Your disdainful gaze displeases me greatly. One day, when my Qingfeng village grows powerful, I shall thoroughly plunder your so-called Wei family." Wei Li glared at Su Li, who found the fellow equally intolerable but refrained from confrontation due to the presence of the Spirit Foundation Master. Nevertheless, Su Li made a mental note of this enmity. A moment later, a middle-aged man in his 30s, also clad in the attire of the Seven Green sect, emerged from the inner hall. He addressed the assembled fusion practitioners. "It appears all the fusion masters have arrived. I apologize for the wait. No matter, serving the Seven Green sect is our duty. Indeed. Moreover, assisting the young master in fusing the Qi refining techniques is our greatest honor." The practitioners in the courtyard exchanged flattery, making Su Li's scalp tingle. Was this really necessary? Would such sycophancy earn them the high-grade fusion furnaces they sought? The middle-aged man smiled. "Your understanding of righteousness is commendable. The Seven Green sect will certainly not shortchange you." He then commanded, "Bring forth the items." In the next moment, an array of impressive magical tools was presented before the fusion practitioners. Even Su Li received a 6-foot-long spear. Regardless of the outcome, these magical items were a token of gratitude from the Seven Green sect. "Honored elder, we shall exert our utmost for this fusion." Indeed, indeed. Su Li marveled at the revelation that flattery could yield magical tools. This was a genuine low-grade magical item. The auxiliary magical tools, like the wood spirit vine, were crafted from century-old spirit wood and required minimal processing, valued at merely 100 low-grade spirit stones. In contrast, the spear before him, made from various materials and requiring the craftsmanship of a master weaponsmith along with the collaboration of an array master for intricate array embedding, was far more complex in its construction. Su Li estimated its worth to be at least 600 low-grade spirit stones. Truly, the Seven Green sect displayed remarkable generosity, offering treasures worth thousands of spirit stones at once. The intricacies of human relationships are, without a doubt, a profound art form, regardless of one's location. The middle-aged man appeared to be in high spirits. However, the matter at hand still required attention. Although esteemed guests had traveled from afar, the cultivation techniques belonged to the esteemed Seven Green Gate, necessitating our utmost caution. Therefore, the initial round will adopt an elimination format. Subsequently, a dozen attendants emerged, bearing several spirit stones of earth and water attributes along with 2 scrolls of spells, which they presented before each practitioner of technique fusion. Before the gathered individuals lay 2 scrolls, the minor soft water technique and the minor sand technique, accompanied by a number of earth and water attribute spirit stones. Within the span of a half-incense stick's time, those who successfully fused the 2 techniques would be permitted to ascend to the pavilion and meet the elders and the young master. The countdown has commenced. Chapter 49. Perfect fusion of the beginner's minor sand trap technique within the courtyard. As the fragrant incense ignited, the practitioners of technique fusion hesitated no longer. Once the furnace reached its desired warmth, they promptly placed the earth and water spirit stones into the designated slots of the fusion furnace. Instantly, the energies of earth and water attributes began to swirl within the fusion vessel. A sharp sound echoed from the fusion furnace of a young cultivator in his 20s. His expression shifted dramatically as he lifted the lid of the furnace, revealing that the two original techniques had been utterly overwhelmed by a surge of formidable spiritual energy, now rendered pitch black. His error stemmed from excessive nervousness, resulting in the simultaneous placement of both the original techniques and spirit stones into the fusion furnace. Clearly, he had failed. In less than a minute, the initial techniques had already met with failure, casting doubt upon the abilities of the technique fusion practitioners from Wuxian. The smile that once adorned the face of the middle-aged man from 7 Green Gate vanished completely. Fortunately, he had conducted a preliminary test. Had he brought these individuals directly before the elders and the young master, they would have surely faced disgrace within the 7 Green Gate. Someone, escort this alchemist out, commanded the middle-aged man. Senior, esteemed elder of 7 Green Gate, this was merely an oversight. Please grant me another chance. I shall surely succeed, pleaded the failed practitioner. Yet a late-stage alchemist from 7 Green Gate showed no mercy, effortlessly lifting him as one would a chick and ushering him out. As one individual faced elimination, trepidation spread among the others. Although they possessed the capability to fuse multiple attribute techniques, none had undergone official certification and were regarded as third-rate. On rare occasions, with a stroke of luck, they might succeed in fusing dual attribute techniques. Thus, several among them approached this trial with a sense of gamble, hoping for success in the prestigious 7 Green Gate. Indeed, following the first individual's failure, within 5 minutes, another 5 or 6 practitioners faltered, their poor perception leading them to discard the 2 original techniques into the fusion furnace before the energies of the spirit stones had fully released. The spiritual energy directly impacted the scrolls, resulting in further failure. The middle-aged man from 7 Green Gate turned pale. In 6 minutes, nearly half of the participants had failed. He harbored suspicions that these individuals had stumbled upon a method fusion furnace and were encroaching upon the sanctum of his 7 Green Gate. Were it not for the multitude of cultivators surrounding him, his temperament would undoubtedly have compelled him to teach these intruders a lesson. Wandering cultivators are but wandering cultivators, akin to stray cats and dogs, oblivious to their own capabilities, yet foolishly aspiring to associate with the elite. At this moment, Wei Li coldly snorted, seemingly directing his words towards the unsuccessful cultivators, though his gaze was fixed squarely on Su Li, laced with derision. Let them witness what a true method fusion master embodies, Wei Li proclaimed, striking the table with his palm, causing the method fusion furnace to tremble in midair. Fuse for me. A surge of spiritual energy surged into the furnace, prompting it to spin rapidly. In less than 2 minutes, under Wei Li's keen perception, 2 earth-water attribute spirit stones completed their fusion. Remarkably, he had even mastered the minor fusion technique. Truly, he was worthy of being the scion of the Wei family. A middle-aged man from the 7 Green Gate could not help but commend him. The minor fusion technique, a skill that facilitates the swift amalgamation of spiritual energies, stands as one of the advanced spells for method fusion masters. Although it is merely a rudimentary technique, mastering it is no less challenging than some intermediate spells. The man in the azure robe, who had previously halted Wei Li at the door, entered and observed the scene, remarking, "This youth possesses some talent. Yet he is excessively arrogant. If he does not temper this trait, he is bound to suffer greatly in the realm of cultivation." Junior brother Zhang, I must disagree with your assessment. In the world of cultivation, those with talent are often brimming with pride. This lad exhibits commendable aptitude for method fusion. If nurtured properly, he may very well ascend to the level of a spiritual grade method fusion master. I fear that the Wei family of Wuxian is on the brink of rising, the middle-aged man from the 7 Green Gate asserted. The azure-robed man appeared somewhat unconvinced. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man gestured with his hand. Upon closer inspection, the azure-robed man realized that within mere minutes, Wei Li had completed the fusion and was now retrieving the techniques. Wei Li presented the scroll containing the fused techniques. Esteemed elders, please take a look. The middle-aged man from the 7 Green Gate unfurled the scroll, revealing a series of techniques imbued with the essence of both earth and water attributes. As he infused his consciousness into the scroll, he discerned that the spiritual essence contained within was distinct from the minor water technique and minor sand technique, accompanied by unique incantations. Long ago, this continent had no method fusion masters. The inheritance and documentation of spells relied solely on ordinary parchment, predominantly comprising single attribute spells. It was not until a prodigy emerged, effortlessly mastering all spells and elevating them to an extraordinary level, that a new method of spell dissemination was established using the spiritual skins of fierce beasts. The essence of method fusion, also referred to as an illusion, resides within the scroll, not only imparting knowledge to cultivators, but also embedding corporeal memories within their bodies, thereby accelerating their comprehension of spells. It is precisely for this reason that human practitioners gradually ascended, supplanting the formidable primal spirits in their dominion over this realm. It was also due to the existence of the cultivation techniques and spiritual essences within the spell scrolls that, after countless developments, led to the emergence of the new profession, the technique Fusion Master. Flawless level fusion. Minor resilience wall technique. After a brief pause, a middle-aged man from the Seven Green sect spoke. It is indeed a flawless level fusion. This young man has astonishingly become a dual attribute flawless level technique Fusion Master. With an immeasurable future ahead, his cultivation level is not low. He is destined to become a prodigy renowned throughout Wuxian. The surrounding individuals incessantly praised him. Wei Li, feeling somewhat proud, glanced at the man in the green attire, as if to say, "Do you see? I am indeed a legitimate novice flawless level technique Fusion Master, a genius of Wuxian. One day, you may find yourself kneeling at my door, pleading for me to fuse techniques for you." The man in green, having practiced for several decades, had endured such provocations from lesser cultivators, but with his master standing nearby, he refrained from reacting, merely letting out a cold snort. Wei Li turned to Su Li, noticing that Su Li had yet to begin fusing the attribute spiritual stones, and sarcastically remarked, "Heh. Some people can't even fuse attribute spiritual stones, yet still pretend to be technique fusion masters. It is clear they have come here to deceive and consume resources. The elders of the Seven Green sect should severely punish such individuals." Su Li shook his head, showing no concern as he took out the technique fusion furnace, preparing to commence. He genuinely worried that this reckless fool might not survive long enough to witness his heist at the Wei family. Subsequently, several technique fusion masters, too eager, failed in the final step of fusing the spiritual essences, resulting in the destruction of 2 original technique scrolls. However, 3 technique fusion masters succeeded in their fusions, albeit producing only mediocre quality dual attribute beginner techniques, minor clay technique and minor earth wall technique, far inferior to Wei Li's skills. This made Wei Li even more arrogant, as he observed that only Su Li remained in the arena, declaring, "See, Elder, there are only 5 minutes left, and this guy is yet to fully dissolve the spiritual power of the attribute stones. He is simply stalling for time. I suggest we revoke this individual's qualifications and expel him from the sect." Su Li retorted, "Nonsense. A mere dual attribute beginner technique fusion requires no more than a single incense stick's worth of time. 5 minutes is more than sufficient." Chapter 50. Perfect fusion of the minor quicksand technique, 5 minutes. Su Li's remark was akin to a scathing insult directed at Wei Li. Furious, Wei Li felt as though he might spit blood. The other technique fusion masters wore expressions of malice. They thought, while it was fine to insult that individual, dragging them into it was unacceptable. Did they truly believe that they, as independent cultivators, were easy to bully? Very well. Today I shall witness how you manage to successfully fuse those dual techniques in 5 minutes. Su Li snorted coldly and swiftly began to rotate the technique fusion furnace. The spinning would facilitate a quicker release of spiritual power from the attribute spiritual stones within the furnace. Yet, this was not the end. As the technique fusion furnace spun at an exceedingly high velocity, suddenly, an influx of earth and water spiritual energy surged through his entire being. In an instant, the entire furnace began to churn violently. Wei Li remarked, "Heh, to recklessly inject such abundant vital energy into oneself, is he not afraid of blowing up the furnace? What a madman. Is there such a brutish method of infusing one's own spiritual energy? Keep your distance, for this fellow's fusion furnace is bound to explode." After all, as a mid-level magical artifact, if it were to detonate, it would be akin to an average mid-tier artifact. The surrounding attendants and loose cultivators hastily retreated. However, to everyone's astonishment, a minute passed, and the fusion furnace did not explode. Instead, it began to stabilize. Su Li possessed a mid-level fusion technique with divine perception, and the 2 small attribute spirit stones were already firmly within his grasp. He swiftly tossed in 2 original technique scrolls. Under his deft control, the spiritual aura and techniques of both arts were rapidly merging. Another 2 minutes later, Su Li slapped the swiftly fusing furnace onto the table. He lifted the lid of the fusion furnace, and a waft of perfectly blended earth and water attribute spiritual energy emanated forth. Although the surrounding fusion masters were novices, they understood the significance of this aura. He succeeded. He actually succeeded. To operate the fusion furnace at such high speeds and achieve success, what immense perceptive power must he possess? Just 4 minutes in, a senior from the Chiching sect, "Please examine my spell scroll." Su Li produced the fused spell scroll and presented it to the middle-aged man. The man unfurled the scroll, releasing his spiritual sense into it. The aura of the technique began to flow into his mind. In the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, quickly closed the scroll, and meticulously checked to ensure no leakage of spiritual energy before heaving a sigh of relief. Senior brother, what spell has this young brother fused? The blue-clad Zhang was witnessing such a reaction for the first time. Other fusion masters leaned in closer, eager to learn what Su Li had accomplished. The middle-aged man regarded Su Li and stated, word for word, perfect level fusion, beginner level earth trap technique. What? The earth trap technique. It's actually the earth trap technique. The fusion masters, possessing some foundational knowledge, recognized that this was the equal merger of the original techniques of minor soft water technique and minor sand technique, known as perfect level fusion. Beginner level fusion is categorized into 4 tiers: excellent, flawless, perfect, and divine. Divine level fusion had not been seen in the lands of Tianyue for hundreds of years, with perfect being the pinnacle of existence. It is unexpected that such a young friend is a perfect level dual attribute beginner fusion master. My respect is profound. We previously spoke with recklessness. I hope you will not take it to heart. Henceforth, we fusion masters must engage in more exchanges. The remarkably young and exceptional dual attribute fusion practitioner, as long as he remains alive, is undoubtedly destined to become a spirit-level fusion master. Naturally, the scattered cultivators yearned to associate themselves with him. Su Li shook his head, pondering whether these individuals would still dare to speak so arrogantly if they were aware of his identity as the chieftain of bandits. Wei Li trembled with rage upon hearing the middle-aged man's words. Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this fellow possibly achieve a perfect fusion? I must examine the spiritual essence of this scroll. He approached the middle-aged man, intent on seizing the scroll, but was forcefully repelled several meters away by the man's overwhelming aura. Are you questioning me? Moreover, the scroll contains only 3 strands of spiritual essence. Such a treasure cannot be wasted by you. Wei Rong quickly stepped in front of Wei Li, saying, please forgive my esteemed senior. My young master is merely overwhelmed with emotion. Wei Li's spiritual energy appeared unstable, and his hair was disheveled, rendering him quite disheveled. The middle-aged man declared, the outcome is clear. Zhang Shidi, please escort the other fusion practitioners out of the courtyard. Initially, he had come to the Datong marketplace merely to test his luck. He had not anticipated encountering a genius like Su Li and was no longer inclined to waste time. Perfect fusion. He wished to bring Su Li before the elders and young master of the Qiqing sect without delay. Young Master Wei, please. The young man in green, Zhang, had long harbored disdain for Wei Li and showed no semblance of politeness, possessing a determined intent to expel him. No, I have not lost. Esteemed senior of the 7 Green sect, I can still achieve a 3-attribute fusion. That rustic villager is undoubtedly beneath me. You will regret expelling me. Wei Li, in a frenzy, could not comprehend how this wandering cultivator could possibly surpass him. If mere glances could kill, Su Li would have perished countless times. Regrettably, the young man in green showed no mercy, seizing him and casting him out of the courtyard. Su Li mused, beneath you? What audacity! You may achieve a flawless level of fusion because your abilities are limited to that. My perfect fusion is a result of my low-grade fusion furnace, capable only of producing perfection. After the other fusion practitioners were escorted away, the middle-aged man approached Su Li with newfound respect. Brother Su, here is the scroll of the minor soil technique you fused. This way, I will take you to meet the elders and young master of our 7 Green sect to discuss the techniques further. Su Li inquired, esteemed senior. I have heard that upon fusing the desired qi refining technique for your sect, one may receive a high-grade fusion furnace. Is this true? Haha, indeed it is true. The middle-aged man replied with a smile. Brother Su, please follow me to the pavilion. Very well. Chapter 51. Shengwan Zhongqing within the pavilion. A graceful beauty cradled a 4 or 5-year-old boy, gently rocking him back and forth. Before long, the child drifted into slumber. A series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Elder Shengwan, the technique fusion master for the young master has arrived. The woman spoke coolly. Let him in. Understood. The middle-aged man pushed open the door, ushering Su Li into the chamber. I am Su Fong, and I pay my respects to Elder Shengwan. As Su Li gazed intently, he found the woman before him possessed skin as flawless as snow, adorned in a flowing purple gown that accentuated her figure exquisitely. Were it not for the middle-aged man's assertion that she had broken through to the spiritual foundation realm, granting her a lifespan of 200 years and the power of rejuvenation, he would never believe that this woman could be over 60. Elder Shengwan Zhongqing furrowed her brow upon seeing how youthful the technique fusion master was. Could this individual truly amalgamate the best techniques for the young master? With blood-red lips parting slightly, she questioned, Wu Songwan, is this the technique fusion master you have selected? Her tone carried a hint of displeasure. Wu Songwan, recognizing her tone instantly, replied hastily, Elder Shengwan, Though young, Brother Su possesses unparalleled fusion skills, having flawlessly integrated the minor sand technique and minor water technique in under 5 minutes. Behold, this is the technique Brother Su has fused. Shangguan Zhongqing immersed her spiritual sense into the hands of Wu Songguan. In the next moment, her expression transformed into one of disbelief. It was indeed a perfect level minor sand technique. As a powerful practitioner of the spiritual foundation realm, her astonishment flickered momentarily. The young master possesses roots of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. How confident are you in fusing techniques of multiple attributes? The Seven Green Sect is a prominent faction in the southern region, where technique fusion masters are scarce, yet a few exist. Among them, one had even attained the intermediate flawless level, but due to limitations in perceptual ability, could merge at most 3 attributes. Thus, she had traversed the bazaars with the young master, hoping to discover a more suitable technique for him. Su Li remained silent, instead moving closer to Shangguan Zhongqing. Assuming he had ulterior motives, she swiftly embraced the young master, unleashing a formidable spiritual pressure that pinned Su Li and Wu Songguan to the ground, rendering them immobile. Humph, what do you intend to do? With his face pressed against the floor in a rather peculiar position, Su Li hastily exclaimed, Elder Shangguan, please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to sense the composition of the young master's 5 elemental roots to craft the most suitable technique for him, enabling his cultivation to progress at an astonishing pace. Wu Songguan chimed in, Indeed, Elder Shangguan, technique fusion masters have remarkable perceptual abilities in this regard. Brother Su is merely investigating on behalf of the young master. At last, Shangguan Zhongqing retracted her oppressive spiritual force. Su Li regained his freedom, his mind racing at the near-terrifying intensity of the spiritual pressure he had just experienced. So this is the power of a practitioner at the spiritual foundation realm? Truly, it is as fearsome as it seems. In her presence, a late-stage Qi practitioner had no room for resistance whatsoever. With the consent of Shangguan Zhongqing, Su Li approached the young master of the Seven Qing sect. Gently extending his hand, he activated the intermediate technique of fusion with the essence of divine-level perception. This divine-level perception not only enhanced his awareness during the fusion of techniques, but also allowed him to probe individuals who did not resist, akin to a first-level investigation. Unimpeded by Shangguan Zhongqing, the young master, merely a common child, was swiftly scrutinized, revealing the specific values of his spiritual roots: gold 18, wood 16, water 26, fire 17, earth 15, summing up to a remarkable total of 92. However, it appeared that the young master's spiritual roots were somewhat tenuous. Upon further investigation, Su Li discovered that even in slumber, the young master's innate talents were continually amplifying. In the realm of cultivation, the values of spiritual roots are not immutable. However, enhancements require resources of immense worth, with low-grade spirit stones being exceedingly rare. Indeed, the young master of the Seven Qing sect was a gem among stars, endowed with such resources that even a concealed spiritual root could be elevated to the level of a foundational spirit, or even beyond. Shangguan Zhongqing inquired, What is your assessment? Su Li replied, The young master possesses 5 elemental roots, with water being the strongest. Yet, it seems the innate talent is somewhat superficial. May I boldly inquire if the sect has undergone any refinement on behalf of the young master? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Zhongqing regarded Su Li with newfound respect, acknowledging his true talents. Indeed, at birth, the young master's 5 elemental roots were merely average, and his current aptitude is a result of our sect's substantial investment in resources for his cultivation. However, I must ask, what significance does this hold? Su Li elaborated. Though I am still a novice in the fusion of techniques, I am committed to my efforts. Through the 5 elements technique, success is attainable. Should your sect wish to further enhance the young master's innate talents, the 5 elements technique may hinder his potential future achievements. I propose that the young master be guided towards a 4 elements technique, preserving his water root, and subsequently selecting another water-based refining technique for fusion and cultivation, which may allow him to reach greater heights. With the young master's water attribute already at 26, while the others lingered in the teens, the disparity was pronounced. Practicing the 5 elements refining technique would squander his innate talents. Shangguan Zhongqing appeared to ponder this, fixing his gaze on Su Li and asking, Do you truly have confidence in preserving one element? Prior to the emergence of technique fusion masters, it was well known that conflicting techniques restricted practitioners to a single method. However, following years of development since their advent, some exceptionally gifted fusion masters have discovered that with specialized coexisting treatments during the fusion of multi-attribute techniques, practitioners could cultivate an additional compatible technique. Naturally, those capable of preserving coexisting attributes in their fusion techniques are exceptional, rare as a gem among thousands. Su Li stated, If provided with a high-level fusion furnace, I would dare to attempt it. Though I wonder if your sect can procure a high-tier water attribute technique for the young master. Wusan Pass, the advanced technique fusion furnace. As for the high-level water attribute techniques, there is no need for the young brother to worry. Our Sevenqing sect has its own means. The excitement in Shangguan Zhongqing's eyes was unmistakable. If the other party could indeed fuse a technique of such rarity, the future that the young master could attain might not fall short of hers by much. Should the young brother succeed in this fusion, the Sevenqing sect would undoubtedly express their profound gratitude. The advanced technique fusion furnace, various attribute spirit stones, and an array of qi refinement techniques had all been gathered by Wusan Pass and neatly arranged upon the table. Chapter 52, Sevenqing Spirit Jade. Su Li wasted no time and immediately commenced the fusion of techniques. He had successfully fused 4 attribute techniques before, and with the enhancement of his foundational understanding through the intermediate technique fusion, the probability of success had considerably increased. However, this time he was faced with the formidable challenge of a 5-attribute fusion, and he dared not be careless. As soon as he grasped the advanced technique fusion furnace, he sensed a distinct difference. Compared to the intermediate technique fusion furnace, the advanced one was surprisingly lightweight and afforded him greater control. Su Li gently rotated the advanced technique fusion furnace, depositing the 5 attribute spirit stones within. Before long, the spirit stones began to rapidly release their respective spiritual energies. To Su Li's astonishment, the advanced technique fusion furnace fused the attribute spirit stones with remarkable speed and even assisted him in regulating the release of certain stones' energies, preventing an excessive outpouring. Just as the water attribute spirit stone reached 1/3 of its energy, Su Li swiftly removed it. Suddenly, the entire advanced technique fusion furnace began to vibrate violently. He quickly channeled his spiritual energy to suppress the tumult. Relieved that the advanced technique fusion furnace exhibited excellent shock resistance, and soon the commotion within subsided. With a sigh of relief, Su Li reintroduced the 4 foundational attribute techniques into the furnace, releasing the intermediate technique fusion's essence and carefully controlling the fusion process. 1 minute passed, then 2. And after a full 5 minutes, a light explosion echoed from the fusion furnace. Wusan Pass sighed. Had it failed yet again? Even Shangguan Zhongqing's beautiful eyes flashed with disappointment. For within her keen spiritual perception, she sensed that the energy within the furnace had been expended, and the fusion seemed incomplete. Yet Su Li did not give up. He placed 5 more attribute spirit stones into the furnace. Su brother, no? This is too dangerous. Wusan Pass exclaimed, though not a fusion master. His experience warned him that such actions could very likely lead to an explosion. However, Su Li paid no heed to Wusan Pass, fully engrossed in the process within the furnace, leaving no room for distraction. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he opened his senses entirely. The 5 attribute spirit stones reacted fiercely with the incomplete fusion technique once more. Bang, bang. The furnace resonated with a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Fuse for me, Su Li shouted, seizing the opportunity to merge the 4 attribute techniques. As the fusion reached its climax, the lid of the furnace was lifted, revealing the 4 elements' spiritual techniques. However, the peril was far from over. A more fearsome aura surged forth from the furnace towards Su Li. In an instant, a verdant barrier materialized before him, successfully deflecting the energy emanating from the furnace. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your life-saving grace. These are the 4 elements' spiritual techniques of metal, wood, earth, and fire. Upon receiving the techniques, Shangguan Zhongqing examined them with great delight, realizing they were indeed one of the fabled techniques of the 5 elements. Do not worry, as you forge the techniques for the young master. This elder shall ensure your safety. However, you must exercise caution in future fusions. While failure can be remedied, life is singular and irreplaceable. Su Li felt a shiver of apprehension. He had gambled on the resilience of the advanced technique fusion furnace, relying on his profound understanding of intermediate techniques and divine perception to take the risk. Success had been achieved, yet he had not anticipated such a vast reservoir of energy within the furnace. Shangguan Zhongqing continued, your cultivation methods are rather eclectic. Though your prowess rivals that of a late-stage qi refinement cultivator, your spiritual awareness is feeble. This object, known as the Sevenqing Spiritual Jade, is designed specifically for nurturing spiritual awareness. I bestow it upon you today. Su Li hesitated to accept, for he was the esteemed leader of the Qingfeng stronghold, the master of the strongest stronghold cultivation system. How trivial was a mere jade. Surely, as an elder of the Sevenqing sect, she could have granted him some advanced artifacts or techniques. A small piece of jade could hardly be worth much in spiritual stones. Yet, as soon as he grasped the Sevenqing spiritual jade, an unprecedented sensation enveloped him. His spiritual energy surged, and his awareness expanded, allowing him to perceive the world beyond the pavilion. Even the sounds of chatter resonated with remarkable clarity. Wu Songwan chuckled, Ah, young Su, Do not underestimate the Seven Qing spiritual jade. Within our sect, only those of elder rank and above are privileged to possess it, and its value is not inferior to that of typical advanced artifacts. Su Li responded with excitement. I am profoundly grateful, esteemed senior. He then departed from the pavilion, where Wu Songwan presented him with the advanced artifact fusion furnace. Wu Songwan regarded Su Li with a hint of embarrassment. Esteemed senior Wu, if there is something you wish to discuss, please feel free to voice it, Su Li encouraged. With a sheepish grin, Wu Songwan confessed, to be candid, young Su, I have a son with earth-water spiritual roots who has just comprehended the earth-water techniques, which align perfectly with your minor earth trap technique. I wonder if, esteemed senior Wu, I had thought it to be a matter of great importance. This minor earth trap technique is merely my way of expressing gratitude for your introduction to Elder Shangwan, which granted me this precious jade. Su Li produced the scroll of the technique and offered it to Wu Songwan. That will not do. Young Su's acquisition of the jade is entirely due to your exceptional fusion skills. I must thank you instead. Elder Shangwan has been searching through numerous cultivation markets and was growing impatient. Fortunately, we encountered you in the Datong market. Wu Songwan naturally did not dare to take advantage without merit. A tree requires bark, and a person requires dignity. As the illustrious senior brother of the Seven Qing sect and a peak Qi refinement practitioner, how could he maintain his reputation in this small corner of Tian Nen if word got out? From the exquisite ring on his finger, he produced a scroll of techniques and said, Brother Su, as a technique fusion master, you surely lack no ordinary methods. This is a supportive spell I acquired in my early years, known as the breath concealment technique. Although it belongs to the elementary spell category, mastering it to perfection allows one to manipulate spiritual power and consciousness freely, enabling one to evade even the probing of late-stage Qi refinement practitioners. Su Li did not refuse, nor could he afford to. It seemed that these prominent figures possessed an uncanny ability to offer him precisely what he lacked, and who could turn such generosity away? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Li bid farewell to Wu Songwan. As he departed, Wu Songwan extended an invitation for him to visit the Seven Qing sect, promising to host him splendidly when he did. Su Li did not decline. After all, should his identity be revealed in the future, he wondered if he would be treated with chains as thick as a fist. Uncle Rong, how is it? Has that wild lad emerged? In a building within the Datong market, Wei Rong was angrily smashing the decorative items in the room after being expelled from the Seven Qing sect's tower. Naturally, he could not let this matter rest so easily. Everything stemmed from that individual. Were it not for him, he would not have repeatedly faced humiliation. He was Wei Li, the eldest son of the Wei family and a technique fusion master. Any glory rightfully belonged to him. Chapter 53. Li Shishir and Lu Yin, my lord. That person has exited the Seven Qing sect's tower and is likely seeking his two companions who have just begun their Qi refinement. Wei Rong reported. Wei Li immediately exclaimed, Uncle Rong, what are we waiting for? Let us pursue him. We cannot let that damned fellow escape. I shall make him wish for life and death, imprisoning him in my family's secret chamber for eternity. Wei Rong hurriedly cautioned, My lord, you absolutely must not. Wei Li shouted, Why not? Shall we simply watch him leave? I do not care. Your father instructed you to accompany me, so you must heed my words. If we cannot capture this fellow today, I shall inform my father. Wei Rong explained, My lord, it is not about letting him go. When he exited the Seven Qing sect's tower, it was under the personal escort of a peak Qi refinement practitioner, and they were chatting and laughing. This undoubtedly signifies that the Seven Qing sect's young master successfully fused a technique. If we act now and are discovered by the Seven Qing sect, they will not stand idly by. Therefore, we must wait until he leaves Datong market. Wei Li was reckless, but not foolish. He understood the gravity of the situation, his eyes still gleaming with murderous intent. Very well, we shall proceed according to your advice, Uncle Rong. But ensure you keep a close watch on that lad. He must not escape. Understood. Su Li remained blissfully unaware of the Wei family's watchful eyes. And even if he were aware, he would not be overly concerned. The highest-ranking member of the Wei family present in Datong market was merely Wei Rong, a sixth-layer Qi refinement practitioner at best. On the surface, he appeared to be merely at the fifth level of Qi refinement, yet in reality, he had attained the seventh level. He eagerly anticipated that these individuals would act swiftly, thus delivering their offerings sooner. Before long, Su Li located Zhao Yun and Lu Li. The two wooden spirit vines had been fully restored. The cost of repairing the auxiliary magical tools used for spellcasting was not exorbitant. It amounted to approximately 50 low-grade spirit stones, which the blacksmith had charged for the repairs. The sky had grown quite dark, and the number of cultivators in the market was steadily dwindling. Su Li led the two out of the market, planning to return the next day to sell a mid-tier magical tool, the fusion furnace, and acquire some additional items. However, upon reaching the entrance of the inn, they discovered a throng of cultivators gathered nearby. Esteemed sirs, do not miss out. We have martial masters for sale, top-tier martial masters. The cacophony of shouts rose and fell, and suddenly, anguished cries echoed from the crowd. The three pressed closer, witnessing a man and woman shackled to a steel pillar by massive iron chains. The man was bare-chested, his flesh mangled from the lashes of a whip. The woman's hair was disheveled, obscuring her face. She wore only a thin garment, her delicate form stained with blood. Despite the relentless strikes of the whip, she showed no sign of pleading for mercy. Zhao Yun and Lu Li trembled slightly. Their instincts as martial artists unmistakably indicated that the pair were indeed martial masters. Su Li inquired of a nearby cultivator, "Friend, what is the reason for this?" The cultivator replied, "You seem somewhat unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to the Datong market?" Su Li nodded affirmatively. The cultivator, enlightened, explained, "These two are martial masters from the surrounding counties. They revolted against the Tianyue kingdom alongside the common folk and were imprisoned by the authorities. Some individuals, using their connections, managed to have them released. Martial masters possess strength far beyond ordinary individuals. Some even wield peculiar techniques capable of contending with low-level qi refinement cultivators. They are often favored by us qi refiners for guarding estates and mountains. Hence, during each market opening, they invariably bring a few imprisoned martial masters for sale. However, this time, these two seem to be particularly special, as one cultivator has offered 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, yet the seller refuses to part with them." Lu Li remained relatively composed, but Zhao Yun, hailing from a family of martial masters, was consumed by rage, unable to suppress the urge to charge forward. Su Li discerned that if Zhao Yun were to act, it could potentially expose their identities as bandits, leading to an inevitable ambush. Swiftly, he restrained Zhao Yun. He then stepped forward, unleashing his earth attribute qi, which was at the 5th level of refinement, causing the seller to be jolted back half a meter. "Cease this at once. Ah, my esteemed sir, are you interested in purchasing a martial master?" The seller, far from angered, appeared delighted. These martial masters, having been condemned by the authorities, could be acquired for a mere fraction of spirit stones, allowing them to sell at a premium to qi refiners, thus reaping substantial profits. Qi refiners were their benefactors. Su Li nodded in agreement. The seller continued to inquire, "Esteemed friend, may I ask from which county you hail and where you practice your cultivation?" As these martial artists were deemed irredeemable rebels by the Tianyue kingdom, those who had rescued them were explicitly instructed to refrain from selling these martial artists to bandits or ordinary martial practitioners. They were unwilling to jeopardize a steady stream of income for the sake of a single transaction. Su Li, unruffled, replied, "Su Fong, a scattered cultivator from Wuxian, practicing amidst the mountains. I shall take these too. How many low-grade spirit stones do you require?" Su Li's words were somewhat unclear, leaving the seller uncertain and hesitant. At that moment, from the crowd nearby, someone seemed to recognize Su Li and excitedly squeezed through. "Su Xiushi, Su Dao Yu, haha, is it truly you? I never expected to encounter the esteemed master of cultivation fusion outside the market." The seller, perplexed, asked, "My lord, do you know him?" The newcomer replied, "How could we not? Su Dao Yu is a perfect-level junior fusion master. Just a moment ago, he was a distinguished guest at the Seven Green Sect." Su Li, somewhat puzzled, queried, "And you are?" The cultivator scratched his head and said, "I was also at the Seven Green Sect's pavilion earlier. Perhaps you did not notice me. However, your fusion of the minor quicksand technique in just 4 minutes truly astonished me." "Ah, so it is you." Su Li recalled seeing a fusion master with such attire nearby, though he did not have a deep impression. The Seven Green Sect. The seller, now fixated on Su Li, realized that this was a prestigious sect spanning several counties. To be honored as a distinguished guest by them was certainly not the fate of a mere rebel against the Tianyue kingdom, nor of those bandit cultivators. Thus, he hastily exclaimed, my lord, I sell. 4 2 martial artists, 1 for 800 low-grade spirit stones, 2 for 1,005. Su Li retrieved a mid-grade fusion furnace from his storage bag and tossed it to the seller, stating, "This item may offset 1,005 low-grade spirit stones. These 2 belong to me." The seller, initially pleased by such a straightforward offer, hesitated upon realizing it was merely a furnace, expressing reluctance. This, my lord, might not be appropriate, right? I was instructed to only accept spirit stones for the sale of martial artists. Chapter 54. Li Shishi and Lu Yinxiao, the nearby fusion master, was unwilling to let this go, exclaiming, "What nonsense! A mid-grade fusion furnace is worth at least 2,000 spirit stones, especially one crafted by the esteemed Su master, renowned for producing perfect-level spells. If fortune favors, and a flawless spell is fused, it would be an immense gain. This furnace, if it were to circulate, would fetch no less than 2,005 at an auction. How could this fellow refuse it?" He promptly said, "Su Dao Yu, I am willing to offer 1,500 low-grade spirit stones for that furnace. May I have it?" With the support of the fusion master, Su Li finally acquired the 2 martial artists, 1 male and 1 female. with the depletion of spirit stones but the addition of 2 martial artists, fearing the night would bring complications and their identities would be uncovered. Suli decided to embark on the return journey to Beilagang that very night, cycling for dozens of miles. The 2 martial artists seemed to persist in their reluctance to cooperate. Suli halted, gesturing for Zhao Yun and El Li to remove the iron chains binding them. All right. We are now sufficiently distant from the market. You are free. Go forth, and ensure you never fall into the hands of those officials again. The pair appeared somewhat perplexed. The woman, in particular, brushed aside her flowing hair, eager to discern the ulterior motives of these seemingly hypocritical cultivators. What unfolded before Su Li and the others was not a visage of exquisite beauty, but rather a deep scar that marred her entire face. Even Su Li, upon closer inspection, was taken aback. Noticing their wariness, Zhao Yun reassured, "Do not misunderstand. Please observe." With that, he thrust forth his spear, conjuring multiple phantoms of his weapon. "And I as well." El Li followed suit with a strike of his own. "This aura, are you also martial artists?" They inquired, astonished. Zhao Yun affirmed, "Indeed. We are all martial artists, and we hail from the bandits of Qingfeng village, with our leader here being the chief of our clan." A bandit chief. The two felt a surge of excitement, astonished that there were indeed individuals willing to rescue them in this world. "I am Lu Yan from Pingwan County, and this is my compatriot, Li Shishir." They greeted. "We have met the esteemed chief and the 2 martial friends." Zhao Yun exclaimed with disbelief, "What? You are the renowned figures from the southern martial world, Lu, the Blade of Sorrow, and the Fairy of the West, Li Shishir. How could it be that you fell into the hands of the officials and ended up in such a predicament?" In the days when the Zhao family still held sway, the reputations of these 2 were formidable, particularly Lu Yan, whose blade technique could bring even the most cautious low-tier cultivator to their demise. As for Li Shishir, it was said that her lightness skill allowed her to move like a shadow, evading all pursuit in the southern martial realm. Lu, the Blade of Sorrow, seemed to recall something and declared vehemently, "The officials of Pingwan County are devoid of humanity." Coughing, perhaps overwhelmed by emotion and his grievous injuries, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Su Li promptly produced 2 medicinal pills seized from the wolf bandits, known to stabilize a cultivator's vital energy and fortify the internal organs. Although the system deemed them non-graded, they were akin to elixirs for ordinary folk. "These pills will aid in stabilizing your injuries. Please take them." The bandit chief, a cultivator of considerable prowess, was above the need for such remedies to control them. Without hesitation, Lu swallowed the pill, while Li Shishir took hers delicately. Before long, their condition stabilized. Truly miraculous elixirs. Lu Yan and Li Shishir express our gratitude to the chief. Su Li shrugged. "It is nothing. I am curious to hear about your experiences." Lu, the Blade of Sorrow, continued. "On that fateful day, the officials of Pingwan County conscripted militia for frontline combat, plundering the people's wealth as if conducting a raid. The Tianyue kingdom has been embroiled in conflict with the eastern sects for decades, and the populace has suffered immensely, even amidst the desolation. Where the ground is strewn with the emaciated corpses of those who have succumbed to hunger, and the desperate souls gnaw at tree bark and drink from wild waters, there lies a town in Pingwan County known as Xiajia Town. It has reached out to the martial community of Pingwan County, seeking assistance in negotiating with the authorities to alleviate the burdens of grain taxes and conscription of civilians. As martial artists, it is our duty to protect the weak from the strong." Without much hesitation, several martial practitioners, who had a decent rapport with the steward, set forth to Xiajia Town. However, that very night, they were apprehended on charges of treason. The martial community of Pingwan County, indignant, united to demand their release. Little did they know, the authorities had already conspired with the immortal families, laying an ambush around the county office. Lu Dideo could hardly bear to recall those events. Li Shishir gritted her teeth, her voice ringing with clarity. "They slaughter our martial practitioners indiscriminately. When we attempt to resist, those cultivators unleash their formidable spells upon us." Earthly walls rose from the ground. Colossal boulders descended from the heavens, and flames engulfed the skies. The martial practitioners of Pingwan County perished in droves, surrendering or fleeing, with merely a handful escaping the carnage. Ultimately, even the venerable martial families, such as the Li, Lu, and Su clans, with their legacies spanning centuries, faced utter annihilation. It was only later that we uncovered the truth. This was all a sinister plot orchestrated by the Pingwan County government in collusion with those immortal families, aimed at usurping the martial community of Pingwan County. The officials and those immortal clans were utterly despicable. Over the course of a decade, in their efforts to assist the kingdom of Tianyue against those formidable sects, many martial families like the Zhao clan faced complete destruction. The entire martial realm, once thriving, descended into decay. And now, the officials dared to conspire with the immortal families, leaving the martial practitioners in a dire predicament. Zhao Yun's last shred of goodwill towards the kingdom of Tianyue evaporated entirely. Lady Li, Brother Lu, if you find yourselves without refuge, why not follow my clan as chieftain? Li Shishir and Lu Yan hesitated. They still harbored a flicker of hope for the kingdom of Tianyue, yearning for the royal family to quell the rebellion. Yet, should they become bandits, it would signify a definitive break from the kingdom of Tianyue, leaving no room for retreat. The chieftain possesses profound cultivation and knowledge of the ways of life. Perhaps he can aid you in becoming chi refiners. Chi refiners? To be as powerful as those from the immortal families? And we encounter 2 rebels? Huh, perhaps in another life. Suddenly, a raucous laugh echoed from above. A massive bird, roughly the size of a zhong, swooped towards them with a piercing cry. This ferocious creature belonged to the Wei family. Zhao Yun furrowed his brow. The newcomers were indeed those who had clashed with them in the market. Fearing that Su Li might bind the azure bird as before, Wei Li refrained from allowing it to dive and attack, instead landing a considerable distance away. Beside him, Li Shishir and Lu Yan fixed their gaze intently on the newcomers, their eyes nearly bulging with fury. Zhao Yun noticed their agitation, particularly Li Shishir, who trembled uncontrollably. Wei Li, it is them. These rascals conspired with the officials of Pingguan County to plot our demise. Chapter 55, Zhao Yun battles Wei Li. Under the protection of Wei Rong and several chi refinement practitioners, Wei Li approached Su Li and the others. Wei Li, return my parents' lives. I shall slay you. Li Shishir suddenly erupted, her feet barely touching the ground as she surged toward Wei Li with incredible speed. Su Li and the others barely had time to react. Elementary immobilization technique. Li Shishir found herself ensnared by an invisible force. With a resounding slap, Wei Li sent her sprawling back. You wretched girl. How dare you presume upon my mercy? Did you truly believe you could escape my grasp? This time, I shall take you back and ensure you suffer endlessly. Zhao Yun, quick to act, caught the bloodied Li Shishir. Despite her desire to fight, he restrained her, saying, Miss Li, this man's cultivation is profound, and you are already injured. You are no match for him. Fear not, the chief will avenge you. Su Li was taken aback. What a rascal. You flirt with her and drag me into the fray as your muscle? Vengeance. Huh, a ridiculous notion. None of you shall leave today. Wei Li laughed maniacally. Uncle Rong. Kill them. Understood. Wei Rong, accompanied by a 4th-level chi refinement practitioner and 3 second-level practitioners from the Wei family, advanced menacingly towards Su Li and the others. Su Li commanded, Zhao Yun, Lu Li, come with me to confront them. Miss Li, Brother Lu, you are injured. Retreat to the side. Li Shishir protested, Chief, I appreciate your kindness, but these scoundrels are my enemies. I cannot allow you to take the lead while I remain behind. Brother Lu echoed, Chief, we are also martial artists, not feeble individuals. Please arm us with suitable weapons. We shall eradicate these wretched beings. Observing the resolute expressions in their eyes, Zhao Yun recognized the pride of martial artists. He remarked, Chief, both Miss Li and Brother Lu are renowned martial artists, possessing exceptional skills and rich battle experience. Though these chi refinement practitioners can cast spells, they may not necessarily defeat them. Su Li nodded, instructing Zhao Yun to retrieve 2 weapons from his mount and hand them to the pair. Those at the forefront and the practitioner to his left are mine. Do not engage head-on. Understood, Chief. Su Li soared into the air, wielding the wooden vine that whistled through the air. Little binding technique. The thick wooden vine surged forward. This aura caused Wei Rong to shudder. The lad's little binding technique was likely at an advanced level. The 2 vines had formidable power, and his talent was undeniable. But alas, you have incurred the wrath of the Wei family. Scatter. Wei Rong bellowed, thrusting his fire serpent staff forward. Intermediate spell, fire serpent technique. Break for me. A fire serpent, nearly 10 feet long, erupted from the staff, illuminating the night as if it were day. The fiery serpent ascended the wooden spirit vine. Yet being merely a novice spell, it was soon countered by a formidable intermediate spell, reverting to its original form in no time. Wei Rong, having dismantled Su Li's technique, cast a triumphant gaze ahead, but there was no trace of Su Li in sight. I apologize, but I favor one-on-one encounters. Your presence is superfluous. A wave of danger surged upon him, causing every hair on Wei Rong's body to stand on end. He intended to turn and issue a warning, only to be blinded by a flash of sword light. A figure beside him was decapitated in the gleam of the blade. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have slain Wei Su, a 4th-layer chi refinement cultivator from the Wei family of Pingguan County, and earned 400 points towards the chieftain's rank. The system's notification resonated in his mind. In front of him, numerous white and 2 green beams of light erupted from Wei Su's body. Wei Su. A wave of grief and fury surged through Wei Rong. This was his sole offspring, brutally ambushed and slain by this scoundrel. You brat, I shall kill you. All of you attack. The surrounding initial stage chi refinement cultivators from the Wei family regained their composure, reciting incantations to unleash their spells and besiege Su Li. Our adversaries are right here. Zhao Yun and his companions would not permit them to succeed. The tips of their spears glinted in the moonlight as they charged towards the initial stage Qi refinement cultivators. Although these cultivators had their bodies nourished by spiritual energy, granting them considerable defense compared to ordinary individuals, they were confronted by martial artists of exceptional skill. They dared not withstand the assault and instead turned to fend off Zhao Yun and his allies. The sound of clashing weapons and magical artifacts rang out. Lu Didao, wielding the large blade bestowed upon him by Zhao Yun, descended like a meteor. An initial stage second-layer Wei family cultivator, caught unawares, had his arm severed, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. Wei Rong was also engaged in combat with Su Li. In this moment, facing Su Li, Wei Rong realized that the latter was far more formidable than he had perceived. Especially in the seamless execution of various techniques, Su Li exhibited no signs of exhaustion. Such profound spiritual power. You are a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator. It dawned on him too late. Sword control technique, annihilate him. With a swift motion, Su Li sent the Qin Gang, swords soaring towards Wei Rong. As Wei Rong dodged, he summoned his spiritual beast, the Azure Bird, to assist in battle. The Azure Bird, being a first-tier early-stage creature, dove down upon receiving orders. Su Li had no choice but to abandon his assault and instead swung his sword at the Azure Bird. The bird's sharp claws were struck, and the razor-sharp blade instantly caused it to bleed profusely as it ascended into the sky. Meanwhile, Wei Li, who had anticipated a massacre, found himself in a stalemate. Cursing the incompetence of these individuals, he could only cast a lightness technique on himself and move to the edge of the battlefield. Seizing the opportunity, he retrieved a longbow from his storage ring and aimed at the combatant, Lu Li, releasing an arrow. The icy arrow, glinting in the moonlight, whistled through the air. Lu Li sensed the impending danger, forcing back a Wei family cultivator with his halberd before turning to block the incoming arrow. The halberd shattered with a resounding crack. Fortunately, his reflexes as a martial artist were sharp. He sidestepped just in time, and the arrow whizzed past, barely grazing his hair. That was close. Everyone, be cautious. Wei Li is a practitioner at the 4th level of Qi refinement, and his skills are formidable. Lu Didao cautioned while engaged in battle. At that moment, Wei Li raised his enchanted bow once more. With a sharp whistle, Zhao Yun summoned his steed, the white horse galloping swiftly to his side. He seized the reins, mounted with a nimble leap, and charged at Wei Li with his lance drawn. Wei Li scoffed disdainfully. A mere 1st-level Qi refiner is courting death. Without a second thought, he released an arrow. Armed with a mid-grade enchanted bow, the Long Moon Bow, and bolstered by his 4th-level Qi power, even an average 5th-level Qi refiner would be compelled to evade its deadly trajectory. However, what Wei Li did not anticipate was Zhao Yun's audacity. He neither dodged nor flinched. At the very moment the arrow was about to strike him, he bent low on his horse, narrowly escaping the shot. The horse surged forward at breakneck speed, reaching a point near Wei Li in mere seconds. Wei Li had no time to draw a second arrow. Zhao Yun sprang into the air, thrusting his lance with incredible velocity, catching Wei Li unawares and piercing his chest. This strike was infused with nearly all his qi, and Zhao Yun was confident it would fell Wei Li. Yet, to his astonishment, Wei Li remained unscathed, while Zhao Yun's lance shattered upon impact, the recoil sending it flying. Chapter 56. Zhao Yun's reckoning with Wei Li. Wei Li boasted arrogantly, I am clad in earth spirit armor. Even a typical 3rd-level Qi refiner cannot breach it. You are merely seeking your own demise. A sharp earthen spike erupted from his hand, hurtling towards Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, momentarily incapacitated, found himself unable to evade. Thankfully, Li Shishir conjured a gust of wind to shield him. However, the spike's speed was relentless. It grazed Li Shishir's left arm, causing blood to spurt forth and soak her garments. Upon witnessing Li Shishir's intervention, Wei Li's fury intensified. You wretched girl. I, the illustrious scion of the Wei family, have sought your assistance, and instead of gratitude, you mar your own beauty. Such a lowly wretch. Li Shishir retorted weakly. The county government colludes with your sect to oppress the common folk and wreak havoc upon the martial arts community. Even in death, I shall not allow you to succeed. Wei Li's magic surged as he declared, Very well. Today, I shall complete your tragic tale, you illicit lovers. Prepare to die. Zhao Yun, glancing at the weakened Li Shishir in his arms and finding himself without weaponry, furrowed his brow, sensing impending doom. Fortunately, Su Li, noticing the commotion, retrieved an enchanted lance from his storage pouch and tossed it towards Zhao Yun. Catch the weapon. The enchanted lance Su Li threw was the very one bestowed upon them by the 7 Green sect the previous day. As Zhao Yun grasped the lance, a distinct sensation surged within him. Is this an enchanted weapon? Indeed, it is extraordinary. The lance seemed to possess a spirit of its own, responding to his touch. Originally, the The spiritual energy that Zhao Yun had struggled to wield suddenly established a connection with the spear in his hand. The weapon vibrated, as if it sensed an unusual force emanating from within Zhao Yun's body. Earth Shatter Technique. With Wei Li's incantation, a massive stone, roughly a yard in size, trembled violently beside him. In the next moment, it soared into the air, hurtling towards Zhao Yun, standing firm with his spear, illuminated by the moonlight. Zhao Yun felt an extraordinary surge of strength. What of a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner? The spear technique of the Zhao family shall vanquish him. He gently set aside Li Shih, then leaped forth, propelling himself from the ground. With all his spiritual energy unleashed, the spear tip gleamed in the moonlight, sharp beyond measure. As he charged towards Wei Li, moonlit phoenix strike. The long spear resonated with a sound akin to a phoenix's cry. A thunderous crash echoed as the massive stone split in two. Zhao Yun maintained his momentum, advancing relentlessly towards Wei Li. Impossible. Wei Li gasped in horror. This Earth Shatter technique was a mid-level spell, honed over many years to a small success, empowered by his spiritual energy. Not even a Qi refinement stage 1 practitioner, let alone stage 3, could shatter it. Yet, the evidence lay before him. Most alarmingly, he sensed an aura of death emanating from the spear tip aimed at him. Danger! Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he attempted to flee, only to find Zhao Yun mere inches away. The moonlight reflecting off the spear flashed before his eyes. With a snap, his vision returned. Zhao Yun's spear had pierced through his throat. This is impossible. Zhao Yun withdrew his spear, shaking it as he gasped for breath. Wei Li's body collapsed with a thud. Ding! Congratulations to the host, subordinate Zhao Yun, for slaying Wei Li of the Qi Refinement Stage 4 from the Pingguan County Cultivation family. You have earned 400 stronghold points. The sound of the kill echoed in his mind. Su Li paused, glancing towards Zhao Yun, where a multitude of items, white, green, blue, and purple, had scattered across the ground. Young master, Wei Rong, witnessing Wei Li's demise, felt a pain greater than the loss of his own son. His spiritual energy surged chaotically, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Seizing the opportunity, Su Li launched another attack, sending a first-level azure bird flying. He soared into the air, his fingertips surging with energy, unleashing a torrent of power. Greater Small Gung Golden Finger Technique. You shall perish. By the time Wei Rong regained his senses, it was too late. The beam of light pierced through his skull. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying Wei Rong of the Qi Refinement Stage 6 from the Pingguan County Cultivation family. You have earned 600 stronghold points. Without a moment to collect the spoils of war that lay scattered before him, Su Li turned and ascended into the air to support Lu Li and Lu Yan, who were being besieged by the early-stage Wei family cultivators. Seeing both Wei Rong and Wei Li slain, the three remaining cultivators hesitated, unwilling to continue their assault on the two martial artists. However, Su Li did not grant them any opportunity. Empowered by the perfected swordsmanship, the Qinggang sword effortlessly breached the defenses of a cultivator, slaying him on the spot. The remaining two cultivators were ensnared by Su Li's minor entanglement technique, ultimately falling to the blades of Lu Dedeo and El Li. Among the three cultivators, only the one slain by Lu Dedeo did not yield any stronghold points, while the other two, both at the second level of Qi refinement, each contributed 200 stronghold points. In total, this skirmish garnered 1,800 stronghold points, accompanied by a plethora of scattered treasures. Two violet beams of light soared into the sky in Su Li's vision. Indeed, as the saying goes, horses do not thrive without night grass, and people do not prosper without windfall. However, Su Li had yet to gather his spoils when a surge of spiritual energy alerted him. Who could be hiding nearby, friend or foe? Why not reveal oneself? Truly, the chief of Qingfeng's stronghold possesses formidable strength. A sudden clap of thunder struck the startled first-level Qingyao, sending it plummeting to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Subsequently, a figure clad in a blue robe descended from the sky, landing less than 3 yards from Su Li, Su's stronghold master. This first-level Qingyao possesses considerable spirit. If you allow it to return to the Wei family, you may encounter trouble. Consider this a greeting gift from me. Su Li remained vigilant, as this individual was aware of his identity, leaving him uncertain whether this was an ally or an adversary. Friend Bai, I am curious how you came to know of my status as the chief of Qingfeng's stronghold. It must be a misunderstanding. This confrontation arose solely because the Wei family was aggressively seeking our lives, compelling me to act. The man in the blue robe produced a disc-sized object from his bosom and infused it with spiritual energy. In the next moment, the disc projected an image of a figure. Upon closer inspection, Su Li realized it was none other than his subordinate, El Li. Accompanying the image were words, Beilagang Bandit El Li, a low-grade martial artist, originally a bandit of Mengshan's stronghold, inadvertently sketched by a passing merchant, leaving behind a spiritual imprint. After Mengshan's stronghold was annihilated by Qingfeng's stronghold, he became a subordinate bandit of Su Li, with a bounty issued by Wuxian County. Presenting his head at the nearest government office will yield 30 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 57, by Qingyang. The man in the blue robe stated. This object is a high-grade spirit-seeking disc, capable of storing bounties issued by the government. Although Su's stronghold master has not left a bounty record with the authorities, he indeed possesses one. My ability to recognize the chief was entirely reliant on this item. Li, overhearing the man's words, wore a face of remorse, realizing he had no knowledge of being recorded by the authorities. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly informed Elder Wu that he had not been registered. This had unjustly implicated both him and the chief. The spirit-seeking disc, a high-grade magical artifact, a bounty imprint. Though Wu Yong and Hu Feng had mentioned it prior to their arrival, this was the first time he had truly seen such an object. The individual before him exuded an air of mystery, but it was the exquisite artifact that unequivocally attested to his extraordinary nature. Su Li discreetly concealed the Qinggang's sword, remarking, "Are you, my friend, intent on capturing us to exchange for a bounty from the officials?" Though the officials wield considerable power, they would not deign to enlist my services. The man in the elegant blue robe chuckled, clasping his fists in greeting. "I come seeking a partnership. We are allies, not foes. Otherwise, I would not have exerted myself to slay this first-tier azure bird. I am Bai Qingyang from the Bai family of Pingguan County. Might I request that you set down your sword? You hail from the Bai family of Pingguan County?" Lu Dedeo, Lu Yan, who stood nearby, grew wary upon hearing the Bai family name. Bai Qingyang continued, "You are Wusher Lu Yan, correct? I express my condolences regarding the recent turmoil within the martial arts community of Pingguan County. However, that incident was entirely orchestrated by the officials in collusion with the Wei family. The Bai family did not participate in the conflict, neither with weapons nor cultivators." Upon hearing this, Lu Yan lowered his weapon. The Bai family had indeed refrained from involvement in that battle. Bai Qingyang's candor prompted Su Li to gradually relax his grip on the Qinggang's sword. "Friend Bai, your cultivation is remarkably profound. I suspect you have reached the 8th layer of qi refinement. With such prowess, I am at a loss as to what form of collaboration you seek," Su Li remarked, signaling to Lu Li and the others to clear the battlefield, particularly eyeing the treasures possessed by Wei Li of the Wei family, which were notably abundant. Bai Qingyang discerned Su Li's ulterior motives, but chose not to dwell on them, recognizing that the treasures belonged to those he had slain. Furthermore, should he seize these items, the Wei family would inevitably pursue retribution, leaving the Bai family to face their wrath. In a secluded valley, I unexpectedly discovered a rare celestial herb of great significance to me. However, this valley is home to a mid-tier spiritual beast, while I possess the strength to vanquish it. The creature is exceptionally agile in the air, rendering conventional spells ineffective. My attempts have proven futile thus far. Hence, I wish to invite the chieftain to join me in slaying this beast." Su Li replied, "Surely you jest. If you are unable to acquire the treasure by your own might, how could I possibly assist in subduing the spiritual beast? My urgency to return to the village renders me of little help, so I recommend you seek another ally." Bai Qingyang countered, "Chieftain, you are far from weak. You possess multiple spells and have likely attained a significant level of mastery. Moreover, the valley lies merely a few dozen miles west of Bailey Ridge, scarcely taking up much of your time. I perceive that your spiritual energy is at the 7th layer of qi refinement, yet your spiritual consciousness appears too dispersed, hindering your overall strength from competing with typical late-stage qi refiners. I suspect this is due to the eclectic nature of your cultivation methods. I possess a technique that can assist you in solidifying your spiritual consciousness. Once a cultivator reaches the mid-stage of qi refinement, not only does spiritual energy and artifacts constrain their overall strength, but the spirit stone responsible for exploration and control serves as a vital reference for gauging a cultivator's strength. Although Su Li has mastered various qi refining techniques, resulting in a cumulative level of qi refinement at the 7th layer, his spiritual awareness is too dispersed, resembling that of a cultivator at approximately the 6th layer. Consequently, in situations where spells and magical artifacts hold the advantage, Wei Rong, at the 6th layer, can still engage him for an extended period. The elder of the Seven Qing sect and other cultivators have expressed similar sentiments. Could it be that my weak spiritual awareness is so glaringly apparent? Contemplating this, Su Li gazed at Bai Qingyang with a flicker of intrigue. After all, this cultivator, at least for now, appeared to harbor no ill intentions towards him and, in fact, frequently extended gestures of goodwill. "What spell might you share with me, my friend?" Su Li inquired, unfazed by the possibility of Su Li absconding with his offering. Bai Qingyang promptly tossed a scroll. Su Li caught it, and his spiritual awareness immediately immersed itself within. The information regarding the spell unfolded in his mind. Spiritual Awareness Fusion Technique, an intermediate, attribute-less auxiliary spell. When this technique is employed, it allows for the short-term fusion of different attributes of spiritual awareness, significantly enhancing its potency. The higher the realm of comprehension, the more attribute types can be fused. Typically, intermediate spells are denoted by a blue classification. Yet this technique was designated a purple tier by the system, indicating its exceptional quality. Su Li remarked, "This item shall belong to me, my friend. Pray tell, how may I assist you?" Bai Qingyang, elated, asked, "May I inquire, esteemed leader, to what realm have you comprehended the minor entanglement technique?" He had witnessed Su Li effortlessly capture a blue bird with this technique in the market, prompting him to follow. Little did he know, this individual was even more formidable. Having vanquished multiple members of the Wei family, having received something, it was time to reciprocate. Su Li candidly replied, "I have achieved a perfect realm in this technique. Should I acquire a mid-level wooden spirit vine, I am confident I can unleash its full potential. However, at present, I can likely only wield its greater efficacy." Bai Qingyang felt a surge of excitement as he observed Su Li perform the minor entanglement technique with a finesse surpassing that of any cultivator he had encountered at the perfected level. It was evident that they would surely be able to subdue the spirit beast this time. With a sly smile, he retrieved a mountain of magical artifacts from his storage bag, creating a whirlwind of treasures. Su Li's eyes widened in astonishment at the sheer volume of artifacts, prompting a fleeting thought that he quickly suppressed. "My brother, from whence did you acquire these artifacts? Surely, you Haven Tea robbed a cultivating family? Some weaker cultivating families only boast cultivators at the 7th layer or even mid-level qi refinement, making it plausible for Bai Qingyang to possess such strength. Su leader, you must not speak recklessly. I am a smith, and all these are of my own forging," Bai Qingyang retorted, feeling the need to defend his reputation against Su Li's insinuations. After some deliberation, I finally located the items and presented them to Su Li, saying, "These two intermediate magical tools, the wood spirit vines, were crafted out of sheer boredom." Before Bai Qingyang could finish his sentence, Su Li accepted the two wood spirit vines, exclaiming, "Brother Bai, your generosity is truly commendable. I must thank you in advance for this gift." Chapter 58, Meeting Brother Bai. Bai Qingyang's mouth fell agape. He initially intended to lend them to Su Li. After all, these two intermediate auxiliary magical tools were of exceptional quality, each worth at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yet, recalling the treasures within the valley, Bai Qingyang could only reluctantly respond, "It's nothing, really. I'm glad you like them, Chief Su." However, Su Li's subsequent actions widened Bai Qingyang's eyes in disbelief. "Zhao Yun, Lu Li, what are you standing there for? Come forth and greet Brother Bai," Su Li declared. "Brother Bai is a renowned craftsman. Surely you should not miss the opportunity to be in his presence. Who knows? He might be so pleased as to bestow upon you a magical tool that will serve you well for a long time." Zhao Yun and Lu Li hurried forward, clasping their fists in greeting. Zhao Yun from Qingfeng Village, "Greetings, Brother Bai." Lu Li from Qingfeng Village, "Greetings, Brother Bai." Bai Qingyang's lips twitched as he thought resentfully, "You might as well abandon the moniker of Bandit and simply call yourselves robbers. I truly wish to slap my own face. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted." It was no wonder he had misjudged the character of these individuals. The esteemed chief of Qingfeng Village engaged in such shameless behavior. Reluctantly, he stowed away the intermediate magical tools, leaving behind a selection of basic magical items. After all, crafting required capital for enhancement. Under Bai Qingyang's watchful gaze, Zhao Yun selected a basic magical tool, a longbow inscribed with the character for Qingyang, along with a set of over 10 arrows. Lu Li opted for a long spear, wielding it to unleash the strength that resided within him. "Haha, a splendid spear. Beep, congratulations to the host, Lu Li, for unexpectedly triggering the long spear's capabilities, enhancing brute strength development to 20. Ah, what a delightful surprise," Su Li exclaimed, glancing at Lu Li, who indeed seemed somewhat transformed from before. "You two should join us as well. Does Brother Bai truly lack in providing you with these magical tools?" Li Shishir and Lu Yan were taken aback momentarily before approaching Bai Qingyang, saying, "Lu Yan from Pingwan County, greetings, Brother Bai." Li Shishir from Pingwan County, greetings, Brother Bai. Bai Qingyang looked at Su Li, his eyes nearly ablaze with frustration. "Can we not maintain a shred of dignity? I sought your collaboration, and before we even began, you have already extracted an intermediate spell, 2 intermediate with spirit vines, and 4 basic magical tools from me. Even in a game of Do Di Zhu, one would not be as ruthless as you." With both Lu and Li addressing him as brother, he could hardly refuse. Bai Qingyang surveyed Li Shishir and Lu Yan, understanding they were both martial artists, and personally assisted Li Shishir in selecting a pair of basic magical butterfly shoes. He helped Lu Yan choose a basic magical dragon tiger blade. With a fierce glare directed at Su Li, he said, "Chief Su, are we ready to depart now? Brother Bai, please hold on a moment." Su Li could never have imagined that a few words of respect would yield him 4 magical artifacts. Bai Qingyang indeed possesses considerable wealth. It appears there is an opportunity to take advantage of this situation, for his Qingfeng stronghold is exceedingly weak. Under Bai Qingyang's watchful gaze, Su Li rummaged through several corpses of the Wei family, uncovering some spirit stones left behind by Li and others, and extracted the spirit core of a first-tier bluebird. Although this core was merely of the initial tier, it still held the value of several dozen inferior spirit stones. Had it not been for Bai Qingyang's wrath, Su Li would have even contemplated dismembering the bluebird to take its skin, bones, and tendons. Ultimately, due to the limited space in his storage bag, he could only carry away a portion of the core flesh of the spirit beast. Considering Wei Li's disappearance, it was certain that the Wei family would send someone, possibly even a spirit seeker, to search for him. Therefore, Su Li employed the fireball technique to incinerate the corpses along with the remains of the bluebird, leaving no trace behind. This would buy him considerable time. With 3 to 4 years, his Qingfeng stronghold could develop significantly, rendering him unafraid of the Wei family from Pingguan County. Li Shishir, Lu Dedeo, and Wei Li, the eldest son of the Wei family, had already perished here. If discovered, they would not escape the Wei family's relentless pursuit. It would be wiser to join Qingfeng's stronghold and follow its leader, who might bestow upon them an opportunity. The prior battle had avenged much of their enmity by eliminating Wei Li, who had orchestrated the calamity in Pingguan County's martial arts community. Moreover, Su Li's formidable strength had caught their attention. Li Shishir and Lu Dedeo exchanged glances and bowed, declaring their willingness to serve Su, the stronghold leader. Li Shishir identity, Bandit of Qingfeng stronghold age, 24 loyalty, 64 realm, none, mortal martial artist, spiritual roots, incompatible with spiritual root 26, ordinary with spirit body. Incompatible special spiritual root wind spiritual root 12. Note, the wood and wind spiritual roots conflict with the innate lightness martial intention within Li Shishir's body, preventing normal coexistence. A first-tier stronghold card is required for a perfect resolution. Special skills, wind shadow manipulation, can be spiritualized, special, innate lightness martial intention Lu Yin, Lu Dedeo, identity, Bandit of Qingfeng stronghold age, 28 loyalty, 66 realm, none, mortal martial artist, spiritual roots, incompatible gold spiritual root 23, ordinary gold spirit body. Note, the gold spiritual root conflicts with the innate perception of knife-type weapons within Lu Yan's body, preventing normal coexistence. A first-tier stronghold card is required for a perfect resolution. Special skills, overwhelming blade strike, can be spiritualized, special, innate perception of knife-type weapons, innate lightness martial intention, before becoming a cultivator. The ability to comprehend lightness martial arts is extraordinary. After becoming a cultivator, through a certain opportunity, one can successfully grasp this martial intention, leading to a significant increase in power. Su Li expended 2 stronghold points to assess the 2 individuals. Aside from their somewhat low loyalty, their other attributes were nearly comparable to Zhao Yun. Notably, Li Shishir had already acquired the innate lightness martial intention. Su Li, accompanied by a group of companions, rode gallantly across the plains of Wuxian. Apart from the discomfort of riding without a saddle, his spirits were remarkably high. This journey to Fengshe not only yielded a high-level fusion furnace for martial arts, but also resulted in an abundance of magical artifacts acquired without cost. Moreover, Wei Li from the Wei family had generously provided him with a spatial ring. However, this ring had been reinforced with special restrictions, meaning that even if Wei Li were to perish, it would remain sealed for the time being. It would take approximately 7 or 8 days for the energy of the restrictions to dissipate before he could access its contents. Su Zhaizhu, could you possibly expedite your pace? Bai Qingyang, using a flying sword technique, soared ahead, his speed vastly surpassing that of Su Li and his entourage. Along the way, he incessantly urged them on. My brother, it's not that we are dawdling. It's merely that these horses are lacking in stamina. Su Li shrugged in response. Perhaps you could conjure a few more artifacts or scrolls for flight, which would surely hasten our journey. Bai Qingyang shot him a disdainful glance. Are you jesting? With 2 martial masters and 2 first-level chi practitioners, even if you provided them with flying swords, could they truly be managed? Moreover, learning spells is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. Su Dezeizu, I have witnessed your sword control technique. Would it be possible for you to accompany me first? After we slay that spirit bird, we can return together with them, yes? Su Li immediately declined. My brother, I wish it were so, but my Qingfeng village has long been marked for extermination in Wuxian. If I were to leave and danger were to arise, what then? Perhaps you could bestow upon them some potent artifacts for protection, allowing me the peace of mind to join you in hunting the spirit bird. Get lost. Bai Qingyang shot forward without a backward glance, finally realizing that Su Li was merely trying to take advantage of his artifacts. Chapter 59, Thunder Spirit Bird. After a day and a half of riding, the group finally arrived at the mouth of a canyon. It appeared to be long abandoned. with tall weeds and towering trees sprouting from within. The trees on Qingfeng Mountain were not even in the same league as these giants. Su Li expressed his confusion. This place is merely 100 miles from the county seat of Wuxian. Why is it so desolate? Bai Qingyang did not respond directly, but urged Su Li to proceed further into the canyon. The moment Su Li stepped inside, a powerful gust of air surged toward him, causing his complexion to change dramatically as he quickly retreated. Su brother, this aura is filled with malice. Bai Qingyang pronounced each word with gravity. Malice? Su Li pondered, having never encountered this term since his arrival in this world. Centuries ago, the Tianyue kingdom engaged in a great war with a neighboring nation. Although Tianyue emerged victorious, it was at the cost of countless innocent lives. Su Li inquired, my brother, did that battle occur here? Why have I not heard any mention of it from those around? Even the 3 martial masters from Tianan County behind me appear equally bewildered. Bai Qingyang continued, it is rather peculiar. That battle came and went with astonishing swiftness, coupled with the fact that it was a victory bought with the lives of countless ordinary people. The Tianyue kingdom found itself in no position to boast, even going so far as to decree that all who participated in the battle, whether soldiers or cultivators, were forbidden from discussing it. Thus, it faded into obscurity after only a few years. I gleaned this information from the archives of the Bai family. The malevolence emanating from this canyon is a result of the countless souls that perished within it. This aura is not to be underestimated. Without protective spiritual energy, venturing inside poses considerable danger. Upon hearing this, Su Li initially intended to leave Zhao Yun and the others outside. However, Bai Qingyang proposed bringing Zhao Yun along. He had witnessed the extraordinary prowess displayed in yesterday's battle, where a single spear strike dispatched the Qi refinement stage for cultivator, Wei Li. That strike seemed almost divinely assisted. Even he, were he to face it unprepared, might have suffered injury. Zhao Yun felt somewhat embarrassed. Had it been night with the moon shining, it would have been a different matter, but in broad daylight, how could he possibly demonstrate his abilities? Should he jeopardize their undertaking, he would bear the blame. Only Su Li discerned Zhao Yun's discomfort and said, Zhao Yun, it would be beneficial for you to observe the combat of higher-tier cultivators. I have heard from Wu Yong that your archery skills are commendable. Simply provide us with range support when the time comes. Reluctantly, Zhao Yun acquiesced and followed Su Li and Bai Qingyang into the canyon. As they ventured deeper, the trees grew increasingly towering. Surprisingly, what should have been the midday sun cast an eerie gloom within the canyon. Soon, an unsettling gas enveloped them once more, accompanied by a series of sharp cries. Su Li swiftly summoned his spiritual energy to envelop both himself and Zhao Yun. The malevolent aura clashed against the protective barrier and dissipated instantly. The trio pressed onward, the environment becoming ever more bizarre, with some vines taking on human-like forms. Zhao Yun inquired of Bai Qingyang, who shook his head. This canyon extends several dozen kilometers deep, housing many entities that instill fear even in him. He had only traversed a mere fraction of it. There remained much he did not understand. It was said that over the decades, numerous high-tier Qi refinement cultivators had ventured into the depths of the canyon in search of treasures, yet only a scant few returned. Their faces pale, warning others against venturing forth. Were it not for the significance of that particular item to him, he would not have dared to enter this enigmatic canyon. Rest assured, Su Zhaizhu, Zhao Yun, I have traversed this path several times. Aside from the malevolence, there are virtually no other dangers. Su Li and Zhao Yun finally felt reassured. After walking for approximately 10 miles, the path ahead suddenly narrowed, allowing passage for but a single person. Bai Qingyang proceeded with utmost caution, suppressing his aura and signaling for Su Li and Zhao Yun to follow closely behind. Upon traversing this narrow corridor, they arrived at a vast open-air altar, where the spirit bird awaited. I shall enter first and draw the spirit bird towards me. The bird is remarkably agile and possesses a certain spirituality. I implore you, Master Su, to employ the small entanglement technique to restrain it. Otherwise, should we disturb this ethereal creature, I fear we shall return empty-handed. He cast a glance at Su Li, deliberately gesturing towards the magical artifact in Zhao Yun's possession, implying that if they were to fail, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his pride in order to reclaim these items. Su Li replied, Brother Bai, do not be concerned. Having accepted your belongings, this chief shall undoubtedly exert every effort. Brother Bai, being a craftsman of magical implements, is someone whose assistance I may require in the future for the forging of artifacts, especially as the Qingfeng stronghold is in dire need of revitalization, particularly in the realm of magical tools. Bai Qingyang seems to be a rare individual who recognizes his status and is willing to befriend him. We shall see, Bai Qingyang remarked casually. After traversing several hundred meters through the narrow passage, a sudden radiance appeared ahead. We have arrived. This is the place, Bai Qingyang declared. Su Li and Zhao Yun leaned forward to take a look. Beyond the passage lay a plaza of considerable size, akin to several football fields. Surrounding it were a dozen towering stone pillars, and in the center, a grand platform connected by steps, upon which stood a towering tree adorned with 7 plump fruits. Suli employed a first-level probe to examine it closely. However, the distance was too great to discern the specifics. Yet, the brilliance was nearly blinding. It emitted an orange glow. Indeed, a column of orange light. The system's assessment rating is determined by the rarity and value of the items. White represents the lowest tier, basic spiritual stones, and common materials. Green follows, comprising items like first-grade spirit-gathering pills and low-level artifacts. Blue signifies those suitable for intermediate to advanced practitioners. Purple corresponds to high-grade artifacts and similar ranks. Orange, this was the first time Suli had encountered items above purple. Such treasures, he surmised, would undoubtedly incite contention among practitioners of the Spirit Foundation realm and above. No wonder Bai Qingyang was generous with spells and artifacts. It appears he intends to seize a share for himself, lest he miss out on a significant opportunity. Just as Suli was contemplating this, Bai Qingyang ascended to the altar's great tree on his sword, seemingly aiming for the succulent fruit. At a distance of 100 meters, then 50. Just as Bai Qingyang approached within 30 meters of the tree, a piercing bird call resonated across the plaza. A colossal bird, measuring 2 yards in length, descended from the heavens. This magnificent creature bore 2 pairs of wings and sported 2 golden horns atop its head, its beak sharp and eagle-like, extending nearly a meter in length. It effortlessly shattered the boulder technique Bai Qingyang had conjured. What manner of monstrous bird is this? The chief of the stronghold. Zhao Yun too encountered such a creature for the first time, particularly unnerved by the menacing beak that sent shivers down his spine. The left hand gripping the longbow involuntarily increased its strength. Chapter 60, The Slaying of the Thunder Spirit Bird. Suli replied, I am uncertain, but I estimate it to be at least a mid-tier spirit beast, comparable to a high-level chi-refining entity. Despite its enormous size, the spirit bird possessed 4 wings, rendering it remarkably agile. Faced with an intruder, its attacks were exceedingly fierce. Bai Qingyang dared not confront it head-on and could only wield his sword, dodging while gradually approaching Suli. The distance between them diminished. In a fit of desperation, the colossal bird unleashed a bolt of lightning. Thunder rumbled. This startled even Suli. A spirit beast capable of emitting thunder was something he had neither seen nor heard of in 2 lifetimes. The world of cultivation was truly wondrous beyond words. Indeed, sincerity had not deceived me. Fortunately, Bai Qingyang retrieved a spirit talisman from his robe, which immediately radiated golden light, manifesting a golden barrier behind him. The golden light talisman. Suli recalled hearing about such talismans from Hufeng. Not only did the golden light talisman dispel malevolent influences, but it also served a defensive purpose. It belonged to the mid-tier first level, worth around 500 spirit stones. Crack. Although the golden barrier was formidable, the lightning unleashed by the spirit bird was far from ordinary. It shattered within mere moments. However, that brief interval was sufficient for Bai Qingyang. He soared into the air. Several small swords from his bosom grew larger and flew out, standing tall on either side of him. Oomph, monstrous bird, allow me to demonstrate Bai's might. The great Luo sword formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flying swords arranged themselves in formation, howling forth. They spun in a circular pattern, the sword energy weaving through the surrounding spirit energy, becoming increasingly terrifying. What an impressive technique from the great leader. Zhao Yun's eyes widened. Although he had encountered high-level chi-refining cultivators in the Zhao family, he had never witnessed such an attack. He felt an illusion that this single strike could undoubtedly slay an average high-level chi-refiner. The sword formation. This was Suli's first time witnessing such an attack, exuding both majesty and charisma. To simultaneously wield 7 or 8 swords required immense spiritual awareness. Was he at the 9th level of chi-refining, or perhaps at its pinnacle? This strike from Taoist Bai is likely not much weaker than an average 9th level chi-refiner. Zhao Yun inquired. Then this monstrous bird is surely doomed? Suli remained silent. To be honest, had he faced that strike directly, he would have had no chance of withstanding it. Yet, he sensed the monstrous bird would not perish so easily. Otherwise, Bai Qingyang would not have gone to such lengths to summon him. With intermediate spells and several magical artifacts, the total value exceeded 5,000 spirit stones. Strike down the enemy, Bai Qingyang commanded. The 6 flying swords formed a formation, charging towards the spirit bird. Caw! The thunder spirit bird let out a long cry, flapping its dual wings and soaring upwards. The flying swords dispersed, following closely behind. As the target drew near, the thunder spirit bird suddenly glided down with remarkable agility, effortlessly weaving through 6 flying swords. The swords lost their target. This is bad, exclaimed Bai Qingyang. Though his spiritual awareness was akin to that of a practitioner at the cusp of the Spirit Foundation stage, the distance and the simultaneous control of 6 swords diminished his effectiveness. Cursed be it, the thunder spirit bird was simply too nimble. It was impossible to strike it. The bird soared toward him once more. Unable to confront it head-on, Bai Qingyang chose to retreat towards Su Li and the others, fervently praying that Su Li's minor entanglement technique would ensnare the creature. The Thunder Spirit bird, recognizing Bai Qingyang as the persistent intruder seeking its Thunder Spirit fruit, grew even more enraged. Its wings spread wide, resembling a bolt of lightning as it charged toward Bai Qingyang. A wave of dread washed over him. Just then, as the Thunder Spirit bird closed in within mere dozens of feet, an arrow whizzed through the air, striking it squarely in the right eye. Haha, thank you, Brother Zhao. Bai Qingyang recognized the familiar aura of the arrow, instantly identifying it as Zhao Yun's shot. The Thunder Spirit bird merely hesitated momentarily, uninjured. Yet this lapse allowed Bai Qingyang to establish a safer distance. Zhao Yun, positioned beside Su Li, was not faring well either. It was his first time fully drawing the magical bow, and it had consumed nearly half of his spiritual energy. Su Li handed Zhao Yun a recovery pill, signaling him to take it. Meanwhile, he contemplated the inadequacy of the Qi refinement practitioners of Qingfeng Village, resolving to assist them in enhancing their skills upon returning. Su Village Master, please take action. At this moment, Bai Qingyang had lured the Thunder Spirit bird to within 10 feet of Su Li, an optimal range for a practitioner at the late stage of Qi refinement to execute an effective attack. Excellent. Observing the swiftly approaching bird, Su Li hesitated no longer. Two intermediate wood spirit vines shot forth like beams of light and swiftly transformed into two long tendrils near the Thunder Spirit bird. The bird, caught off guard, flapped its wings in an attempt to flee, but the vines, akin to serpents, quickly coiled around its body. One vine even wound around its wing, tightening progressively. The Thunder Spirit bird's speed began to wane, and only 3 of its wings continued to flap. Yet it remained unbound. Observing this, Su Li retrieved another primary wood spirit vine and hurled it forward. His perfected minor entanglement technique now enabled him to control 3 wood spirit vines simultaneously. This new vine entwined itself around the Thunder Spirit bird's wing, constricting further. In mere moments, it successfully bound one wing, leaving 2 still free on the same side. Regardless of how the Thunder Spirit bird struggled, its body swayed and descended steadily. It was at this critical moment that Bai Qingyang made his move. He leaped gracefully onto the back of the Thunder Spirit bird and swiftly drew forth a grand sword, 6 feet in length, entirely gilded, plunging it fiercely into the creature's head. The Thunder Spirit bird emitted a mournful cry. Yet, Bai Qingyang showed no mercy, relentlessly withdrawing and re-embedding the sword. Before long, a large gash was carved into its skull. With the explosive force of the low-tier Fireball Talisman and the mid-tier Rock Blast Talisman, he unleashed an array of spells, even deploying several mid-tier magical artifacts in one fell swoop. The resounding detonations reverberated from within the Thunder Spirit bird, showering the surroundings with a deluge of dark crimson liquid. Half of its head was obliterated in the chaos. What a waste! What a waste! Su Li lamented, feeling a pang of distress. So many magical artifacts. How many low-tier spirit stones did that cost? Brother, if you were afraid of being killed, you should have said something. I could have employed various spells. Wouldn't it have been better to give those artifacts to me? The Thunder Spirit bird let out another sorrowful cry as its horns shimmered with flickering light. Bai, quickly evade. Su Li, positioned above, observed the creature's ominous movements with clarity. Upon hearing Su Li's warning, Bai Qingyang promptly propelled himself away, but alas, it seemed a moment too late. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from the center of the Thunder Spirit bird's horns, illuminating the entire sacrificial plaza like a sea of white. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. As the radiance gradually faded, Su Li found himself bereft of Bai Qingyang's presence, only to see the Thunder Spirit bird lying feebly on the ground. Remarkable, it can still survive such a lightning strike. He descended on his sword and pierced the remaining half of the bird's head, seizing the opportunity for a finishing blow. He thought it only right to claim the reward of the chief points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on slaying a mid-tier Thunder Spirit bird, earning 800 chief points. Upon hearing the delightful notification, Su Li turned to behold not a massive carcass before him, but a kaleidoscope of colors: white, green, blue, purple, an effulgent source of light. Before he could advance to inspect further, a sudden metallic clatter interrupted him. Emerging from a pile of debris, Bai Qingyang appeared, shaking off the remnants of the wreckage. Ah, thank you, Su, for your timely warning. Otherwise, even if I survived, I would have emerged none the better. Su Li mused inwardly, realizing this fellow was not destined for an early demise. He had intended to gather the entirety of Bai Qingyang's possessions with tears in his eyes and erect a memorial in his honor. Brother Bai, no need for formalities. If one truly feels gratitude, perhaps it would be fitting to bestow upon me some magical artifacts as a token of your goodwill. A gesture I would find difficult to decline. The foundation of Qingfeng Village is indeed quite lacking, were it not for a few items gifted by Bai Qingyang. The entire village would possess only his meager Qinggang sword as a legitimate magical artifact. Thus, he intends to extract as much benefit as he can. In the future, should Qingfeng village prosper, there may be an opportunity to recompense the Bai family. Bai Qingyang rolled his eyes. In order to vanquish the Thunder Spirit bird, he had resorted to the self-detonation of several magical artifacts, leaving him with scant resources at hand. Li Keqiu had indeed saved his life, prompting him to say, "Village Master Su, in my quest to slay the Thunder Spirit bird, I now have but a few magical artifacts remaining. How about this? Upon your return, if you could prepare some refining materials, I shall personally visit to craft magical artifacts for you. There are no magical artifacts available, nor free labor to be had. The world is vast. Will we have another chance to meet?" Ridiculous. Just as he took a step forward, Su Li pressed on. "Brother Bai, may I inquire as to when this future date might be? Could you be more specific?" Bai Qingyang shrugged. "I have matters to attend to. Perhaps next year. I shall certainly come. And how long until next year?" "Next spring. In January, February, or March?" Mid-March of next year." "And how long do you intend to stay?" "About half a month." "Excellent." Su Li beamed, having somehow procured a piece of beast hide, which he handed to Bai Qingyang. Bai Qingyang was utterly befuddled. What on earth was this? Reluctantly, he penned, "In mid-March of next year. I shall travel to Qingfeng village to craft magical artifacts for village master Su, for a duration of half a month." Bai Qingyang, personally satisfied, Su Li asked, "Is a vow from you still necessary?" No need for that." Su Li carefully accepted the hide and said, "Brother Bai, quickly retrieve your treasures. Those trees seem promising. Once you are finished, do let me know, as I wish to collect a few items." Thunder Spirit Wood. Thunder Spirit Wood. Thunder Spirit Wood. The importance of this matter warranted repetition. After defeating the Thunder Spirit bird, he discovered the towering tree upon the sacrificial altar was indeed Thunder Spirit Wood. Each Thunder Spirit fruit upon this tree requires a century to mature. Should there be Thunder Spirit roots, they would be treasures among treasures, sacred among the sacred, for they could enhance the innate talent for Thunder Spirit roots. Moreover, when Bai Qingyang wielded the Deluo sword formation, there was a trace of unique thunderous energy. It was evident that Bai Qingyang was among the rare few cultivators who possessed an extraordinary spiritual root. Naturally, the Thunder Spirit fruits became his target. Though immensely precious, these fruits held no utility for Su Li. Requesting them would surely antagonize Bai Qingyang. It would be wiser to refrain from coveting even a single fruit in exchange for Bai Qingyang's half-month of crafting for Qingfeng village. Su Li estimated that Bai Qingyang was likely a master blacksmith. A fortnight's time would undoubtedly yield significant advancements for Qingfeng village. Without even glancing back, Bai Qingyang rushed towards the Thunder Spirit Wood. For reasons unknown, he found himself somewhat apprehensive of Su Li, even fearing the sound of his voice. A mere casual remark had compelled him to inscribe a commitment on beast hide. There was no escaping this now. Fortunately, the 7 Thunder Spirit fruits hanging from the tree captivated his attention. Should he successfully refine all 7, his innate lightning affinity would ascend to a new pinnacle, perhaps even allowing him to touch the threshold of Spirit Foundation establishment. He gingerly retrieved a pre-prepared jade box from his spatial ring, enveloping it with spiritual energy as he plucked the Thunder Spirit fruits and placed them within. This box, specifically designed for storing spiritual fruits, was known as a spirit nurturing box, each costing him 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The fruits had yet to reach their optimal consumption moment, and the nurturing box would continue to cultivate them for the best results. Meanwhile, Su Li was not idle. He called Zhao Yun down to assist him in dissecting the corpse of the Thunder Spirit bird. The spirit core, radiating a blue luminescence, was situated in the abdominal region of the bird, approximately 2 meters beneath the outer skin. Fortunately, the Thunder Spirit bird was deceased, and its flesh and bones had lost their prior rigidity due to the absence of energy supply. After several minutes of diligent cutting with the Qinggang sword, Su Li finally extracted the spirit core. It shimmered with a blue glow, occasionally flashing with brilliance. The spirit core was the essence of the spirit beast, and even with a protective layer of hard crystal, Su Li could feel the surging energy within. The previously indicated purple light beam emanated from this core. Next, they turned their attention to the bird's wings, which emitted a blue column of light. Su Li and Zhao Yun promptly began plucking feathers. This Thunder Spirit bird was a mid-phase first-tier entity, and its feathers were as hard as iron. The roots were particularly sharp, resulting in Zhao Yun inadvertently slicing his finger. The feathers could be fashioned into arrows, promising formidable power. Su Li had long intended to establish a Bao camp, and when a multitude of arrows was released, even those at the 3rd level of Qi refinement or mid-phase would surely feel a chill down their spines. Chapter 62, Thunderstrike. Would after half an hour of diligent effort, the two had collected nearly 1,000 usable Thunder Spirit bird feathers, along with a pair of sturdy horns radiating blue light, and some bones and essence from within the body. materials invaluable for crafting magical artifacts and inscribing spiritual talismans. Excluding the spirit core, Suli estimated that the remaining materials alone would fetch at least 2,000 spiritual stones in the market. After all, thunder spirit birds were exceedingly rare spirit beasts, and every part of them was a treasure. Once the processing of the thunder spirit bird was complete, Suli regrettably had to abandon the remaining portions of the body that glimmered with white light, as he simply could not carry any more. It seemed that in future hunts for fierce spirit beasts, he would need to bring more people and vehicles, lest he squander such precious resources. Suli casually strolled beneath the thunder spirit tree. Bai Qingyang, with great caution, placed the last thunder spirit fruit into the spirit nurturing box, his spirits soaring high. Upon turning around, he noticed Suli gazing at him with an unsettling intensity, causing an involuntary shiver to run through him. "Is there something you need, Chief Su?" Bai Qingyang inquired, feigning nonchalance while inwardly hoping he would not be approached. Suli replied, "Not at all, just observing that my brother Bai appears quite joyous. It seems you have had a bountiful harvest." Bai Qingyang hastily stored the spirit nurturing box within his spatial ring, firmly clutching all 7 thunder spirit fruits as if they were his prized possessions. He then pondered the rarity of such fruits, questioning how someone as seemingly young as Suli could possibly comprehend their value. "Chief Su, please state your intentions directly," he urged. Suli chuckled. "I would like to request a small favor from you, Brother Bai." "What kind of favor?" Bai Qingyang inquired. Without delay, Suli summoned his sword and ascended to the branches of the thunder spirit tree, skillfully severing several 1-foot-long wooden pieces, which he then presented to Bai Qingyang. "I believe these pieces possess notable quality, seemingly infused with considerable thunder spirit energy, and I hope you could assist me in processing them." Upon examining the wood Suli had collected, Bai Qingyang noted that they were almost entirely charred from lightning strikes. The thunder spirit tree spanned an area of several dozen yards, and Suli's discerning eye had remarkably identified the specific locations that attracted lightning. "What luck?" Suli remarked with a shrug. Bai Qingyang was skeptical about this being mere luck. It appeared that the chief of the Clear Wind village harbored some hidden secrets. "What does Chief Su intend to do with so much lightning-struck wood?" he asked. Suli confessed, "To be frank, I possess a mid-level spell known as the Thunder Summoning Technique, which requires this lightning-struck wood for its practice." Understanding dawned on Bai Qingyang. While the Thunder Summoning Technique was not particularly rare, his own Bai family possessed it. It required a significant amount of talent to master. Even with his innate Thunder Spirit root, he couldn't guarantee success in learning it. For Suli, who lacked such a foundation, it would be entirely reasonable to expect failure after expending 7 or 8 pieces of lightning wood. As a high-level artifact craftsman, Bai Qingyang found the processing of the lightning wood to be a manageable task. Without further hesitation, he set to work on Suli's lightning wood. Before long, he successfully refined 7 segments of mid-level thunder summoning auxiliary artifacts from the lightning wood, with only 1 piece failing, a success rate exceeding 80%. A remarkable achievement in the realm of crafting. Once the 7 segments of mid-level lightning wood were in his hands, Suli could hardly contain his excitement. Contrary to Bai Qingyang's assumption, he possessed a true spirit technique and needed only 1 segment of lightning wood to successfully cultivate it. Furthermore, after its use, corresponding spell scrolls would become available for purchase in the chief's marketplace, for those under his command wielding a level 1 bandit card. The combination with lightning wood ensured a 100% success rate. Other bandits would also enjoy a considerably high probability of success. Although lacking a thunder spirit root would diminish the spell's potency by half, in stormy weather, the invocation of 6 segments of lightning would unleash 6 bolts of lightning, which would likely leave even late-stage chi refiners trembling in fear. A resounding roar echoed from the depths of the canyon, causing the very earth to tremble. This presence signified a peak-level ferocious beast. "Su, we cannot linger here. We must exit the canyon at once." Indeed, the ferocious beasts and spirit beasts differ vastly from human cultivators. These ferocious spirit beasts are favored by the heavens, possessing superior defenses, strength, and longevity compared to their human counterparts of the same rank. A typical peak-level ferocious spirit beast is comparable to a cultivator at the spirit foundation stage, and those with exceptional bloodlines can rival even the 2nd or 3rd tiers of that stage. Fortunately, due to millennia of development, human cultivators have refined their skills in weapon forging, alchemy, formation crafting, and the fusion of techniques, allowing humanity to gradually establish a foothold on this land. Surpassing the ferocious spirit beasts to some extent, the 3 traversed the narrow passage as the roar drew ever closer. Suli swiftly led Zhao Yun on their swords. Thankfully, they encountered no peril and managed to escape safely. Bai Qingyang bid farewell to the others in haste, eager to return home with 7 thunder spirit fruits. He could only wonder how much his thunder spirit root would enhance. Suli marked the canyon's location, aware that other treasures might lie within. Furthermore, Once he assembled a spellcasting team, the vicinity of Qingfeng village was distant from the 10,000 Great Mountains, making the ferocious spirit beasts here ideal practice subjects for his team. They rode towards the direction of Bailey Ridge, and soon, their figures vanished into the vast mountain forest. At Qingfeng village, Wu Yong, Hu Feng, Niu Meng, and others gathered in the village hall, their faces etched with worry. Wu Yong paced anxiously. Elder Niu, have the scouts been dispatched? Is there any news from the Grand Village Master? Niu Meng replied, they have already been sent out, but unfortunately, we have yet to hear anything regarding the Grand Village Master. Currently, there are over a dozen scouts in the Bailey Mountains. As soon as the Grand Village Master enters, I believe they will notify him immediately. Wu Yong sighed and inquired, Elder Niu, what has been our casualty count these past few days? Fate had its own designs. For on the afternoon of Su Li's departure from Qingfeng village, an unwelcome group arrived in the Bailey Mountains, the Lu family from Wuxian, intent on attacking Qingfeng village. Although the scouts of Qingfeng village detected the presence of Lu family cultivators and their hired muscle in time, they managed to launch an ambush in Youman Valley, resulting in the demise of several dozen foes. Regrettably, 2 of the attackers were at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, employing the earth wall technique to block most of the assaults. Left with no choice, the defenders retreated to Qingfeng village. Consequently, Lu Hu, the leader of the Lu family, began to mount an assault on the village. Fortuitously, as the Lu family and their hired hands advanced, Niu Meng successfully refined the earth spirit mushroom, elevating his cultivation to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. In a surprising turn, he unleashed a powerful strike, injuring Lu Hu, who led the Lu family's forces. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the others swiftly shielded Lu Hu as he retreated down the mountain. Subsequently, Hu Feng led the assembled cavalry from Huangping Zhai, seizing the cover of night to launch a surprise attack on the Lu family members stationed in the plains beneath Qingfeng Mountain. Chapter 63, Return from the Wild, only to find our home burgled. However, the Lu family was reinforced by Lu Zhong, who was at the 4th level of Qi refinement, and Lu Zheng and Lu Yong, both at the 3rd level. The Lu family quickly regrouped and mounted a counterattack. The cavalry left behind a handful of riders, managing to escape the Lu family's encirclement. Initially, it was presumed that the Lu family had suffered heavy losses and would retreat the following day. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Hu summoned reinforcements from the Lu family. Although these reinforcements consisted of younger members of the Lu clan, accompanied by over 100 Lu family warriors, they were still formidable, with many at the 1st and 2nd levels of Qi refinement, comparable to ordinary low-tier martial artists. At first, under the command of Wu Yong and Hu Feng, and the leadership of Niu Meng, Xiao Dingdang, and Wang Cheng, they could barely hold their ground. However, as time passed and the number of fallen soldiers increased, Qingfeng Zhai, having recently subdued the area south of Bailey Ridge, experienced some internal turmoil. Fortunately, they swiftly identified and eliminated several dissenters, temporarily restoring stability. Nevertheless, in the previous day's battle, Wang Cheng and Xiao Dingdang were surrounded and gravely injured by several Lu family cultivators. Niu Meng, unleashing his latent potential, struck down Lu Zhong, who was at the 4th level of Qi refinement, thereby halting the tide of defeat and repelling the Lu family. Yet, scouts returned with news that Lu Hu had taken medicinal pills sent by the Lu family's younger generation and had already recovered significantly. This indicated that a full-scale assault from the Lu family could occur today or tomorrow. Entering the training grounds, the elite battalion, which had undergone training under the Great Chief's methods, had sustained less than a third of its forces, but the battalion of soldiers had lost over half. And the slave battalion fared even worse, with casualties exceeding 6 tiers, leading to considerable discontent. Niu Meng sighed and remarked, combined, the 3 battalions have barely 200 warriors capable of fighting. Last night, we forcibly recruited another 100, barely scraping together 300. The Lu family warriors were unlike the mountain bandits from Wolf Zhai or Tiger Zhai. They were tall, robust, well-equipped, and well-trained. In a melee, one of them could take on 2 or even 3 of us, were it not for the brothers fighting valiantly and outmatching them in spirit. Perhaps our stronghold would have already fallen. Wu Yong's eyes dimmed. When the great chief departed, he entrusted Qingfeng Zhai to him. If Qingfeng Zhai were to fall to the Su Xian Lu family, he would feel he had betrayed the great chief's trust. Even in death, he could find no peace. If the Su Xian Lu family attacks tomorrow, can we withstand them? Beside him, Hu Feng shook his head, stationed at the foot of the mountain. The Su Xian Lu family, aside from Lu Hu, boasts 4 cultivators, 2 at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, 1 at the 2nd level, and 1 at the 1st level. Additionally, the Lu family warriors number around 220. If a battle truly ensues, we stand no chance. Niu Meng furrowed his brow. Oh, great chief, why must you be absent from the stronghold at this critical moment? Elder Wu, Elder Hu, should we consider seeking aid from Heihu Zhai? They are merely bandits from Bailey Gang. It is unwise to expect their assistance. Wu Yong and Hu Feng spoke in unison. The Black Tiger stronghold harbors treacherous ambitions. Seeking their aid would only hasten our downfall at Qingfeng stronghold. Elder Wu's words ring true. The path taken by the Lu family of the Immortal Cultivation sect to our Qingfeng stronghold traverses the territory of the Black Tiger stronghold. Not only have they refrained from intervening, but they have also driven away the wild beasts from the mountains. It is evident that the Black Tiger stronghold has either colluded with the Lu family or wishes to ensnare us like a mantis stalking a cicada. Niu Meng felt a twinge of frustration. He was resolute in battle, yet strategizing for defense was a daunting task. Elder Wu and Elder Hu, what do you propose? Wu Yong suggested. Perhaps we should send our cavalry for another night raid? Niu Meng replied. In the previous night raid, our cavalry inflicted 100 casualties upon the enemy, but suffered 80 losses. Now, we have barely 20 combatants left. Wu Yong continued to inquire. What if we amalgamate the remaining soldiers with the cavalry? Hu Feng interjected. That is not feasible. Apart from the soldiers from Huangping stronghold, who excel in horsemanship, the rest would be utterly inadequate. Forcing their inclusion could lead to disastrous consequences. It seems that tomorrow we must brace ourselves for a fierce battle. The Lu family of the Immortal Cultivation sect, having recognized the formidable combat prowess of Qingfeng stronghold, harbored intentions of subjugation. Yet, all three of them were favored by Su Li, who had bestowed upon them the methods of cultivation, with Wu Yong even manifesting spiritual roots as a mortal. Thus, the Lu family's attempts to coax them into surrender, both overtly and covertly, had repeatedly ended in failure. At the temporary encampment of the Lu family beneath Qingfeng Mountain, the restive Lu family warriors remained vigilant, clad in armor and armed with various weapons, patrolling back and forth. Following the previous ambush by the Qingfeng cavalry, their losses had been considerable. Even under the cover of night, Lu Hu dared not lower his guard. Second uncle, you must avenge the deaths of Uncle Zhong and the others at the hands of that Qingfeng bandit, Niu Meng. In the main tent, several early-stage Qi refinement disciples stood at attention, their eyes ablaze with fury. Lu Hu's killing intent surged forth as he smashed a nearby table to splinters. Curse it! This Niu Meng of Qingfeng stronghold is utterly ungrateful. The Lu family aided him in evading the government's pursuit and even granted him the status of a guest elder. For him to refuse allegiance and dare to slay my fellow cultivators is intolerable. Does he truly believe I cannot conquer this mere Qingfeng stronghold? Luan, have you brought the talismans from your clan? Luan, a second-level Qi refinement disciple, promptly produced the talismans and stepped forward. Second uncle, 5 fireball talismans and 5 boulder talismans have been delivered from the family. We shall surely breach the stronghold tomorrow. Following numerous failed assaults on Qingfeng stronghold, both Lu Hu and the clan's patriarch were incensed, commanding that the stronghold must be taken by force the next day. The fireball and boulder talismans were of mid-level quality, each valued at over 200 spirit stones. Lu Hu accepted the talismans, his spirits lifted. By noon tomorrow, we shall raise Qingfeng stronghold to the ground. Understood. Chapter 64. Level 1 Mountain Stronghold Mission for the following day at noon, beneath Qingfeng Mountain. Lu Hu has completed his troop assembly. 220 formidable warriors of the Lu family, clad in armor crafted specifically for them, wielding a variety of weapons. Despite having faced multiple defeats, still exude a presence that far surpasses that of ordinary mountain bandits. This is the first time our Lu family has dispatched troops against bandits. And experiencing such a great defeat is nothing short of a disgrace. However, today presents an opportunity to redeem that shame. All who attack the mountain today shall face no mercy if they retreat. The first to breach the gates of Qingfeng stronghold shall receive a reward of 100 spirit stones and a chance to partake in the spirit bath. Should they successfully cultivate a spiritual root, they may be granted the Lu family's Qi refinement techniques and join our ranks, thereby ascending to greatness and bringing honor to their ancestors. At this command, the warriors surged with excitement, shouting as they charged towards Qingfeng stronghold. Kill! Charge! Those 100 spirit stones shall be mine. They cried. I'm coming for you, Qingfeng stronghold. Today, I will leave no trace of you behind. The tumult of battle soon reached the ears of Wu Yong and his companions. Old Niu, gather all the warriors and prepare for battle. Understood. Elder Niu brandished his large iron hammer and stepped out of the stronghold, rallying the troops to face the impending attack. Wu Yong turned to Hu Feng and said shortly, I will lead the remaining riders for a surprise attack on the Lu family from behind. In the meantime, I trust you to oversee the defense of Qingfeng and ensure that no petty criminals disrupt Elder Niu and his warriors. At 45, Hu Feng had proven himself to be a capable leader since his appointment by Su Li. He excelled in both managing the affairs of the stronghold and displaying valor on the battlefield, earning the respect of most, including Elder Niu. Due to his age, others referred to him as Old Hu, and Wu Yong was no exception. Hu Feng shook his head and replied, Elder Wu, I am but a surrendered bandit of the wolf stronghold. While Qing Feng is relatively stable with your presence, I can only manage to maintain order with great effort. However, with the Liu family attacking, it is imperative that you remain at Qing Feng to ensure stability. Furthermore, as a practitioner at the third level of Qi refinement, my leadership in a surprise attack may yield better results. After contemplating, Wu Yong acknowledged Hu Feng's wisdom and nodded. Very well, I entrust this task to you, old Hu. Hu Feng assured him, I shall not fail in my duty. Once Hu Feng departed, a villager hurried into the stronghold, breathless with urgency. This is bad, Elder Wu. Wu Yong reprimanded. What has happened? The villager replied, in accordance with your instructions, I was covertly observing outside the slave camp. Yesterday, there were some unusual movements, which I initially believed to be mere complaints from the slaves. However, just a moment ago, a strange sound emanated from the camp. When the guards went to investigate, they emerged not as the guards, but rather as several towering men I've never seen before. I suspect they are the Liu family's warriors. What? Wu Yong exclaimed, alarmed. Previously, there had been unsettling movements within the bandit camp, where he had already taken the lives of several bandits, believing that the turmoil had subsided. To his dismay, it turned out that they had directly colluded with the Liu family of cultivators. What is the current situation? One of the bandits replied, upon my return, I heard several anguished cries emanating from the bandit camp. It seems they have successfully consolidated their forces, and I fear they may strike at any moment. Cursed be it. The glint of murderous intent intensified in Wu's eyes. Had he known earlier, he would have disregarded the objections of others and eliminated all the able-bodied bandits. Aside from those who perished in battle, there were still over 200 bandits remaining, and alarmingly, among the 300 soldiers led by Niu Meng, there were over 40 from the bandit camp. If they united in rebellion, defeat would be inevitable. No, these bandits must not rise. Quickly, send my orders to all the villagers. Everyone who can wield a weapon must gather at the village entrance. We must halt their advance. Understood. To prevent any unforeseen incidents. The bandit camp has been under strict lockdown management these past few days. The bandits within the camp should be unaware of their family's treachery. Therefore, this matter must be thoroughly suppressed. The soldiers under Niu Meng's command cannot be mobilized. Only the remaining villagers can be summoned. Outside the Baigang, Su Li, along with a few companions, made a swift return after several hours of travel, finally arriving at their familiar territory, Baigang. As soon as he stepped into the vicinity of Baigang, a series of system notifications echoed in Su Li's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your bandits have successfully completed a robbery mission. The value of the stolen items was too low, hence no rewards. You have earned 50 bandit points as mission rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your bandits have successfully completed a robbery mission. The value of the stolen items was too low, hence no rewards. You have earned 50 bandit points as mission rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your bandits have successfully completed a robbery mission, with stolen items valued at 10 low-grade spirit stones, granting you 1 bandit point, and a total of 50 bandit points as mission rewards. In total, you have acquired 3 bandit points from the robbery rewards, with an overall total of 300 bandit points as mission rewards. Ding! Warning! Warning! Qing Feng village is currently under attack by the Liu family of cultivators, and its situation is precarious. Level 1 bandit mission issued. Defeat the invading Liu family cultivators and their accompanying forces. Mission Reward 1. Rewards will be based on the number of captured enemies. 10 bandit points for every 10 invaders, and 100 bandit points for every captured cultivator. Mission Reward 2. Level 1 Spell Practice Hall Construction Blueprint. Level 1 Spell Practice Hall Construction Blueprint. Upon construction according to the blueprint, a Level 1 Spell Practice Hall will be established, where the villagers can practice spells, significantly enhancing their proficiency and comprehension. With the effects influenced by both the host's understanding of spells and the practice hall itself. Due to system limitations, only Su Li can access the bandit merchant system and receive information related to Qing Feng village while within its sphere of influence. The influence of Qing Feng village now extends to the region south of Beilagang. Thus, upon entering, the system immediately relayed the previously stored information. Initially, Su Li was pleased to see the soaring points of the village leader, but his joy was quickly overshadowed by the news of the Liu family's assault on Qing Feng village. He recalled the day he departed from Beilagang, passing through Liu family town, where he had thought the people were merely training, only to discover they were advancing to attack his village. Filled with both fury and exasperation, Su Li was soon alerted by a sentry from Qing Feng village, who galloped towards him, exclaiming, Village leader, this is bad. The Liu family of cultivators has been attacking the mountain for several days with hundreds of their warriors. Just received word that they resumed their assault at noon. A fierce glint appeared in Su Li's eyes as he declared, I shall first soar back to Qing Feng village and eradicate the Liu family members. Zhao Yun, Lu Li, You two must escort Shi and Lu Yan, and ride swiftly to ensure you reach Qingfeng village in the shortest time possible. Understood. Upon finishing, Su Li's Qingang sword transformed to a length of 6 feet. He stepped forth and took flight upon the sword, vanishing swiftly into the forest. Zhao Yun turned and remarked, "While I was at Green Forest Village, I learned of a shortcut. However, it requires crossing a canyon over 10 zhang wide. I wonder how adept Brother Lu and Brother Lu are at lightness techniques. I can leap across with my spear's assistance." Lu Li responded. Lu Yan added, "Brother Zhao, my lightness technique has reached the intermediate martial master level. It poses no issue. The village leader has shown us great favor. Let us swiftly proceed and ensure the Lu family is utterly annihilated." Although injured, Li Shi felt a surge of murderous intent upon hearing of the cultivator family's involvement, and both men urged Zhao Yun to lead the way. "Very well. Follow me." Zhao Yun nodded and spurred his horse towards a wooded area. Chapter 65. The Power of Spirit Talismans, Qingfeng Mountain. Over 200 warriors from the Lu family began their assault. The warriors selected by the cultivator family were almost all towering figures, and with their specialized supplies of medicinal herbs and food, they were muscular and clad in uniform iron armor. The cacophony of battle cries was deafening. In times past, even approaching the mountain of Balagang would have caused the bandits to scatter in disarray. However, now, the soldiers trained rigorously under Niu Meng showed little signs of faltering. The previous day's recovery of the mountainside by Qingfeng village had allowed for the strategic placement of concealed archers, who occasionally loosed arrows from the shadows. The sound of arrows striking the iron armor of the warriors reverberated loudly, but they merely fell harmlessly to the ground. Only a few arrows struck the feet of the warriors, causing minor injuries. As the initial fervor waned and fatigue set in, the psychological impact of the hidden arrows, while not significantly damaging, certainly affected their morale. In the shadows, the archers were sparse and their positions remarkably concealed, each time only loosing a single arrow. Lu Hu observed that the effort to eliminate the hidden archers was yielding little effect, instead consuming a considerable amount of time. Even the relentless charge of the Lu family's warriors became disordered, significantly diminishing their momentum. Disregarding the archers in the shadows, the directive was clear: launch a full-scale assault on the entrance of Qingfeng stronghold and seize it in one fell swoop. Thus, the Lu family's warriors surged forward with unyielding determination. Before long, they found themselves within 100 meters of the stronghold's entrance. Niu Meng, spotting the figures moving through the forest, promptly commanded, "Prepare the stone barrage. Fire." The stones, meticulously stacked at the stronghold's entrance by Wu Yong, were sent tumbling down. Although lacking the massive size of the earlier boulders, their descent from a height still possessed formidable lethality. Soon, the forest echoed with the anguished cries of the Lu family warriors. Naturally, the Lu family cultivators would not remain indifferent. They had invested considerable resources in training these fighters. Giant Wood Technique. Earth Wall Technique. A series of spells rose before the warriors, effectively blocking the incoming stone barrage. The Lu family warriors rejoiced, and as the stone assault concluded, they resumed their charge. After all, they were up against the esteemed Lu family of cultivators, and Niu Meng had anticipated the stone attack. Archers, prepare. Fire in unison. As the warriors charged within 50 meters of the mountain pass, the trees in this area had been cleared under Wu Yong's orders. Becoming quite sparse, a volley of arrows was unleashed. Although the warriors wore superior armor, the elevated position intensified the arrow's lethality. After several rounds of fire, dozens of warriors fell. Only a short distance remains to Qingfeng stronghold. "Uncle, shall we activate the spirit talismans?" Luan proposed with a glimmer of excitement. Once the talismans were deployed, the mountain bandits would be unable to resist, and Qingfeng stronghold would soon be within their grasp. Lu Hu raised a hand, cautioning against haste. The best part is yet to come. He gazed into the distance, where the direction pointed to the camp of the stronghold's slaves. The remnants of the wolf stronghold had approached him the day prior, offering to serve as inside informants to disrupt the defending soldiers. However, he did not anticipate the internal discord on the mountain. Instead, several of his subordinates, the warriors, emerged in a state of disarray. What transpired? "My lord Lu, just moments ago, we managed to incite rebellion among all the stronghold slaves, eliminating the guards. We were en route to the entrance to coordinate with you when suddenly a large group of stronghold inhabitants appeared. Though they were not as robust as the bandits, armed with hoes and shovels, they numbered in the hundreds and thousands. We fought valiantly, but those slaves fled in the heat of battle. The insurrection was a complete failure." Several warriors knelt, despair evident in their demeanor. Lu Hu's eyes glinted with murderous intent, and with a swift stroke of his sword, several warriors met their grim fate. "Long spears. Prepare for assault. Fire in unison. Second volley. Third volley." In close quarters, the power of long-range projectiles is significantly amplified. After 3 rounds, nearly 60 adversaries lay defeated. The morale of the bandits surged. Niu Mang, sensing a glimmer of hope, prepared to lead his fellow warriors into a fierce charge. If they could repel these foes, they might even encircle and annihilate the Lu family's practitioners. It must be acknowledged that the three-pronged assault of the Qingfeng stronghold was indeed formidable, originally brimming with combat fervor. The adversaries found themselves cowering within 30 meters of the stronghold's entrance, torn between advancing and retreating. At that moment, a cacophony of battle cries echoed from the mountains. It was Wu Ping, leading the villagers in rebellion after the betrayal of the stronghold slaves, approaching with nearly 1,000 figures, densely packed. A sense of retreat began to take root among the adversaries. Behind them, Lu Zheng, a third-tier practitioner of the Lu family, crushed a foe with a single blow, proclaiming loudly, "Those who retreat further shall perish." Lu Hu, observing the increasingly dire situation for the Lu family, soared into the air, unleashing a barrage of fireball and boulder talismans toward the entrance of the Qingfeng stronghold. These were spiritual talismans. "Everyone, take cover." Massive flames and boulders rained down from above, hurtling toward them with unstoppable force. Niu Mang shouted, aware of the formidable power of these talismans. Even standing directly in their path evoked a sense of dread. Unfortunately, it was too late. The fireballs and boulders descended with alarming speed, sweeping into the camp of the bandits. "Ah, fire! Help! My hand! My hand! Save me!" Although they had undergone a period of training under Niu Mang, enhancing their mental and physical resilience, they remained mere common bandits. They had never witnessed such overwhelming attacks. Fear gripped their minds, and physical injuries spread rapidly among them. With a mighty strike, Niu Mang shattered a boulder, yet he could not quell the tide of panic. "Do not panic. Do not scatter. Those who can stand, gather around me. Gather around." He summoned the earth's spiritual energy to dissipate the flames, creating a safe zone of approximately 10 feet. Wu Yong hurriedly led the villagers to douse the flames, but alas, the power of the spiritual fire rendered their efforts nearly futile. In but a brief moment, over 100 bandits lost their lives. The bandits at the stronghold's entrance had been vanquished, all adversaries charged forward, and those who hesitated were to be executed without mercy. Lu Hu declared, "The expenditure of 10 mid-tier spiritual talismans is no small toll for me." Thus, despite seeing Niu Mang ensnared, I refrained from rushing in to eliminate him immediately. Caution ensures longevity. I understand this principle well enough. Chapter 66. Su Li returns. Oh no. The entrance has been breached. Hu Feng, having just organized the stronghold's cavalry, witnessed the flames leaping into the sky from the mountains above. Within the encampment, the only warrior among the cultivators was Niu Mang, who practiced the earth spirit art and possessed no mastery over fire-based spells. These attacks were undoubtedly orchestrated by the Lu family. Sensing the looming peril, Hu Feng led the village cavalry to strike directly at the Lu family's base in the valley below, slaughtering a dozen of their strength warriors. Set the fire ablaze. The larger, the better. Understood. The inferno erupted fiercely within the Lu family camp. Lu Li, a third-tier qi refinement cultivator, noticed the flames below and realized the gravity of the situation. Although it was merely October, the Hundredly Mountains had already succumbed to winter, with the nights particularly frigid. While the cultivators could circulate their spiritual energy to protect themselves, the strength warriors would surely suffer. "Second brother, it's dire. The bandits from Qingfeng village are far too cunning. Our camp has been breached. Should we send reinforcements?" Lu Hu, upon witnessing the blaze, dismissed the notion. "No need. Today we shall certainly vanquish Qingfeng village." The Lu family trained strength warriors precisely to minimize the casualties among their own cultivators. At this moment, the strength warriors had surged upon the village entrance and engaged in combat with the remaining defenders of Qingfeng village. However, the village had reinforcements in the form of young and strong warriors. If they hesitated to act, the strength warriors might indeed fall to these bandits. Lu Hu shook his head, recognizing that the bandits of Qingfeng village were markedly different from those of the past. Aside from their inferior physical prowess compared to the Lu family's strength warriors, their strategies, combat spirit, and discipline utterly overwhelmed them. He intended to subdue them, yet regrettably, these ruffians were ungrateful, leaving him no choice but to eliminate them. Now it is our turn to strike. No cultivators or young bandits shall be spared. Understood. Several cultivators from the Lu family rushed onto the battlefield. Earth Spike Technique, Fireball Technique, Giant Tree Technique. Spells were unleashed in rapid succession, resulting in numerous village defenders collapsing. Meanwhile, Niu Mang, who sought to provide aid, found himself entangled by Lu Hu. "Niu Mang, I commend your bravery, I reiterate. Should you choose to submit to the Lu family now, we can absolve you of your bandit status and welcome you as a vassal." "Bah, shameless wretch. Refrain from such arrogance. Were it not for our chief's absence, you would not dare to be so presumptuous." Covered in blood that was indistinguishable from friend or foe, Niu Meng unleashed a torrent of curses upon Lu Hu. Fuming with rage, Lu Hu commanded, "Truly, you are one who refuses to heed the invitation of hospitality. Attack. Surround and slay this bandit. Each one who accomplishes this shall receive 50 low-grade spirit stones and 10 acres of fertile land." A dozen strength warriors, armed with an array of weapons, advanced to encircle Niu Meng. Since the last ambush by Niu Meng had nearly cost him his life atop Qingfeng Mountain, Lu Hu harbored a lingering fear of the brute. Thus, he opted to let his subordinates exhaust their opponent's spiritual energy before making his own move. "Haha, come forth." The spiritual energy surged around Niu Meng as he swung his hammer in a sweeping arc, striking down the 4 or 5 approaching strength warriors, shattering their iron armor and sending them reeling, bloodied. Alas, the strength warriors, now intoxicated by the promise of spirit stones and fertile land, charged forward once more. Niu Meng practiced the earth technique, drawing strength from the ground beneath his feet, yet this power had its limits. He had already dispatched no fewer than 40 adversaries. However, he was on the brink of exhaustion. "Great Chief, I can no longer follow you. I cannot witness the robust existence of the Qingfeng clan and its people living freely in this world, unoppressed and unpursued." After slaying several more opponents, his face was smeared with blood as he bellowed furiously at Lu Hu. How dare the illustrious Lu family allow a horde of warriors to come to their demise? "Lu Hu, do you dare to face me in battle?" Lu Hu, seizing the moment, laughed heartily. "Why would I hesitate? With a single strike, I can obliterate you." In the realm of cultivation, swordsmanship was revered for its offensive prowess, and Lu Hu was no exception. The intermediate magic sword in his hand hummed ominously. Ocean's Edge. Suddenly, Niu Meng beheld Lu Hu's 6-foot sword transform into a vibrant green, causing the very air around them to thicken. An intermediate sword strike? In the blink of an eye, it came hurtling toward him. The sword's edge was terrifying. If he were at his peak, Niu Meng would have been confident in his ability to withstand it. But in his current state, surrender was not in his nature. Discarding his heavy hammer, he summoned the last vestiges of his spiritual power and unleashed the earth strike toward the magical sword. The great chief bid farewell. With a resounding clash, Niu Meng closed his eyes, only to reopen them at the sound of metal colliding, revealing a tall figure before him. "Who are you?" Lu Hu's face betrayed a hint of panic, for this seemingly youthful man exuded a breath far more formidable than his own. "Ah, the Lu family of cultivators, is it? Dare to trespass upon my Qingfeng clan, and you shall meet your end here today." Su Li arrived, witnessing the corpses of his clansmen strewn across the ground. His fury ignited. His trusted aide, Niu Meng, had nearly fallen to that sword had he not arrived in time. The great chief has returned. Excitement surged through the ranks of the clansmen, both those engaged in the chaos outside and the elderly and children within the walls. Wu Yong pierced a warrior with his spear, tears glistening in his eyes. They had finally endured until their great chief's return. Su Li commanded, "Those who dare to harm my Qingfeng clan shall be exterminated." All clansmen heeded his call, rallying to vanquish their foes. "Kill, kill, annihilate these scoundrels and beasts, avenging our fallen comrades." Regardless of age or gender, the clansmen surged forward, wielding every weapon they could find, charging at Lu Hu's warriors and cultivators. Su Li also targeted Lu Hu, unleashing 2 intermediate wood spirit vines that rushed forth. Lu Hu, aghast, sensed the aura comparable to that of a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. Not daring to underestimate the threat, he swiftly summoned his sword for defense, yet his swordsmanship was still rudimentary, while Su Li's entanglement technique had reached perfection. Moreover, with the acquisition of the intermediate spirit melding technique bestowed upon him by Bai Qingyang, he has made significant progress, enhancing his spiritual perception by over 3-fold. His mastery over the wood spirit vine has reached an unprecedented level of control. The vine deftly evaded the sharp blade of Lu Hu's magic sword, coiling around it and transforming it into a large dumpling. Lu Hu was astounded to discover that with just one strike, he had lost all connection to his sword. A sense of retreat emerged, and he dared not confront his opponent. Yet, Su Li would not allow him the chance to escape. He unleashed the perfected minor fireball technique and the perfected lesser metal finger technique in rapid succession. Lu Hu, overwhelmed and unable to retaliate, found himself utterly exhausted. On the battlefield below, as thousands of villagers surged forth, the warrior had already slain several villagers. When he saw that his foes continued to charge fearlessly, his fighting spirit was utterly shattered. Chapter 67. The Execution of Lu Hu. Every person fears death, and they were no exception. Even with several Lu family cultivators standing in their way, having slain a number of the warriors, they could not withstand the tide of defeat. As the warrior fled, the Lu family cultivators faced the oncoming village soldiers and townsfolk. An array of weapons rained down upon them as thousands surged forward. They had not yet reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement and could not traverse the skies. Despite their relentless casting of spells, their spiritual power was finite, and soon, a junior member of the Lu family, at the first stage of Qi refinement, was besieged and killed on the spot, with the first cultivator slain. A realization dawned upon the villagers. The once formidable cultivators were not invincible. They could indeed be killed. Consequently, their fighting spirit surged even higher, roaring and shouting as they charged towards the remaining Lu family cultivators. The remaining ones, one at the second stage of Qi refinement and two at the third stage, felt a mix of fear and rage as they witnessed their junior being slain and thousands advancing upon them. They desperately gathered towards Lu Hu. Brother Hu, uncle, what should we do? The bandits of Qingfeng village are too fierce. We should retreat. Lu Hu retorted, we still have 4 cultivators. This Qingfeng village cannot withstand us. If we kill him, we shall surely have the chance to turn the tide. Lu Zhong, Lu Yong, you are both at the third stage of Qi refinement. Use your spells to block him while I prepare to deliver the finishing blow. Understood. Lu Zhong and Lu Yong had witnessed the overwhelming dominance of the village chief against Lu Hu. Receiving their orders, they steeled themselves to advance, casting their rudimentary minor fireball technique and minor earth wall technique in an attempt to impede Su Li. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Merely 2 practitioners at the third stage of Qi refinement were no match for him. He was now at the 7th stage of Qi refinement, possessing overwhelming strength. Su Li uttered no further words. The Qinggang sword swooped down, instantly slaying one, and then the lesser metal technique pierced through another's skull. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying Lu Zhong, a cultivator of the Lu family at the third stage of Qi refinement, and receiving 300 points from the village chief. Congratulations, host. You have slain Lu Yong, a third-layer Qi refinement cultivator from the Lu family of Wuxian, and have earned 300 chief points. A multitude of white, green, and blue beams of light erupted forth. Su Li did not immediately collect the rewards. His sights were set on Lu Hu, a 6th-layer Qi refinement master. Having already dispatched so many villagers, he could not allow this individual to escape. The remaining 2nd-layer Qi refinement cultivator, Luan Yu, was so intimidated by Su Li's overwhelming presence that he was on the verge of tears. He turned to call for his second uncle, hoping to see if his uncle was prepared to unleash his lethal strike. However, Lu Hu was not preparing anything. At that moment, he had already taken to the skies, retreating hundreds of meters away without a glance back. Second uncle, how could you? Before he could finish his sentence, Su Li's wooden spirit vine pierced through his body. Congratulations. Host, you have slain Lu Zhengyu, a 2nd-layer Qi refinement cultivator from the Lu family of Wuxian, and have earned 200 chief points. All villagers received the order to pursue the Lu family's forces, leaving none behind. Understood. Every able-bodied villager, led by Niu Meng and Wu Yong, rushed down the mountain in pursuit. At the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, Hu Feng, who had just burned down the Lu family's encampment, was preparing to charge up the mountain to assist Niu Meng and Wu Yong in defending the stronghold, when he spotted over 100 fleeing soldiers, discarding their armor and weapons as they rushed toward him. Initially startled, he then noticed their lack of combat spirit, filling him with confusion. Yet, a figure flashed in his mind. It was the chief. The chief had returned. He called out to the villagers, brothers. The chief has returned and has already vanquished the Lu family's cultivators and soldiers. The very presence of these soldiers fleeing down the mountain is the best proof. Previously, the villagers had felt a twinge of fear at the sight of so many enemies. But upon hearing the name of the chief, they were suddenly invigorated, their eyes shining with fierce battle intent. Brothers, the time to establish our prowess has come. Those who dare to offend Qingfeng's stronghold shall be exterminated. Follow me into battle. Kill. Annihilate these scoundrels. Hu Feng led the charge. The Lu family soldiers had believed that once they fled down the mountain, safety would be assured. Little did they know that the ground suddenly trembled beneath them. Looking closer, they realized it was a band of stronghold warriors. It's the warriors of Qingfeng's stronghold. Run. I don't want to die. Unfortunately, on the flat ground at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, ordinary people could never match the speed of the stronghold warriors. Some soldiers had barely run a few dozen meters when a sword light severed their heads. As a third-layer Qi refinement master, Hu Feng was at the forefront, unstoppable. Several soldiers who attempted to resist were obliterated by his spells. Suddenly, Hu Feng sensed a powerful aura approaching. He turned to see Lu Hu, a 6th-layer Qi refinement master from the Lu family, but in a tattered state, looking utterly disheveled. Hu Feng was even more convinced that the chief had indeed returned. After a moment of hesitation, he charged forward. Lu Hu of the Lu family, where do you think you're going? Take this, old man. With a swift and fluid motion, Hu Feng drew his bow and loosed an arrow. Lu Hu, who had already been thoroughly defeated by Su Li on the mountain, was desperate for survival and had even devised a scheme to betray 2 brothers and a junior. At that moment, a sudden shout startled him. Initially taken aback, he He soon realized that the source of the commotion was merely a cultivator at the third level of Qi refinement, whose arrow was nothing but an ordinary projectile. With a surge of spiritual power, Lu Hu shattered the incoming arrow effortlessly. How foolish for a mere third-level Qi refinement cultivator to seek death. Lu Hu soared through the air, reaching for Hu Feng. The overwhelming presence of Lu Hu, a sixth-level cultivator, pressed down on Hu Feng. Although he contemplated summoning his spiritual energy for a desperate fight, hoping to hold out until the arrival of the chief, Su Li, an arrow suddenly whistled toward him. A magical artifact. Lu Hu was taken aback, forced to halt his offensive as the arrow zipped past. Instantly, he felt a searing pain in his arm. A mere graze had shattered his defenses. Who dares to attack? Zhao Yun, Lu Li, Li Shishir, and Lu Yan from the Qingfeng village had arrived. Leveraging the branches of nearby trees to showcase their agility and martial prowess, encircling Lu Hu completely. 2 more cultivators and 2 martial artists. How could such a small Qingfeng village possess such strength? Lu Hu cursed under his breath. He had been led to believe that there was only one cultivator in Qingfeng village, and he was merely at the initial stage of Qi refinement. Yet here stood formidable opponents before him, with the chief of Qingfeng village at the late stage of Qi refinement. He had initially thought it would be an easy victory. But now hundreds of his men and several of Lu's own cultivators had perished on this Qingfeng mountain. Lu Hu vowed that once he returned, he would ensure the one who leaked information met a gruesome fate. Do they truly think they can obstruct me? While Lu Hu projected an air of confidence. Internally, he was already strategizing the quickest escape. He was well aware of the strength of his brothers and juniors, and he knew they would not be able to delay Su Li for long. Chapter 68. The execution of Lu Hu. Then let us see. Lu Yan was the first to unleash his lightness technique, descending with a powerful slash of his blade. Though devoid of spiritual energy, the force behind his strike was such that even a typical initial stage Qi refinement cultivator would struggle to withstand it. Lu Hu gathered his spiritual energy to form a protective barrier around himself. Elementary spell, Spiritual Shield. Bang! Lu Yan was rebuffed, but Lu Hu's barrier resonated slightly in response. Another large blade-like magical artifact. Lu Hu mused quietly to himself. Qingfeng village truly was a formidable faction, evidently not to be underestimated. The sheer number of magical artifacts they possessed was remarkable, comparable to those of some smaller cultivation families. Take this. Lu Li, not one to be outdone, wielded his long halberd, bending it with great effort before unleashing it toward Lu Hu. The sheer strength of this individual was astonishing. He could bend a magical artifact with ease. With a single thrust, Lu Hu sensed imminent danger and swiftly took to the skies to evade. With a resounding crack, a massive tree, towering several dozen feet, collapsed in response. I am also here. Zhao Yun and Li Shishir seized the opportunity, attacking Lu Hu in succession. Although Lu Hu was a 6th-tier Qi refiner, after several fierce encounters, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. It was humiliating to be cornered by those he once deemed insignificant. Yet, contemplating Su Li's formidable prowess, he could only suppress his fury, seizing the moment to escape into the depths of the forest. Still hoping to flee? During this brief interlude, Su Li had already arrived. Upon witnessing Lu Hu's retreat, he immediately summoned his sword and descended from the heavens, blocking Lu Hu's path. Lu Hu remained vigilant against Su Li's advance. However, a flash of sword light swept past him as the Qing Gang sword struck from behind, piercing through his feeble spiritual defenses and penetrating his chest. How dare you? My elder brother will avenge me. Lu Hu fell, unwilling to accept his fate. A brilliant explosion erupted, releasing countless beams of light, including 2 purple shafts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying Lu Hu, a 6th-tier Qi refiner from the Lu family of Wuxian, earning 600 chief points. Congratulations to the host for completing Level 1 Bandit Quest 4. Quest Reward 1. Defeated 6 invading Lu family cultivators, including Niu Mang and Bandit casualties, earning 1,700 chief points. Eliminated 450 captured Liker, earning 4,500 chief points. Quest Reward 2. Blueprint for Level 1 Spell Practice Hall. Constructing according to the blueprint will activate the corresponding hall attributes. Su Li approached Lu Hu's remains to collect the spoils, and unexpectedly discovered a novice storage ring on Lu Hu's corpse. With Lu Hu deceased, and no other restrictions in place, Su Li's spiritual sense, augmented by the fusion technique from Bai Qingyang and the 7 green spirit jade from Shangwan Zhongqing, had attained a strength comparable to the pinnacle of 6th-tier Qi refinement. After a brief moment, he successfully obliterated Lu Hu's mark. Before his eyes lay nearly 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, over a dozen first-grade spirit gathering pills, several first-grade spirit recovery pills, various beginner and intermediate spells, 6 primary magical long swords, and a mysterious spell scroll. The long swords were uniform in size and appear to have been recently acquired by Lu Hu, lacking a Master S recognition. Yet, Su Li was perplexed. One of the purple beams emanated from the convergence of these 6 swords. The mysterious spell scroll also released a purple beam. And when Su Li probed with his 6th-tier Qi refiner's spiritual sense, he was met with a rebuff. Driven by curiosity, he immediately expended 2 chief points to utilize the system's level 1 insight to investigate. Relevant information soon materialized before Su Li's eyes. 6 Harmony Sword Formation, an intermediate offensive sword formation requiring a spiritual sense capable of controlling 6 magical swords for study. The 6 Swords of Law. These 6 swords were forged by the same craftsman, at the same time, within the same furnace. They are interconnected, embodying both offense and defense, constituting a complete set of magical artifacts. When employed in conjunction with a sword array, their might rivals that of advanced magical tools. The 6 Swords. The 6 Harmonies Sword Array. Generally speaking, one can wield a single sword upon reaching the 4th layer of Qi refinement, and 2 swords upon reaching the 5th layer. Upon attaining the 6th layer, such as Su Li, one can simultaneously command 3 wooden spirit vines and a single sword. It is estimated that upon reaching the 7th layer of Qi refinement, one would be capable of wielding all 6 swords. It appears that Lu Hu intended to master this technique after breaking through to the 7th layer. But little did he anticipate that he would end up crafting a wedding garment for Su Li. Su Li stowed away his storage ring and was about to return to Qingfeng Mountain to assess the casualties among the villagers when a soldier from the village rushed towards him. Breathless. Report. To the northeast of Qingfeng Mountain, a large number of bandits from the Black Tiger stronghold have been spotted, numbering no less than 300. Elder Wu urges the great chief to hasten. The name of the Black Tiger King flashed through Su Li's mind, a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. The audacity of the Lu family to launch such a brazen assault on the mountain surely bore the shadow of the Black Tiger King. With a swift motion, he lifted the soldier and soared into the skies on his sword. Lead the way. The soldier was exhilarated, having never flown so high before. And sharing a sword with the great chief was an honor that would provide ample fodder for boasting upon his return. Soon, Su Li arrived at the site where the 2 factions faced off. The Qingfeng villagers numbered only 100, but the multitude of descending villagers, clad in a variety of garments, formed a dense mass, matching the intimidating presence of the bandits from the opposing Black Tiger stronghold. Reports suggested that the great chief of Qingfeng stronghold had returned, and the Lu family of cultivators seemed to be faltering, retreating steadily. These individuals, dressed in mismatched attire, were mostly villagers, clearly attempting to confuse our vision and deter us from launching a rash assault. The Black Tiger King recognized this as a rare opportunity to unify the region of Bailigang. If we do not attack now, it would be too late once the Lu family retreats. The Lu family's assault on Qingfeng stronghold was indeed tacitly approved by the Black Tiger King, who even provided them with maps of the terrain surrounding Qingfeng stronghold. After breaching Qingfeng stronghold, they could not possibly remain in Bailigang indefinitely. Ultimately, the greatest beneficiaries would be them. The Black Tiger King emerged from seclusion, promptly leading 300 elite bandits to prevent any resurgence from Qingfeng stronghold. The second-in-command of the Black Tiger stronghold urged, "Elder brother, we must act quickly. Delay could prove fatal." The Black Tiger King's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, ready to issue the order to attack. Yet, a figure racing toward them from the horizon brought him to a halt. It is the Great Chief. Huh. The Great Chief has arrived. Let us see if these bandits from the Black Tiger stronghold dare to attack now. The villagers and soldiers were filled with excitement, instantly proclaiming, "We welcome the Great Chief." Su Li sheathed the Qinggang sword and positioned himself beside Wu Yong. The situation was tense. Chapter 69, The Black Tiger King. The Black Tiger King had noticed Su Li, and Su Li, in turn, was acutely aware of the formidable presence of the Black Tiger King. The opponent exuded a robust aura of spiritual energy that was at least on par with his own. Moreover, akin to the Wolf King's ferocity, the Black Tiger King emanated a powerful and commanding force. Wu Yong remarked, "Fortunately, our lookout detected them in time." The villagers, led by Elder Niu and brothers Zhao Yun, formed a defensive formation here, deterring the bandits of the Black Tiger stronghold from making reckless moves. Su Li harbored a desire to slay the Black Tiger King. However, the Qingfeng stronghold had just endured a grueling battle against the Lu clan of cultivators. All the soldiers, including himself, were utterly fatigued. Coupled with the ominous presence of the Black Tiger King, he feared that his current strength might not suffice to vanquish his opponent. Engaging in a forced confrontation would yield uncertain outcomes. Suppressing the turmoil within him, Su Li called out, "Is the one who approaches the Black Tiger King from the Black Tiger stronghold? I am curious about your intentions for entering the territory of Qingfeng stronghold." His voice, bolstered by spiritual energy comparable to that of a 7th-level Qi condensation practitioner, reverberated through the air. In the Black Tiger stronghold, several initial-stage Qi condensation cultivators felt a wave of discomfort wash over them. with a mere wave of his hand. The Black Tiger King caused the bodies of those initial stage practitioners to vanish instantaneously. I am the chieftain of the Black Tiger stronghold, the Black Tiger King. Upon hearing that the Lu clan of cultivators has attacked your stronghold, as a fellow mountain bandit of the 100-Mile Ridge, I naturally came to offer assistance. The revelation that the Black Tiger King was at the 8th level of Qi condensation struck Su Li like a thunderbolt. Realizing the disparity in strength, he felt a sense of foreboding. Should a conflict arise, the chances of victory for Qingfeng's stronghold would diminish even further. Su Li summoned 3 wood spirit vines, which intertwined and formed a bridge of vines spanning the chasm between them in mere minutes. All adversaries sent by the Lu clan have been vanquished by Qingfeng's stronghold, including Lu Hu, who fell at my hands. Such trivial matters require no assistance. Rather, why not the Black Tiger King come to Qingfeng's stronghold, where we shall surely extend our hospitality with food and drink. The 3 wood spirit vines displayed an astonishing mastery of the intertwining technique, reaching a consummate level. How could one so young achieve such prowess? Could it be true, as the rumors suggested, that Su Li was an ancient figure who had sustained injuries and taken up the mantle of chieftain at Qingfeng's stronghold? The Black Tiger King was struck with astonishment. High-level cultivators often employed special secret arts to regain their youth, but Su Li had soared from the first to the late stages of Qi condensation at an alarming rate. Coupled with his mastery of the intertwining technique, an achievement beyond the reach of one not yet 20, he found himself at a loss. The elder beside him discerned the Black Tiger King's hesitation and remarked, "Black Tiger King, the opponent's bluster is merely a fade of insecurity. If we charge forward, we will undoubtedly seize Qingfeng's stronghold and unify the 100-Mile Ridge." The Black Tiger King regarded the elder with disdain, recalling how he had just claimed that the Lu clan was merely in retreat. Yet now, Qingfeng's stronghold had not only annihilated the Lu clan cultivators, but had also slain Lu Hu, a formidable opponent at the 6th level of Qi condensation. He spoke, "Since your esteemed stronghold has successfully repelled the Lu family's assault, it would be inappropriate to receive rewards for unearned merit. There is no need to proceed to Qingfeng's stronghold." However, Black Tiger King wished to inquire of the chief of Qingfeng's stronghold regarding a matter of grievance. "Recently, under your command, the bandits from Qingfeng's stronghold ambushed and slaughtered over 100 of my brothers from Black Tiger's stronghold on the outskirts of Wolf Mountain. How shall this be accounted for?" Su Li pondered. Is Black Tiger King truly lacking in sense? How dare he reference the defeat of his incompetent bandits? On the day when Wolf's stronghold attacked Qingfeng, our valiant men were incensed by the slaughter of our villagers, and, after vanquishing the wolf bandits, we pressed forward, intent on avenging our fallen brothers. Unexpectedly, a group of bandits emerged mid-journey, presumed to be ambushers from Wolf's stronghold, and without a second thought, we launched an assault, annihilating over 100 of them. Yet, these bandits seemed to possess remarkably low combat capability, collapsing at the slightest touch. Could they truly be brothers from your esteemed stronghold? Alas, it is all a misunderstanding. Let us do this. Black Tiger Chief, why not accompany me back to the stronghold? There. I shall personally root out those blind bandits for you to punish as you see fit, be it death or mercy. I shall not intervene." The second-in-command of Black Tiger's stronghold, who had led the rescue of Wolf's stronghold that day, retorted furiously, "You speak nonsense. Had it not been for the ambush orchestrated by your Qingfeng bandits, my brave men of Black Tiger's stronghold would not have suffered defeat. Allow this brother to cross the vine bridge first." Su Li gestured and responded, "If you wish to settle accounts, then by all means. You, Black Tiger King, and you, step across this vine bridge." Black Tiger King fixed his gaze upon Su Li, striving to discern the truth, yet Su Li wore an expression of calm indifference. As the numbers of Qingfeng's men swelled, the situation became untenable. He could only say, "There is no need to go to Qingfeng's stronghold today. I shall personally visit tomorrow to seek a proper explanation." With that, the Black Tiger bandits retreated. The soldiers and villagers of Qingfeng's stronghold erupted in joyous cheers. They had won a victory against what was once a formidable name, the Lu family of immortal cultivators. Within the stronghold hall, Wu Yong, Niu Meng, Hu Feng, Zhao Yun, and a dozen others stood assembled. Su Li inquired, "Wu Yong, please report on the casualties from this engagement." Wu Yong stepped forward, stating, "Reporting to the chief, regarding the conflict with the Lu family of immortal cultivators, which spanned 4 days. Our Qingfeng stronghold has slain 6 Lu cultivators, incapacitated 370, captured 80, and seized 300 spirit stones, 2 basic spell scrolls, 1 magical artifact, and over 180 sets of fine armor. Our elite battalion, soldier battalion, and servant battalion have suffered over 220 fatalities and more than 150 injuries, while due to rebellion, only 50 servants remain. The villagers have endured a quarter of their number lost, and now we number scarcely over 1,500, from the original 2,200. We are reduced to but 1,500. Upon hearing such grim statistics, all present lowered their heads in silence. It was fortunate that Su Li had arrived in time on his sword. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Su Li felt a pang of guilt. Had it not been for his determination to pursue the fusion furnace for cultivation techniques, he would not have ventured to the immortal cultivation market. Had the invaders been eradicated long ago, Qing Fengjia would not have suffered such tremendous losses. Wu Yong added, the casualties within the fort were not as severe initially. It was Lu Hu's activation of the formidable spiritual talisman during the battle that claimed the lives of over 300 soldiers and civilians. Spiritual talismans, Su Li murmured. It appears that the overall strength of Qing Fengjia is woefully inadequate. Wu Yong, you are tasked with comforting the families of the fallen soldiers and civilians. Make every effort to provide solace to the bereaved. Those soldiers who have demonstrated extraordinary valor shall not only receive rewards, but will also be placed on the list of the blessed with hidden spiritual roots. Wu Yong nodded. Understood. Zhao Yun, Li, Lu Yan, and Li Shishir, accompany me. The rest shall wait in the main hall. Understood. Without further contemplation, Zhao Yun and the others followed Su Li to a designated chamber. Esteemed comrades, we face enemies from the immortal clans outside and the prying eyes of the Black Tiger Zhai within. We find ourselves in a precarious moment. The soldiers, having been assembled from mountain bandits, although trained by Elder Niu Mang, possess limited capabilities insufficient to fend off external threats. Therefore, I seek your assistance. Upon finishing, Su Li inclined his body in supplication. Chapter 70. 7 Arts and 1 Achievement. Zhao Yun and the others felt a surge of trepidation, especially Li Shishir and Lu Yan. For Su Li had bestowed upon them the gift of life itself. They hastily stepped forward to support Su Li, saying, Great Chief, your grace towards us is a blessing we cannot fathom. If there is any way we can be of service, it would be our honor. Su Li spoke gently. I wish to implore each of you to impart your martial arts legacies to the people of the fort. Li, having fortuitously acquired martial arts knowledge himself, had already ascended to the rank of a martial artist. However, Zhao Yun, Li Shishir, and Lu Yan hailed from families of martial artists with lineages spanning centuries, traditionally guarding their teachings jealously. I understand that the legacy of martial artist families is more precious to you than life itself, but without this sacrifice, the people of Qing Fengjia cannot grow strong, nor can the fort itself thrive. Zhao Yun's gaze hardened with resolve, having made his decision. Yet Li Shishir and Lu Yan remained engulfed in uncertainty. Li Shishir, Lu Yan, I have examined your physical conditions, and I am confident that I can assist you in comprehending the qi refining techniques, enabling you to become qi refiners. Qi refiners. Can we truly achieve that? Li Shishir and Lu Yan expressed doubt, for they had once undergone assessments for their spiritual roots, and their families had expended vast sums of spiritual stones in hopes of their cultivation. Yet, despite their innate martial prowess, they seemed cursed, unable to cultivate no matter the effort. Miss Li, Brother Lu, the chief speaks truth. I too was once unable to cultivate, but it was through the chief's assistance that I became a qi refiner. Zhao Yun and Li chimed in. Seeing hope, Su Li continued. Not only can I enable you to become qi refiners, but if you remain loyal to me, I shall guide you to even greater heights. At that moment, the prospect of living longer, perhaps a century or even several centuries, enticed them. The martial arts could continue to be comprehended, refined, and passed down, potentially allowing them to leave a legacy of cultivation for their descendants. Li Shishir and Lu Yan were stirred, who would not desire to become a practitioner and extend their lifespan. Moreover, their martial lineage had been annihilated by the officials and families of cultivators. Had it not been for Su Li's intervention, their own martial heritage would have faded into the annals of history. Li Shishir vowed to serve the chieftain. Lu Yan pledged his allegiance to the chieftain. Excellent. This chieftain shall not disappoint your expectations. Su Li rejoiced and led them back to the hall, where he proclaimed loudly, From this day forth, we shall establish the 7 techniques and 1 skill class. Zhao Yun will serve as the master of the equestrian class, responsible for instructing and assessing riding skills. Those who pass will be granted a riding license. Niu Mang will take charge of the boxing class, teaching and evaluating boxing techniques, with successful candidates receiving a boxing license. Li will oversee the halberd class, teaching and testing halberd skills, with those who succeed awarded a halberd license. Li Shishir will lead the lightness skill class, responsible for teaching and assessing lightness techniques, with successful learners receiving a lightness license. Lu Yan will head the swordsmanship class, instructing and evaluating sword skills, with those who pass obtaining a sword license. Zhao Yun will be the primary instructor, with Wu Yong as his assistant in the spear class, responsible for assessing spear techniques, with successful candidates receiving a spear license. Zhao Yun will also lead the archery class, with Hu Feng as his assistant, responsible for evaluating archery skills, with successful candidates receiving an archery license. Lu Yin will temporarily serve as the master of the shield class, responsible for teaching and assessing shield techniques, with those who succeed obtaining a shield license. As a senior martial instructor, Lu Yin possesses profound expertise in the great sword techniques and has also delved into various other martial arts, especially shield techniques, which he has nearly mastered. Instructors shall receive a stipend of 10 low-grade spirit stones per month for each skill taught, with additional pay for teaching multiple disciplines. All members of the camp, whether soldiers or civilians, are welcome to enroll in the classes. After 3 months, the slave camp, soldier camp, and elite camp will be officially abolished, replaced by 4 new camps, each comprising 100 members. Entry will be granted only to those who pass the assessments. A cavalry camp will be established. To join this camp, one must obtain a riding license and 2 additional licenses of their choice. An archery camp will require participants to possess an archery license and 2 other licenses of their choice. A shield camp will necessitate a shield license and 2 additional licenses. A greatsword camp will require a greatsword license and 2 other licenses. The lookout camp is unique. Entry requires a lightness license, a riding license, and an archery license. All who enter the 5 camps shall be recognized as soldiers of the camp and will receive a monthly stipend of 100 camp merits. Only first-class camp members, excluding soldiers and their immediate family, may be promoted. Having concluded his address, Suli surveyed the assembly. Some contemplated objections, as they were originally bandits. Their previous training was tolerable, but now they were expected to learn this technique and that skill, which seemed quite daunting. Yet, upon meeting Su Li's resolute gaze, they promptly nodded in agreement. Thus began the inaugural reform of the guards in Qingfeng village. Naturally, Su Li possessed a certain level of confidence in initiating such changes. Upon his return, he discovered that the primary training ground had been completed. According to the indications, imparting knowledge within this space would yield results exponentially superior. Moreover, with Zhao Yun and others being martial masters, particularly Li Shishir and Lu Yin, the latter being a senior martial master, there should be no obstacles in the process of instruction. That night, within the main hall of the village chief, Wu Yong and Hu Feng had been waiting for some time. Hu Feng inquired, "Elder Wu, what do you believe is the purpose behind the village chief's reform of the guards?" Wu Yong replied, "The instructors are all martial masters, who regard their lineage as precious as life itself. With free enrollment available to all, in just a few months, or at most within a year, not only will the strength of our guards in Qingfeng village dramatically increase, but the combat capabilities of the villagers, as potential combatants, will also see substantial enhancement. This is undoubtedly aimed at elevating our overall strength to confront the impending threats from the Lu family of the cultivation sect and the Black Tiger village." Hu Feng remarked, "Elder Wu, you are no ordinary person. You must be aware of the difficulties in imparting this knowledge, especially to those who have previously been unruly bandits. Asking them to learn so much may overwhelm them. I fear that after 3 months, the training camp will have no one to enter, which would be a considerable embarrassment for the village chief. It might be wiser to suggest the traditional training methods. I believe our guards are already sufficiently strong." Wu Yong shook his head, saying, "Success is contingent upon human effort. Moreover, you know the nature of the village chief. Once he is determined, not even 8 horses can pull him back." Chapter 71. The Watchman. Haha. Are you two discussing the affairs of your village chief? Su Li strode in. He had just acquired a primary bandit qualification card from the village chief's store, which he distributed to Li Shishir and Lu Yin for integration. With their talents, it was likely that within a few days, Qingfeng village could welcome 2 new cultivators, and he would receive 2 primary qualification cards in return. "We dare not." Wu Yong and Hu Feng responded respectfully. "Might we inquire why the village chief summoned us?" Su Li retrieved the blueprints for the primary spell practice hall from his spatial ring and handed them to Wu Yong, saying, "Here are the construction plans for a new building. Elder Wu, please make arrangements to have this structure erected as soon as possible." Wu Yong took the blueprints and, upon opening them, was astonished to find the elegant script declaring it to be the spell practice hall of Qingfeng village. He was profoundly surprised. First the life pool, then the training ground, and now the practice hall. Each had been completed in succession. While the training ground and practice hall were commendable, he had personally experienced the effects of the life pool, a luxury usually reserved for prominent families. Now, the practice hall represented a true inheritance of a cultivation sect. He concluded that their village chief must either be a descendant of a great cultivator or an heir of a celestial sect. Otherwise, such resources would be impossible to possess. "Rest assured," Wu Yong vowed, "I will ensure that this hall is completed in the shortest possible time." Su Li nodded, unaware of what Wu Yong was contemplating. Even if he were to know, he would not clarify. The more formidable, chaotic, and mysterious his identity, the more devotedly his subordinates would follow him. "Old Hu, how many blacksmiths are there in the village?" When the village regulations were first issued, Qingfeng village had conducted a survey of the villagers' skills, and the blacksmith was among them. Hu Feng replied, reporting to the village chief, Aside from those who perished in this battle, there are still 5 skilled blacksmiths in the village, with an additional 15 who can assist them. After hearing this, Suli produced 2 blueprints and stated, "These blueprints are for horseshoes and saddles. Urgently have the blacksmiths forge them." Horseshoes? Saddles? What are these? They seem to be related to horses. Not only Hu Feng was puzzled, but even Wu Yong, who had worked in the government, was equally bewildered. "Village chief, what purpose do these serve?" Suli explained, "During my recent excursion to the market, I observed that many horses suffered significant damage to their hooves, causing considerable inconvenience when riding. The horseshoe can be affixed to the horse's hoof, effectively protecting it from wear, while the saddle is placed on the horse's back, aiding the riders in better controlling their mounts and greatly enhancing balance." Wu Yong and Hu Feng were skeptical that these 2 small items could be as remarkable as Suli claimed. After all, horses had been used as a mode of transportation for centuries. If such inventions were truly beneficial, they would have been devised long ago. Are these items truly so extraordinary? Suli chuckled. "Whether they are miraculous will be evident once they are crafted and tested." Understood. The 2 replied respectfully before exiting Su Li's residence. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Your fire spirit technique has advanced to the 5th level." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Your water spirit technique has advanced to the 5th level." The following day at dawn, a familiar notification echoed in his mind. The fire spirit and water spirit techniques had once again broken through. Now, Suli had 4 cultivation techniques that had reached the 5th level. However, it seemed that the requirements for the next level demanded an excessive amount of spiritual energy, preventing his overall cultivation from advancing to the 8th level of chi refinement. Nevertheless, the strength of his spiritual awareness, bolstered by the breakthroughs of these 2 techniques, had come remarkably close to the 7th level of chi refinement. He estimated that if he were to advance the fusion spirit technique given to him by Qingyang by another layer, or if the golden spirit technique were to break through, perhaps his spiritual awareness could attain the strength of the 7th level of chi refinement, thereby enabling him to learn the sword formation technique obtained from Lu Hu. Ding. Consuming 6 first-grade gathering spirit pills, the golden spirit technique is now undergoing automatic cultivation, with an estimated duration of 6 days. Host, your spiritual root aptitude has reached the upper limit for cultivation. There are sufficient slots for automatic cultivation. Please use a qualification card to elevate the maximum value of your spiritual root aptitude. Suli shook his head, lamenting that his aptitude for cultivation was still lacking, as he encountered yet another barrier to advancement before even half a month had passed. "It seems imperative to expedite the agenda concerning the well-being of our villagers." Clad in his attire, Suli sauntered out of his dwelling. Unlike other beleaguered cultivators, Suli possessed the profound method of true spirit, which granted him the advantage of multiple avatars. As long as he had resources at his disposal, he could effortlessly cultivate his techniques and practice spells, a truly exhilarating experience. His first task was to inspect the village entrance and the concealed lookout points that Wu Yong had strategically established within Qingfeng Mountain. These hidden outposts were known only to him and Wu Yong. Even the villagers stationed there would remain oblivious until the moment of their watch. Such covert sentinels, a tactic Suli had gleaned from television in the past, effectively thwarted enemy ambushes. Following the successful surprise attack on the Grand King's village, he had implemented these hidden watchposts. "Greetings, great chief." A sentry suddenly emerged from a pile of fallen leaves. Suli, endowed with spiritual awareness akin to the pinnacle of the 5th level of chi refinement, was not taken aback. He regarded the frostbitten sentry, who was turning a shade of purple, and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am called Wang Ergo," replied the sentry. Suli chuckled at the diminutive villager before him. "Ergo? Huh. My mother used to say, ergo, ergo. Live long and prosper. It must be quite arduous to be a lookout on such a frigid day, no?" The sentry responded, "Great chief, I am not troubled in the least. Elder Wu has stated that sentinels are crucial to the safety of the entire village. There is no room for error. Since I became a bandit, this is the first time I have felt such a profound sense of honor in serving as a lookout. The brothers stationed in the trees at night truly endure hardship. Confined in small spaces, cold, and unable to move. Compared to them, my ordeal is trivial." Suli then queried, "Are the provisions for you sentries dispensed punctually?" The sentry replied, "The other brothers receive their rations monthly, but Elder Wu has acknowledged our toil. We are compensated bi-weekly. In addition to our share, we also receive an extra 2 pounds of meat. My mother and I, being mere nameless bandits, rarely had the luxury of meat, and it has been ages since we tasted it. When my mother eats, she often sheds tears." As he reminisced about past experiences, tears welled in the young sentry's eyes. "During the last assault by Lu Jieli's forces, I vanquished 3 of their men and captured 2. The village rewarded me with a generous 50 pounds of meat, and when I returned home, my mother praised me for my accomplishments." Suli patted his shoulder and encouraged him. "Well done. Keep up the good work, strive for greater achievements, and earn your place in the pool of life. In due time, I shall personally select techniques for you, enabling you to become a practitioner of Qi refinement. The sentry, feeling the warmth radiating from Su Li's hand, was filled with exhilaration. The great chief had actually patted him on the shoulder. He resolved to forego bathing for an entire month. Great chief, are you saying that I too can become a cultivator? Indeed, in a family of cultivators, there are no limits. It is not merely idle talk. I vow to dedicate my life to the village and to the great chief, bravely fighting against our enemies. Chapter 72, Martial Artist Lu Yan. Teaching swordsmanship the patrol of the Dark Sentinels was merely a fleeting interlude. He proceeded to inspect the dwellings of the villagers, the blacksmith's workshop, and various locations within the encampment. Following a recent fierce battle, the atmosphere in the camp seemed somewhat subdued. However, thanks to Wu Yong and Hu Feng's meticulous arrangements, along with timely rewards and compensation, the morale of the villagers remained relatively stable. Soon, he arrived at the training grounds. The current troop organization would remain intact until the establishment of the new barracks, thus still under the command of Niu Mang. Early in the morning, Niu Mang had already commenced drills with the camp soldiers. Upon noticing Su Li's arrival, all training ceased. We have seen the great chief. Hundreds of soldiers echoed in unison, their voices reverberating through the training grounds, lingering in the air. Haha, such vigor. Truly deserving of the soldiers of Qingfeng camp. Niu Mang, continue your drills. Pay me no heed. Su Li observed the spirited soldiers with a sense of pride. These were the very troops he had painstakingly built. While they might not yet rival the county soldiers Wu Yong spoke of, they were certainly not far behind. Moreover, with the importation of the 6 arts and 1 skill, he firmly believed these soldiers would grow even stronger. Niu Mang instructed the soldiers to resume their practice and approached Su Li's side. Su Li remarked, with the recent battle concluded, Elder Niu should grant your men a day of rest. Are you not concerned they might whisper of your severity behind your back? Furthermore, I seem to recall that today, Lu Yan is to instruct on swordsmanship. Is that not so? Scratching his head, Niu Mang replied, to be honest, great elder, I had intended for the soldiers to rest for a few days. However, having experienced several battles, they have come to appreciate the significance of regular training. This morning, without my prompting, the vice captain informed me that all soldiers were already lined up. As a result, Niu Mang's training time had been considerably curtailed. Thus, great chief, might you spare me some of that material akin to the earth spirit mushroom? Ever since I consumed the earth spirit mushroom and broke through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, my progress has stagnated to the point of becoming quite unbearable. With a glance, Su Li silenced Niu Mang, who promptly closed his mouth. You, Niu Mang, do you truly believe that the earth spirit mushroom, such a rare treasure, is as common as dirt? Let me be clear, there is but one of that precious material in existence, and I possess no surplus. Do not harbor such hopes. Though his tone was somewhat stern, he recognized the challenges Niu Mang faced in building the soldier camp. He handed Niu Mang a vial. Upon opening it and inhaling the fragrance, Niu Mang discovered it contained a grade 1 gathering spirit pill, warming his heart. It seemed Su Li truly valued his efforts. Su Li continued, the path of cultivation is inherently tedious and protracted. Niu Mang, you must also dedicate time to refining your mindset. Moreover, the cultivation hall has been completed, and I believe you shall soon be able to enter for your practice. At that time, I will have Wu Yong reserve a dedicated training position for you. As a form of compensation, Niu Mang, a towering figure standing nearly 2 meters tall, broke into a grin that resembled that of a child. Thank you, great chief. About half an hour had passed. Apart from the guards, the villagers who had enrolled in the swordsmanship class began to arrive at the training ground from Qingfeng village one after another. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yan also appeared at the training field, wielding his large sword. Greetings, esteemed leader. Lu Yan exclaimed, it seems my brother Lu Yan is in good spirits. Su Li, curious about the martial arts of this world, decided to stay as well. Lu Yan clasped his hands together and said, it is all thanks to the techniques bestowed upon me by the great chieftain. After observing them yesterday, they felt tailor-made for me. Following the prescribed methods, not only do I feel invigorated, but the internal injuries I sustained in the prison of Pingguan County have also healed significantly. The Qi cultivation technique Su Li provided Lu Yan was indeed infused with the essence of a first-rate bandit-esque skill, making the practice remarkably efficient and harmonious. Observing Lu Yan's loyalty had already reached 80, Su Li nodded in satisfaction. As long as it proves useful. Lu Yan, your apprentices have been waiting for some time. Please impart the sword techniques to them. Certainly, Lu Yan replied, turning to approach the podium he had crafted overnight, retrieving his large sword from his back. In an instant, Lu Yan's aura transformed, exuding an indescribable grandeur. With a forceful swing, a wave of sword energy surged toward the villagers below. The martial arts passed down in the kingdom of Tianyue comprised 8 distinct styles: self-selected sword, bagua sword, dominant sword, single sword, double sword, 8 extreme sword, 6 harmonies sword, and rolling hand sword. The Lu family of Pingguan inherited the dominant sword, ranked third among them. The fundamental techniques of swordsmanship include chopping, lifting, thrusting, intercepting, pushing, stabbing, chopping, puncturing, crashing, hanging, parrying, slicing, stabbing the hilt, and dancing flowers. The essence of this sword art lies in its ferocity and swiftness, exuding an imposing aura, powerful and vigorous, akin to a fierce tiger. Before practicing the sword techniques, you must train like the guards to enhance and familiarize yourselves with your bodies. The essence of its application relies on agility. Swift leaps and swift eyes and hands are imperative, requiring that retreating, advancing, dodging, and leaping all harmonize with the sword. The core of our Lu family's dominant sword is its overwhelming spirit. No one can rival it, for we are invincible. As Lu Yin spoke, he instructed the villagers below to mimic his movements with their swords, while those without swords were to slash the air with their hands. Thus, the morning passed in a flurry of instruction. What Lu Yin did not anticipate was the villagers' comprehension and learning abilities exceeded his expectations. What would typically take an ordinary person a month to grasp, these seemingly unremarkable villagers managed to master in just one morning. From the perspective of a highly skilled martial artist, these villagers were far inferior to the martial disciples in Pingguan County, leaving him utterly perplexed. He could only conclude that the feng shui of Qingfeng Mountain was exceptionally favorable, producing remarkable talents. Of course, Lu Yin was not alone in this observation. Zhao Yun, Li, and others noted the same phenomenon. Even the notoriously difficult lightness skills, taught by Master Li, were surprisingly easy for these seemingly clumsy villagers to grasp. Their doubts regarding their martial arts prowess began to surface, as they contemplated whether their abilities were truly as formidable as they had imagined. Given the current pace of knowledge transmission, it is likely that within 2 months, rather than 3, the first batch of academic villagers would meet Su Li's standards and obtain their respective skill and merit decrees. Su Li, aware of the true reasons behind this phenomenon, chose to remain silent. It was undoubtedly better for the villagers to learn about these miraculous aspects at a later stage, as any premature revelation could lead to unnecessary complications. On the second day following the initiation of the 7 techniques and 1 skill class, Li Shishir and Lu Yin, living up to expectations, successfully grasped the Qi refinement technique and completed their first spiritual energy infusion, thereby breaking through to the first layer of Qi refinement. They became the 8th and 9th cultivators of Qingfeng Village. With the assistance of their village leader, 2 ordinary individuals had also ascended to the rank of cultivator. This event profoundly enlightened the villagers, making them realize that the banner inscribed with the words, "Is there any lineage among the immortal families?" was not merely a saying. Consequently, the enthusiasm among the villagers for learning the 7 techniques and 1 skill surged, as they aspired to become village warriors, earn merit, access the life pool, and become the next cultivators. Li Shishir and Lu Yin, owing their lives and the transmission of skills to Su Li, saw their loyalty soar to over 90. Such loyalty implies that as long as Su Li refrains from actions akin to those of the village leader of Huangping, they would remain steadfast and never betray him. In addition to their increased loyalty, they presented Su Li with 2 first-level aptitude cards. However, it appeared that Su Li's good fortune had run its course, as the 2 cards only raised the values of his metal and earth spiritual roots by 1 each. Consequently, Su Li's spiritual root attributes were as follows: metal root 6, wood root 6, water root 5, fire root 5, earth root 6, totaling a value of 28, which did not elevate his average beyond 6. Except for the continuously self-cultivating golden spiritual technique, other attributes remained firmly constrained by the barrier of their respective realms. The life pool had been accessible for about half a month. Following Su Li's guidance, 14 villagers entered it, and 12 of them successfully manifested spiritual roots, joining the reserve ranks of cultivators in Qingfeng Village. Naturally, Su Li turned his attention to them. Currently, the number of points the village leader had accrued was nearing 10,000, providing ample opportunity to integrate the most suitable techniques for these individuals. Should they comprehend the techniques and become Qi refiners, not only would the strength of Qingfeng Village see a tremendous enhancement, but he would also receive 12 first-level aptitude cards. Even with his current stroke of bad luck resulting in 12 points in spiritual root values, his total would reach 41, and his average realm limit would attain the 8th layer of Qi refinement. If he were to cultivate all 5 techniques to their limits, his comprehensive cultivation level would undoubtedly reach a terrifying peak. At that point, even the Black Tiger King, in his beastly form, would be easily vanquished. Su Li entrusted certain matters within the village to Wu Yong and, following the tumultuous winds, promptly entered a state of seclusion. On this occasion, he must forge a dedicated technique suitable for over 10 sentient beings residing in the village. As the 6 arts and 1 skill commenced smoothly, Su Li secluded himself to merge the techniques. In Wuxian County, a scheme targeting the bandits of Beilagang was underway. This was an official decree hastily dispatched by the Princess of Tianan Prefecture. Everyone, take heed. Within a lavish hall, a middle-aged man clad in luxurious robes and adorned with a blue crown sat regally upon a jade chair, casually tossing the spirit-seeking disc in his hand. It emitted a brilliant flash, revealing a spectral figure. Before he spoke, everyone in the hall, save for the middle-aged man, knelt in reverence. We pay our respects to the esteemed princess. May she enjoy eternal health. The spectral figure, merely a lingering essence, offered no reply and slowly began to speak. By imperial decree, Tianan Prefecture will cleanse all bandits and rebel forces within its jurisdiction before the year's end. Each county must collaborate with local cultivation families to handle the bandits and rebels in their respective areas without fail. We accept this mandate. The assembly remained kneeling for a considerable time before daring to rise. The middle-aged man in luxurious robes stood and walked to the center of the hall, declaring, "In the jurisdiction of Wuxian County, to the east lies Beilagang, where it is said the bandits are rampant, not only robbing the innocent, but even harming some cultivators. Is this true?" A member of the assembly stepped forward and replied, "Your Excellency, Beilagang has long been a stronghold for bandits, with thousands entrenched within." The middle-aged man's gaze sharpened, his aura radiating as he thundered, "Then why has no county militia been dispatched to encircle them?" He was the only cultivator of the Spirit Foundation realm in Wuxian County, possessing immense strength, recognized as a formidable figure even throughout Tianan Prefecture. The mere presence of his spiritual might rendered those present uneasy. Had they not possessed cultivation levels in the later stages of chi refinement, they might have faltered. "County Lieutenant, enlighten us on this matter." The county lieutenant, feeling apprehensive, stepped forward as summoned by the county lord, and with a steely resolve, he responded, "Your Excellency. The bandits of Beilagang differ from ordinary brigands. Many among them are chi refiners, and the Black Tiger King boasts late-stage chi refinement prowess, capable of employing the formidable beast transformation technique, rivaling even the 8th and 9th layers of chi refinement. Our county has 3,000 soldiers, yet they are merely ordinary troops. During your retreat, we attempted an encirclement but returned empty-handed due to the complex terrain of Beilagang." Another individual near the county lieutenant interjected, "Moreover, it is said that the bandits in Beilagang maintain close ties with those from Wabeilagang. In a previous siege by Tianan City, the bandits of Beilagang were observed." Wabeilagang. Upon hearing this, the county lord fell into deep contemplation. Wabeilagang was not comparable to Beilagang. It was rumored to harbor not only cultivators at the Spirit Foundation level, but even those on the brink of the Spirit Sea realm, along with various cultivation fanatics sought after by major sections. Even the princess of Tianan County finds herself in a predicament. "Why do you not join forces with the Suxian families of Wu County to eradicate the bandits?" The county lieutenant replied, "Your Highness, you are well aware that the Liu and Huang families, with their centuries-old lineage, often disregard the commands of our county government, even when they do dispatch troops. It is merely a token gesture, sending forth only those of little value to our cause. Humph, do they truly believe they can ascend above the county, the prefecture, and even the Tianyue royal family simply because of their legacy?" The county princess, clearly vexed, felt the weight of such arrogance. Before she had established her foundation, the insolence of these Suxian families was tolerable. However, now as a practitioner of the Spirit Foundation realm, bolstered by years of solidifying her foundation, even 2 or 3 peak chi refinement practitioners would not stand a chance against her. The county lieutenant continued, "Your Highness, please temper your anger. These families, with their long-standing heritage, possess resources and connections that our county government cannot rival. In the past, any attempt to forcibly suppress them would have backfired, but now, with the princess's decree in hand, they would not dare to defy us." Another scholarly practitioner stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, County Lieutenant, the eradication of the bandits may be more feasible than you imagine. Just days ago, the Liu family, seeking vengeance for the robbery of their spiritual materials by Qingfeng Zhai, dispatched Liu Hu to assault the stronghold." The county princess inquired, "Are you suggesting they have already destroyed Qingfeng Zhai?" The scholarly practitioner shook his head and replied, "Not at all. Liu Hu not only failed to annihilate Qingfeng Zhai, but he was also slain by the chief of Qingfeng Zhai, along with several practitioners from the Liu family and hundreds of their hired muscle, either killed or captured." "Impossible, absolutely impossible," Jia Yi retorted. "Liu Hu is a practitioner of the 6th level of chi refinement. To my knowledge, only the Black Tiger King of Heihu Zhai possesses such strength in the Hundredly Ridge, unless the entire ridge has united against him. As for the chief of Qingfeng Zhai, I have never heard of him. How could he possibly defeat Liu Hu?" This sentiment of disbelief was echoed by all county officials present, including the county lieutenant. Unfazed, Jia Yi smiled and said, It seems your information is still stuck in the past months. While several months might seem lengthy to ordinary folk, for practitioners who have consumed spirit pills, it is but a fleeting moment. So what if it has only been a few months? Do you believe new bandit leaders will emerge in that time? Jai, you are at least a practitioner of the 4th level of Qi refinement. You should be aware of such matters. No wonder. Jia Yi shook his head and continued. Your Highness, according to reports from our officials stationed at the Hundredly Ridge, just months ago, Qingfengjai was an obscure little stronghold, devoid of any practitioners. Their only notable figure was merely a mid-level martial artist. However, ever since Su Li entered Qingfengjai, it has undergone a remarkable transformation. First, they annihilated the King Zhai and repelled attacks from 3 surrounding strongholds. Then they executed the Wolf King of Langzhai, unifying the region south of the Hundredly Ridge. Currently, there exist merely 2 formidable strongholds in Beilagang. One is the Black Tiger Stronghold, and the other is the Qingfeng Stronghold. Regarding the recent defeat of the Liu family by the Qingfeng Stronghold, it is said that the head of the Liu family fainted on the spot from sheer humiliation. To avoid further disgrace, the Liu family has tightly sealed this information, forbidding its dissemination. Had it not been for their recent recruitment of a substantial number of formidable individuals, Jiaqian would not have been privy to such knowledge. Observing Jiaqian's expression, it was evident that he was not lying, especially in the presence of the county lord. This implies that another Black Tiger King has emerged in Beilagang, which is truly alarming. The county lieutenant was on the verge of tears. One Black Tiger King was already a considerable burden. And now the emergence of the leader of the Qingfeng stronghold would mean sending his county soldiers into Beilagang merely to meet their demise. Was he expected to request the county lord to intervene personally? Was that even a possibility? County lord, I believe that in this expedition against the bandits, it would be prudent to allow the immortal families to take the lead, with our county soldiers supporting them. This way, we could significantly conserve the strength of our county's forces. The county lieutenant, with a bold face, made his case. Yet, in the grand scheme of survival, what was a mere facade of boldness? After all, he was just a 6th-tier Qi refining county lieutenant, slightly inferior to that Liu Hu. County lord, I too support the lieutenant's suggestion. I concur. I am in agreement. The other county officials chimed in one after another. It was absurd. Those cultivators capable of slaying Liu Hu could easily dispatch the majority of them. If the immortal families could take the forefront, why not embrace such an opportunity? Jiaqian, with a hint of disdain in his eyes, stepped forward and articulated, County lord, I must respectfully disagree. Allowing the immortal families to lead while our county soldiers serve as mere support would not only tarnish the reputation of the Wuxian officials, but also diminish our standing among the citizens of Wuxian. The county lieutenant and others glared at Jiaqian, filled with vexation. Here we have Jiaqian again. It is easy for a mere scholar to speak so lightly. If you are so capable, why don't you take action? The county lieutenant and his peers initially anticipated a reprimand from the county lord, yet to their surprise, the county lord responded with unusual calmness, merely stating, I am aware of this matter. In due course, I will summon the Liu and Huang families to the county office to discuss this issue. You may all take your leave. Understood. The county lieutenant and others rejoiced inwardly. Did the county lord just acquiesce? After everyone departed, Jiaqian approached the county lord, perplexed, and inquired, County lord, may I ask what just transpired? Jiaqian and the county lord shared a common mentor, and in a sense, the county lord was half a master to him. Behold this. The county lord then summoned the spirit-seeking disc and switched to the image relayed by the county princess. However, unlike before, after issuing the command, there appeared another segment of footage. Jiaqian stared, astonished, at the display above. How is this possible? Is the Tianyue kingdom out of its mind? The county lord retracted the spirit-seeking disc and said, Jiaqian, this matter is known to you and me alone. As for anything beyond that, do not pry or speak further. The current state of the Tianyue kingdom is fraught with uncertainty. It is not as carefree as when we were cultivating in the mountains. Days passed. Su Li has successfully refined a unique cultivation method tailored for 12 individuals, including the 5-element spiritual technique required by Wu Yong. He approached the integration of his subordinates' Qi refining methods with even greater seriousness than he had when he was the young master of the Seven Qing sect. Despite the assistance of a high-level fusion furnace and the full mastery of intermediate fusion techniques, the endeavor exhausted him significantly, forcing him to recover for a full day and night before restoring his spiritual energy and consciousness to their peak state. Beep, congratulations to the host. The Golden Spirit technique has automatically reached the 5th layer. Due to the boundary of cultivation, further progression is not possible. Please enhance your spiritual root quality as soon as possible. However, it was with a sense of regret that Su Li noted his breakthrough to the 5th layer of the Golden Spirit technique, and all other techniques at the same level did not elevate his overall cultivation beyond the 8th layer of Qi refining. Yet, another system notification brought him unexpected joy. Beep, Congratulations to the host. The intermediate spirit fusion technique has achieved a breakthrough to the great accomplishment realm, allowing the fusion limit of different attribute consciousness to increase to 4 attributes. Beep, your consciousness strength has reached the 7th layer of Qi refining, meeting the learning requirements for the Great Luo Sword Formation. Would you like to proceed with the learning? Yes. Suli replied immediately. Beep, the 6 Harmonies Sword Formation, an intermediate offensive sword array, is currently being comprehended. A series of scrolls related to the 6 Harmonies Sword Formation continuously materialized in Su Li's mind. With the augmentation of the fully mastered technique of true spirit, both his mental and physical memories were rapidly expanding. Beep, congratulations to the host. You have successfully comprehended the 6 Harmonies Sword Formation. The 6 Harmonies Sword Formation has been successfully listed in the Chief's Marketplace, with a selling price of 1,000 Chief points. After some time, Su Li slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. He stepped outside the courtyard and immediately infused his consciousness into 6 lost swords, successfully recognizing them as his own and leaving his mark upon them. Lost swords. Heed my call. With a swift motion, the 6 lost swords soared into the air above Su Li's head. 6 Harmonies Sword Formation. Su Li activated the technique of the 6 Harmonies Sword Formation, and in an instant, the lost swords responded, swiftly arranging themselves into a mountain shape and descending upon a massive stone ahead. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered upon contact. Haha. Truly worthy of being an intermediate technique sword formation. Had I possessed this skill back then, I could have slain Lu Hu with but a single strike. Hearing the commotion, Wu Yong, Hu Feng, and others assumed they were under attack from an external enemy. They rushed forth with hundreds of warriors from all directions, surrounding the area tightly. Only upon confirming Su Li's safety did they breathe a sigh of relief. Chief, what is happening? Su Li, still in awe of the power of the 6 Harmonies Sword Formation, snapped back to reality upon hearing Wu Yong's voice. He surveyed the scene, noting that hundreds of villagers were gazing at him with astonishment. Cough, cough. I was merely practicing a spell. There is no need for alarm. Everyone disperse. Practicing a spell. With such a loud commotion, has our esteemed leader perhaps reached a new level of mastery? Especially for the cultivators like El Li. They could sense the terrifying energy emanating from the shattered stones, radiating outward in a formidable array. Even at a distance of several zhang, the spiritual power within their bodies surged uncontrollably. Wu Yong and his companions began to disperse the villagers. Upon seeing Su Li emerging from seclusion, they approached him and reported, Esteemed leader, the training hall has been arranged as per your specifications. 50 sets of horseshoes and saddles have been crafted by the blacksmith, awaiting your inspection. Very well. Lead the way. Under Wu Yong's guidance, Su Li and his companions arrived at a level area beneath Qingfeng Mountain. At that moment, Zhao Yun was conducting a practical training session for the equestrian class. Nearby, a temporary stable had been erected by Qingfeng village. Upon noticing Su Li's arrival, Zhao Yun swiftly rode over, dismounted, and respectfully greeted, I, Zhao Yun, pay my respects to the esteemed leader. There's no need for formalities. Su Li inquired, Zhao Yun, how is the equestrian training progressing? Will you be able to complete the teaching tasks on time? Zhao Yun replied, esteemed leader. The training is progressing even more smoothly than I anticipated, and the villagers possess remarkable talent. Within just a few days, they have grasped the fundamentals of horsemanship. Today, I am leading them in practical riding exercises. Excellent. Su Li nodded. Gather the brothers together. Understood. Zhao Yun responded, everyone, form up. With the sound of hooves pounding, dozens of individuals learning to ride galloped in from the distance. In just a few minutes, they formed a line. Though some struggled to maintain their balance atop the restless steeds, Zhao Yun's face paled. He felt he had lost face before the esteemed leader, and he regretted not arriving sooner to provide on-site instruction. What are you all doing? Hurry and line up properly. How have I instructed you to behave? However, the more anxious the villagers became, the more mistakes they made. One villager even fell from his horse. Fortunately, Su Li acted swiftly, summoning the wood's spirit vine, which whisked the individual back to safety. What is your name? Su Li inquired. Replying to the esteemed leader, my name is Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao answered nervously. Su Li smiled and reassured him, do not be anxious. I am not a man-eater. Let me ask you, why did you fall from the horse? You must understand that in battle, such a situation could cost you your life. Has Zhao Shi not imparted horsemanship properly? Wang Xiao flushed and hastily replied, esteemed leader. That is not the case. Zhao Shi's teachings are clear and easy to understand, and I grasped them quickly. However, once on the horse, I could only use my hands to grasp the reins for control. Just now, when forming up to draw arms, I do not know what happened, but the horse suddenly became uncontrollable, and I fell. Wu Yong, bring forth the crafted saddles and horseshoes. Su Li commanded. Understood. Wu Yong dispatched someone promptly to retrieve the saddles and horseshoes. Su Li took the saddle and placed it upon Wang Xiao's steed. then gestured for him to mount using the stirrup. With a gentle push, Wang Xiao found himself atop the horse before he could even process the action. Am I truly mounted? Previously, without a saddle, the villagers who were not warriors found it exceedingly challenging to mount a horse. Just moments ago, he had barely managed to get on with the assistance of two brothers. Yet now, with a mere effort, he had accomplished the feat as if by miracle. Wang Xiao, catch the spear. Without waiting for a response, Su Li tossed a long spear from the side. Instinctively, Wang Xiao reached for it, his heart sinking. Oh no. My hands are not on the reins. I will surely embarrass myself by falling off again. Instinctively, he squeezed the horse with his legs to steady himself. Just as Zhao Yun anticipated another tumble for Wang Xiao, he suddenly not only caught the spear, but also sat firmly in the saddle. How was this possible? Everyone else was left in astonishment. Even Zhao Yun exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Xiao was no warrior and had never ridden before. Catching a spear with both hands while mounted was no simple task, yet he achieved it effortlessly. Curiously, Zhao Yun asked, Great Chief, what is happening? Su Li remained silent, merely placing the saddle on Zhao Yun's horse and gesturing for him to try. Zhao Yun mimicked Su Li's earlier guidance to Wang Xiao, stepped onto the stirrup, and with a gentle push, found himself securely seated on the horse. Let us take a ride. Remember to use both feet to guide the horse. Go. Zhao Yun urged as he rode forth. To his surprise, as the horse galloped faster, he found himself more balanced than ever before. Moreover, he attempted to wield the spear with his right hand and managed it with remarkable steadiness. When he returned, Zhao Yun was so elated he could scarcely find words. His excitement distilled into a mere 8 words. The Great Chief is truly extraordinary. This item is called a saddle. It aids the rider in controlling the horse, allowing for a more stable ride, Su Li explained. Furthermore, Zhao Yun, your riding skills are already exceptional. You can explore various combat techniques while mounted, such as standing on one stirrup and wielding the spear sideways. There is also another item. This is called a horseshoe, which can be affixed to the horse's hooves for better protection. As he spoke, Wu Yong arrived with the blacksmith, bringing the horseshoes. Reporting to the Great Chief, we are aware of the method for affixing the horseshoes. Once we bring the horses to the barn, there is equipment available. Within a day, we can have horseshoes on all the horses. The blacksmith was a bandit from another mountain stronghold, who had taken up his old trade after surrendering to Qingfeng stronghold. Unexpectedly, the treatment of the blacksmith exceeded his wildest imagination. Having recently completed the task assigned by Elder Wu, he not only became a member of the village but also received a monthly allocation of 50 points, which was sufficient to exchange for 50 pounds of grain, a notion he had never dared to entertain before. The forge had performed remarkably well this time, rewarding each individual with 10 pounds of meat. Many thanks for the generous gift from the village leader, the blacksmith exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion as he knelt on the ground. Who could have anticipated that becoming a turncoat would mark the glorious beginning of his lifelong journey as a craftsman? Chapter 76. The Savage Bull, Heart of the Wolf King. 100% integration in less than a day, all the horses in Qingfeng village were outfitted with horseshoes and saddles. The most exhilarated was not the apprentice villagers, but Zhao Yun, the master. For 2 consecutive days, apart from a few hours of rest at night, he spent nearly all his time on horseback. With Su Li's guidance, he quickly developed a series of new equestrian combat techniques, including the Fuma spear, side horse spear, and the mounted spear. It was not an exaggeration on Zhao Yun's part. With these new harnesses, he felt confident that, in a few months, he could lead the village cavalry to confront the once feared Tiannan cavalry that had instilled terror throughout the martial arts community of Tiannan Prefecture. After distributing the horse gear to the villagers, Su Li summoned 12 villagers who had successfully integrated their spirit. Once he confirmed that their loyalty exceeded 70, he felt assured to distribute the newly merged qi cultivation techniques to them. After all, these individuals possessed acquired spiritual roots and lacked the integration of a first-level village card, making their comprehension of the techniques less smooth compared to innate spiritual roots like Niu Meng and Zhao Yun. He estimated that the fortunate ones would take 5 to 6 days, or even 10 days, while the unfortunate ones could face uncertain delays. Wu Yong and the other 11 received the qi cultivation techniques, and their loyalty surged. They were now cultivators, those exalted beings in this world whom they had never dared to dream of before, now laid before them. Even Wu Yong trembled with excitement. We thank the village leader. We shall dedicate ourselves to Qingfeng village, fearless and resolute. I have seen your contributions to Qingfeng village, Su Li declared sternly. As I have said before, if you do not fail me, I shall not fail you. At this moment, he understood the necessity of enhancing goodwill. The more subordinates with a loyalty of 100, the better. All right, the locations for your closed-door comprehension of the techniques have been arranged. Proceed swiftly to grasp the techniques, and the strength of Qingfeng village shall grow stronger. Understood. After the others departed, Su Li turned to Wu Yong and inquired, recently, I tasked you with finding suitable individuals. Have you discovered anyone? Wu Yong pondered for a moment and replied, the type of individual the village leader seeks is indeed rare. However, after thorough screening and visits, I have found a candidate. Allow me to bring this person to you for your consideration. Excellent. After Wu Yong left, he returned to the village leader's residence in about a quarter of an hour. Behind him followed a middle-aged man nearly 2.5 meters tall, with a complexion as dark as night. Man Yo, have you not encountered the great chief before? Upon hearing Wu Yong's prompt, Man Yo acknowledged. I have met the great chief. His appearance bore an innocent quality, and as he scratched his head, a rare blush crept across his ebony face. Such a towering figure displaying such bashfulness was enough to nearly cause Su Li to stumble in disbelief. Are you Man Yo? I am. Man Yo nodded affirmatively. Wu Yong stepped forward and said, Great chief, Man Yo is originally a bandit from Huangping village and shares a close relationship with Zhao Yun. On the day of battle, he was absent due to a robbery outside the village. After Zhao Yun returned, Man Yo immediately followed him to surrender to our Qingfeng village. Man Yo possessed immense strength, even exceeding that of Niu Mang by a notable margin. During the ambush against the Black Tiger village, he lifted a stone weighing over 100 pounds and hurled it across a distance of more than 50 meters, nearly crushing the second-in-command of the Black Tiger village. In the confrontation with the Liu family of cultivators, he even slew numerous Liu family warriors, establishing a remarkable reputation. Unfortunately, Man Yo was unable to detect any spiritual roots, not even a hidden one, rendering him unable to enter the spirit pool. How surprising that such talent exists within our Qingfeng village. Su Li utilized a level 1 probe to assess Man Yo. Much to his disappointment, it was confirmed that Man Yo indeed lacked spiritual roots or any special physique. He had merely developed his current stature due to favorable genetic expression. Despite his disillusionment, Su Li retrieved the heart of the Wolf King from his storage ring. For Man Yo's impressive height and strength met the selection criteria for it. However, to Su Li's astonishment, the moment he unveiled the heart of the Wolf King, its blood-red glow nearly startled him. Even Wu Yong found it difficult to gaze directly at the heart. Great chief, what treasure is this? Meanwhile, Man Yo appeared utterly unaffected, seemingly drawn to the heart with immense allure, his eyes glazing over as he took deliberate steps toward it. Man Yo, do not be disrespectful, Wu Yong shouted. But Man Yo seemed oblivious, dragging Wu Yong along several meters in his pursuit. Beep, detected a 100 compatibility with the heart of the Wolf King. Upon fusion, this individual can fully unleash the heart's potential, even experiencing a transformation and advancement. Su Li was taken aback. What is happening? A 100 compatibility? This is more than double the fusion level of the Wolf King of the Wolf Village. It was known from the system's explanation that the Wolf King's compatibility was only 40, yet it possessed such combat prowess. If Man Yo were to fuse, would he not soar to new heights? Truly, the heavens favor our Qingfeng village. Su Li stored the heart of the Wolf King back into his ring, and Man Yo regained his senses. He looked at Wu Yong, who had been trying to restrain him, feeling quite embarrassed. Great chief, Elder Wu, what just happened to me? Humph, Man Yo, you just disregarded the chief and nearly made a grave error. Wu Yong remarked with irritation. Man Yo, whom he had recommended, had put him at risk of accountability for any mistakes. A sense of trepidation washed over Man Yo as he admitted, I was wrong. The moment the chief unveiled that crimson object, all other sights vanished from my view. Even you and the chief faded from existence. And I was solely drawn to that thing, as if it were summoning me. I could not help but approach it. He scratched his head, for the allure of that object was undeniable. Chief, what precisely is that artifact? Might I behold it once more? Seeing Man Yo's demeanor, Su Li was reminded of a naive yet endearing roommate from his past life. Wu Yong was about to reprimand Man Yo again when Su Li interjected. Elder Wu, do not blame him for this matter. Allow him to depart. There are certain things I wish to discuss with Man Yo privately. Understood. Elder Wu cast a glance at Man Yo, signaling him to temper his recklessness before exiting the chief's residence. Man Yo, tell me truthfully, what was your occupation before? Chapter 77, The Sacred Ground, Training Hall. Man Yo replied, Chief, I once hunted beasts in the mountains with my father. After his passing, I ventured into the mountains alone and was injured by a ferocious tiger. It was Brother Zhao Yun who saved me, and thus I joined that wretched Huangping village. The atmosphere there was utterly dismal, especially under the leadership of Huang Ping and his gang, who spent their days indulging in revelry while leaving the laborious tasks to Brother Zhao Yun and me. They treated the villagers harshly, often resorting to insults, and those who surrendered to Huang Ping suffered greatly, toiling without enough sustenance. Unlike Qingfeng village, where the villagers live in harmony and not only have food but also meat, I had long urged Brother Zhao Yun to rebel, but he refused and scolded me instead. Thankfully, the chief subdued Brother Zhao. Otherwise, I would have never realized that being a bandit could be so favorable. Man Yo's words resonated with Su Li. who regarded him with newfound respect. It was astonishing that he could articulate such thoughts. Man Yo, ponder this carefully. Do you or your ancestors have any connection to wolves or anything associated with them? After a moment of contemplation, Man Yo scratched his head and replied, I do not know. However, it seems my grandfather once mentioned something to my father about a wolf king's heart. I was too young then to recall clearly. My father met with an unfortunate end while hunting in the mountains, and when I found him, he had already lost his breath. Could it be the heart of the wolf king? Su Li inquired. Su Li's words appeared to awaken a memory within Man Yo, who suddenly exclaimed, Yes, yes. It is indeed the heart of the wolf king. How did the chief know? Su Li did not respond immediately, as he pondered the significance of the wolf king's heart and its possible connection to Man Yo. Otherwise, such a profound reaction could not be explained. For what you described could very well be the object in my possession. Su Li once again presented the heart of the wolf king, which had transformed into a deep crimson hue. Previously cold to the touch, it now radiated a subtle warmth. The spirit of the bull man was once again deeply captivated, fixated on the heart of the wolf king. Su Li, channeling his spiritual energy, cloaked the essence of the heart and declared, Bull man, I shall speak plainly. I have assessed your aptitude for cultivation. Elder Wu spoke the truth. You possess neither a spiritual root nor even a hidden spiritual root. Even if you were to enter the pool of sentient beings, you would not become a cultivator. The light in the bull man's eyes dimmed. In the world of cultivation, what worth is there in lineage? The bull man yearned to become a cultivator, to bring glory to his ancestors. However, the chief had an alternative method to elevate him to a status akin to that of a cultivator, nay, perhaps even a being of greater strength. Yet, this technique may render him unlike ordinary folk. The fusion process could yield unforeseen consequences. It remains to be seen whether you are willing. I would never coerce you. The bull man glanced at Su Li and inquired, Is this related to the heart of the wolf king? Su Li nodded. The bull man's gaze hardened. His loyalty to Su Li soaring to 85. Then I am willing. Perhaps this way, I might uncover my grandfather's, or even my ancestors' unfulfilled wishes. Whatever they may be, I can endure it. However, Chief, I have a request. What is your request? Speak. Su Li replied. After all, should the bull man successfully merge with the heart of the wolf king, he would gain a formidable ally. So as long as the request was not excessive, he would acquiesce. The bull man hesitantly stated, There is a girl I admire, named Xiao Chui. If I were to merge with the heart of the wolf king and encounter any unforeseen changes, Chief, could you ensure that Xiao Chui becomes a first-class villager? I would bequeath all my share of the village's merits to her. Is that acceptable? Su Li looked at the bull man, unable to suppress a smile. This hulking figure was unexpectedly a romantic at heart. Bull man, you think too much. There may be unforeseen events, but there will be no danger to your life. As for the differences from ordinary people, they will not be as you imagine. Ha, bull man. You are quite quick to act. Rest assured, when the time is ripe, I shall personally assist you in your courtship. Thank you, Chief. The bull man exclaimed with excitement, realizing he still had a chance to meet Xiao Chui. Subsequently, Su Li led the bull man to a hidden chamber within the village. This location was constructed underground, entirely unknown to the ordinary villagers. Thus, there was no need to worry about any interruptions during the bull man's fusion process. He presented the heart of the wolf king and the essence of the wolf king to the bull man. As the bull man grasped them, he felt an extraordinary sense of familiarity. Merge well. If successful, I shall personally bestow upon you the first-class villager insignia. Chief, I will. The door to the chamber slowly closed, and when it reopened, the Qingfeng village would gain a top-tier combatant. The annihilation of the Black Tiger village and the unification of the 100-Mile Ridge was imminent. On this dawn, a new chapter was about to unfold. Su Li and Hu Feng arrived at the training hall of Qingfeng village, which had been constructed according to the architectural plans with several individuals involved in its completion. The hall was now fully equipped with various facilities. As Su Li stepped inside, he found himself in a spacious hall, measuring several dozen zhang in width, adorned with 15 pillars, each approximately 1 meter in height and 2 meters in diameter, covering an area of about 3.14 square meters. Upon these pillars rested a large meditation cushion, along with a tea table and other items seemingly intended for literati use. This arrangement was specifically commissioned by Su Li from Wuyong. Ever since his last visit to the market where he savored tea, he resolved to ensure that, whenever feasible, tea would be available, an excellent means of alleviating stress amid the rigors of cultivation. In the center of the 15 pillars stood a large furnace, designed to facilitate the use of tranquil incense, which served to calm the spirit and gently enhance spiritual energy, effectively preventing practitioners from succumbing to madness during their cultivation. Venturing further inside, there were 5 individual enclosed rooms. The first-level training hall contained a total of 20 cultivation spots, 5 exclusive spots that offered a 4-fold enhancement in cultivation effect, and 15 ordinary spots that provided a 2-fold enhancement. Wu Yong, preoccupied with comprehending the 5 elements technique, was currently in seclusion, leaving Hu Feng to accompany Su Li on this inspection. Although Hu Feng possessed some knowledge of cultivation, he pondered whether this seemingly unremarkable training hall could genuinely accelerate the progress of the brothers in their village. The terrain of Bai Li Gang was not conducive to the abundant spiritual energy found in other areas. Therefore, practitioners could not absorb the ambient spiritual energy and had to rely on spirit stones or medicinal pills for cultivation. While pills could be ingested with minimal loss of efficacy, cultivating with spirit stones required them to be crushed and the energy extracted for use, resulting in a depletion rate exceeding 50%, even in a confined space. Yet, the training hall established by Su Li promised a depletion rate of less than 10% and a significant acceleration in cultivation speed. From Hu Feng's current understanding of cultivation, such an achievement seemed utterly implausible. Chapter 78. The Remarkable Training Hall. Hu Feng's breakthrough. Su Li smiled faintly and suggested to Hu Feng, "Why not try one of the ordinary cultivation spots?" Hu Feng nodded and promptly chose the nearest ordinary cultivation spot, settling down in a meditative posture. After a considerable time, however, there was no response. He did not even sense a trace of spiritual energy. "Great Chief, this cultivation spot requires spirit stones to be activated," Hu Feng exclaimed. Su Li shook his head and retrieved 2 spirit stones from his storage ring, placing them into the 2 recesses on the side of the pillar. With a swift motion, the ordinary cultivation spot activated, a radiant light enveloping Hu Feng and sealing him within. Shortly thereafter, abundant spiritual energy began to swirl around him. Hu Feng, filled with excitement, immediately began to circulate his technique. Such pure spiritual energy, such rapid cultivation speed. The surrounding energy seemed to eagerly assault every inch of his skin, rushing forth under the guidance of his qi refining technique, flooding into his body and fortifying his meridians. As Hu Feng delved deeper into his cultivation, an exhilarating transformation began to unfold. After years of stagnation, he felt a subtle shift in the barriers that had long constrained him. The once withered skin around his body gradually radiated vitality. The spiritual energy surrounding Hu Feng intensified, ultimately coalescing into small, spiraling columns of wind that directly connected to his cultivation meridians. His aura surged with increasing strength, culminating in a crisp sound that shattered the silence. A breakthrough. He had ascended to the 4th level of qi refinement, truly becoming a mid-level practitioner. In less than an hour, he had consumed nearly half of 2 inferior spirit stones, displaying a terrifying absorption rate. Su Li, observing Hu Feng's growing excitement, was worried about the possibility of him losing control. To mitigate this risk, he promptly retrieved the remaining portions of the spirit stones. The luminous glow emanating from the cultivation pillar gradually faded, and Hu Feng's aura began to stabilize. "Hu Feng, I am deeply grateful for the life-saving grace of the Great Chief," Hu Feng expressed with sincerity. Su Li, extending a hand, replied, "It is nothing. While cultivation is beneficial, one must also exercise caution. Otherwise, it may yield contrary results." Due to various circumstances, Hu Feng's meridians had become obstructed, causing his cultivation at the 3rd level of qi refinement to stagnate for an extended period, even regressing significantly. His body had long been deprived of spiritual energy, reaching a state of acute thirst. Thus, when his meridians were finally unblocked at the cultivation pillar, an unprecedented force surged forth, drawing in vast amounts of spiritual energy into his cultivation channels. In the short term, this enabled him to successfully break through to the 4th level of qi refinement. However, if he continued without restraint, the risk of his cultivation meridians exploding and resulting in immediate demise loomed large. Hu Feng's overwhelming thirst for spiritual energy rendered him almost frenzied, unable to cease his cultivation. Fortunately, the Great Chief intervened in time. Su Li inquired, "Elder Hu, having experienced the cultivation pillar, what are your thoughts?" Hu Feng responded, "Great Chief, the cultivation pillar is truly a miraculous artifact. With such a treasure, our Qingfeng village shall undoubtedly one day gain renown throughout the Tiannan prefecture. Nay, it shall achieve fame across the Tianyu kingdom." Su Li continued, "While the cultivation pillar is indeed remarkable, its consumption is staggering. Your recent breakthrough was an exceptional circumstance due to the unblocking of your meridians. However, under normal conditions, an ordinary cultivation pillar typically consumes approximately 2 inferior spirit stones every 5 days. Over the course of a month, one ordinary cultivation position requires 12 inferior spirit stones. If all 15 cultivation pillars are activated, that amounts to 180 stones each month. A dedicated cultivation room, on average, consumes about 4 inferior spirit stones every 5 days, totaling 24 stones monthly. Thus, 5 dedicated cultivation rooms would necessitate 120 inferior spirit stones. In summary, maintaining the operation of a cultivation room for a month would require 300 inferior spirit stones, which translates to 3,600 stones annually. Elder Hu, our Qingfeng village has unified the southern region of Bailigang, and even with the resources obtained from the Liu family's cultivation, we possess only a few thousand inferior spirit stones, far too few to sustain the operation of the cultivation hall for any extended period. Do you have a solution to this matter? Hu Feng pondered for a moment before responding, Great leader. Since the cultivation hall was established for the benefit of the practitioners in our clan, it is only fitting that we, as cultivators, should bear the costs of the spiritual stones consumed by the cultivation pillars and exclusive training rooms. Why not issue a decree to establish new regulations for the cultivation hall? Having personally experienced the effects of the cultivation pillars, which were simply enchanting, he wished he could reside atop them year-round. Su Li smiled knowingly. Hu Feng had arrived at the same conclusion he had. After all, with his genuine cultivation techniques, he had no need to utilize the cultivation hall. The benefits must come from the clan members. Otherwise, these individuals, living in comfort with spiritual stones, clan contributions, and unspent points, would pose a problem. Once people grow affluent, they tend to seek comfort and ease, which is not what Su Li desired to witness at present. Therefore, it was essential to extract every last bit from these subordinates. Isn't that rather harsh? After all, figures like Niu Meng, Zhao Yun, and even you, Hu Lao, are significant contributors to our Qingfeng clan. Might this not dishearten them? Hu Feng chuckled softly, seemingly perceiving Su Li's thoughts, and replied, Great leader, you overthink it. I believe that charging fees for the cultivation hall will actually motivate the practitioners to strive harder. Consider this, great leader. If the cultivation hall were to provide free services, let alone the ordinary cultivation pillars, there are only 5 exclusive training spots. However, the capable individuals under your command far exceed 5, and in the future, there may be even more. Should certain individuals monopolize these exclusive spots for their own training, discontent will inevitably arise among others. Over time, this could lead to division within Qingfeng clan and continuous internal strife. Thus, great leader, the implementation of new regulations for the cultivation hall is imperative. If it is inconvenient for you, I can take on the responsibility of advancing these new rules. Indeed, conversing with an equally wise individual is a delightful experience. Had it been Niu Meng, Su Li's expression would have likely soured, unable to achieve the same outcome as Hu Feng. If Su Li were to announce new rules himself, he would undoubtedly be perceived as exploiting his subordinates. It turns out the free cultivation hall has its own drawbacks. Thankfully, Hu Lao's reminder prevented what could have been a serious blunder. Then I shall entrust this matter to you, Hu Lao. However, I must advise you that many brothers in the clan have only recently arrived at Qingfeng and may lack sufficient spiritual stones. Perhaps consider allowing the use of clan contributions for the cultivation hall. Upon hearing the great leader's suggestion, Hu Feng's eyes lit up. Clan contributions, resources, food, spiritual stones, did they not all connect? This indeed bore a resemblance to the contribution points of a cultivation sect. Great leader, your wisdom is unparalleled. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Chapter 79. The issuance of new regulations and the breakthrough of practitioners entrusted with this important task. Hu Feng dedicated several days and nights to meticulously refine the new regulations for the cultivation hall, as well as the link between clan contributions and spiritual stones. During this period, he even sought Su Li's opinions multiple times. Relying on the knowledge amassed from his past readings of immortal cultivation novels, Su Li answered every inquiry from Hu Feng and resolved all doubts. Fortunately, the heavens do not forsake the diligent. Hu Feng finally drafted a preliminary set of regulations, which, upon Su Li's approval, were proclaimed atop the walls of Qingfeng village. The newly established rules pertain not only to every villager, but also to the cultivators, martial artists, and those with hidden spiritual roots within the village. Have you heard? New regulations have been issued in the village. Yes, and it seems this time, they are interconnected from top to bottom. We were once poor farmers under the landlord's thumb, illiterate. Haha, old Huang, do not fret. I've heard that elder who will personally clarify the rules for everyone over the course of 3 days. Really? I must go and see. Hey, oldly. Wait for me. I want to see too. The first announcement of Qingfeng Village's new regulations occurred just a month ago. Following that, many bandits were subdued, benefiting the villagers. Some villagers, with sufficient contributions, were directly promoted to first-class villagers, while others exchanged their earned shares for various meats. For many, it was their first taste of meat this year. Outside the village walls, hundreds of villagers crowded together. Even the recently healed Wang Cheng, along with other cultivators like Niu Meng and Zhao Yun, had all gathered. Standing atop the walls, Hu Feng proclaimed, "Silence, everyone." The previously boisterous scene fell into an attentive hush. After all, Hu Feng now ranked among the top 10 in Qingfeng village, and his prior assistance to Wu Yong in managing village affairs had garnered him considerable goodwill. The villagers held him in high esteem. The announcement of the new regulations served two purposes: to supplement and refine the previous rules and to clarify the usage of the newly constructed cultivation hall. First and foremost, let me clarify, Qingfeng Village is not a utopian society. The establishment of communal dining spaces is intended to address the survival issues of some struggling villagers or newly arrived residents of Qingfeng Village. It is important to note that Qingfeng Village allows its villagers to possess compliant personal property, such as rewards from contributions, 10% of spoils obtained during raids, or 20% of the spoils for ordinary villagers who slay 5 or more enemies in large-scale battles. Martial artists and cultivators who defeat 3 or more of their kind can claim 30% of their spoils. Furthermore, any property left behind by family members is recognized as compliant personal property and is protected by Qingfeng Village. As Hufeng concluded the first regulation, many villagers erupted in cheers. Long live the village chief! Long live the village chief! The village chief is wise. During this period, many individuals, particularly the subdued bandits and villagers, lived in fear of eating meat or displaying wealth, worried that others might see and become envious enough to report them. Their lowly status within the village led them to fear that even an explanation of their origins might result in repercussions from the village. Hufeng continued, saying, secondly, the newly revised regulations of the village stipulate that both village merits and village points can now be exchanged not only for food and rank promotions, but also for designated items. For instance, villagers can acquire houses and furniture that correspond to their designated areas, and some villagers believe that with a sufficient quantity of spirit stones, they may even be able to exchange for them. The exchange rate is set at 1 spirit stone for 10 village merits, 100 village points for 10 pounds of meat, and 100 pounds of grain. What? Village merits can be exchanged for houses? Ha! My son has bravely slain a multitude of enemies in battle, accumulating several hundred village merits. With 4 or 5 family members at home, including a child and this old man, residing in a large house has become quite inconvenient. Now, I should be able to exchange for a house. Congratulations, old Li. You will finally have your own home. My son cannot even compare. He has only killed a few enemies on the battlefield. When he returns, I must have a serious talk with him. A real man should fight alongside the village chief. If he were to perish, I would personally erect a monument for him. Furniture would also be splendid. Although my family is of the first-class villagers and possesses our own house, we are impoverished, lacking even 2 decent pieces of furniture. Now, I have ample points that need to be spent. Old Wang, your son who has died in battle, and the village chief has rewarded you with a considerable amount of village merits. Now, your family can rest easy. Long live the village chief. Hee. Exchanging for spirit stones is the best. Spirit stones are universally accepted currency. Who knows, perhaps I could even buy a wife from down the mountain. Dog Dan, have you achieved anything? We are mountain bandits. If we set our sights on someone, we simply take them. No way. The neighbor Wang Niu's wife was one that was taken in such a manner, and even after having 2 children, they are constantly bickering, claiming he does not give her family any respect, bringing shame upon himself. I want to buy. In the future, when we argue, if I spent spirit stones, I would have the upper hand. Su Li was secretly hiding nearby, hearing the villagers' conversations. His face turned pale as he thought, each of them is a member of my Qingfeng village, my subordinates. Is it necessary to resort to robbery? Just wait, for I, the village chief, will ensure that Qingfeng village resonates throughout Tianyue Kingdom, commanding respect across the land. At that time, which family's beautiful maiden would not vie to marry into Qingfeng village? Hufeng observed the villagers' positive reactions and continued. Thirdly, there will be an increase in the income from special village merits for craftsmen such as blacksmiths, carpenters, masons, tailors, and so forth. Qingfeng village will establish corresponding workshops, allowing those with such skills to come forward and try their hand, with rewards distributed according to labor. The fourth point is the paid usage of the training hall. For the healthy development of Qingfeng village, the ordinary training spots in the hall will cost 3 inferior spirit stones and 30 village merits for 5 days of practice, while 6 inferior spirit stones and 60 village merits will allow for 5 days of practice. The prices mentioned include the daily operational costs of the training hall, the paid utilization of the training hall. Niu Mang had also received the news in advance and, along with Zhao Yun and other practitioners, went to experience it firsthand. The progress made during practice was indeed significantly faster, even aiding in breakthroughs. Zhao Yun, for instance, achieved a breakthrough to the 2nd level of qi refinement during the first day of training. Such a remarkable training hall, yet it requires payment in spirit stones. Initially, Niu Mang and others were opposed, for when he established Qingfeng village, it was with the intent of sharing both fortune and adversity. Now, even Elder Niu has begun to impose charges, which is evidently unreasonable. However, who is Hufeng? He immediately presented the daily accounts of Qingfeng village, wherein it was clearly documented that the entire village, comprising both villagers and soldiers, incurred expenses of several dozen spirit stones daily for their salaries, basic sustenance, and training, amounting to 300 to 400 stones monthly, and thus 3,000 to 4,000 annually. Including the training hall, the total was nearing 7,000 inferior spirit stones. Upon hearing this, not only Niu Mang but even the descendants of the martial arts families, Lu Yin and Zhao Yun, who had been established for centuries, were taken aback. Thousands of spirit stones were equivalent to decades of their family's income. Wu Yong then proposed that they could offset these costs with village merit points. The least among them possessed several hundred merit points, while Niu Mang boasted over 2,000, rendering concerns about cultivation moot. Consequently, they nodded in agreement. The fourth stipulation, concerning the paid use of training positions in the training hall, passed unanimously. On that day, having savored the benefits of the training hall, everyone, except Zhao Yun who had a spear technique class, began to immerse themselves in their training. The exclusive training positions, adorned elegantly and offering tranquility, proved to be twice as effective as the ordinary ones, thus becoming the favored choice of the group, who would enter one after the other as soon as another exited. Only Niu Mang, who had been promised an exclusive training position by Su Li, found joy even in the necessity of paying spirit stones. Relishing the sight of others eagerly queuing for their own exclusive spots, he thought to himself, indeed, the village chief cherishes me the most. I must intensify my training to achieve a breakthrough to the 5th layer of qi refinement, lest I be surpassed by this group, which would be quite embarrassing. Within less than 2 days of the training hall's official opening, Li achieved a breakthrough to the 2nd layer of the golden spirit art, becoming a practitioner of the 2nd layer of qi refinement. 2 days later, Lu Yin and Li Shishir also successfully advanced to the 2nd layer. Xiao Dingdang and Wang Cheng, not to be outdone, with the dual assistance of medicinal pills, finally broke through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement on the 5th day. Just as Qingfeng village was flourishing, movements were noted from the officials of Wuxian County and the Lu and Huang families, both of which were renowned for their cultivation. The county lord, seated languidly upon the throne, remarked, "Gentlemen, having reviewed the princess's expectations, do share your thoughts." The head of the Lu family, Lu Feng, donned in a cerulean robe with graying hair, spoke first. "Your Excellency, the bandits of Balagang Mountain have committed heinous acts, robbing merchants and citizens of Wuxian County for decades. Their crimes are egregious. My Lu family is willing to devote all efforts to assist you in eradicating these bandits." The head of the Huang family, clad in a light purple robe, upon hearing Lu Feng's declaration, steeled himself to respond. "My Huang family is also willing to aid you in the extermination of the bandits." The county lord spoke, stating that both heads of families had cultivated for many years, and before him, there was no need for pleasantries. They should directly reveal how much strength they could muster and how many cultivators they could provide. The Lu family had suffered the loss of several descendants, with hundreds of their forces annihilated. Lu Feng had long desired to eliminate Qingfeng village swiftly. The Lu family was willing to offer 500 warriors, 1,000 sets of armor, and 10 cultivators, including 3 in the mid-stage of qi refinement and 7 in the early stage. Should the county lord hold Lu Feng in esteem, he would personally venture forth, unwilling to rest until the threat of Balagang was addressed. "Excellent. Head Lu, your boldness is truly a blessing for Wuxian." The county lord was somewhat surprised by Lu Feng's cooperation. The situation unfolded even more favorably than he had anticipated. He turned to the head of the Huang family. "Head Huang, as another prominent family in Wuxian, what are your intentions regarding this matter?" Huang Tian felt a surge of frustration after the Huang family's forces were decimated at Qingfeng village. He pondered why they couldn't simply confront them directly instead of making a spectacle of themselves here, which left him in a precarious position. If he offered too little, would the county lord be amenable? Lu Feng had certainly put him in a difficult position. "My Huang family is willing to provide 400 warriors, 700 sets of armor, and 8 cultivators." "Head Huang, is that not a bit excessive? In the past, such a contribution would have sufficed. But with Lu Feng taking the lead, he would undoubtedly seek to take advantage of the Huang family." Huang Tian silently lamented. What did excessive mean? The county lord was clearly cautioning him. "It is said that there are many bandits in Balagang. My Huang family is willing to send an additional 100 cavalrymen to assist in the extermination of the bandits. The resources required to train cavalrymen far exceeded those for foot soldiers, and in open terrain, their combat effectiveness surpassed that of infantry. 100 cavalrymen was nearly the limit of what the Huang family could provide. Haha, both heads of families are indeed reasonable and considerate of the people. Bring forth the wine." A servant served the wine. The county lord raised his cup and drank it all in one go. "May our Wuxian succeed in this expedition against the bandits and restore peace and prosperity." Huang Tian and Lu Feng also raised their cups in a toast. At Qingfeng village, in the residence of the chief, Su Li sat with his eyes closed. urging the Qingshan spirit jade bestowed by Shangwan Zhongqing to nurture his spiritual awareness, hoping to advance further. Suddenly, a hurried knocking sounded at the door. He extended his spiritual awareness and recognized it was Hu Feng. "Come in." Hu Feng pushed open the door and strode into Su Li's abode. Ever since he resolved his hidden ailment and successfully broke through to the 4th layer of qi refinement, he had transformed entirely, appearing more vibrant and robust than before. No longer the frail, sickly figure he once was. "Chief, grave news." Su Li furrowed his brow. Hu Feng was typically composed, so his agitation indicated the seriousness of the matter. "What has happened?" Hu Feng spoke urgently. "According to the scouts we have placed in Wuxian, reports have surfaced that both the Wuxian County government and the cultivation families have become quite active in recent days. Rumors suggest that Wuxian is preparing to strike against our Beilegang. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle." At the suggestion of Su Li, Wu Yong and Hu Feng had already extended the outpost towards Wuxian. This was not particularly favorable news. He had inquired and learned that the Lord of Wuxian was indeed a formidable practitioner of spiritual foundation. Should this individual take action, he felt utterly unprepared. After all, as Bai Qingyang had stated, a practitioner at the spiritual foundation level had already forged their foundation, a feat that could not be matched by an ordinary peak gas refining expert. "Hu Lao, do you have any further news? For instance, the number of troops being dispatched and the identities of those involved? Most importantly, we must ascertain the whereabouts of the Wuxian Lord." Hu Feng shook his head. "The Wuxian County government is over 200 miles away from our Beigang, making communication quite cumbersome. The information I received was relayed from the outpost 2 days ago. However, rest assured, Great Chief, I have already dispatched additional personnel to Wuxian. As soon as we receive any news, I will promptly report back to you." Su Li nodded. "Hu Lao has performed admirably recently. We should keep our brothers in the outpost on high alert, with scouts deployed around the clock. Notify Zhao Yun to assign some skilled cavalrymen to assist you at the outpost. This way, our mobility will be greatly enhanced." "I understand, and I have already informed Zhao's side. I expect that by today, over a dozen cavalrymen will join the outpost." "Well, these days have been taxing for you, Hu Lao. The Great Chief is too kind. Were it not for you, I might have fallen victim to the chaos and could not have resolved my hidden ailments to break through to the 4th level of gas refinement. It is a blessing for Hu Feng to serve the Great Chief and seek fortune for the 1,000 brothers in the outpost." Chapter 81, Martial Achievements. Understanding of writing and exclusive skills, Su Li and Hu Feng conversed for quite some time, deliberating various potential scenarios. The worst-case scenario would see the Wuxian Lord personally leading the county troops and mercenaries into battle. In such a case, they would have no choice but to disperse and hide deep within the mountains. Under other circumstances, Qingfeng Zhai might still have a chance to engage in battle. As night fell, Hu Feng gradually departed to begin preparations for Qingfeng Zhai to counter any possible dangers. Shortly after Hu Feng's exit, Su Li's mind was filled with a series of melodious notification chimes. Ding! Congratulations to the host's outpost citizens. The number of those who have learned riding and achieved minor proficiency has reached 50, completing the riding achievement for Qingfeng Zhai and obtaining the exclusive skill, Horse Riding Technique. Horse Riding Technique enables perfect integration of martial arts, allowing for large-scale teaching within the outpost, with 100% improvement in skill for the citizens of Qingfeng Zhai. Soon, Su Li's mind began to visualize the horse riding technique. He saw a shadow approaching on horseback. Just as it drew near, it suddenly leapt into the air, soaring several feet high, an awe-inspiring display. The chief's market has been updated with new items, including Riding Insight Elixirs. Riding Insight Elixir, a non-ordinary elixir exclusive to Qingfeng Zhai. Once the host citizens reach the half-step martial master realm, they may consume this elixir to enhance their understanding of riding, greatly increasing the probability of breaking through to the martial master realm. Market price, 200 chief points. Horse riding technique, Riding Insight Elixir. Who would have thought that at such a crucial moment, Zhao Yun would provide him with a delightful surprise? Su Li gazed at the lines of instructions before him and burst into joyous laughter. It is well known that without extraordinary encounters, even the villagers endowed with the first-level training hall can scarcely attain the status of a half-step martial master. Yet now, the village chief's marketplace has refreshed the horse-riding enlightenment elixir. Does this not present Su Li with a pathway to mass-produce martial masters? However, the cost of 200 chief points does seem rather steep. Since the last occasion when he crafted exclusive qi cultivation methods for 12 villagers, including Wu Yong, his chief points have dwindled to just over 4,000. Moreover, perhaps due to the repercussions of Qingfeng Village's extermination of the cultivator Lu Hu and his followers, not only have nearby merchants avoided Qingfeng Village, but even ordinary citizens are reluctant to traverse the Baijigang. In recent days, the routine task of banditry has been delegated to the village sentinels he dispatched down the mountain. Yet they are merely common folk and have been unable to seize anything of value. The chief points now amount to a meager daily reward of 250 from basic tasks. Su Li's total chief points barely exceed 6,000. At 200 points per enlightenment elixir, even if he spent all his points, he could only procure 30. Insufficient to establish a cavalry unit of martial masters. Regardless, he decided to first impart the horse riding technique to the riding class. The following day, Su Li arrived at the training grounds of the riding class. He demonstrated the horse riding technique from his mind without omitting a single detail. The villagers in the riding class cheered enthusiastically, and even Zhao Yun, a martial master, was utterly astonished. How could their village chief be such an adept horseman? Otherwise, how could he execute such formidable maneuvers on horseback? This completely overturned Zhao Yun's previous understanding of mounted combat. However, what shocked Zhao Yun even more lay ahead. Techniques like the horse riding method, which are typically arduous to master, seemed to be effortlessly grasped by the villagers in his class. Each one appeared to mount and execute the technique as if they had been training for ages. Although they lacked the fluidity of Su Li, they had nonetheless achieved a rudimentary level of proficiency. Zhao Yun could scarcely believe his eyes. He mounted his horse and effortlessly performed the horse riding technique. To think that such a seemingly complex skill could be so easily executed. The village chief is indeed a remarkable figure. Su Li inquired of Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, the riding class has been established for a month and a half. When do you believe these villagers will be ready to graduate and receive their riding permits? Zhao Yun replied, reporting to the village chief, originally, I estimated it would take 3 months to graduate, but the villagers under your command possess exceptional talent. In just a month and a half, they have reached the minor accomplishment stage in riding. I anticipate that in another half-month, they will meet the standards you initially set for the half-step martial master permit. No, that is too long. Su Li shook his head. The actions from Wuxian against Baijigang could commence at any moment. Currently, the village soldiers cannot form a single unit, rendering them incapable of defense. 7 days. I can only grant you 7 days. Within this period, I permit you martial masters to train the villagers day and night. Can one truly have confidence in achieving the deployment of 80% of the villagers? The class of 7 skills and 1 accomplishment typically consists of nearly 100 students. Thus, 80% equates to a daunting figure of 80 semi-martial artists, which undoubtedly places considerable pressure on the few responsible. Zhao Yun pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and declared, I shall not disappoint the expectations of the great chief. Excellent. Rest assured, I shall reward you handsomely. After imparting the horse-riding technique, Su Li promptly summoned Li Shih, Lu Li, and Lu Yin, conveying the ambitious 7-day objective to the trio. Initially, the 3 felt a twinge of apprehension. The prospect of deploying 80% in just 7 days was no trivial challenge. However, upon witnessing Zhao Yun bravely accept the targets pertaining to horsemanship, archery, and spear techniques, their fears began to dissipate. Thus, the entire Qingfeng village embarked upon an arduous training regimen. Almost immediately upon the conclusion of one martial arts class, the next commenced, with the villagers' rest periods seldom exceeding 4 hours a day. Fortunately, the training grounds allowed them to invest effort and, in turn, reap substantial rewards. Each individual's martial prowess was experiencing exponential growth. Ding! Congratulations to the villagers under your command. The number of those who have mastered basic spear techniques has reached 50. Thus completing the spear achievement within Qingfeng village and earning the exclusive technique returning horse spear. The chief's marketplace has been updated. The spear mastery elixir is now available. Ding! Congratulations to the villagers under your command. The number of those who have mastered basic lightness techniques has reached 50. Thus completing the lightness achievement within Qingfeng village and earning the exclusive technique flowing wind. The chief's marketplace has been updated. The lightness mastery elixir is now available. Ding! Congratulations to the villagers under your command. The number of those who have mastered basic archery techniques has reached 50. Thus completing the archery achievement within Qingfeng village and earning the exclusive technique chasing stars. The chief's marketplace has been updated. The archery mastery elixir is now available. Additionally, Lu Yan's swordsmanship class focused on the raging wind cut, while the shield techniques revolved around the iron shield spin, a specialized skill involving 5 individuals encircling and rolling to vanquish foes. Niu Meng's boxing class centered on the diamond bull fist, whereas Lu Li's halberd class taught returning halberd. The incessant system notifications resonated within Su Li's mind. The 6 skills and 1 accomplishment had nearly all achieved their respective milestones, thereby granting exclusive techniques and corresponding mastery elixirs. Su Li, without hesitation, imparted the exclusive techniques to the villagers studying each discipline. Remarkably, those learning the exclusive techniques were able to demonstrate them on the very same day. The ability to execute such formidable martial skills through seemingly simple maneuvers allowed the villagers to grasp them with minimal instruction. The esteemed martial masters applauded, exclaiming in unison, "The great chief is indeed a prodigy." Chapter 82. The breakthrough of spiritual root values. Initial formation of the 5 battalions during their leisure. The villagers proficient in 6 skills and 1 accomplishment began to explore the synergy of multiple martial techniques taught by Su Li. For instance, the flowing wind technique combined with the horse riding skill could propel them several dozen zhang into the air, allowing many to experience a taste of mid-stage qi refinement flight. They also discovered that a sudden raging blade cutter air turning horse spear could be executed with great efficacy. Under the general guidance of martial masters, the possibility of sustaining injuries is ever present. Some have even developed techniques such as the flowing wind chasing stars, where agility intertwines with the trajectory of arrows, captivating the gaze of many villagers with its sheer elegance. The return of the halberd is equally impressive. By bending the long halberd to store energy, numerous half-step martial masters have achieved strikes equivalent to those of true masters. Naturally, the villagers have discovered that the most formidable close combat technique is the diamond bull fist, which can shatter ordinary armor with a single blow. Those practicing this martial art feel their muscles swell dramatically, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. The villagers' combat prowess has soared, bringing a sense of satisfaction to Su Li. However, what truly delighted him was the success of Wu Yong and other villagers with innate spiritual roots in comprehending their respective qi cultivation methods, thereby harnessing spiritual energy to complete their first body tempering, transforming into qi cultivators. The number of cultivators in Qingfeng village surged to 21. Su Li received 12 first-grade aptitude cards and promptly utilized all of them. His spiritual root values escalated rapidly. The 12 cards collectively bestowed upon him 15 points of spiritual root value. Consequently, his elemental spiritual root values are as follows: Metal 8, Wood 9, Water 9, Fire 8, Earth 9, culminating in a staggering total of 43. With the increase in spiritual root values, the boundary of his realm was immediately shattered, and all 5 elemental cultivation techniques became available for learning. He decided to focus primarily on wood and earth-based spells, thus arranging for these 2 qi cultivation techniques to be practiced automatically. Advancing to the 6th layer of qi cultivation requires more spirit-gathering pills than the 5th, with each technique demanding a full 8 pills. In total, 16 pills were needed for both, nearly depleting his stock. He resolved that once his comprehensive cultivation broke through to the 8th layer of qi cultivation, or his spiritual awareness reached the same level, he would forcibly dismantle the restrictions of Wei Li's storage ring. The treasures within, revealed through the luminous beams from slain foes, are likely substantial, including several magical artifacts, which would significantly enhance both his and the villager's strength. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Zhao Yun, Li, and the other 4 martial masters did not disappoint Su Li. They dutifully presented him with satisfactory reports. With respect to spear techniques, equestrian skills, and fist arts, nearly 90 villagers had reached the half-step martial master level, while the other 3 disciplines exceeded 80. On that day, Su Li personally conferred upon these individuals the corresponding 6 techniques and 1 merit decree. The decrees, crafted entirely from gold, adorned their persons, radiating a brilliance that signified their honor. Seizing this opportunity, Su Li purchased 30 comprehension pills for the 6 techniques from the village chief's marketplace, bestowing them upon the distinguished graduates. The following day, Su Li set about promoting the establishment of the 5 major village battalions. Hu Feng, Wu Yong, and several literate villagers worked tirelessly, completing the registration and documentation of the battalion lists without pause. Niu Mang serves as the commander of the 5th Legion, overseeing a substantial camp comprising 1 large battalion and 4 smaller ones, with a total of 200 formal soldiers and an additional 240 auxiliary troops. The cavalry battalion consists of 80 members, including 8 martial masters, 42 semi-masters, and 30 auxiliary soldiers, with Zhao Yun appointed as the cavalry commander. The archery battalion also has 60 members, comprising 2 martial masters, 28 semi-masters, and 30 auxiliary soldiers, under the leadership of Wang Cheng as the archery commander. The shield battalion includes 80 members, featuring 4 martial masters, 26 semi-masters, and 50 auxiliary soldiers, with Xiao Dingdang as the shield commander. The combined knife and spear battalion totals 190 members, consisting of 10 martial masters, 80 semi-masters, and 100 auxiliary soldiers, led by Lu Dedeo and Lu Yan. The sentry battalion encompasses 80 members, which includes 6 martial masters, 34 semi-masters, and 40 auxiliary soldiers, with Li Shishir serving as the deputy commander and Hu Feng as the commander of the sentry battalion. Gazing at the list presented by Hu Feng, Su Li remarked, "The structure of the 5th Legion has been preliminarily established. The next step involves fostering cohesion among the soldiers within each battalion and honing our tactical skills. News has arrived from Wuxian County that the county soldiers and two prominent cultivation families have combined their forces, and by the end of the month at the latest, they will launch an assault on Bailey Ridge. At that time, our Qingfeng camp shall undoubtedly be at the forefront. Therefore, I can only grant you 5 days. After this period, I expect to witness the combat readiness of each battalion. Understood. We shall exert ourselves to meet the expectations of the great leader, replied Niu Meng and the other commanders in unison. Once the arrangements for the soldier battalions were made, Su Li summoned Wu Yong and the other newly established cultivators who had just stabilized their qi refining stage. Despite the passage of several days, many among them remained enraptured by the immense joy of becoming cultivators. To have attained such a status in the past would have equated to being the top scholar in Tianyue country, eligible for official recognition and a source of pride for their families. Yet now, their singular aspiration was to follow Su Li, their great leader. Su Li surveyed his loyal subordinates, each exhibiting a loyalty exceeding 80, and felt a sense of satisfaction, affirming that his arduous efforts to cultivate their multifaceted abilities had not been in vain. Now that you have all become cultivators, you stand as the backbone of our Qingfeng camp. Ideally, we would celebrate with a grand feast. But given the looming threat of the Black Tiger camp and the heavy military presence from Wuxian County, we must remain vigilant. Great leader, our achievements today are solely due to your generosity. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command us. Indeed, without our great leader, where would we be? Yes, without the great leader, we might still be languishing in some corner, seeking comfort and awaiting death. It is the great leader who has shown us that even mountain bandits like us can aspire to a grander future. I have no interest in their words. I care not for anything else. For this lifetime, I am a person of the great leader, and in death, I shall be a spirit of the great leader. A multitude of individuals clamored eagerly. Su Li admonished, nonsense. Each of you is a brother of mine. Su Li, how can you so casually contemplate death? As the leader of this stronghold, I intend to lead you all further along the path of cultivation. Qi refinement, and even the foundational realm are not your ultimate destinations. Long live the chief. Even the distant concept of the foundational realm, when uttered by the chief, ignited fervent enthusiasm among them, as if they were fervent devotees. Devoid of any doubt, their hearts swelling with emotion. Chapter 83. Establishing the spell camp. Troops mobilized from Wuxian Chief. If there is something to discuss, please speak freely. We would brave any peril for you. Hu Feng added his voice. The loyalty of the villagers was palpable, having served in the official capacity for many years. Coupled with the time spent alongside Niu Meng in the mountains, he had never witnessed such unwavering fidelity to a leader. Was this not what the private tutor had referred to as the will of the people? The prospects for Qingfeng's stronghold are bright. Su Li proclaimed. The impact of a solitary cultivator in battle is negligible. Thus, I propose we establish a spell camp modeled after our military formations. However, as this is a spell camp within our stronghold, regular training will be essential, which means your cultivation time and personal freedom will be significantly curtailed. The ordinary militia, including villagers emerging from the 6th Arts class, would not harbor significant resentment towards the training in the militia. However, the scenario changed once they became qi refiners. Qi refiners, whether in the realm of cultivation families, sects, or even within the Tianyue royal family, held a prestigious status. Apart from a few tasks, they faced little constraint, let alone the rigorous training akin to that of the militia. Haha, so this is what the chief meant. One villager exclaimed. I am willing. Previously, in another stronghold, I was a bandit, and every day was a struggle for survival. Not only did I suffer myself, but my family lived in abject misery. It is the chief, forgiving past grievances, who has rewarded merit, allowing me to achieve what I have today. I could never have dreamed that I would one day become a cultivator. The chief is correct. While Qingfeng's stronghold is formidable in Bailey Gang, we are of lowly status, long listed for elimination by the Tianyue Kingdom and many cultivation sections. Only by growing stronger can we survive, ensuring the safety of our families and hundreds of villagers. Wu Yong echoed, elevating the villagers' esteem. I concur. So do I. As do I. The crowd responded enthusiastically, each person immediately agreeing to the establishment of the spell camp. Excellent. Su Li rejoiced. With such a promising beginning, what reason would the villagers who became cultivators have to oppose? I hereby announce the official establishment of the Qingfeng Stronghold Spell Camp. Henceforth, all villagers who become cultivators, except for those in special positions, will be uniformly governed by the spell camp. The inaugural master of the camp's magical arts was Wu Yong, who established 3 divisions, the Fireball team, the Binding team, and the Earth Trap team. Tomorrow, I shall select the most suitable spells for each of you based on your cultivated techniques. Adhere strictly to the commands of the Great Master. Furthermore, I have decreed that all newly initiated qi refiners shall enjoy a complimentary month of access to the ordinary training positions within the cultivation hall. Long live the great master. The group of over 10 cultivators erupted in jubilant cheers. Once Suli dismissed them, they hurried towards the training hall. After their departure, Suli meticulously categorized the registrants according to their information, identifying suitable candidates for the 3 types of spells. The following day, led by Wu Yong, the cultivators reluctantly left the training hall and proceeded to the spell practice hall. The layout and furnishings of the hall were exceedingly simple, yet its vastness was remarkable, exceeding 20 zhang in length and width, rivaling the training ground. Similar to the cultivation hall, the spell practice hall required spirit stones to activate its functions. To operate the entire hall for a day, 10 low-grade spirit stones were needed. However, one could activate only half of it with 7 stones placed strategically in the center. Activating half the space allowed for 15 individuals to practice spells simultaneously, while the entire hall accommodated 30. Unlike the cultivation hall, even if but one person practiced within, the consumption of spirit stones remained at 7. To prevent waste, Suli opted to activate only half of the spell practice hall. Instantly, a radiant barrier, reminiscent of the cultivation columns, began to rise. Even those who had previously trained in the cultivation hall were awestruck by the spectacle. Truly, the great master is a remarkable figure. Suli then presented to the group the spells he had exchanged from the Master's store. The Fireball team consisted of 5 members, while only 2 were selected for the Binding team due to the limited availability of the Wood Spirit Vine. The remaining 5, including Wu Yong, were assigned to the Earth Trap team. Additionally, Suli provided each of them with a scroll of the lightness technique, emphasizing to Wu Yong that every cultivator from Qingfeng camp is invaluable and must not encounter any mishaps. Thus, the lightness technique, as the most potent escape spell for early-stage Qi refiners, is essential learning. In 4 days, the Camp of Magical Arts will undergo an assessment alongside the military camp. Time is of the essence. Wu Yong immediately guided the group to commence their studies in spellcasting, as their spiritual essence flowed into their minds. Enhanced by the support of the spell practice hall, their comprehension of the various spells surged. Some camp cultivators, before nightfall, had already mastered their very first spell. Brimming with excitement, even the least talented among them successfully grasped the technique by dawn. After a brief respite, they began their study of the lightness technique, possibly due to the collective effort of pursuing a singular discipline. In less than 3 hours, the art of light body technique was mastered. Within the confines of the Wuxin County government, amidst a loft, members of both the immortal families and the official cultivators stood in attendance. At the center was none other than the county lord of Wuxian. The county lieutenant stepped forward and reported, "My lord, the forces of the Liu and Huang families, along with the soldiers of Wuxin County, have all assembled in the square. This expedition to Beilagang comprises a total of 1,800 ordinary soldiers, including 1,300 infantry, 300 archers, and 200 cavalry. Among them, the head of the Huang family, Huang Tian, leads 700 infantry, 100 archers, 50 cavalry, 10 early-stage Qi refining cultivators, and 2 mid-stage Qi refining cultivators, tasked with assaulting the Black Tiger stronghold. Meanwhile, the head of the Liu family, Liu Feng, commands 600 infantry, 200 archers, 150 cavalry, 12 early-stage Qi refining cultivators, and 2 mid-stage Qi refining cultivators, aimed at attacking the Qingfeng stronghold. Both family heads have sworn an oath to eradicate the mountain bandits by the end of the year, restoring peace to the people of Wuxian." The county lord nodded in satisfaction. "As long as the 2 family heads can conquer the 2 bandit strongholds at Beilagang, I shall personally commend you to the princess. Though I cannot guarantee anything else, I assure you at least 1 foundation establishment pill for each family, without further discussion, as the heads of their respective families." It was rare for them to be swayed by anything. However, the foundation establishment pill was a notable exception. Both had lingered at the 9th level of Qi refining for many years, and the pills were scarce, primarily controlled by major immortal sects and the Tianwei royal family. Should they acquire a foundation establishment pill, they would risk everything to attempt foundation establishment. "Thank you, County Lord. We shall not disappoint you, and will flatten Beilagang. Then let us proceed together to honor our valiant soldiers." With that, the County Lord leaped into the air, soaring from the loft. The others followed suit, ascending into the sky alongside the County Lord, standing aloft above the square. Below them stood a throng of county soldiers and the cultivators of immortal families. Their spirits ignited upon seeing the County Lord, a powerful figure of the spiritual foundation realm. Even in the southern Tianjun, the County Lord was considered a formidable presence. Haha, with the County Lord personally leading the charge, the bandits of Beilagang shall surely have nowhere to flee. It was said that the notorious Black Tiger King of the Black Tiger stronghold was fearsome, but this time he would surely meet his demise at the hands of the County Lord, avenging the county's fallen citizens. Strength, regardless of its source, always drew attention. Whether county soldiers or cultivators, admiration shone in their eyes. Yet, some soldiers scoffed and remarked, You are truly uninformed. This time, the ones leading the charge against the bandits of Balagang are not the county lord, but the heads of the two great immortal families. Impossible. The county lord isn't going? The county lord has other pressing matters. I heard she is heading to the southern Tianjin to partake in the campaign against the 500 Li stronghold. Such news has already spread throughout the county government, and you remain unaware. What then? I heard that the Black Tiger King can transform into a black tiger. Merciless and fierce. What is there to fear? The head of the Huang family, Huang Tian, and the head of the Lu family, Lu Feng, are both formidable cultivators at the 9th level of qi refinement. Even the Black Tiger King cannot hope to match their strength. As the battle looms, the soldiers below continue to murmur among themselves. As a powerful figure in the spiritual foundation realm, the county lord possesses an extraordinary awareness, and their whispers reach her ears. Even the two family heads furrow their brows. The discipline among these warriors is alarmingly poor, and they resolve to impose strict penalties upon their return. However, to their surprise, the county lord does not express anger, but instead speaks calmly. You warriors are the pride of Wuxian County, representing the hopes of our tens of thousands of citizens as you embark towards the 100-mile ridge. I wish for your triumphant return, and when that day comes, I shall host a grand banquet at the county office to honor each of you. Fight for Wuxian County. Onward. With her command, nearly 2,000 soldiers march forth towards the 100-mile ridge. A sentry from Qingfeng camp catches sight of this formidable army and rushes out of Wuxian to relay the message to the riders responsible for communication. The troops of Wuxian County are advancing towards the 100-mile ridge. You must return to the camp with this news at the swiftest pace. Understood. The rider departs with great urgency. After several days of rigorous training, Niu Meng, Zhao Yun, and the other camp soldiers have not disappointed expectations. The 5th Battalion has begun to exhibit combat effectiveness, especially Zhao Yun's cavalry, which has become truly fearsome, engaging in close combat with fierce charges, expertly evading arrows, and executing ranged maneuvers. This array of cavalry tactics has even earned the admiration of the higher-ups in Qingfeng camp, including Su Li, who gives an approving thumbs up. With a wave of his hand, he rewards each soldier with 10 low-grade spirit stones. Although Wu Yong's tactical battalion did not achieve the expected level of prowess, the cultivators within have successfully mastered their respective spells and lightness techniques, demonstrating proficiency in their basic applications. That very afternoon, after reviewing the 5th Battalion, Qingfeng camp is visited by an unexpected guest. Old Swan from Black Tiger camp pays respects to the great chief and all brothers of the camp. The elderly man, clad in a black robe, respectfully addresses the assembly within the camp hall. He is a bandit from Black Tiger camp. Due to the absence of dedicated sentries, news of Wuxian County's intent to attack the 100-mile ridge has taken a considerable time to reach them. Upon hearing this, the Black Tiger King believes an opportunity has arisen. After all, Wuxian County soldiers have previously attempted to assault the 100-mile ridge, only to be repelled in disarray. This time, he aims to intimidate Qingfeng camp and compel Su Li to submit to him. Thus, he immediately dispatches Old Swan to persuade Su Li. Ah, Old Swan. I believe we have crossed paths before. Weren't you the one incessantly chattering beside the Black Tiger King, eager to launch an attack on my Qingfeng camp? Su Li regards Old Swan with a hint of provocation. Old Swan felt a silent anguish within. The memory of these cultivators was astonishingly sharp. He braced himself and said, Master Su must have mistaken me. I have always advocated for peaceful coexistence between our clans. Oh, is it truly not you? Su Li inquired with insinuation. Old Swan's face flushed crimson as he hastily diverted the conversation, saying, Master, the past is best forgotten, as I have previously stated on behalf of the Black Tiger King. The county government of Wuxian intends to unite with the Lu and Su families of cultivators to attack Bailey Ridge. I have come as a representative of the Black Tiger King to offer a clear path for Qingfeng village. Su Li responded, Then do elucidate this path you speak of. Old Swan, with unwavering determination in his gaze, declared, Submit to the Black Tiger village, and your governance in Qingfeng village shall remain unchanged, though you must heed the commands of the Black Tiger King. Su Li, incensed, retorted, For Qingfeng village to submit. The Black Tiger King surely possesses an inflated sense of self-importance. Old Swan surveyed the room. Not only was anger evident in Su Li's eyes, but several others nearby were also furious, their weapons poised, ready for conflict at the slightest provocation. Old Swan cautioned, the Black Tiger village has been established for decades, boasting hundreds of elite members, while the Black Tiger King himself is a master of the 8th level of qi refinement. Our foundation is not something Qingfeng village can rival. Moreover, the Black Tiger King has promised that if Master Su is willing to submit, he will assist Qingfeng village in repelling the county troops' invasion. Upon hearing this, Su Li couldn't help but chuckle. The Black Tiger King was either boasting arrogantly, his mind clouded, or he was woefully misinformed. This invasion of Bailey Ridge was unlike any previous one. Even the initial display of combat strength from his own camps left him doubtful they could withstand an attack. What audacity for a mere Black Tiger village to possess such confidence. Oh, may I ask if you truly represent the Black Tiger King? Indeed, I do, Old Swan affirmed. Excellent. Su Li waved his hand and stood, saying, Then I implore you to return and inform the Black Tiger King that if he indeed manages to fend off the troops invading Wuxian, I, Su Li, will gladly accept submission on behalf of all the villagers of Qingfeng. Master, this is unwise. You must reconsider. Niu Meng, Zhao Yun, and others attempted to intervene, but were rebuffed by Su Li's sharp rebuke. Old Swan had initially thought that persuading Su Li would be an uphill battle, yet now Su Li had surprisingly acquiesced. What was this madness? Master Su, are you truly sincere? Su Li replied, When I, the master of this village, speak, my words are not to be taken lightly. If the Black Tiger King can indeed repel the county troops, I shall welcome him and all of Qingfeng village with open arms. Haha, I shall relay Master Su's sentiments to the Black Tiger King. I am certain you will one day be grateful for the decision made today. Old Swan departed with great joy, exclaiming, I take my leave. In Chapter 85, the Black Tiger Village plans to annihilate the county's military. Niu Meng, Zhao Yun, and the others, having held their breath in frustration, stepped forward, voicing their concerns. Master, how could you agree to the demands of the Black Tiger Village? They are notorious for their merciless slaughter and are unfriendly even to their own brethren. Why would you consent to such a proposition? We cannot comprehend your intentions. The chief, please issue your orders. I shall immediately capture the men from the Black Tiger gang. A sense of discontent washed over the crowd. Under Su Li's scrutiny, it became apparent that, aside from those with unwavering loyalty, even several subordinates whose loyalty reached above 80 had seen a decline in their allegiance. He shook his head, realizing that any subordinate below a loyalty level of 90, or lacking full loyalty, could easily waver in their commitment. It seemed he needed to seek opportunities to bolster their loyalty, lest they become vulnerable to external manipulation. Do not rush. Hu Feng, step forward and relay the news from the lookout camp to everyone. Understood. Hu Feng stepped forward, articulating each word with clarity. Esteemed colleagues, I implore you to listen to my words. Yesterday afternoon, our scouts reported that the troops from Wuxian, alongside the Lu and Huang clans, have set their sights on Beilegang. This assault is unlike any we have faced before. The number of ordinary soldiers alone approaches 2,000, with over 30 cultivators joining their ranks, led by the heads of the two esteemed clans. The prowess of these clan leaders is not to be underestimated. Years ago, news spread that they had broken through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Their current abilities are undoubtedly even more formidable. So, brothers, do you truly believe that the Black Tiger Gang can withstand this impending assault from Wuxian? What? Nearly 2,000 soldiers, over 30 cultivators, 2 clan leaders, everyone, save for Su Li, was rendered speechless. This was unfathomable. Such a multitude of soldiers and cultivators had never been seen at Beilegang before. Indeed, there had been previous attempts by local forces to encircle them, but the highest number had only reached a few hundred, and they had been repelled before even reaching the heart of Beilegang. Old Hu, could there be an error in your report? The gravity of the situation dawned upon them all. Although Qingfeng Village had experienced rapid development over recent months, with advancements among martial artists and cultivators alike, if the enemies from Wuxian were indeed as formidable as Hu Feng described, they might not withstand the onslaught. Hu Feng sighed, remaining silent, implying that while he wished it were false, the truth was undeniable. Niu Meng spoke up. So, does the chief intend for the Black Tiger Gang to engage in a desperate battle against Wuxian's forces? The Black Tiger King would not be so foolish. Upon recognizing the strength of Wuxian's soldiers, he would surely retreat. Su Li shook his head. The intention of this chief is merely to divert the attention of Wuxian's forces towards the Black Tiger Gang, allowing Qingfeng Village to seize a chance to inflict a devastating blow upon our foes. Of course, should the Black Tiger Gang prove inadequate, I would not mind claiming them as spoils after this battle. Wise chief. The villagers of the hall responded with reverence, their previously diminished loyalty restored, with some even surpassing a loyalty score of 90. Yet, there were still villagers who hesitantly posed a question. Chief, given the formidable strength of the enemies from Wuxian, do we truly stand a chance against them? The great leader, possessing profound cultivation and remarkable wisdom, alongside the unprecedented strength of Qingfeng Stronghold, has no reason to fear the annihilation of the mere Wuxian territory. Old Gong, cease your reckless words and do not waver the morale of our troops. The other villagers reprimanded. Old Gong, one of the second batch of villagers emerging from the spirit pool, had recently succeeded alongside Wu Yong and others. He was now a member of the Little Fireball Technique camp. Su Li raised his hand to signal the villagers to remain calm. Gong Min speaks truthfully. This is indeed a plausible scenario. However, esteemed colleagues, Rest assured that as early as half a month ago, I dispatched Hu Feng to locate suitable hiding places within other mountains. In the event of defeat, our 1,000-strong villagers of Qingfeng's stronghold can disperse and conceal themselves in the depths of the mountains, returning only after the enemies of Wuxian have departed, allowing us to continue our development. The leader firmly believed that, with the collective efforts of those present, it would not be long before the banner of Qingfeng's stronghold would be raised upon the walls of Wuxian. Long live the great leader, long live Qingfeng's stronghold. A day later, after 2 days of rapid marching, the soldiers of Wuxian finally arrived at the expansive plains outside Beilagang. Huang gazed at the seemingly endless Beilagang and remarked to Lu Feng by his side, "Master Lu, does it not appear that Beilagang rises abruptly from this vast plain, effectively isolating Wuxian from Tianan County? The trade route to Wuxian had been severed for many years, and this time, we shall undoubtedly eradicate the bandits and reopen this vital commercial pathway. The people of Wuxian are truly fortunate to have both our Lu and Huang families." Lu Feng, consumed by boundless rage over the deaths of Lu Hu and other cultivators from his family, would have attacked Qingfeng's stronghold regardless of the county lord's summons. The county lieutenant arrived, hovering nearby, and inquired, "Why do the two masters not continue forward to seize Beilagang swiftly?" Huang Tian responded with a smile, "Esteemed county lieutenant, please remain patient. Beilagang is rugged and narrow, and our county soldiers have journeyed from afar, weary and exhausted. Moreover, with the day drawing to a close, we risk being ambushed by those cunning bandits. Though we possess the strength to overpower the bandits, there is no need for unnecessary sacrifice. Let us allow the troops to rest for the night. Tomorrow, I shall send Huang family cavalry to scout the mountains and ensure the safety of our warriors." Although Lu Feng was blinded by hatred, his position as a family leader was not easily attained, and he conceded, "Master Huang is correct. Let these bandits live another night." The county lord had set a deadline for the county lieutenant before the year's end, with only a little over 10 days remaining after 2 days of marching. He feared any delays would incur the county lord's wrath and punishment, making him the primary offender as the military supervisor. However, with both family leaders having spoken, he found it inappropriate to voice further objections. "Very well, yet regardless of circumstances, you two must enter the mountains tomorrow. Otherwise, should the county lord inquire about the reasons, I must report the truth." With that, the county lieutenant took to the skies toward the camp. "Humph, just a mere mid-stage qi refinement practitioner. By the time we reach the late stage of qi refinement, we shall see where you Kerr, head of the Lu family, speak up, yes or no." Huang spat vehemently towards the direction of the county lieutenant. After all, they were esteemed masters of the 9th layer of qi refinement, and as the heads of their families, they commanded respect wherever they went. A county lieutenant of mere mid-stage qi refinement, in the days when their two families held power over Wuxian, would have been dismissed without a second thought. "Be cautious of your words, head of the Huang family. The current county magistrate is not one to be trifled with," Lu Feng remarked before retreating to his tent. The weather at Bailey Ridge was indeed far colder than that of Wuxian, making the manipulation of spiritual energy considerably slower than usual. Chapter 86, Qi Refinement Level 8. Level 1 Mountain Bandit Task 5 at the training grounds of Qingfeng Village. Despite the hour being well past midnight, the area remained brightly lit. Hundreds of village soldiers, along with auxiliary troops and the first batch of ungraduated disciples from the 7 arts and 1 skill class, totaling over 500, stood in formation. Reporting to the great village chief, all soldiers and relevant personnel are assembled, Niomang announced as he approached Su Li. Su Li gazed upon the orderly formations of 7 distinct ranks, their presence formidable, undeterred by the biting cold. The village soldiers of today were not the same as those of the past. They were now well-versed in 3 martial arts, comprising half-step martial masters and low-level martial masters. Their strength incomparable to before. Whereas previously the village soldiers could contend against 2 bandits from other factions, they could now take on 5, or even more. Bailey Ridge had been blanketed in snow for nearly half a month, and everyone felt the chill. However, there was no choice. The battle soldiers from Wuxian had arrived at the outskirts of Bailey Ridge, and perhaps they would launch their attack on Qingfeng Village by tomorrow. They sought to slay our brothers, seize our flesh and grain, and trample our homeland. Do you consent? No, we do not consent. What shall we do then? Kill, kill, kill. The chorus of hundreds resonated with unwavering conviction, echoing through the Qingfeng Valley. Very well, those who dare to offend Qingfeng Village shall face annihilation, regardless of their strength. Su Li's voice, imbued with profound spiritual energy, reached the ears of everyone present. Zhao Jiaxi, heed my command. Present. I order you to lead the cavalry into the designated area tonight. Although the enemy from Wuxian may have cavalry, they are not adept at navigating the mountainous terrain, and their reconnaissance will be less effective than ours. However, this is not what I desire. I want the enemy from Wuxian to enter Bailey Ridge blind. Understood. I shall ensure the enemy's cavalry does not dare to roam Bailey Ridge. After receiving his orders, Zhao Yun led the cavalry to the stables, mounted his horse, and galloped out of Qingfeng village along a pre-scouted mountain path. Zhai Dunshir Zidingdang, Zhai Dao Zhai Chong Mixed Commander Lu Yen, heed my command. Present. The command was given for 2 individuals to lead their respective troops to the Black Bull Gorge overnight, with a strict order that no one shall act without my explicit command. Xiao Dingdang and Lu Yen, upon receiving the order, set forth with 2 battalions, totaling 270 men, making their way to the Black Bull Gorge with great fervor. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers busied themselves by lighting fires, preparing meals, and inspecting their armaments, ready to accompany me to the battlefield at dawn. Acknowledged. The remaining troops diligently attended to their tasks. Wu Yong and Hu Feng were summoned by Su Li to the main hall. Su Li remarked, Wu Yong, the 3rd Battalion of our Zhaishu is one of the trump cards of Qingfeng stronghold. It must not be revealed unless absolutely necessary. The subordinate nodded in understanding. After days of training, although the Zhaishu battalion consisted of only 12 members, each was a practitioner of magical arts, and their collective manifestation of abilities was particularly formidable. Su Li inquired, Old Hu, how goes the matter I entrusted to you earlier? Hu Feng replied, reporting to the great stronghold master. Over 100 sturdy horned cattle have been stealthily delivered to the designated location. However, due to adverse weather, we lost over 10. The current count stands at 90. 90? You say? That is more than sufficient. Su Li pondered before stating. Confused, Hu Feng asked, but great stronghold master, I am still somewhat unclear as to the purpose of acquiring so many horned cattle. The secrets of heaven must remain concealed. You shall understand in due course, and it will undoubtedly astonish you. Su Li replied with an air of mystery. Hu Feng stroked his beard, chuckling. Ha! Then old Hu shall keep a keen eye? After their departure, Su Li intended to meditate, utilizing the 7 Qing spirit jade to nurture his spiritual awareness, but melodies of delightful notifications resounded in his mind, filling him with elation. Beep! The wood spirit technique and earth spirit technique have automatically reached the 6th level. Beep! The fusion technique has been perfected, allowing for the fusion of 5 elemental spiritual awareness in the Qi refining realm. Congratulations, host. Your overall cultivation has risen to the 8th level of Qi refining. Congratulations, host. Your spiritual awareness strength has also ascended to the 8th level of Qi refining. Haha, both my overall cultivation and spiritual awareness have achieved breakthroughs. Is this the power of the 8th level of Qi refining? Indeed, formidable. The chances of repelling the troops from Wuxian have significantly increased. However, it is somewhat regrettable that I have yet to trigger the 1st level branch mission for the stronghold. At the break of dawn the following day, the troops from Wuxian, urged by the county officer, advanced towards Beilagang. Several cavalrymen entered Beilagang first, serving as scouts to prevent any surprise attacks on the main army. Since the routes to Qingfeng stronghold and Black Tiger stronghold were still quite distant, Lu Feng and Huang Tian decided to divide the troops from Wuxian into 3 teams. The front team was a mix of county soldiers and cavalrymen, totaling 300 men, led by a practitioner of the 5th level of Qi refining from the Lu family, serving as the vanguard. The middle team, consisting of the absolute main force led by the 2 family heads, maintained a distance of over 10 miles from the front team. This distance would allow for a swift response in case the front team fell into an ambush, enabling them to render assistance quickly. The rear guard consists of 500 county soldiers, commanded by a leader from the county, tasked with ensuring a secure supply of provisions and support from the rear. The county officer initially opposed this strategy, believing that with just 2 major encampments at Bailey Ridge, the forces from Wuxian, having already decimated them several times, could swiftly crush the enemy if they launched a full assault, potentially resolving the conflict in a matter of days. However, he faced staunch opposition from the 2 prominent clan leaders, forcing him to concede, albeit with growing resentment towards the 2 elders. You old codgers, just wait. When the county lord returns, I shall ensure you both receive your due reckoning. Meanwhile, Su Li, who was to lead the remaining troops, finally heard the anticipated notification in his mind. Ding! Detection of Wuxian troops entering Bailey Ridge, intent on attacking Qingfeng stronghold. Level 1 stronghold mission activated. Defeat the invading Wuxian soldiers and their cultivators. Mission reward 1, based on the number of kills and captures. Corresponding rewards will be provided. 20 stronghold points for each county soldier killed, and 100 stronghold points for each cultivator based on their cultivation level. Mission reward 2. 1 random spell from the host's perfected level of basic spells will be selected for system evolution and enhancement, with a chance of mutation. After the upgrade, the host's comprehension of this spell will remain at a perfected state. Mission reward 3. Blueprint for the construction of a level 1 quality nurturing pool. Chapter 87. An impending clash. Tianmin gorged the blueprint for the level 1 quality nurturing pool, following the blueprint for construction. The host may consume level 1 quality cards from the stronghold's marketplace to activate it, doubling its effects. Each level 1 quality card can randomly increase the spiritual root values of the stronghold's inhabitants by 1 to 4 points, with a maximum limit of 10 points. The system's evolution and upgrade, coupled with the rewards for defeating enemies, seem to surpass previous tasks by a considerable margin. While level 1 quality cards are valuable, their singular nature limits their utility. If distributed among subordinates, it would surely evoke astonishment. It is well known that enhancing spiritual roots is exceedingly difficult. Even within the realms of cultivation, few cultivators have the privilege to partake. If a band of mountain bandits could easily advance their spiritual roots, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of many powerful figures. Therefore, including Wu Yong, he refrained from recklessly distributing them. However, the advent of the level 1 quality nurturing pool changes the landscape. At that juncture, he could attribute all enhancements to the spoils acquired from defeating cultivators or fabricate tales of extraordinary locales yielding spiritual materials, thereby deflecting scrutiny. Even if someone were to discover the truth, the enhancements would merely elevate the values of pseudo-spiritual roots, which most cultivators would dismiss. After all, the vast majority of practitioners possess innate spiritual roots. Forward, Su Li commanded, leading all the stronghold warriors toward the designated location, Heihu Stronghold. Lacking cavalry, their communication was quite limited, typically relying on foot messengers within the band. It was only when someone spotted the vanguard of Wuxian troops in Bailey Ridge that the news finally made its way back. Upon learning that the enemy from Wuxian County numbered merely over 300, a figure not significantly different from previous reports, the Black Tiger King was filled with joy. He turned to the scout and inquired, "Are you certain there are only a little over 300 soldiers from Wuxian County?" The scout respectfully responded, reporting to the chief, "Among the invading forces from Wuxian, there are both formidable guests and county soldiers. However, it seems that among them, there are several cultivators at the initial to mid-stage of chi refinement. We did not dare to approach for too long, but I can assure you that the total number is indeed around 300. Excellent." The Black Tiger King began to envision the moment of triumph when he would vanquish the invading forces from Wuxian, with the leader of Qingfeng Village prostrating at his feet. "Old Swan, can you confirm that the leader of Qingfeng Village spoke the truth?" Although Old Swan had lost much of his spiritual power and abilities, he still possessed enough insight to ascertain that the leader of Qingfeng Village had indeed not spoken falsely. He nodded in affirmation. Yet, an unsettling smile from the leader of Qingfeng Village suddenly flashed in his mind, evoking a sense of unease. Nonetheless, Old Swan felt that the current situation regarding the enemy from Wuxian was somewhat unusual. If only Old Swan still had his abilities, he could assist the chief in deducing the outcome, but alas, he lamented. "For safety's sake, Chief, might we consider sending out additional scouts?" The Black Tiger King dismissed the notion, replying, "Old Swan, you underestimate me too much. A mere few hundred soldiers from Wuxian are but a trifling matter, easily extinguished with a flick of my hand. We must not allow them to divide their forces. If Qingfeng Village finds an excuse, we would be in dire straits. Convey my orders. All brothers, take your designated positions. Let us proceed, Old Swan. It is time for us to move." Understood. The 500 elite warriors of the Black Tiger clan had already departed the previous day, heading to their predetermined positions to ambush the soldiers from Wuxian and annihilate all who approached. In the Black Bull Gorge, Su Li had arrived with the village soldiers an hour earlier. The gorge, shaped like a concave basin, featured cliffs soaring several dozen meters on either side, with faint traces of a county road still visible in the middle. Wu Yong remarked, "This Black Bull Gorge was once a crucial route from Wuxian to Tianan County City. However, in recent years, due to the proliferation of bandit strongholds in the region, the passage of merchants has gradually diminished. What was once a wide county road is now overgrown with weeds. Elder Wu, what do you think of this location?" Su Li stood atop the gorge, surveying the landscape below. Wu Yong understood that the Black Bull Gorge was an essential passage to Qingfeng Village, and he mused, "Chief, if we were to lie in ambush on either side, when the soldiers from Wuxian enter, we could launch a surprise attack from a vantage point, indeed inflicting significant damage upon the invaders. However, the commander of the Wuxian forces would not be foolish. They would likely dispatch small contingents to traverse the gorge as well. A large-scale ambush would be easily detected, while a small-scale ambush would prove ineffective against the incoming enemy." Su Li replied with a smile, "Your analysis is astute. But what do you think of placing the main ambush at the exit of the Black Bull Gorge?" "The exit?" Wu Yong glanced ahead, observing that there were no advantageous positions to defend at the exit. "It is unfeasible. The export cannot be described as a defensible position, great leader. It would be preferable to position the battlefield at Qingfeng Mountain, where one can gain the advantage from above. Recently, I have instructed the villagers to relocate numerous massive stones and logs. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should be able to hold our ground." Su Li shook his head and remarked, Wu Yong, your vision is too limited. This battle marks the inaugural clash of our new-style troops. If we do not inflict significant damage upon the invading enemy, it would be wiser to lead the villagers deeper into the mountains sooner rather than later. Wu Yong remained perplexed. At that moment, Hu Feng had already soared through the air. Earlier that day, Su Li had perfected his aerial technique, and the technique had been refreshed in the village's marketplace. After Hu Feng broke through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, he procured a manual and presented it to Hu Feng. With commendable talent, Hu Feng comprehended the intermediate aerial technique within just a few days at the level 1 spell practice hall. Great leader, the scouts have returned with news. The soldiers from Wuxian are now merely a dozen miles away and are expected to enter the Tianmen Gorge in approximately 2 hours. Tianmen Gorge serves as the dividing mountain between the southern and northern territories of Bailigang. Heading south through Hanyu Gorge leads to Qingfeng Village, while proceeding north leads to Heihu Village. Su Li inquired, what of Heihu Village? Is there any movement? Hu Feng replied, several hundred elite troops from Heihu Village set an ambush yesterday in Tianmen Gorge. Just now, our scouts dispatched to Heihu Village have reported that the Heihu King is leading several elite warriors this way. Su Li then asked, what news from Zhao Yun's side? Great leader, I have informed Zhao's cavalry as per your instructions. He has discreetly divided the cavalry camp into 2 factions, continually eliminating scouts from both sides in the mixed zones. When encountering Wuxian cavalry, our scouts are to slay them directly. When meeting Heihu scouts, our cavalry dons the captured attire of the enemy before engaging. The losses on both sides scouts have been substantial, and the intelligence we can gather remains within our control. Hu Feng respectfully stated. To be honest, he still could not fathom the intentions of their great leader. Initially, he assumed the strategy was to let Heihu Village and Wuxian soldiers clash, thus reaping the benefits. However, it seemed far more intricate than that, especially with the numerous underlying plots. He began to doubt whether their great leader was truly under 20 years of age. Su Li smiled mysteriously. Haha, everyone. Follow me to Tianmen Gorge. The spectacle is about to commence. Chapter 88. The Battle of Tianmen Gorge. Observing the tiger fight from the mountain. Tianmen Gorge rises dozens of feet high, with a river flowing through its center, connecting to Bailigang's mountains and waters. However, as winter has set in, the river's surface is now blanketed with a thick layer of ice and snow. Yet beneath the ice, if one leans in to listen closely, the water continues to flow relentlessly. Before the clash between the Tianyue royal family and the immortal mountain sects, this location was a favored hunting and leisure destination for millions from surrounding counties. A figure adorned in the attire of Lu's customer service hurried forward, proclaiming, reporting to Elder Lu, we have reached the Tianmen Gorge, yet it appears to be fraught with ambushes. Our side dispatched over 10 riders, but scarcely 1 or 2 have returned, and the information gathered is exceedingly scant. Lu Zhenghua, a man in his 40s and the brother of Lu Hu, is commonly referred to as third uncle by the ordinary members of the Lu clan, while the esteemed customers honor him with the title of Elder Lu. Raising his gaze, Lu Zhenghua could distinctly see the Tianmen Gorge. To the south, beyond the gorge, lay Qingfeng Mountain, the site of Lu clan's catastrophic defeat. Hundreds of esteemed customers, several younger members of the Lu family, and his elder brother, Lu Hu, all perished there. A profound humiliation for the Lu clan. In accordance with the commands of the clan leader, their purpose for this expedition was to avenge this disgrace, to breach Qingfeng Village, sparing none from the elderly to the newly born. Summon back the Huang family's riders to flank our sides, providing cover as we advance into the mountains. Understood. Although the esteemed customers of the cultivation family possess towering physiques and strength that surpasses their peers, the county soldiers are well-armored and trained. Their cooperative combat skills exponentially greater than those of the esteemed customers. Upon receiving the order, over 100 county soldiers, led by a centurion in the initial stages of Qi refining, marched in formation towards the Tianmen Gorge. At this moment, the Black Tiger King had also arrived at the gorge. What is the situation? He inquired. The second-in-command responded, Elder brother, the enemy from Wuxian approaches. Mere miles from Tianmen Gorge, yet their scouts appear formidable. I dispatched over a dozen scouts, but none have returned. Thus, I dared not send them too far. However, the enemy force from Wuxian numbers indeed around 300. The Black Tiger King ascended into the air, gracefully landing atop the gorge, surveying the expanse with a discerning eye. He returned to the temporary encampment, confident. Prepare the brothers within the gorge. This enemy, we of Black Tiger Village, shall surely conquer. The vanguard of Wuxian soldiers continued to advance. 5 miles, 3 miles. The leading county soldiers even began to enter the gorge. The centurion at the forefront seemed to sense a disturbance, ordering a squad of archers to unleash a volley into the woods. Snow-laden branches cascaded down. Some members of Black Tiger Village, hidden in ambush within the gorge, were struck. However, The remaining members swiftly silenced the injured bandits to avoid exposure. Only then did the centurion feel reassured to proceed. Brothers of Black Tiger Village, let us strike. The vanguard of Wuxian's soldiers fully entered the Tianmen Gorge. Observing the opportune moment, the Black Tiger King commanded his bandits to launch an assault. A multitude of arrows rained down from above. Yet, the primary distinction between the county soldiers and the esteemed customers is that the former do not falter in the face of ambush. The centurion retreated among his soldiers, instructing the others to fall back and raise their shields. With a swift whoosh, arrows whistled through the air. Enemy attack. Stay composed. Lu Zhenghua shouted fervently as he soared into the air, conjuring numerous spells to deflect a barrage of arrows. The valiant soldiers, clad in pure iron armor, wielded their weapons with fervor to withstand the relentless rain of swords. Yet, despite their valiant efforts, several dozen warriors succumbed to the blood-soaked ground after several waves of arrows. Kill them, commanded the Black Tiger King, and upon his order, over 500 bandits from Black Tiger's stronghold, armed with an array of weapons, launched an assault on the vanguard of the Wuxian troops positioned in Tianmen Gorge. Stay calm. Do not panic. Resist the enemy. Lu Zhenghua, witnessing the overwhelming surge of bandits flooding the mountains, was taken aback by their cunning. They had managed to remain undetected. Raise your weapons. The centurion issued commands, and over 100 local soldiers transitioned swiftly from defense to offense. Kill. With every decree from the centurion, numerous bandits from Black Tiger's stronghold fell into pools of blood. However, the sheer number of bandits was staggering, and local soldiers continued to fall one by one. Their rigorous training proved invaluable. As one soldier fell, another immediately took their place. The remaining warriors from Wuxian's vanguard engaged in fierce combat with the bandits. Yet only the centurion's troops managed to maintain a semblance of formation against the onslaught. The Black Tiger King, having taken note of the situation, crushed several soldiers with his bare hands before ascending into the air. With each step he took, one or several soldiers met their demise, their heads exploding in a gruesome spectacle. Black Tiger Claw Technique. The Black Tiger King descended amidst the local soldiers, akin to a tiger entering the fray. And with each sweep of his arms, multiple soldiers were sent flying. Surround and kill, commanded the centurion, turning to face the Black Tiger King, thrusting his spear towards him. However, it bore no effect. With a sweeping motion, the Black Tiger King shattered numerous spears, which then pierced the bodies of the local soldiers. Now it's your turn. Under the Black Tiger King's chilling gaze, the centurion trembled, as if being stalked by a ferocious beast. He yearned to flee, but in the blink of an eye, the Black Tiger King pierced through his body. You are the Black Tiger King. Indeed, but alas, you realized it too late. The Black Tiger King grinned ominously. The less than 50 local soldiers remaining lost all will to resist. The Black Tiger King was indeed a formidable adversary. Flee. Quick, escape. On the battlefield, once the tide of defeat began, it could not be halted. Lu Zhenghua, despite slaying several deserters, found it futile. Just as he turned around, he met the cold, piercing gaze of the Black Tiger King. A sense of dread enveloped Lu Zhenghua. This is undoubtedly the Black Tiger King. Quickly, summon the master for reinforcements. Yet, it was unnecessary for Lu Zhenghua to send word. Huang En and Lu Feng, both at the 9th level of Qi refinement, had already sensed the commotion. Relay my orders. Everyone, proceed at full speed. Target, Tianmen Gorge. Within less than half an hour, they were en route. Originally, the vanguard of 300 had dwindled to barely over 100, retreating under the leadership of Lu Zhenghua. The Black Tiger King sought to expand his victories. After all, maintaining a semblance of dignity was imperative. Merely taking the heads of nearly 200 invaders was insufficient to compel the submission of Qingfeng's stronghold. He swiftly traversed the skies, intent on eliminating that 5th-tier Qi refinement practitioner. However, suddenly, a dense fog loomed ahead, forcing the Black Tiger King to halt abruptly. More enemies from Wuxian approached. The commotion suggested that they numbered in the hundreds. The Black Tiger King's second-in-command, witnessing such a formidable force, felt a twinge of fear. Brother, what should we do? Shall we pursue them? Chapter 89. The Black Tiger King demonstrates his might. Su Li seizes the opportunity. How could this be? How could there still be enemies? The Black Tiger King cursed vehemently, berating the scouts for failing to detect such a significant presence just a dozen miles away. Upon returning, he vowed to make those bandits pay. Just as the Black Tiger King found himself in a precarious situation, a figure emerged from the distance, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Black Tiger King, what are you waiting for? The foes that trespass upon our 100-li ridge are in front of you. Charge at them. It was Su Li who, upon seeing the Black Tiger King's hesitation, felt compelled to stoke the flames of battle. Black Tiger King, if you wish for my Qingfeng stronghold to submit, such meager strength will surely be insufficient. Su Li, the Black Tiger King silently cursed, realizing he had failed to notice the arrival of this adversary. However, As he aimed to subjugate Qing Feng's stronghold, he refrained from expressing his anger. Master Su, I have stated that I can repel the assault from Wuxian, and I shall indeed do so. However, is it true that you promised the submission of Qing Feng's stronghold to Black Tiger's stronghold? Indeed, it is true. As long as Black Tiger's stronghold successfully repels this attack from Wuxian, such a powerful entity as yours shall surely compel my Qing Feng's stronghold to yield. The Black Tiger King harbored lingering doubts. He continued, I, Su Li, hereby swear to the heavens that if the Black Tiger King leads Black Tiger's stronghold to repel this assault from Wuxian, I will lead Qing Feng's stronghold to submit to Black Tiger's stronghold. Black Tiger King, do you now believe me? The heavens were the greatest taboo for cultivators. A careless mistake could leave a mark, leading to potential misguidance in future cultivation. Witnessing Su Li's solemn oath, the Black Tiger King relinquished his doubts. Then go forth. It is your time to demonstrate your true strength. Su Li, reveling in the unfolding spectacle, was unafraid of the impending chaos. Fight fiercely. Expose the hidden cards of both sides. I hope Master Su will honor his promise. The Black Tiger King turned to address the elite fighters of Black Wind's stronghold. Brothers, charge with me. Let us deal with these scoundrels. Kill. Charge. Although the second-in-command harbored some skepticism regarding Su Li, he nevertheless joined the Black Tiger King in the fray. If you wish for my Qing Feng stronghold to submit, first ensure your own survival in this battle. Su Li observed the distance between the bandits of Black Tiger Village and the soldiers of Wuxian diminishing, signaling that a grand battle was imminent. He was not the Black Tiger King. The joint forces of the Zhai Sho camp and the Zhai Qi camp were adeptly controlling the mountain terrain. Zhao Yun and Li Shishir were both Qi refiners, and there were numerous martial masters among the two camps, with nearly 100 half-step martial masters as well. Such a formidable reconnaissance array left both Wuxian and the scouts of the Black Tiger King utterly suppressed. In contrast, Qing Feng Village possessed comprehensive intelligence on both factions. This exemplified the information warfare spoken of in the Blue Star. Having a command over the situation was an exhilarating sensation. Su Li secretly vowed to replace all scouts in the future with Qi refiners, employing techniques like breath concealment and aerial control. In the realm of information warfare, who could ever rival Qing Feng Village? Unbeknownst to the Black Tiger King, the reinforcements he faced were the main forces of the Wuxian soldiers. Not only did they include the heads of the Huang and Lu families, both Qi refiners at the 9th level, but there were also over 20 other Qi refiners and thousands of elite soldiers from Wuxian. The Black Tiger King, leading the bandits of Black Tiger Village, was the first to charge into the ranks of the Wuxian soldiers. As a master of the 8th level of Qi refinement, the Black Tiger King's prowess was formidable. Although the main forces of Wuxian were elite, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. The chaos from the fleeing vanguard further disrupted the formation of the Wuxian soldiers. The Black Tiger King leapt into the air, descending like a meteor wielding a mid-grade magical weapon, a meteor hammer, and in an instant, he decimated over 50 Wuxian soldiers. His ferocity invigorated the hundreds of bandits behind him, who charged forward with an unrestrained frenzy, akin to a horde of wild men. Several hundred captains from Wuxian attempted to rally the fleeing soldiers and form a solid defensive line, but they were caught off guard. Witnessing their leader's valor, the bandits from Black Tiger Village surged forward, hunting down the panicking soldiers with unparalleled ferocity. It must be said that the combat effectiveness of the Black Tiger King's bandits in pursuit of the fleeing soldiers was extraordinary. It was the Black Tiger King. That infamous figure was a nightmare for the soldiers of Wuxian. Over the years, they had besieged hundreds of strongholds, with no fewer than 200 soldiers perishing at the hands of the Black Tiger King. He was the #1 on Wuxian's wanted list, with a bounty of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon realizing that the approaching assailants were the Black Tiger King and his bandits, they erupted in curses, recalling that previously the Black Tiger King only acted when they reached the lower tier of Black Tiger Village. Now, before even entering the Tianmen Gorge, this fiend had emerged to wreak havoc. Heads of the Huang and Lu families, we are in grave danger. The Black Tiger King and his bandits are attacking our Wuxian soldiers, implored a 3rd-level Qi refining captain to Huang Tian and Lu Feng. Black Tiger King. He possesses an audacious spirit, daring to launch an offensive against my warriors of Wuxian. It is imperative that this scoundrel meets his demise today. Witnessing the significant losses among the county soldiers, Huang Tian and Lu Feng hesitated no longer. They ascended into the skies, leading the cultivators from various clans to confront the Black Tiger King. Meanwhile, Su Li, as the Black Tiger King infiltrated the ranks of the Wuxian soldiers, was not idle. The centurion of the Wuxian soldiers and several leading cultivators from prominent families were all practitioners of the Qi refinement stage. This was an opportunity not to be squandered. Aware of the agreement between Su Li and their chieftain, the bandits of Black Tiger Mountain refrained from attacking him. Su Li's spiritual perception had also reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. enabling him to discern accurately those cultivators paralyzed with fear by the Black Tiger King amidst the chaos of battle and pursue them relentlessly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the centurion of Wuxian soldiers at the second level of Qi refinement, earning 200 chieftain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a cultivator from the Lu family at the first level of Qi refinement, earning 100 chieftain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a cultivator from the Huang family at the second level of Qi refinement, earning 200 chieftain points. Due to the formidable presence of the Black Tiger King, these cultivators were preoccupied with fleeing and avoiding him, entirely oblivious to Su Li. With his comprehensive cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement, Su Li was practically a reaper against those at the 1st and 2nd levels. In mere moments, he effortlessly dispatched 4 or 5 Qi refinement practitioners, accumulating nearly 1,000 chieftain points along with several spirit stones and a first-grade gathering spirit pill. How many chieftain points could one earn from daily tasks? Indeed, the swiftest way to amass points was through slaying enemies. Chapter 90. Tiger Transformation. The might of the Black Tiger King Su Li's actions drew the attention of the Black Tiger King. He mused inwardly. This Su Li is truly earnest in his desire to submit to my Black Tiger Mountain, yet I, the Black Tiger King, have been nothing short of obstinate towards him. I have behaved inhumanely. Just as the Black Tiger King contemplated how to pacify Su Li, his pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed ahead. These two auras are incredibly powerful. Humph, Black Tiger King. How dare you slay so many valiant sons of the Lu family? Today, you shall not escape your fate. The combined might of the two family heads at the 9th level of Qi refinement surged forth, and the numerous bandits at the forefront had yet to react before they fell into a pool of blood. Lu Feng, the head of the Lu family, and Huang'an, the head of the Huang family. How could this be possible? The Black Tiger King was utterly astounded. These two had appeared simultaneously outside the Tianmen Gorge. This meant that it was indeed they who orchestrated the siege on Beilagang? He suddenly recalled Su Li. That fellow. So it was. The Black Tiger King turned, realizing that Su Li had already retreated several miles away upon sensing the two powerful cultivators. Ah, Su Li, you have betrayed me. Transmit my orders. Encircle and annihilate the bandits of Black Tiger Stronghold. Any who falter shall meet a merciless fate. The appearance of the two esteemed leaders and other cultivators rekindled hope in the previously faltering county soldiers and their allies. One by one, they began to turn and counterattack. In stark contrast, a few initial stage Qi refinement bandits from Black Tiger Stronghold displayed a modicum of ferocity, only to be swiftly overwhelmed by several cultivators from Wuxian, who dispatched them without hesitation. The second in command of Black Tiger Stronghold, keen-eyed, hastily retracted his spiritual energy, retreating while urging the other bandits to charge forth. He navigated the chaotic battlefield to locate the Black Tiger King, only to discover his chief was being relentlessly suppressed by two middle-aged cultivators, having attempted to break free twice to no avail. Witnessing his comrades fall around him, the Black Tiger King was consumed by rage. This was all a conspiracy, and that old schemer would surely meet a gruesome end. Might I plead for mercy from the two esteemed leaders for the Black Tiger King and my brothers of Black Tiger Stronghold? He implored. Huh, Black Tiger King, how naive. The county lord has decreed that this battle shall claim both your life and that of the treacherous Su Li. Huang Tian had no intention of sparing the Black Tiger King, as he was tasked with the assault on the stronghold. With the Black Tiger King walking willingly into the trap, it saved him the trouble of attacking the stronghold and incurring further casualties for the Huang family. Surrender, and I shall intercede on your behalf with the county lord to spare your life. Lu Feng, upon observing the Black Tiger King's cultivation had reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement, noted that at such a young age, he held potential. Perhaps in a few years, the Lu family might boast another at the 9th layer. Huang Tian discerned Lu Feng's intentions and felt a pang of resentment. Lu family head, you overstep. The county lord has spoken. This Black Tiger King belongs to my Huang family. Who belongs to whom is yet to be determined. Let us first capture the Black Tiger King. Enough. These scoundrels dared treat him like a coveted morsel, believing they could easily defeat their lord. Had he ever endured such humiliation? Did they truly believe victory was assured? Black Tiger Transformation. The Black Tiger King bellowed. In the next moment, his body began to swell, his garments tearing apart instantaneously, showing no sign of halting. One zhong, two zhong. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his head morphed into that of a black tiger, his arms transforming into the forelimbs of a tiger, and his legs into its hind limbs. Moments later, a colossal black tiger, nearly 3 zhong in height, manifested at the center of the battlefield. By the heavens, had I attacked the Black Tiger King that day, I shudder to think. Su Li mused quietly. 3 zhong marked the boundary of a late-stage first-tier fierce spirit beast. Observing the transformed Black Tiger King, it was evident he had yet to formally enter the late stage, but was perilously close. he was far more formidable than the Wolf King had been. A thunderous roar erupted from the tiger, causing the ongoing chaos between Wuxian warriors and bandits to come to an abrupt halt. With a single paw, the Black Tiger King descended upon the battlefield. In the county of Wuxian, the formation of the Centurions was shattered in an instant, sending dozens of men soaring into the air. The Black Tiger King even seized 2 county soldiers and devoured them whole, the sound of crunching echoing as he swallowed. Is this the transformation of the Black Tiger King? Truly extraordinary. Huang Tian and Lu Feng furrowed their brows. The transformed Black Tiger King, in terms of presence, was no less formidable than any among them. Retreat, retreat. The second-in-command of the Black Tiger village, aware of the impending chaos, shouted loudly while the people of Wuxian remained in shock. The remaining 200 bandits, daunted, quickly rallied to his side. With a roar, the 2 unfortunate souls were consumed. The transformed Black Tiger King grew increasingly ferocious, launching indiscriminate attacks on the surrounding soldiers and bandits. Flee, flee. The battlefield descended into chaos. We cannot allow the Black Tiger King to wreak such havoc, or both our factions will suffer catastrophic losses. Huang Tian and Lu Feng exchanged glances and ascended towards the Black Tiger King. This nearly late-stage beast was comparable to a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement. The 2 dared not act carelessly, continuously casting spells to thwart the Black Tiger King, yet all efforts were thwarted by the creature's resilient hide. Lu family head, cease your concealment. Huang family head, are you not guilty of the same? Very well, let us unite our strength to slay the Black Tiger King. However, after another 100 lives were lost, the 2 family heads reached an agreement. Intermediate spell, wind binding technique. Bind him. Lu Feng murmured incantations of obscure wind spells, then gestured with one hand. The air seemed to come alive, transforming into numerous strands of wind ropes that hurtled towards the Black Tiger King. When the wind ropes struck the creature, they tore through its flesh, blood flowing profusely, while simultaneously binding the beast. With a roar, the Black Tiger King howled in pain, becoming even more frenzied. The strength to break free from the wind ropes grew exponentially. Lu Feng, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, acknowledged the immense toll this exertion was taking. Huang family head, will you not make a move? Lu family head, do not fret. It is merely a mindless, ferocious tiger. Watch how this family head subdues it. The transformation of the Black Tiger King was no secret. As the leader of the Wuxian cultivators, they were somewhat aware of its side effects. Huang Yan's face contorted with a grimace, and he swiftly summoned a spirit talisman, activating its restraints. In the next moment, the talisman glimmered with blue light, unleashing a powerful energy. Sand explosion talisman, ensnare him. In the blink of an eye, the earth surrounding the Black Tiger King transformed into a vast sand pit, with the beast sinking halfway into it. Chapter 91. The execution of the second-in-command of the Black Tiger village triggers Level 1 Bandit quest. Though the transformed Black Tiger King possessed defenses and strength akin to that of a late-stage beast, it was not invincible. Bound by the restraining ropes of the wind, and ensnared within the quagmire of shifting sands, escape seemed utterly impossible. Under normal circumstances, he might have relied on the artifacts from his storage pouch or other spells for liberation. Yet, the transformation into a tiger granted him the ferocity of a wild beast, while his intellect diminished to that of an infant, relying solely on primal instincts to resist. Thus, he found himself sinking deeper into despair. Spearmen, prepare. Fire. The county officer, accompanied by the soldiers behind him, rushed forward. Upon spotting the formidable tiger trapped in the sand pit, elation surged within him. Was this not the once mighty Black Tiger King, who had ruled with impunity over Bailey Ridge? Dozens of spears whistled through the air, striking the exposed neck and head of the ferocious tiger. Boom. Though the Black Tiger King was confined, its transformed state provided formidable defensive capabilities. The sharp spearheads inflicted minimal damage, merely bouncing off. The county officer, unwilling to relent, coated arrows in oil and unleashed a barrage of flaming projectiles. Instantly, the entire sandy expanse ignited around the Black Tiger King. My lord, this Black Tiger King, having undergone its transformation, rivals some late-stage first-tier ferocious beasts. These ordinary attacks barely scratched the surface. Lu Feng, the head of the Lu family, remarked, retrieving a crimson longbow from his storage ring. The appearance of the longbow caused the temperature in the vicinity to rise significantly. Could it be that this was the high-grade artifact, the dragon snake bow, forged from the bones and sinews of second-tier ferocious beasts? Was the mysterious seller from that day none other than you? Huang Yan gazed at Lu Feng, unable to shake his disbelief. A year prior, at the auction in Datong Square, he had immediately coveted the dragon snake bow, but alas, lacking sufficient spirit stones, he had been forced to relinquish it. Ultimately, it was acquired by a mysterious buyer for the exorbitant price of 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. Master Huang, you have a discerning eye. Indeed, this is the high-grade dragon snake bow. Lu Feng did not conceal his intentions, gracefully knocking an arrow in one fluid motion. My lord, allow me to demonstrate how Lu shall vanquish the Black Tiger King. With a swift motion, he loosed an arrow ablaze with energy, prompting the county officer to hastily retreat to safety. The Black Tiger King sensed the looming threat of this formidable assault, its body immobilized. It could only turn its head aside and emit a desperate roar. Yet, as if guided by fate, the arrow curved slightly, striking true into the tiger's eye. A heart-wrenching roar echoed forth as blood gushed from the Black Tiger King's left eye. This is bad. Brother is in danger. The second-in-command of the Black Tiger clan had believed that with his brother's transformed might, none could stand against him, save for the county lord. But upon escaping the encirclement and focusing his gaze, he was dismayed to find the Black Tiger King trapped amongst the soldiers of Wuxian, wounded by the arrow. Lu Feng prepared to release a second arrow. Sensing the impending peril to the Black Tiger King, he hastily retrieved a white jade whistle from his bosom and blew into it with fervor. A piercing sound resonated across the battlefield. The once injured Black Tiger King trembled, as if enchanted, and grew threefold in size. His entire form surpassed 3 zhang. This was the same whistle as that of the Blood Moon's horn. After slaying several cultivators, Su Li, concealed in the shadows, fixated intently on the injured whistle of the second-in-command of the Black Tiger clan not far away. Employing the breath concealment technique, he surged forward in the next moment. The Black Tiger King, upon hearing the whistle, would undoubtedly erupt with a brief surge of power akin to that of a wolf king, only to be left weak thereafter. Today, the Black Tiger King could not escape death. This artifact he must obtain. Roaring, the Black Tiger King, upon hearing the whistle, exhibited bulging veins across his entire body. In the next moment, he broke free from Lu En's binding ropes and shattered Huang En's explosive sand talisman with sheer force. His strength had reached a level comparable to that of a half-step Spirit Foundation expert. A terrifying feat, the Black Tiger King burst through the encirclement, trampling dozens of Wu County warriors in his wake. Huang En, Lu Feng, and the county guards were all struck with dread. Lu Feng shouted, Master Huang, this must be the Black Tiger King's secret technique. It cannot last long. We must stop him. Initially intending to evade, Huang En's eyes flared with determination upon hearing Lu Feng's words. The Black Tiger King, whom they had not seen for several years, had grown to such an extent, his talent surpassing their wildest imaginations. If they allowed him to escape, he would surely seek vengeance upon their cultivation families. They could not let him flee. After a moment of contemplation, Huang En witnessed the charging Black Tiger King. He retrieved a palm-sized shield-shaped magical artifact from his storage ring, infusing it with immense spiritual energy. The artifact expanded to the size of a zhang. Block him. With a crash, the Black Tiger King collided violently with the shield, stumbling back several zhang, his head spinning. Meanwhile, the shield-shaped artifact shattered upon impact. Huang En had been continuously channeling spiritual energy from behind the shield. The backlash struck his chest, causing his internal organs to feel as though they had shifted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, my intermediate magical artifact. A pained expression crossed his face. He had spent thousands of spirit stones to acquire that defensive artifact, only to see it destroyed in an instant. Master Lu, why are you not making a move? Lu Feng did not hesitate. No one wished to let the Black Tiger King escape. After all, now that he had grown to such a level, how could the 2 clan leaders of Wu County find peace? Drawing the dragon and serpent bow, an advanced magical artifact, Lu Feng pulled it taut to a crescent shape. He infused it with over 5 layers of spiritual energy and released an arrow that whistled forth. Its power doubled compared to before. After shooting the arrow, Lu Feng landed on the ground and quickly consumed a recovery pill to restore his spiritual energy. Crack! The Black Tiger King's hide crumpled under the assault of the arrow, as if it were mere paper. With effortless precision, he pierced through the abdomen, impaling him fiercely to the ground. The transformed Black Tiger King, in excruciating pain, was on the verge of shedding tears. Yet, the allure of the whistle surpassed all else for the Black Tiger King. Summoning his strength, he rose, his tiger-like state nearing its end, and in a frenzied rush, he sprinted towards the second-in-command of the Black Tiger tribe. Remarkably, he was still able to move. Witnessing the Black Tiger King break free from the encirclement, Huang En was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly dismissed his astonishment and, despite the searing pain coursing through him, pursued relentlessly. At that moment, Su Li had reached the side of the second-in-command of the Black Tiger tribe. His Qing Gang sword whistled through the air, and before the second-in-command could even react, he was pierced through the body. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have slain the second-in-command of the Black Tiger tribe at the 3rd level of Qi refining, earning 300 tribe points. Ding! By slaying the second-in-command of the Black Tiger tribe, you have entered into a state of enmity with them. Triggering Level 1 Bandit Task 6. Exterminate the Black Tiger tribe and unify the 100 Li Ridge. Task Reward 1. By defeating ordinary bandits of the Black Tiger tribe, You can earn 20 tribe points. Defeating cultivators will grant you 100 tribe points per level of chi refining. Task Reward 2. Conditions for upgrading to level 2 Bandit tribe have been unlocked. Task Reward 3. A random perfect level spell will be granted, along with a singular opportunity for mutation upgrade, resulting in a perfected spell post-upgrade.